Yu-Gi-Oh! As a franchise has now been going on for over 25 years, giving us incredible stories and experiences that you can read in the different manga, watch in the different anime, and play in both the video games and the trading card games. The connections and communities built from everything here have had lifelong impacts on my and so many others' lives. Throughout my different Yu-Gi-Oh! Series where I explore the lore of each generation of the property, I have been able to connect with so many over our shared love of the franchise. As I have been going through Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, I have been able to re-experience a generation of the series that meant a lot to me growing up, and seeing everyone in the comments directly share their experiences and thoughts have been nothing short of amazing to read. Aside from the original manga, it was the animation side of Yu-Gi-Oh! That really drew me into the franchise and hooked me in to be invested. So that's why we are mainly taking a look at what the anime for each Yu-Gi-Oh! Series had to offer. While I have already gone through the first generation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Covering the original 5 seasons that the show had, yes, that even includes Season 0, today we are continuing and finishing our look through Yu-Gi-Oh!'s second generation, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Last time we took a look at Yu-Gi-Oh! GX's second season in detail, a season filled with a lot of deep lore that sets up a lot of stuff that's going to happen this season and beyond. Oh, are you distracted because I'm not keeping any cards in here? Every time I film with cards in there, they get damaged or fall out, and I'm tired of my cards getting damaged. That's why I bought these. Yeah, that's right. You know the vibes. You see who's on there. You see who's on there. Because I'm excited for today, because we're taking a detailed look at the 3rd season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. It was a lot more intense than I needed it to be. I'm sorry. You know what's coming. You know what's coming. But not only that, we are also looking at the 4th and final season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, a season that was never dubbed and released outside of Japan. So if you've never seen anything more of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX outside of what was shown in English in the US, then you haven't seen the actual ending to the series. And we are going to deep dive all that those final batch of episodes have to offer, and look into why we never got to see them dubbed and brought outside of Japan. So I hope you're ready for this 3rd season and the final shorter 4th season to start getting a lot darker and a whole lot weirder. While this whole series by itself is 3 parts in total, every part, including this final one, can all be viewed standalone as they are perfectly divided to cover specific sections of the lore that surround the individual seasons. So thank you for joining me, whether it be your first time or returning to view from a previous part. Now let's get ready to get our game on one last time as we take a deep dive look into the true ending of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Last time on Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Jaden and friends experienced quite the aggressive cult takeover of their school thanks to a spiritual light energy taking control and manipulating the world around them, directly interfering in the lives of Aster and Jaden specifically, as they had to overcome the situations they ultimately get put into thanks to Sartorius, a character who is controlled by the light and wants to move the plans along of brainwashing as many people around the world as possible to be a part of and see what the light is and what it is offering. The weirdness factor was raised up a bit thanks to the more cosmic side of Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming into play, as Jaden gets to use and understand more than just his elemental hero cards, with that being the Neo-Spatian cards. On top of this, a massive tournament that took over the majority of the last half of the season took place, bringing in some intense and fun battles, but ultimately became less important to the plot and more so a way to give some other characters things to do while the main focus of the light plot was front and center. In the end, while Season 2 brought in a whole lot of new characters that we get to meet and understand their relevance to everything, as well as have characters continuing their own stories beyond where we saw them in the first season, Season 2 leaves us with a lot more questions than answers, specifically for characters like Zayn, who is not the same Zayn that we used to know, going through his own breakdown and rebirth only to come back as someone more focused on a seemingly more sinister goal, no longer dueling in the same ways that he used to, playing with more destructive monsters that come from a deck tied to the underworld and his own legacy. But with a slew of new characters to deal with in this upcoming season, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX has a lot left to offer before it's all wrapped up. So let's take our last big deep dive and exploration into the lore of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
To enter back into the school year for a third time in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, we find Jaden, Hasselberry, and Cyrus discussing them all now being upperclassmen as they try to move on from all of the crazy stuff that happened last season. Specifically, they call out not mentioning the word destiny anymore, which is hilarious because it's probably the most said word in general when it comes to discussing that season. Jaden also then gets alerted by Wing Karibo that some old friends are back as he heads outside to see all of the Neospatians alongside elemental hero Neos in their spirit forms chilling out in the schoolyard, as Jaden makes note that they are back from wherever they went off to in the gap between the last season and now. With this being the return episode in general, we do get some continuations from the last season that push things along, so they don't just become forgotten about. The white dorms are being painted blue again, as Chaz ends up just wanting to go live in the Slifer Red dorms some more anyway, but hey, the blue dorms are back. As for Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte, they end up having to deal with their own consequences for the stuff that they did that led to the school having to deal with so many issues like it did last season. They end up speaking with Chancellor Shepard, who confronts them on being the ones letting Sartorius join the school as a student and, did I say consequences? I mean a raise in their pay, as they flip the script on Shepard, saying that they were under mind control, which they weren't, except for that one time Dr. Crowler actually was under mind control, and that they would get litigious if necessary, as Shepard offers them each more pay as long as they all agree to forget about any of this mind control and brainwashing cult stuff even happened at the school in the first place. Shepard is more focused on other things for the future of what happens at the school and the students within it, especially Jaden, who has gone through and conquered so much in his time here, foreshadowing what else he could have to face ahead after all that he's already done. Jaden's still chilling out with all of the spirit pals as they go over a lot of the stuff that happened last season on the show, and if anything, this episode so far is more so a refresher to catch you up to speed if you missed anything from last season, with Shepard explaining all the Sartorius stuff and Jaden going over all the trials and tribulations that he had to face. It more or less feels like an epilogue that would happen at the end of last season, giving us a bit more information to wrap up a couple of loose ends, and the majority of it is spent looking back at all the craziness that happened, all while drip feeding some new information or setting a few things up that will really start happening at another point. At least the show's meta humor and self-awareness is still there, as Jaden jokes around that when the next big random evil threat comes around for this year of school, or, season of the show, that he'll be ready for it. It's a stroll down memory lane as if we didn't just experience it all, like, sure, you and I just talked about it all, but literally, the dates of the show airing have the ending of season 2 premiering about a month and a half before season 3 starts, which to some, that's enough time to forget about some stuff that happened, sure, but I bring this up because it's funnier if you look at Japan's release dates for this, as season 2 ends on September 27th, 2006, with season 3 for them starting off only a week later on October 4th, 2006. So literally, no time at all passed, making the opening conversation between Jaden, Hasselberry, and Cyrus even funnier as they act like summer break flew by, and it's as if it never happened for them at all, and I guess it literally didn't. Anyway, during his reminiscing on all the stuff that happened in season 2, Neos has Jaden tell Hasselberry thanks for all the help in dealing with the satellite, claiming that it wouldn't have been possible to handle without him, which is sweet, not 100% true though. It was Serena who made it possible for Neos to fully take it out, but I guess in the initial assault on it to redirect its attacks were a big help, so I won't take that away from Hasselberry. Good job, man. Your dino DNA came in handy and we appreciate you. Chaz even has his own time to reflect on stuff that happened last season, trying to reason why he even had the chance to continue in the tournament and end up winning it all, as well as his own feelings towards Alexis. He returns to the dorm, but it's not about celebrating his arrival back at Slifer Red. It's about fully introducing the character of Blair, who was the girl who reappeared in the final episodes of last season within the tournament to end up facing Chaz in the final duel, who I also pointed out in season 1, where she tried to sneak into the school but was too young, and now all of that finally pays off with her now being an official student of the school and in the Slifer Red dorms with all of these goofballs. Hasselberry jokes about how Blair has a crush on Chaz, and sure, in their duel when Chaz was acting like Jaden a bit, she did kind of crush on Chaz, but she also very clearly had more of a crush on Jaden, but who knows? She's crashing with Chaz and she may just like him. While they are figuring all of this out, we see that Shepard is thinking over Jaden's time at the school, noticing that through all of his time here at the school, he has only ever been in the Slifer Red dorms and wearing the Slifer Red attire, as he then thinks about having a new authority and educational figure come into Jaden's life. Someone that doesn't know or care about all the stuff that Jaden has done from the past 2 years, or again 2 seasons here at the school, and someone who can really train and teach him in new ways, as he then teases us with the character of Thelonious Viper, a professor that Shepard will have focus on Jaden to give him his toughest academic year yet at the school, and possibly more. But that is how the first episode of season 3 ends. It's more or less almost just a reintroduction to what we already know, with a small handful of teases of what's to come. Now with the second episode, this one starts out with some of the weirdness that we can expect from a series like Yu-Gi-Oh! As we enter in on this dark vortex of nothingness, while we hear the words, "Jaden, why won't you play with me?" coming from what sounds like a little girl, as this menacing eye that comes from nowhere dramatically opens up, before we then cut to the bright and sunny skies over the seas, as we end up meeting a slew of new characters in what feels like the real introduction to the third season of the show. And oh boy, there's so much to talk about and go over from these moments to understand where the plot, at least for the start of the season, is going. On this ship heading to Duel Academy, we first hear Adrian Gecko recording his thoughts into a little recorder, speaking about this ship mostly being empty aside from himself and a few others, as we get to see Jim Crocodile Cook and his pet crocodile Shirley. And Shirley wouldn't be allowed at the school, but who even cares at this point? A domesticated crocodile is like the least of the school's worries. We also get to meet Axel Brody, and aside from having one of the craziest, coolest action sounding names of all time, he also has one of the craziest weapon looking like dual discs that you can imagine, and he is meant to be this tough as nails dude who you don't want to be on the bad side of. While all these students are coming to the school, Axel is a bit more special as he is directly a student of Professor Viper, who we were just teased about at the end of the last episode, and he's a lot more shady of a character than we were made to believe, as we hear him speaking with Axel about some secret ulterior motives that will be happening for them after their initial arrival to Duel Academy, as well as their welcoming in ceremony. There is also another passenger who is on board, but we don't get to see him or acknowledge their presence just yet, but I am sure you can guess who that might be. As yes, since we just went over the manga in the last part, we can see all of the characters getting introduced that we were introduced to in the manga, and funny enough, in very similar ways, as they all at once are coming to Duel Academy, with the main difference being that instead of Principal Mackenzie from the manga, who had this 3,000-year-old evil entity controlling things leading to this situation, we have Professor Viper coming in with unknown shady intentions with his star pupil duelist Axel, while the others all seem to be heading to the school for separate reasons. I just find the parallels very interesting here, and you can see how Naoki Kageyama had to incorporate all of these characters into the manga as the anime was putting a big focus on them throughout this season. After this little introduction, we see that Cyrus now has ranked up in school, going from raw yellow to now being an obelisk blue, which, hey, that's great for Cyrus, and I'm happy for him. But even he kind of just goes, yeah, I'm an obelisk blue now, and moving on. With the boat now making its arrival at Duel Academy, we then cut back into this weird dark void with faded balls of lights in the sky, as we then see Jaden passed out in some sand, as you may quickly begin to realize that this is the same place from the vision Jaden had during his duel with Sartorius last season. A moment I brought up specifically for you to remember, as we can already see it playing a role here. After a creepy laugh, Jaden is woken up, asking who is there, as he sees Duel Academy once again in ruins, as this mysterious voice asks him does he remember them, and wondering why Jaden won't come and play with them. Jaden is confused in general, wondering who is saying this and where they even are, because as far as he can tell, he's all alone here. That is, until he sees his friends, but unfortunately they are just these frozen sand statues that the voice claims that they have already tried playing with them, and that they were no fun as they then blow away in the wind. As Jaden screams out in shock, he wakes back up in the real world, freaked out a bit, and claiming that it was just a dream, or at least he thinks it was, as Wing Karibo points out to him that there is this other duel spirit around, as this little creature comes running up to them to say hi, as we then hear, "There you are, Ruby," coming from the distance, introducing us to the missing piece of the puzzle who we didn't get to meet at the start, Jesse Anderson, along with his dual spirit buddy, Ruby Carbuncle, which is from the card Crystal Beast Ruby Carbuncle. And yeah, the Crystal Beasts are finally here this season, a big fan favorite of many. I love these cards personally as well, so it'll be a fun time talking all about them. But these two have a moment where they confirm to each other that they can see dual spirits and have always had the ability to do so, with Jesse here already knowing all about who Jaden is. Jaden says that it's pretty cool being able to speak to dual monsters, usually, as we then get a quick cut back to the weird eye we saw at the start. And if that couldn't be clearer from this conversation, and from all of the weird dreamlike moments, we are going to be learning a lot more about Jaden and his past, and for being such a happy and go-lucky fella, things are definitely going to get dark the more we explore everything surrounding him from his past to what comes in the future. Jaden ends up welcoming Jesse here as a transfer student into the school, as they have a weird moment of not being sure if they've already met before or already know each other, but things feel familiar and they can't figure out why, as their dual spirits end up getting into this cute little wrestling match before being interrupted by Hasselberry and Cyrus regarding the welcoming ceremony about to start. It's time to officially meet all of the brand new students, even if we just briefly met them all already.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment. Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
For the big introductions, Blair is the one to kick things off, making some oaths for the school about following the rules and solving conflicts by dueling, as she even throws in a joke about respecting teachers and peers, unless they plan to take over the world, of course, and I kinda love that. Speaking of love, after Hasselberry keeps joking about Blair having a crush on Chaz, Blair ends up winking at Jaden, causing two things to happen. One, Hasselberry is all like, hey, my bad, maybe she's not into you after all, and two, Alexis definitely didn't like all that winking at Jaden business. Anyway, Shepard begins to talk about shaking things up this year, to always keep the students on their toes and wanting to see them continue to grow, so this year, Duel Academy has invited the top students from the 4 other Duel Academy branches around the globe to now become transfer students at this Duel Academy. So here, we have Adrian Gecko from East Academy, Axel Brody from West Academy, Jim Crocodile Cook from South Academy, and Jesse Anderson from North Academy. Surprisingly, Jesse doesn't show up to the big reveal of the new students, as Chaz, being the one who actually went to North Academy for a bit of time, knew him by name but for different reasons. More specifically, he knew him from his Crystal Beast deck, mentioning that Pegasus at some point created these Crystal Beast cards. And that's usually how the story of special cards go, Pegasus creates them. And rich families like Chaz's tried to buy them, but they were never technically up for sale. He continues on with the story saying that they go way back, flashing us back to ancient Rome where Julius Caesar was able to collect all of these rare jewels from around the world, totaling 7 of them from all of the places he was trying to conquer. But on the way home with these jewels, the voyage was doomed and the jewels themselves sank to the bottom of the sea. But then somehow Pegasus found them and took pieces of them each to create 7 special cards to represent each one, only giving these special cards away to the winner of some tournament, with that clearly being Jesse, who would have had to have won the tournament to have earned them, or he's a thief, but let's just go with him being the one to win them. And we'll be able to understand all of this better in just a little bit anyway. Jaden just wants to duel this guy out of the excitement from the story, as Jesse then pulls a Jaden by running into the assembly late. Side note, just look at the way that Jim has Shirley on his back. That's so ridiculous and absolutely adorable. It's so cute. I don't care about any logic here. This is amazing. After all of that though, Shepard then introduces everyone to Professor Viper, who is also from West Academy, which we already know that because of him being Axel's professor. Immediately, Viper makes his presence known as a no-nonsense, tough-as-nails teacher, taking over what is happening here and choosing to set up a duel right now, telling Jesse that he is going to face the top student at Duel Academy, with that being Jaden. Before the two of them meet to duel, Professor Viper straps these watch-looking devices onto their arms, not explaining what they are for or what they do, which, probably isn't a good thing. It's never a good thing. But speaking of other shady stuff this guy is up to, after he tells them that their duel will take place in an hour, we cut to him walking around the island and entering into a mysterious building as he is being guided by a shining compass-looking device, setting up the secret plot building up for what he's got going on. But in the meantime, the duel is now set to take place as everyone's too distracted by watching it to follow or even know what Professor Viper is up to. He then places this lava lamp looking vial onto the ground with not orange soda in it. Sorry, Kel. As it then starts doing some weird magical looking stuff, which again, it probably can't be a good thing. Right off the bat for Jaden and Jesse's duel, Jesse brings out Crystal Beast Emerald Turtle, which everyone watching is in awe over because of the existence of these cards being a thing in the first place. Plus, much like Ruby, who we saw earlier, it seems like Jesse can talk to all of the Crystal Beasts, as Emerald Turtle here is telling Jesse how nervous he is in front of a crowd like this, giving me big Filbert from Rocco's Modern Life vibes.
You turn the page, you wash your hands.
It's kind of funny how alike Jaden and Jesse are, going back and forth, being into the cards each other is playing, and just how they feel these connections to the cards themselves. They even make note of this when Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte are speaking about the match that they're all witnessing. Jesse ends up getting another Crystal Beast out onto the field after Ruby Carbuncle was destroyed in his hand, with that Crystal Beast being Cobalt Eagle, continuing on the trend of them speaking to Jesse as well as each other. After Jaden seemingly takes out both of the Crystal Beast monsters on the field, we get to see their effects of reverting to these pure gem-like states stay on the field, with Jesse teasing that they're full of surprises with a lot more to look forward to about them on the way. As the duel continues on, Jesse continues to bring out more of the Crystal Beast cards, with Amethyst Cat and Topaz Tiger coming out next, as Jesse has them each use their special abilities to either become more powerful for their attacks or attack directly, as we see how Jesse communicates with the Crystal Beast cards, very much so in a close way that does add credence to him calling these cards family. Like, they get jealous at one point when Jesse is just complimenting Jaden's cards and is excited to see what will happen next. Jesse then brings out another Crystal Beast, this time being Amber Mammoth, who just sounds like, well, here, you listen.
Toothpick of a man.
Yup, that's right. He sounds just like Jorgen von Strangle. Also, Jaden asks at one point how many of these crystal beasts does Jesse even have, since he keeps playing them, and no wonder Jaden doesn't do well with regular schoolwork. It's not like Chaz just explained exactly how many there were or anything like that. Jaden ends up getting brought down to 300 life points left as Professor Viper joins everyone back at the duel, claiming that he just had to, step out for a moment, covering up all of that shady stuff that he was doing elsewhere. His inner monologue ends up explaining that he's trying to extract some of this dueling energy going on, wanting to have all this strength necessary to get his wish granted, whatever that means for now, as we cut back to the same clip of the weird eye in the void opening up. Aster also shows back up, taking back his role as a student after learning about the Crystal Beast cards being here, as he explains to the group that Jesse has a special bond with them, and he's the only one who can control them, as he further goes on explaining the whole duel or monster spirit stuff to those who don't get it, like Hasselberry. He mentions that Jesse didn't choose his monsters, but they chose him. As some of the group are skeptical of all of this, Aster flashes us back to a time where Pegasus told him all about this, giving us yet another cameo from the legend himself. And I just love how much of Pegasus is used in GX, but for the flashback, Pegasus mentions that Aster is in his personal top 5 finest duelists that he's seen, mentioning them in the order as Yugi Muto, then Seto Kaiba, then the GOAT, Joey Wheeler, love that for him. Then Aster would be 4th, with the 5th spot going to Jesse Anderson, as Pegasus, within this flashback, has us enter another flashback, full-on flashback-ceptioning us here, where during a duel that Jesse was in that Pegasus was watching, which is the tournament that I referred to that Jesse had won, the Crystal Beast cards that he had with him were spiritually calling out to Jesse, as Pegasus then tells Aster that the cards chose Jesse and that they went with him. Back in the duel, Jaden notices that Jesse is planning something with all of the Crystal Beasts in general being used or left out on the field in order to sacrifice them for something larger, something that would be more of a powerful upgrade, with Jaden wanting to force Jesse's hand to play that strategy, while Jesse is playing the long game of learning and studying Jaden's strategies without jumping the gun on his own. Jaden uses the full gambit of his Neospatian friends in a lot of fun ways, but the Crystal Beasts don't stop coming from Jesse, as Sapphire Pegasus comes out to play next, with its special ability being able to bring back a Crystal Beast from the graveyard, as Jesse can now have Ruby Carbuncle come back out and play, meaning all 7 Crystal Beasts have made their presence known, as Jesse has Ruby use its powers to have them all individually attack, as Aster is just waiting for this so-called special dragon to appear, teasing what is to potentially come from Jesse. Jaden's side of the field ends up getting completely wiped out as he stares down the line of Crystal Beasts on the field, ending up getting Elemental Hero Neos out on the field along with Neospatian Air Hummingbird in order to fuse them into a controversy? Well, yeah, the big Elemental Hero Air Neos controversy, something I teased a bit back in Season 2 when we first met Air Hummingbird, but I was waiting for the full appearance of this fusion here to kind of go over a neat little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh history, one that feels more fresh than ever because recently, in 2025, we kind of got a better understanding to what this whole controversy was about in the first place surrounding the mysterious lack of reprints or mentions or really anything relating back to Air Neos. And to explain a bit about this whole thing, because I think it's fascinating, and I think you'll think it is too, I have brought a friend of mine, an amazing Yu-Gi-Oh content creator that was at the forefront of talking about what happened in great detail. So let's hear about this from none other than Ruxin34 himself.
Hi, I'm Ruxin34, a Yu-Gi-Oh YouTuber who is primarily into collecting cards and playing old formats. Air Neos was a big topic of controversy for several years in the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG. It was not because the card was super playable or super powerful in the game, it was only because the card seemed to avoid a reprint for a very long time. And if you know Yu-Gi-Oh, you know that Konami is not shy about reprinting cards. They will reprint cards 7 times in a single set. So having a card like the Elemental Hero Air Neos that was in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime. Very popular card because of the Elemental Hero status. It was really cool in the anime. Having no reprint of that card since 2011, and that reprint really just being a rewave of the original set, not an actual reprint, was pretty strange. People noticed this pretty early because it was not getting a reprint, first of all, and second of all, because it wasn't appearing in the video games such as Duel Links and Master Duel. This was pretty strange because Master Duel pretty much put every card in the game except for a few choice cards from very, very old Yu-Gi-Oh! That might have been too powerful. There are a couple of weird ones that were outliers, and Air Neos kind of fit into that category, but it was really the only one that wasn't getting a reprint and was also in Master Duel. There were tons of theories floating around about why this might have happened. One of the biggest fan theories was that an Italian Australian airline named Neos Air was in some sort of lawsuit with Konami, or had been, and didn't allow them to use the name Air Neos. This was a prevailing theory for a couple of years, but then there was a massive break. Somehow lawsuit documents from the early 2000s were uncovered just this year, and they mentioned a suit between Greg Weick and Konami. This involved his character called Ravedactyl, which, if you look at these two side by side, they're pretty similar. It turns out that Greg Weick had sued Konami in order to protect his original character Ravedactyl from being copyright infringed upon, and then eventually taken if he did not respond. This was a huge break in the Air Neos controversy because it gave us an actual answer as to why Konami was not messing with the character anymore, wasn't reprinting it, wasn't talking about it, and finally, it gave us some answers. Now, there's a lot more to this story than the bare bones explanation I just gave, but that should catch you up to speed on what was so crazy about this Air Neos.
Linked in the description will not only be his channel, but his videos on the whole Air Neos situation, including an interview with the person who created the Ravedactyl character, and I think it's all just a great watch. Ruxin did an amazing job deep diving all of this, explaining everything that happened, and giving us new and real updates to what the truth is at the end of the day, and where things stand now. Please go check out his videos. If you're a Yu-Gi-Oh fan like myself, then there's a lot to love over there, and I am grateful for his time in jumping into this video to lend his voice and knowledge to the situation. So I hope you all enjoyed that little treat, and hey, maybe you even learned something entirely new from it. But yeah, back to the duel itself. It's cool to see the entrance of what soon became a controversial card behind the scenes. As Jaden is ready to finish things off, Jesse finally calls upon his rainbow dragon to show it off, claiming it to be the most feared creature in history, trying to scare Jaden that he'll never survive any of this, only for him to have more of that Jaden spirit and say, just kidding, JK, like literally right away, all along with a goofy smile, as he purposefully doesn't fully summon the rainbow dragon, allowing Jaden's attack from Air Neos to land and win Jaden the match overall to everyone's surprise. Then we just cut to Jesse sprawled out across the floor, you know. I think I like this little goofball. It's crazy that we really have two different Jadens now, much to everyone in the friend groups' annoyance, because one Jaden was already a lot to handle, and now they got two of them, and they are both also annoyingly good and gifted at dueling. See, why would you ever want to be a serious, no-nonsense duelist when it's the goobers who are the strongest? When Jaden asks him about why he did that, Jesse mentions that he doesn't even have the rainbow dragon in his deck yet, causing the crowd to go into an uproar over that being lame and making them all disappointed, as Jesse apologizes and says that the card is out there somewhere, explaining that the soul of the rainbow dragon lives within a special stone tablet, and currently no one knows where to find it, but Jesse mentions that when it is found, Pegasus has promised to convert that soul into a dual monsters card, much like how all the other crystal beasts were created. Professor Viper cheers on the match, having both of them meet in the middle to shake hands, as we see that this then activates the watch devices on their arms that you totally forgot about since they were first brought up, don't lie. Professor Viper seems pleased that this secret plan of his is working so far, as he mentions that their first lesson is complete, confusing everyone as to what he even means by this, as he then explains that a part of his personal curriculum, he'll be making everyone have these mandatory duels every day. Clearly, we know that this is all for the dueling energy that he's trying to harness, while everyone else now is worried that they're going to have to be forced to duel at a dueling school. Such things would never be heard of before, oh my gosh. I do like how Hasselberry has this meta joke after Cyrus has a bad feeling about the vibes Professor Viper is giving off, saying, what gave that away? The maniacal laugh or the creepy music? As the music is just the background ambience for the scene in general. I just love the little things like that, you know? I also love that at the end of the day, Jesse and Jaden are hanging out and going over their different strategies that they have with their decks, with Jaden explaining to Jesse that with a certain combo, Jesse could have beaten him here, as the others are just shocked that they have two Jadens to deal with now.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
As Jaden and Jesse continue their friendship and hang out further back at the Slifer Red dorms, a mysterious person is clearly snooping around outside of their room, distracting them away from opening new packs of cards, as their dual spirits, and even Pharaoh to an extent, you know, the cat we always love to see, alert them of the presence outside, causing them to go out and chase after whoever this is into the dark of the night. We then cut to whatever the heck Axel is doing, as we see him hanging upside down by a rope, barely around one of his feet over a cliff, as he seems to calmly be in a meditative or reflective state, entering into a flashback of himself with his father, as they are out in some jungle with him being taught to always be on high alert, and how one wrong move could be your last if you're not careful, seemingly having some sort of military-like background similar to Hasselberry, only maybe a bit more extreme. He is for some reason using this time to practice something. I don't know what, as all he does is notice that he has limited time before the rope gives way, as he then draws a card from his duel disc and swings his way over to land back on the cliff before it was too late, saying to himself, "I hope you're watching, Dad, because the war is about to start," alluding to the bad stuff that Professor Viper is doing. But this is interrupted when he looks back up to see the same mysterious person from earlier running by as Jaden and Jesse are in hot pursuit after him, only getting distracted when they also notice Axel. Jaden tries to be all chummy like usual, but Jesse warns him about how much of a serious guy Axel is, explaining that he does this silly little quirky thing of putting himself in grave danger only to try and escape as a way of training for duels. So for whatever it is he was doing, somehow it makes him a better duelist, or something. It's all about him putting his life at risk to properly feel like you're dueling with all you've got. Axel brushes off any niceties that Jaden is sending his way as Jesse explains to him that Axel is Professor Viper's protege, and maybe they shouldn't bother him or interact too much with him for that matter based on how menacing his aura is. Speaking of Professor Viper, we see that he is stuck in some sort of nightmare revolving around his son needing help as the dark vortex we keep seeing is overtop his body, with the voice from earlier speaking to him saying that it can help his son, but first, Professor Viper must help whoever this is, or whatever this is, causing him to wake up from whatever he was just witnessing. But you know, moving on, it's the next day, and as far as we know, Jaden and Jesse just went back to their dorms for the night and gave up trying to find that mysterious person, and now during a school assembly this following day, Professor Viper introduces the watch-like devices he had Jaden and Jesse wear to everyone, calling them biobands. He mentions that all of the students must wear them without directly explaining what they do at first, as he announces that there will be what are known as survival duels that everyone will take place in, which has everyone labeled now at the same ranking no matter their skill level or dorm affiliation. He then explains that the biobands are used to collect data from each of the duelists, gathering their energy, evaluating their decisions in the duels, and gauges their overall fighting spirit. A lot of this goes over their heads, especially Jaden's, to even understand what is going on, but I must say, after all that has happened the past couple of seasons, and with the terms of energy and spirit being used here, why is Shepard not more concerned that he's clearly invited in another form of something terrible to eventually deal with for the school? Like, are you purposefully trying to get everything shut down and continuously putting the lives of the students of the school in jeopardy once more? Either way, these evaluations from the biobands will result in scores for all of the duelists, and failure will not be tolerated, as if you receive a failing score for the first time, you will be dorm demoted, and if you fail again beyond that, it's flat out expulsion, as Professor Viper wants these students to prove that they are the best of the best and deserve a spot here in the academy. Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte both realize that a lot of this is all wrong and feels weird, and don't think a visiting professor should have this much authority over their school, but Shepard is doing that thing where he has a smile on his face, clearly overlooking all of the weird or bad stuff, and gives Professor Viper the benefit of the doubt, claiming that his techniques did wonders for West Academy, and they could do great here too. But after Jaden is all pumped up when all the rest of the students, maybe aside from Axel for obvious reasons, are kind of freaked out over the threat of being kicked out, Shepard locks into Jaden, and thinks to himself about Jaden not understanding just how hard these challenges will be that he's going to face. He knows that Professor Viper's methods of teaching push students to their absolute limits to get the best results, this all being outside of the ulterior motives of course, so Shepard is worried that Jaden may be taking all of this a bit too lightly. We start to see other connections between students form as well, like seeing Adrian and Jim walking around together talking about the biobands, as Adrian thinks it's weird and something more akin to a monitoring device that makes him feel like they are being treated like criminals and are now being tracked, as Jim looks at tracking in a way that he's used to it, specifically when it comes to animals, claiming them to be a way to help the animals, not harm them. So there's some kind of commentary there. Cyrus is feeling some type of way about everything going on, causing him to walk off alone after all of the news, and eventually seeing Jaden hanging out with Jesse, running up to them now and telling Jaden that this is all wrong and that they need to put a stop to it all, and man, finally someone's making some sense around here. Like, please, how many times do we gotta deal with some evil stuff like, that's not supposed to be in the curriculum, we're supposed to duel, eat lunch, duel, go to bed, and now I gotta duel even harder, and that's whack. Cyrus pleads his case about Professor Viper and this whole setup, but Jaden doesn't see anything to worry about, causing Cyrus to think that Jaden doesn't care about towing the line of being able to stay in the school or being kicked out, as he runs away upset from this. Now, maybe he's just a bit jealous that Jaden is spending all of his time with another blue-haired person that isn't him, but you know, Cyrus has always been the more emotional one, so who knows where this is all coming from. Jesse's actually the one to say to Jaden about what if Cyrus is right about something being weird about all of this, which is cool to see that Jesse isn't directly feeding any sort of narrative that Cyrus is being pushed away as Jaden's closest friend. For now, Professor Viper ends up going to Axel, telling him that he needs to go and duel Jaden. But not only will he need to follow everything his father taught him about living his life in constant danger to perform at the best levels he can, but Axel needs to now push Jaden's life into dangerous territories so that they can get him to his breaking limits. All of this for the sake of having Jaden give off all that he can in a duel, even at the cost of Axel losing the duel at the end of the day, as this is all about breaking Jaden as much as possible here to get the results Viper is looking for out of him in order to drain every ounce of Jaden's power. Axel remembers what his father told him, and that's when you accept a mission, you have to fully see it through no matter what, as Axel now commits to going after Jaden. We then learn more about what Adrian is up to, as he's clearly been documenting things since we first met him, as he ends up putting his bioband into a special scanner before making a phone call to an offshore submarine who is now performing a full-on scan to understand what this bioband is, while the person in the submarine then tells Adrian to keep a close eye on Viper. As for Viper, he ends up going back to his secret area where he set up the energy device or whatever it is that he has, as he feels he might have heard something or someone following him, as we see that same shadowy figure from the start of the episode keeping an eye on what Viper is doing, with us eventually seeing Adrian being the one following Viper around to investigate the situation. He's confused, however, when he can't get into the building just like Viper did, halting his progress and gathering more information for now, while Viper sees that his tank of energy had siphoned a whole lot of it from the match earlier between Jaden and Jesse, but he talks about needing way more of it and way faster, as if he is on a time limit to do all of this, claiming that he can raise the extracting levels of the energy, but it will come at a price of starting to harm the students, but it must be done in order for him to do what he needs to do. Cyrus is still walking around contemplating all his thoughts, and he thinks to himself maybe Jaden is right, and he's just possibly overreacting to everything, building up enough confidence to then call out the next person he sees to a duel, with that happening to be Axel, who doesn't seem all that interested, even when Cyrus mentions he's the younger brother of Zayn. But hey man, I thought you didn't want to be in Zayn's shadow like that. But it's not until he mentions that he's Jaden's best friend that Axel now has an interest, but maybe not so much for dueling, at least not dueling Cyrus, as Wing Karibo then comes rushing into the Slifer Red dorms to tell Jaden about what happened to Cyrus, as Jaden wastes no time in going after whoever did this, as we see Axel waiting in his usual spot for Jaden, with Cyrus now currently tied up and dangling over a cliff, as Axel shows off the rope device he has that can control dropping Cyrus at any time, as Axel challenges Jaden to a duel with the stakes of Cyrus's life, no pun intended, hanging in the balance. If Jaden wins, then Cyrus will be let go, and if Jaden loses, Cyrus will be dropped and, well, you know. Jaden's attitude in this seems way more focused and more serious than usual, which makes sense given the circumstances, as he gets out Elemental Hero Flame Wingman instantly. Axel, however, is extremely ready for this duel, thinking to himself that this is war and Jaden has no idea what challenges lie ahead. While all of this goes down, Viper is watching from his little bunker setup thanks to the cameras that he's installed to see how things play out in real time, as this battle is about to get way more heated in more ways than one. Despite the serious nature of what's going on, the Jaden that we all know and love is still here, cutting some of the serious tension to make sure that everyone's aware that dueling is still something that is fun, and a good time can still be had with everything not needing to be so serious, trying to get Axel to admit that a part of him is having fun in the duel. Cyrus, however, well, he's just freaking out in general for the obvious reasons of, dangling over a cliff, as Jesse and Hasselberry watch from the sidelines, with Jesse trying to figure out what Axel is truly up to. All of Axel's cards are flame-based, and he's trying his best to extend the duel to have Jaden do more here based on what Viper wants out of this, as he holds back from outright trying to defeat Jaden despite having strategies ready that can potentially do so. He's also confused as to how Jaden is getting his butt kicked and then seemingly asking for more of it with the attitude that he has, always wanting more from the duel or getting excited over the moves his opponent pulls off. It's okay, man. Every duelist who faces Jaden for the first time feels the same way. They don't get it at first, but maybe you will soon enough. Now, in the meantime of this duel going on, Jesse and Hasselberry try and go after saving Cyrus, even though that they were just warned not too long ago by Axel that any attempts at interfering will result in Cyrus's early demise. But I guess he was too distracted in internal monologues and Jaden's weirdness to notice what's happening now. After a cycle of pulling off the same moves back and forth, Jaden is able to break past Axel's firewall defenses, fighting fire with fire as Neo-Spatian Flame Scarab ends up attacking directly with 1700 attack power, bringing Axel down to 1300 life points left, surprising Axel as he understands a bit more of why Viper is so interested in him in the first place. While Jesse and Hasselberry are dealing with trying to save Cyrus and having an argument about Cyrus wanting to be the hero for something like this, like Jaden always is, Jesse knows a lot more than he's ever let up. He starts thinking to himself that Jaden is always at the center of these crazy bad guy plots and wonders if there is another one unfolding where Jaden is once again a main target here. We then cut to Viper, who's still watching what is happening and laughing to himself in an evil manner about getting Jaden and all of his friends' energy for whatever it is he's trying to do with it all. Jesse and Hasselberry aren't too worried about getting caught by Axel in the moment, calling out that he is too deep in thought to even notice what's happening literally right behind him, as he's having another flashback about his dad to seek some advice from him for the situation he's in now. In these moments, he takes away that he needs to be a strong warrior like his father, and to face the rest of the duel with honor and dignity, rather than have these added on stakes for the sake of it. He has a mission to accomplish here, but there is no honor in facing the task head on if dirty tactics are used to help win. If you mess around with fire too much, you might just end up getting burned by it. Axel ends up turning off the device that could cut the rope, with Jaden asking him why he just saved his friend, but I wouldn't call this saving your friend, Jaden. He's the one who put him in that predicament in the first place, and Viper is confused about this as well, but Axel wants his dueling ability to speak for itself, continuing the duel with a barrage of fire-based attacks that upsets Viper as he yells about how this wasn't part of the plan. He needs to push Jaden to his limits, not try to actually just win this duel or whatever it is he is now doing here. After this, and Axel explaining the set of moves he just pulled off, Jaden is now left with 650 life points. But despite this, Jaden's just fascinated by learning how Axel is pulling off these strategies, and you can kind of see how that tough guy mask is slipping on Axel as he's being more communicative about it all back to Jaden. Jesse is observing all of this as it's happening, thinking that this whole situation is pretty compared to the duels that he's used to back home, but after noticing Jaden laughing and having a fun time in the face of danger, and with his friend still technically dangling over an edge, Jesse starts understanding the effect that Jaden has on everyone around him. As Cyrus's rope still snaps from being damaged already, after he was continually squirming around, Jesse and Hasselberry end up being able to catch the rope, saving Cyrus and giving Jaden the update that everything is all good as the duel can now continue. Axel is confused at how Jaden can be in such high spirits and have this drive to keep going regardless of the situation he's in, where Axel clearly has the advantage here, with not a whole lot Jaden can even do to get out of it. But it's Jaden, and I'm sure he's going to somehow get out of it. As Jaden sends out Elemental Hero Wildheart to attack, which can get past his firewall, Axel has a vision of what he could do to win the duel, using the trap card Volcanic Force to summon a powerful monster known as Volcanic Doomfire that has 3,000 attack points and could easily then win him the duel. However, he remembers what he's supposed to be doing in this match as he knows Viper is watching. Regardless of him being able to legitimately win right now, he ends up activating Wildfire instead, sacrificing 500 life points to bring him down to 300 left, as well as destroying part of his own setup on the field in order to wipe the field of all monsters for now. This then gives him a Wildfire token with 1,000 attack points, while Jaden is wide open for an attack, and now there are no excuses left for Axel to hold back. He has a clear opening here, but he then notices that Jaden has a face down card that probably activates with his monster being destroyed, as this is instantly proven right, with that face down card being Elemental Mirage, using it to bring back Elemental Hero Wildheart to finish off the duel and defeat Axel. With Viper clearly watching the results of this, Axel thinks to himself that Viper got what he wanted, and his mission here is complete. But all of a sudden, the energy in his bioband shoots out of it, leaving Axel weak and questioning what Viper may have done, as we then also see Jaden suddenly collapse onto the ground. With Jaden now brought to the nurse's office, he starts waking back up, not really sure about what's going on, as we see one of the school's teachers and school nurses, Fonda Fontaine, thinking it's quite odd for what happened to Jaden, as there must be some sort of existing underlying thing that could have caused him to collapse and pass out the way he did. But we'll have more time both to figure out what's happening with that, and more time to deal with her in general in the future, as for now we have Cyrus here who ends up crying over what happened to Jaden, shredding his obelisk blue coat to rank back down to a raw yellow one, because that somehow means he'll be able to be by Jaden's side and make sure that he's okay and that this won't ever happen again, because that makes sense. In the Japanese version, he ends up breaking himself down because on how we saw him at the start of the episode, trying to gas himself up to then call out Axel to a duel, as he goes back to being a raw yellow on the grounds of becoming a lot stronger of a duelist first, before he feels like he'd be on equal grounds with a top rank that his brother once held at the school, which at least makes a lot more sense than switching ranks over wanting to protect Jaden. Continuing directly from that, we see that Axel is trying to do what he can to eat and drink as much as possible to get his energy back, saying he has never felt this run down before, as Adrian is snooping outside of his dorm and eavesdropping on what he's talking about, making a pretty meta joke about why everyone around here says their thoughts or speaks like that in general out loud, as he only says this to himself through an an internal monologue, so yeah, I think that's pretty funny. Anyway, he knows that something is up with these biobands and is determined to continue his research into them and what is going on in general around here. With Jaden now feeling much better after a little bit of time at the nurses and eating a bunch of food, he runs out of there despite being told that he needs to take things easy for a while, with Fonda telling Alexis and Blair to keep an eye on him and that he shouldn't be dueling for at least 2 weeks, but psh, like that's ever gonna happen. It's Jaden Yuki we're talking about here, and also I think it's mandatory now as a part of the curriculum for him to get his daily dose of dueling in. Jesse ends up poking fun at Jaden overhearing the rumors that he has retired from dueling, before we then get interrupted with Hasselberry getting chomped on by Shirley, which something like this was bound to happen. Shirley's a crocodile at the end of the day, but this has Jim coming into the mix with everyone now. Jim blames Shirley's actions on the weird vibrations in the air, with something being off in general, leading them all to think that maybe this is why Jaden felt so weak with little energy as they all set out to find the source of the problem. And it's now like we're watching Scooby-Doo. Here are some meddling kids and their meddling crocodile trying to solve the mystery of Duel Academy Island. Adrian is currently outside of Viper's secret hideout while the others eventually start getting closer to it, with Viper getting alerted to their presence. On their journey, Jaden calls out Jim for speaking Australian, with Jim not taking those comments too well, which, you know, reminds me of the time I did the same thing to Wood from Beat 'em Ups.
So the issue with the Switch 2 is that they didn't give dev units to any of the devs. Like only like a few like big publishers got a dev unit. So that's why we're not getting any games anytime soon, because the developers can't get the consoles to develop.
Hey man, I can't understand Australian.
Excuse me? What did you just say? You bloody bugger! You gotta come in here.
Australian jokes. They're tired of hearing them, but you keep making them.
This PSA brought to you by Infront. It's like Outback, but with 100% less made-up Australian terms on the menu.
Anyway, Hasselberry ends up getting a little bit crazy as well thanks to his dino DNA making him part animal. So if Shirley's freaking out a bit, he's freaking out a bit. Even Wood's still freaking out a bit.
If this was a footy match, I would take a specky right off your back and I would grab that ball, and on the way down I'd drive my elbow into your cranium. I would. I really bloody would.
Jim ends up wanting to duel Hasselberry to help tame him and calm him down throughout this forced aggressive outburst he's having. It's pretty distracting, but overall just funny that Hasselberry in this state is speaking with only a few words to show that he's more primitive now. And you know, this just kind of popped in my brain, but with how many new side characters there are, and with everything that's already going on this season, where is Bastion? Did any of you take a moment to think about him? You know, where's he at? What happened to him after the brainwashing of the cult wore off? Anything? Well, maybe we'll get that answer someday. Oh, yeah, right, the duel that's going on now. Sorry, my bad. So Jim ends up knocking Hasselberry back to mostly normal as we get to see a bunch of cool fossil-based cards that Jim has, basically making this a Dino v Dino battle that's more exciting than when we got to see the Spinosaurus take on the T-Rex in Jurassic Park 3. Okay, you may be right, that was way more exciting. I do find it interesting that Jim has all these fossil cards when it would make more sense for Hasselberry to be using them based on him actually having a past of looking for fossils and already being the Dino deck guy. And if Jim is closer to being someone like a Steve Irwin, I'd rather see a bunch of cool exotic animal cards from around the world showcased or something like that, some theme like that, but hey, that's just me. I'm not really all that upset because it's still dinosaur related and that's fun, but at the end of the duel where Jim defeats Hasselberry, both of their bio bands light up and shoot out the energy siphoned from them, causing them to immediately feel weakened more than they ever have, and Jim seems to be the one to actually notice that it was the bio bands doing something funny right after the duel, claiming them to be the reason that they feel like this before he, as well as Hasselberry, end up passing out from the lack of energy. While Viper is pleased at the energy that he just got from that duel, his alarms go off alerting him to Adrian outside of the building clearly spying on what's going on, as Viper even paints him as the next target to drain energy from. Ha, you mess with me? I'll make sure you have all your energy taken away and get a free nap to recover from it. That'll teach you to ever try spying on me again.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
After their duel, both Jim and Hasselberry are in the nurse's office as well, trying to recover from that extreme loss of energy, as everyone is starting to feel that something about this whole setup is weird, and maybe not so much a great thing, with Cyrus getting upset over the fact that no one listens to him when he was the first person worried in the first place about all of this, making some meta commentary about how nothing he does or says could be used to help move the plot along. It will always be some other character, like here being Jim, for the others to start realizing the real situation situation a bit. It's all funnier as Alexis just straight up ignores everything Cyrus is saying and gives Jim all of the credit for them, all now wanting to go confront Viper about these biobans. Fonda ends up talking to Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte about this whole thing, but without pointing the finger in a more accusatory way from the jump to then go and confront Viper, he ends up confronting them, telling them that they're always going easy on these kids and that this is a way to truly toughen them up. His curriculum is what they need to succeed. I feel like I'm saying curriculum too much in this video. Viper tells them that he's here to do a better job than any of the teachers here ever have, as he is fixing all of the mistakes that they have made, and that Shepard is pleased at the work that he is doing. Fonda tries fighting back about the kids ending up hurt and in the nurse's office, but he leaves the conversation as he mentions a meeting with a student who needs help, leaving a bit of a threatening aura towards Fonda for how she's getting closer to interfering directly with his plans. Adrian is outside speaking into his recorder about all of the students passing out after their duels, with his suspicion that it's Viper to blame for all that is happening, as Viper appears to greet him, confronting him over the fact that he hasn't taken place in any of the survival duels yet, threatening him to start participating before he has to bring out the punishment of expulsion for not following the instructions given, wondering what the Gecko family or even the media in general would think about him flunking out of school like this. He has a limited amount of time given to him to go and actually get into a duel before these consequences kick in, as they both know a lot more about each other than they're letting off, giving one another an understanding of on the surface how things are, with Adrian still being a student and needing to duel, and under the surface know that there is a cat and mouse game between the two of them happening. Clearly, Viper knows more about the snooping Adrian is doing, but this conversation seems to make things a bit more clear for the words that aren't being said, as Adrian would definitely know that Viper is keeping a close eye on him back, now putting him in a situation that forces him to do what Viper wants. This episode starts giving us some time to learn more about Bonaparte as well, because last season he was just kind of there and we didn't understand much of who he was outside of the goofy or downright stupid antics that he would get into. But for what we see in this episode, he has a clear caring for the students, not wanting to see them getting hurt, as eventually we see him spying on a conversation between two other students, that being Blair and someone we'll meet and learn more about soon named Marcel. Blair is trying to have Marcel eat based on him having low energy, which it's not stated if that's because he lost a duel already and had a similar fate to what the others had, or if he's just used to not eating as much from being alone for a lot of his life, based on how Blair words things from what she knows about him, as well for how he responds to them. From this convo, you can see how Bonaparte reacts to this info regarding Marcel, and from context clues before the show will get there, you can kind of tell what's happening, right? Well, I'll go along with how the show wants to handle it, so you can think on all of that for now, but we will be back to discuss things further. We're at a school, remember? You have to study and retain this truly important information that will make a massive difference in your life. You don't need to save room in your brain to learn algebra, you need to understand the deep lore of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX from front to back so you can live out this meme in real life. As for what Axel's been up to, his trust in Viper seems to have been wiped out along with his energy, as he breaks into Viper's office to learn more about what secrets Viper has going on, finding out about where this secret lab of his is, vowing to find him and put an end to whatever his true devious plans are. I guess Axel was aware initially of some of the plans that Viper had based on their conversation on the boat ride over, but it seems that Axel's just an innocent pawn in the bigger picture here, as this has clearly gone beyond whatever simple dueling school curriculum he thought Viper was originally just implementing. Viper is currently internally monologuing to himself about how smart he is to raise the absorption level of the student's energy, making his goals of getting all of the energy he needs happen a lot faster, saying that in a few days he should have enough. I love how we get the instant contrast of him, this corrupt and scary adult, talking about how his plan is great and how he's happy about everything, as we then cut to the cost of what raising that absorption is, showcasing Hasselberry and Jim in the nurse's office not looking too great. It makes Viper and his plans seem a whole lot more evil when it's these students whose health or even lives are being risked at the sake of his plans. He's completely fine with all of this, just being happy that it's not him who's paying the price for all of it. For now though, he is just really excited, maybe a little too excited, to take energy from Adrian, holding more of a hatred of him based on him doing all that snooping around business. Adrian, however, is continuing his research into the biobands, learning that when they were set to the lower settings, energy siphoning seemed harmless and no one would even notice. But the higher the rate it tries to pull, the more harm it does to the person, as Adrian notes that at a max setting, it could be deadly, and he thinks that Viper wants to shut him up permanently. The next day, it seems that everyone but Jaden gets an invitation to some social dueling event that Adrian has put together, to which he's a bit jealous for not receiving one, but no one seems to really even like Adrian, going off of their assumptions about him with Alexis and Cyrus constantly dissing him here, but no one's gonna end up dissing him more than Chaz. Chaz is listening into this conversation, menacingly saying Gecko, establishing something here for him and Adrian, and all of of his feelings towards him or his gecko family in general. There's lots of mysteries this season that are setting up a lot of cool character plot points, and I'm very excited to keep exploring all of them. Alexis ends up offering her invite to Jaden if he really wants to go because she couldn't care less, but Cyrus comes up with something even better, because who needs Adrian's little get-together when you can have a classic Slifer Red dorm slumber party, right? Which turns into Jaden being excited to stay up all night, talking about cards with Jesse, getting excited over that as well, as Alexis and Cyrus would rather not. But we see Jaden 1 and Jaden 2 here locking their arms behind one another and strolling off in excitement to talk about the cards. For Chaz, he wants to do a little lore deep diving of his own, searching up information about Adrian as the Ojamas are giving some exposition about Adrian being kind of like Chaz, but only richer, smarter, and more famous. He starts learning about the Gecko family's legacy being this big financial group, but before he can learn more about the person of Adrian and who he is and all that blah blah blah, his access to it all is denied, with Chaz here being clearly jealous of Adrian and says that there's only room for one spoiled rich kid at the school, and if it ain't Chaz, then it'll be no one. And I don't know if that's the flex you think it is, buddy, but I'm sure happy for you to finally feel like you're having some purpose or a drive to do something or whatever you got going on, Chaz. He yells that he doesn't care about all the other stuff that Adrian has in his life, saying that what he has is being really good at card games, and that's what life is really all about. And see, what did I tell you? Chaz here, he knows the truth. Chaz is honestly going full on crazy here, and I kind of love it, saying that he has a cooler name than Adrian, and also he has his own catchphrase, with that being, of course, Chaz it up, causing actual lightning to strike from his intensity, with the Ojamas hating when that happens. Chaz, never change. You are a true underrated gem for GX, and we appreciate you. Now, for Adrian's get-together, we see a lavish display put together at the Obelisk Blue dorms, where we even get to see some more of Blair and Marcel, where she's forcing him to eat as he finally starts listening to her. Adrian comes in to greet everyone, giving some context to this whole get-together also being a tournament called Duels for Jewels, where the winner will get his family's most valuable possession, the Jewel Disc, and holy crap, can you imagine if they made a replica of this in real life, with the actual jewels looking like this? I mean, how much would that cost? Like, sure, there are no diamonds on it, but it's made out of gold. The size of the rubies, sapphires, and emeralds are insane. Also, is that a little Pokemon reference? Anyway, because of everything I am looking at, if this thing is presumed to be legit and the jewels are real and that it is made of pure gold, I can take what information I could find about the value of everything to gauge them while leaving wiggle room based on all the differences in carats and the types of gems out there, and the rubies and emeralds based on the sizes with all that we can see on the dual disc come out to anywhere between $75 to $100 million, then factoring in the size of the sapphire to something like the Star of Adam being valued at around 300 million, leaving us to figure out the value of the gold, which based off of what the most realistic weight of a dual disc from the anime could be, which ranges anywhere from 10 to 20 pounds, averaging out to 15 to adjust for room for the technology inside, we're looking at around $500,000 there, with the final estimated value from my research coming out to, I don't know, can't afford it. Either way, that's quite a prize if someone actually does win that. I mean, that's generational wealth, but whatever, it's not important. Viper is watching things very closely, knowing that Adrian is going to duel regardless if he knows or doesn't know the outcome from the energy pulled from him after the duel, mentioning that he'd never risk hurting the Gecko family name by being expelled, and would rather put his own life on the line if it meant not tarnishing his legacy, or the Gecko name legacy. Viper has pushed the bio ban from everyone past its limits up to 11, like this is Spinal Tap, to make sure that Adrian won't make it out of this, you know, alive. Adrian, however, has all of these other students dueling as well, putting a large portion of the students right now at risk over it just being a little something extra meant specifically for Adrian. So I don't know if that's now a more evil thing being done by Viper alone, or if Adrian is now also somewhat in the wrong for now having way more than just himself in jeopardy of being hurt. I don't know, I'm not the moral police, I'm just posing ideas out to think about. Viper quickly realizes what's going on, as it seems to be producing too much energy too fast from all of the other duelists, and could now harm way more students all at once, getting angry at Adrian and vowing to make him pay. As Adrian goes out to look for some sort of duel to get over with, he is immediately interrupted by Chaz, who he doesn't really know or care all that much about knowing, as Chaz challenges him to a duel, as helicopters then lift both of them up into the air, with them standing on these small glass platforms. Why? I don't know. Chaz is wild. So wild that Adrian kind of digs his style, but, you know, just wants to get the duel over with so that he can, 1, stop hearing all of Chaz's Chaz's cliche bad dialogue per Adrian's own words, and 2, continue all that side stuff he needs to deal with when it comes to Viper. He believes that Viper is trying to shut things off or lower things with the bio ban so all of the students don't suddenly have health issues, which would be a dead giveaway, and ruin everything he's been setting up. While Jaden and the others witness this duel starting up, we see that Adrian's cards so far are all cloud-based, I guess, as Chaz makes a bunch of cloud puns while putting together his XYZ dragon cannon, which doesn't make him special. I can do that too, see?
Yeah, see, you're not so special.
He also has his VW Tiger catapult out too. I can't make that one. I don't have a figure for it.
Oh, come on, man.
I just hope he doesn't combine them all together. I can only be outflexed so much here, Chaz. Anyway, he ends up really doing some damage to Adrian right away, bringing him down to 1200 life points. And then he fuses his monsters into VWXYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon. You know what? I give up. I'm done. I'm out. See ya. In a little bit of downtime from talking about the show, I do just want to say thank you so much for watching this video in general. It does mean a lot to me, and I appreciate all that support by just watching the content. I have just launched a Patreon if you're looking to support the channel any further than just watching the content, which is not necessary ever, but of course is greatly appreciated as it helps support the content and the bigger projects that I want to do, and have amazing people help produce the videos with me. As you can tell, sometimes I go a little overboard on the lengths of videos, and I'm sorry about that. So big projects like this do take a toll on my time, and of course the time from anyone else helping produce the videos with me. But like I said, I just launched the Patreon, and I want to make sure that this is 100% understood and made clear that this is only an optional thing that you can choose to support. It is not necessary. None of my regular videos will ever be locked behind it. There is no paywall to access any of these videos, but anything that goes to that Patreon will end up going back into the channel 100%. So any support that way is greatly appreciated, but also just watching the videos is enough support and is greatly appreciated as well. If you're interested, you can go take a look, see what the perks are and what upcoming stuff you should expect on the Patreon. Aside from having your name appearing in the videos, there's going to be stuff that can lead to you directly being involved in helping me decide what certain videos I start working on first, and having input on all those ideas, as well as behind the scenes content, and even smaller pieces of content where I may just be talking about a movie I saw or a video game that I just played. Heck, even a manga I just read. And I do have plans for other things that I'm going to be doing in 2026 that will also be involved and tied into the Patreon for extra exclusives over there as well. But again, none of my videos, none of my regular content whatsoever will be behind a paywall ever. Watching the video is always support enough, and it means the world to me that you even do that. So if you would like to become a patron of mine, you could be among some of the first to do it. I'll definitely be doing some cool stuff over there, and I can't wait to keep working on some really awesome projects that I'll be doing in 2026 and beyond. So thanks so much for listening. Check it out if you're interested. If not, enjoy the rest of the video. I'll see you in a little bit. With the duel continuing on, Chaz, despite being in the lead here, is a bit worried over the fact that Adrian doesn't seem worried at all. As they go back and forth, the cloud puns continue to fly left and right, with my favorite being when Chaz calls Adrian's Cloudy and Nimbus man a big cumulo nincompoop.
You big cumulo nincompoop!
Absolute cinema. The longer the duel goes on, the more Chaz gets angry, saying that Adrian had everything handed to him in life for it to all be cushy and easy, while Chaz says he worked his butt off to earn things, and more specifically, earned his deck that he plays with now. Yeah, sure, you did have that arc and have adapted, for the most part, to the concept of earning things yourself, but let's not push it here, buddy. You're still rich and still spoiled and have had a big help up in life. Adrian quickly turns the tides, or to be more on brand, the direction of the wind, to bring Chaz's life points down significantly, being able to get rid of his Megazord, but it's okay, Chaz is able to bring it right back. Much like how Viper is siphoning energy, Adrian here is siphoning Chaz's life points thanks to his cloud-based strategies. Once again, he has now gotten through all of Chaz's tactics, taken out Voltron, and has left Chaz with a lower amount of life points than him. On top of that, Adrian has him backed into a corner of being on the verge of losing, with Chaz calling him an Al Roker wannabe, and saying that he's been through much worse situations in his life as he flashes back to what he went through in Season 1, as he exclaims that he has now proven himself to be incredible on his own merits, earning his own deck, and then for some reason, just kind of goes off on Adrian with all of this misplaced bad energy for what seems like no particular reason. He also then claims some stolen valor here, saying that he single-handedly took down the Shadow Riders and the Society of Light on his own, both of which are wildly untrue. The person who technically did that is right down there. That's Jaden. Jaden meet Aiden, Aiden meet Chaz, Chaz meet Jaden, Jordan meet Jordan. I'm just as confused as you are. Chaz then sacrifices his life points all the way down to 400 in order to get out all of his Ojamas onto the field, then using Ojama Delta Thunder to have them hit Adrian with 500 points of damage per monster in his hand and side of the field directly to his life points, leaving Adrian with 700 life points left. To activate more effects the card has, he sends Ojama Delta Hurricane to the graveyard in order to destroy all of the cards on Adrian's side of the field, making this a really big comeback for the Chaz. What? He said to call him the Chaz. Don't be mad at me. Adrian finally takes a moment to call out Chaz, saying that everything he's been accusing him of is just Chaz pointing at his own reflection in a mirror, as Adrian does know some information about the Princetons and their family businesses, telling Chaz that at least he had a family, saying Chaz doesn't know anything about hardships and that growing up he was lonely, cutting to a flashback of his where we see him as an orphan abandoned in the desert with only the clouds in the sky to look up to and daydream with. And okay, well that explains the cloud deck stuff itself. That's cool at least. And as Adrian was suffering trying to survive, randomly the insanely rich Gilbert Gecko ends up driving on by for whatever reason and rescuing Adrian, ending the backstory from there for now. Adrian then plays a strategy he was hoping that he wouldn't have to, putting everything on the line to make this next round the last for the duel by playing Wonder Cloud to remove all of his cards from play aside from drawing 3 to match the number of cards Chaz has in control on the field, banking on them being what he needs to win. Luckily for him, he just may have pulled what he needed, playing Big Summon Cloud, paying half his life points, bringing him down to 350 left, as he then discards the rest of his hand in order to special summon a Cloudian monster, bringing out the one he just sent to the graveyard, Cloudian Eye of the Typhoon, with 3,000 attack points. He goes in for an attack using the effect of his monster to force the Ojamas into an attack position in order for Chaz to lose some life points no matter what, thus defeating Chaz as he then falls into the waters below from the platforms that they were on. Adrian, appropriately for the situation, calls Chaz washed up, but in the end, they both end up passing out from the energy being drained from the duel, and Chaz just kind of starts casually sinking now. But it's okay, Jesse and Jaden run in to go help. But we do get to see the aftermath of the whole Duels for Jewels tournament, showing all of the students who participated now being passed out on the floor, as Viper reveals to all of us that this training wasn't as deadly as it could have been, despite, all of the passed out students, but I digress. Viper now is putting more effort into understanding just who Adrian Gecko truly is and what he's up to. But in the meantime, he gets alerted to Axel finding where the building was, allowing the door to appear and open for him so that he can personally confront him. Axel then questions him about everything going on and demands the truth, as Viper threatens to Axel that he should be careful as he doesn't want him to have the same fate his father had, claiming that his father was a good soldier as well until he forgot his place, teasing us that Viper had something to do with whatever bad happened to Axel's father. Axel, understandably upset at the insinuations just made, tries to go in and fight Viper, but with Viper throwing out a fake punch in order for Axel to fall back a step, Axel ends up over top a trap door that causes him to fall into it, as he is now held there with Viper wishing him a nice stay. And hey Viper, congratulations, you've now entered into the kidnapping and holding prisoner business, so if all that energy draining business wasn't enough, at least you're diversifying your evilness and the charges that you'll have when you'll be caught. To end things off for this episode, however, the teachers are all back to discussing what is going on, and once Bonaparte sees that Marcel is now hurt and passed out and calls out his name in a worried fashion, him and Dr. Crowler go running to Shepard to try and put a stop to all of this, as they end up only finding a letter left for them in his office saying, due to an unexpected event, I have to leave. Good luck. Which now puts both of these two back in charge as co-chancellors that have to deal with this whole new crisis going on. Oh boy.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
As we continue seeing how things went from all of the energy being drained from so many students all at once, the school classes begin to get more empty, showing us one of the teachers trying to teach the students about the history of the Pharaoh Atem, but no one's in class. In fact, a large portion of students are resting up in sleeping bags in the gym due to the infirmary being too overcrowded for obvious reasons. We'll get back to that teacher and his Ferris Bueller references later for how he speaks like the teacher from that movie, but on top of all of this, Viper is nowhere to be found, leading Jaden and the others to question what is truly going on here. Adrian is still working on his side of things to uncover what Viper is up to, getting the layout of his facility on the island and learning that Axel may be working with Viper, but not understanding that the bond between those two isn't very good at the moment. Axel's still being held prisoner. We do find out that the basement level of this facility is a lot larger than the rest of the place, with the person on the submarine telling Adrian that the card Viper is hiding may be there. Jaden and the others want to speak with Shepard, but find out that he's now missing too, just like every other season apparently, causing Jesse to call out the vice chancellors to step up to the task of getting things done and overseeing the safety and care of the students properly. They kind of threw it on to the students to go and deal with because they seemed too scared to confront Viper about anything, even if he was around at that moment. Fonda, or Miss Fontaine if you will, comes rushing in to mention that Adrian is waking up and recovering from the duel that he just had, to which when we see him in bed around the others, we can tell he's playing this up as he was just out of bed and working on his investigation into Viper. He then fills them all in on what the biobands are really doing, claiming that the energy that gets drained from them all after the duel is being stored somewhere, with that of course being the secret lab that Viper has going on, as they know it as the old lab where they dealt with the monkey named Wheeler who was being experimented on in the first season, as Cyrus calls that out for being a weird episode. You gotta love it. Once they all leave and head for the lab, Adrian's plan kicks into gear as he jumps out of bed, fully dressed and ready to go, like this was Revenge of the Nerds, as he then gets all of his spy gadgets on to get to work. As the group approaches the old lab, Viper is alerted to this, allowing them to come inside and search around, while clearly having other plans for them once they are all in. They end up finding an elevator that takes them down into this massive biome underground that makes it look like they are in the jungle outside, or in that one episode of Teen Titans where they found under the ice a whole prehistoric ecosystem. At the same time, Adrian ends up sneaking into the facility undetected and cuts off the power for now. And now here's where things start to get weird again for the series, where we see that same eye keep showing up with the voice claiming that it knew Jaden would come to play with whoever this is again, seemingly speaking to Jaden directly now within his head, telling him, "Tag, you're it," while Hasselberry, Jim, and Alexis end up getting confronted by a tiger that just shows up out of nowhere. Jim has his crocodile Shirley get into a fight with the tiger as Hasselberry and Alexis make a break for it, only to end up separating further as Hasselberry pushes open a trap door that Alexis falls into. As for Jaden, before him appears the teacher we saw at the start of the episode, Professor Stein, which, like I said before, is a direct reference to the teacher from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, specifically in the ways of how he speaks just like him, with that teacher in the movie being played by the actor Ben Stein, who is known for his monotone voice, with the anyone line at the start literally being what he said in the movie. Professor Stein ends up blaming Jaden for the downfall of the school because of his slacker ways, and influencing the others to all be slackers rather than blaming the biobands for draining everyone's energy, so he backs Jaden into a corner and challenges him to a duel for him to be able to continue on to find where Viper is. For Alexis in her trapped situation, the area she's now stuck in begins to have water poured in, putting a greater sense of danger onto her predicament. Also, in Jaden's duel here, where Professor Stein is easily taking control of all of Jaden's monsters and bringing them to his side of the field, it takes Jaden way too long to realize that this teacher is working with Viper. Like, I don't know, man, what gave that away, huh? We end up getting into a flashback that shows how Viper ended up convincing Professor Stein to basically become a random extra bad guy here, mentioning the slacking students of the school are tarnishing Professor Stein's work, and beyond this, showing us that originally Professor Stein had these big dueling dreams only for his parents to pressure him into a career on the academic side of things, with Viper pointing the finger at Jaden for where things are at with the students of the school. When we cut back to the duel, Professor Stein goes off on Jaden for being the exact thing wrong with students these days, sleeping in classes, missing classes, not putting in real effort, and being lackadaisical to the fullest extent. It's so much that even Jaden has to be all like, whoa, just take it easy, man. But because Jaden is also somehow one of, if not the best duelist in the school, other students have begun to follow Jaden's tactics, missing classes, sleeping in class, yada yada, and Professor Stein fully blames Jaden for this. I do think there was an interesting conversation being had between these two characters based on Jaden just living life the way he always has, and was never trying to be a role model, while on the other side of this, Professor Stein says Jaden should be more aware of the position he is in, and the power he has with his influence. Then, as the history teacher he is, Professor Stein references what Bandit Bakura said to King Atem in the city of Kolelna, which is, "Your reign is over." And I personally love the references and connections to actual events that have taken place in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, especially when they come from outside of the series we are currently watching. While Jaden gets under the professor's skin, mentioning the sore subject of why he never made it as a duelist like he wanted to, the duel is interrupted for a moment by a hologram version of Viper, telling Jaden that the only way to save Alexis here is to go ahead and lose the duel. For every life point that Professor Stein loses, the water level rises in the trap in the ground that she got stuck in. Professor Stein does take a moment to tell Viper that doing this is going too far, especially because Alexis is his favorite student, or should I say was. He did already make mention of her earlier being the last person who he believes was infected with Jaden's slacker tendencies, which already hurt him greatly, but he then gets shown that Alexis was skipping class for the random reason reasons of going shopping with her friends, as she also mentions that she thinks Professor Stein is kind of dull, which then hurts him to hear this. So of course that now means he's fine with the stakes being like this. Viper wants Jaden to get more angry and to become more heated as the situation gets harder to handle, which will lead to more energy being used from him that will all go to Viper's benefit. In the meantime of all this, Jesse and Cyrus are dealing with the shut-off power problem, as Jesse mentions that this is Cyrus's moment to come in clutch as the hero he has always wanted to be. So that's nice that he's being pushed to help in a tough situation by his own words and wants that Jesse did take notice of. Only we don't get to see or know what Cyrus can do, maybe at least not yet. I think this was Jesse just trying to calm Cyrus down while he is still trying to just handle things. We also see that Jim and Hasselberry end up finding the place where Alexis is trapped, thanks to Shirley sniffing it out, leading them to look for and find the water source that is causing the rising water for Alexis's situation, with Jim then riding on Shirley through the submerged waterways to directly get to Alexis, breaking her out of there so Jaden doesn't have to worry about holding back anymore and can try and win the duel. Viper just watches all of this happen and literally just says that he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids, but come on, man. If you're going to do a Scooby-Doo reference, do it right, please. At least say something like, "and their nosy crocodile" at the end or whatever. Anyway, as for the rest of the duel, Professor Stein can't really get over his past, which is cliche enough to fit for any villain's origin story, as only he knows the true hard work he put in and how he has suffered so much. It's about how he lost everything that made him feel special and what he feels he lost. He's also connected to this one card that he has always used called Scar Knight, as we get to see that there is an actual bonding of this creature and the professor, showing us that Scar Knight is a dual monster spirit for him, just like how Winged Karibo is for Jaden. I think this is what Yu-Gi-Oh! GX does so well for the characters we meet, whether they are good or bad or have a small or large part to play in the series. We get moments like this that dive deeper into why their character is the way they are. We get to truly understand them. Yes, sometimes this is done through the over-the-top exposition dumping that Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be known for, but it also does so in subtle ways, where it may only mention some stuff on a surface level or heck, only give you some visuals to go off of that lead to the understanding of so much more about whoever we are focusing on, like Professor Stein here. As Professor Stein ends up mentioning more Millennium World lore, bringing up what Akhenaten said to King Atem about those sitting the highest having the furthest to fall, something ends up happening as his Scar Knight card falls to the ground, but when he picks it up, the bioband ends up glowing, causing him to pass out and fall head first into the giant chasm in the ground that they were just dueling over. Before Jaden could really do anything, he ends up passing out too, only he was brought into a shadowy realm where the eye creature is speaking directly to him again, saying, "Jaden, I've missed you so much, but soon you'll be all mine." As the episode ends directly after, leaving you with the duel abruptly ending, the teacher possibly dead, I guess, and the mystery of this weird eye creature who knows Jaden really well, with that becoming a scarier issue that I'm sure we'll eventually deal with. As we get back into it, Hasselberry's Dino DNA side of himself kicks in, as does Shirley's animal instincts, causing them to both hurt themselves in confusion from something triggering these states to come about. Seriously, there never is a dull moment on this show. Like, they just rescued Alexis, and now some other crap is happening. This little moment just has Hasselberry thinking that it means Jaden's possibly in trouble. Meanwhile, Adrian is still continuing to infiltrate Viper's lab, while Axel is trying to figure out a way of the trap hole that he's been in for a while. For Viper, his energy collecting goals are nearly complete, but more importantly, at least for me and my weird brain, we are technically entering into a new arc of the season, which does feel weird because we're in the middle of a lot going on at the moment, but whatever. From now until it's not there anymore, these episodes are under the name of The Quest for the Rainbow Dragon. So I guess everyone will be looking for the Rainbow Dragon. And I'm sure this will be something very hard to do and will take quite a long time. Found it. Back at school, the faculty are doing what they can to deal with the students being wiped of energy epidemic that is going on, as Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte have some secret orders given to them from Shepard, allegedly, as they need to track down Viper. As for continuing what happened to Jaden, we find him still talking to the weird eyeball monster who claims that they always were the closest of friends, and while Jaden may not remember them, they surely remember him very well. Jesse ends up being able to wake Jaden up out of the freaky situation he was in, as Jaden knows that he needs to stop Viper, claiming he's the one that Viper wants, as they then get distracted at someone or something being nearby, as Jesse then snaps out of his more chill demeanor and into one that's way more serious, claiming that whatever is near them is someone he's been looking for a long time. He claims that it's someone he met years ago, giving us a flashback to when Jesse saw the dual spirit of the card Jerry Beans Man, and following it to find a duelist passed out on the ground, who then explains to Jesse that some duelist named Trapper took this kid's best card, which was Jerry Beans Feelings Man, a card given to this kid from his father, just, to make things more sad for what's going on here. But this duelist named Trapper uses a deck full of cards that he has stolen from others, like this kid. We do get this touching moment to see that Jesse is this kind and caring person who wants to help this kid, making sure he's okay and promising to find this duelist, to get the card back for him and make sure that Trapper never does this again. However, up until right now, Jesse hadn't been able to track him down. So if this does turn out to be him, hey, that's convenient. Some of Jesse's crystal beasts come out in spirit form, but to their surprise, Trapper, who was there and waiting for an opportunity to steal more, is able to capture and contain one of Jesse's dual spirits, that being crystal beast Sapphire Pegasus. As he then starts riding off on his motorcycle with it, like, who does he think he is? A character in the 5Ds anime? Geez, let me get through GX first before we start talking about 5Ds, okay? Jesse ends up running after him because of the random chance opportunity that he's getting here, and for the fact that his Sapphire Pegasus was just stolen, as Jaden doesn't have the strength to even stand up, causing him to just pass out again. When Jesse corners Trapper, they of course get into a duel, but the stakes needed to be high for Trapper to even entertain the idea. So now if Jesse wins, he gets his Sapphire Pegasus back, but if Trapper wins, well, then he gets the rest of the crystal beasts from Jesse. Neither of them feel too worried about this, as they are both confident in their individual skills, as the duel then gets pretty heated from the get-go. Trapper's dueling style and tactics end up relating to him capturing and taking creatures from others, and outside of just this, Trapper explains what's going on with the whole pod setup for the dual spirits that he does capture, saying that they are basically able to siphon the energy from the dual spirits specifically, torturing them or even full-on sacrificing them to feed energy back into his own deck, causing Jesse to get even more mad and worried based on his Sapphire Pegasus already looking pretty bad in the pod he's in. Either way, Trapper's plan is to get all of the crystal beasts, forcing Jesse to either use them to try and rescue Sapphire Pegasus so he can then capture them, or lose in other ways so he can still get them in the end. Jesse ends up sending out Amber Mammoth, complete with the whole Arnold voice and all. But this just plays more into Trapper's capturing methods. Jesse's luck in the duel isn't that great so far. Trapper seems to continuously get the upper hand, but at one point, the two of them get to discussing the Rainbow Dragon, where Jesse makes it clear that the card itself doesn't technically exist yet, while Trapper tells him, while that may be true, the spirit of the Rainbow Dragon does, and oh boy, does he want to capture it. It's his obsession, actually. He knows where the tablet of the Rainbow Dragon is actually located. Trapper continues to explain that whoever controls the Rainbow Dragon controls the most powerful force on Earth. Until the show needs to bring in another creature that technically is the most powerful force on Earth, and then so on and so forth. And first it was Exodia, and then there was some god cards, and then the Sacred Beasts, can't forget those. And then what happened next? There was some light, some space light, and now the new most powerful force in the universe, or Earth, or whatever, this dimension, is the Rainbow Dragon. Sure, alright. While Jesse is only getting angrier from this conversation in Duel, Viper grows more pleased based on the energy he is collecting from having Trapper deal with Jesse. Jesse thinks to himself that it's his responsibility to protect the crystal beasts, knowing that it was them that all chose him for a reason, giving us a flashback that continues on from when we saw Jesse dueling in front of Pegasus, where the cards themselves were starting to activate, as we see Jesse now with Pegasus standing in front of all of the cards, where Pegasus believes that Jesse is the only one able to awaken them, being then proven right as all of them break out of their seals, with Pegasus then telling him that with great cards comes greater responsibility. And I guess maybe Jesse is practically a superhero, who knows, he's getting the superhero talk. But the dual spirits of the cards come out and bond with Jesse from there, thus, this continues to fuel him for the duel and making sure that Trapper doesn't get his hands on all of them. Jesse uses the special abilities of his crystal beasts along with some supporting spell and trap cards to do what he can to stop Trapper's strategies. Jesse gets pretty confident here, putting Trapper seemingly in a bad spot. I say seemingly because Jesse claims that not even Trapper's face down trap card can help him. But from the camera angle, we can clearly see that it's a spell card, regardless of how shocked Trapper looks from him saying that. While the duel is still going on and Trapper is planning something nefarious, we see Alexis, Jim, Hasselberry, and Cyrus trying to put all of the pieces together to figure out what's really going on here and what they should do about it to stop Viper.
What do we do about it?
Knowing they must find wherever Jaden is first. And it's kind of funny that sometimes all of the side characters, when they're kind of separated from the main stuff that's going on, are just kind of allocated to questioning what's going on and not fully understanding what's happening. happening, up until the point of the individual then being used for something or having a necessary part to play. For Adrian, he's still doing his Mission Impossible stuff throughout the ventilation systems of Viper's laboratory, slowly but steadily making his way closer to Viper. Jaden ends up becoming conscious again, using what little energy he does have to follow along the path that Jesse took to chase down Trapper, as Viper laughs to himself in enjoyment for how near to completion his work is. Back in the duel, Trapper ends up playing Jerry Beans Man to bring up some emotions regarding the kid who he stole this card from, and Jesse's promise to track Trapper down and get that card back for him. In a desperate and downright pathetic move, Trapper threatens Jesse to call off the attack, or else the Jerry Beans Man card gets it, and by it, I mean will be ripped in half as we see the little fella hanging around as a duel spirit. You know, that's just cruel, man. Look at him. Help him. Trapper made it clear that his options were to either choose between Jerry Beans Man or his Sapphire Pegasus, or, you know, simply back down for now and do nothing, which is what he chooses to do, as he needs to come up with a plan here. Thanks to this, Trapper is able to get the upper hand again, inflicting more damage to Jesse's life points, literally then whipping him all the way down to only 600 left, as Trapper then pulls out the options again that Jesse has for his turn, wondering if he'll choose to save the Sapphire Pegasus, a Crystal Beast card that he is supposed to protect, or save the Jerry Beans Man, a card that he promised to get back for a kid that has some sentimental value in a connective dual spirit who is just right over there watching in terror. We then get a bit of the backstory of Trapper and his reasons for being who he is today, talking about having his own dual spirit or spirits that he was connected to very deeply, but times have changed for him, and now he only sees them as things to hunt down or capture. Jaden makes his way to where the duel is happening and is able to see Jesse taking on Trapper, with Jesse then telling Trapper that the bond he once had with his spirits is still there, but this isn't going to be solved that easily right now, with Trapper not budging on anything being said, and Jesse prepared to do whatever it takes to save all of the spirits from Trapper. Jaden tries to figure out what he can do to help in this situation, finding a ladder outside of the room the duel is in, and heads up it, while Trapper makes the decision for Jesse, saying he'll just get rid of both, going into first rip the Jerry Beans Man, who, by the way, cries out in pain and terror from this. It's genuinely disturbing, like, poor Jerry Beans Man. He didn't deserve this. Look at the little guy. Help him. As Jesse worries about failing to save the card along with the spirit, Jaden comes Tarzan swinging down from the rafters above, saving the Jerry Beans Man card from the clutches of Trapper, as he points to Jesse to continue on the duel, only having to worry about saving his Sapphire Pegasus now. And side note, I love that when Jaden does this little pose here to point at Jesse, the Jerry Beans Man kind of mimics Jaden with the stance, and I just love it. Jesse ends up then pulling the card for his Sapphire Pegasus, prepping this big grand return for his creature and hoping that it will work in setting him free, but then nothing happens, causing Trapper to laugh at how dumbfounded Jesse and Jaden are. Trapper claims that it doesn't matter if Jesse has the card, Sapphire Pegasus is still stuck in the pod and can't escape. But Jesse believes that somehow Sapphire Pegasus can break through it, just like the barriers around the cards broke away when Jesse first met them. And you know what? Jesse was right, as Sapphire Pegasus wasted no time in breaking free thanks to his card being played. That was kinda easy. Thus causing Trapper to be confused as to how that was even possible. To make matters worse for Trapper, Jesse uses Take Flight to get the rest of the Crystal Beasts all back into his hand as he plays Gem Burst, removing G-Force, E-Force, and M-Force from play to allow him to summon all of the Crystal Beasts that are in his hand to the spell and trap card zones in their gem forms. That would now allow them each to inflict 500 points of damage to Trapper's life points, instantly winning Jesse the duel. As Trapper is knocked down onto the floor, he admits to Jesse that he did have this tight bond with his monsters and their spirits, but one day that was taken away from him, leading him to want to try and trap other duel spirits every time he duels to fill in that void. And eventually he met Viper, who promised Trapper the spirit of the Rainbow Dragon in exchange for working with him. But before more information could be given, the biobands activate, with Trapper exclaiming he's sorry before the spirits he's trapped in the past come to haunt him, having him be engulfed in light and then disappear into a shadowy realm. Could it be the Shadow Realm? It probably. I don't know. It just kind of sort of happened really quickly. Like blink and oh, he's gone. While Jesse is weakened from the bioband's effects, he's still able to keep going forward, with Jaden and him wanting to go and find the others and track down Viper to stop all of this madness. As Viper watches this, he claims that they are no longer needed because he has all of the energy that he needs. But when he looks back to his glorified lava lamp of energy over there, he's taken aback when realizing that even more energy is required than he originally thought, saying all he needs now is one last duel, specifically one last duel against Jaden.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
Focusing on Axel for a moment, we see how he is able to finally escape from his trap, literally taking the floor out brick by brick to expose the giant open forest terrain underneath that all of the others are in, rappelling himself down. But I love that when he gets a bit tangled and halts, he asks for it to cut him some slack, which is the joke directly catered for the rock climbing audience. You know who you are. For Jaden, we do get this nice moment of growth for him that starts building the foundation of what we should expect for him going forward for this season and the final season. Here, Jesse brings up how the others in the group all follow him as if they are drawn to him, following his lead, learning from how he navigates challenges, which has Jaden thinking more about how he does have an influence on the others around him, whether it be Cyrus, Hasselberry, Blair, whoever. And it's cool to see him start to reflect on that and not just be oblivious to how others perceive him as someone to look up to or learn from. Like, sure, it's not his fault if everyone just starts copying whatever he's doing, but it's good to be responsible when you do have an influence, regardless if you're trying to purposely put what you're doing out there or if people are just learning by example of what you're doing. Speaking of all of Jaden's friends though, they end up finding Jaden and Jesse, and we get more of Cyrus breaking the fourth wall by mentioning that he carried around this water for like 3 episodes, all for Jaden not to be thirsty and not drink it. And you just gotta love Cyrus sometimes, I mean, come on. With them all making their way to Viper, he is expecting them, wanting them to come after him so he can personally take the energy needed from Jaden to collect enough. But he is surprised by a visitor who snuck in, that of course being Adrian, who confronts Viper about having a specific card with him down here in the laboratory that Adrian is not leaving without, regardless if Viper continues to deny that he has this card Adrian's looking for. After we get some more teasing of that eyeball monster, Adrian springs into action, all of his explosives rigged together with some cards themselves that end up locking and trapping everyone in and underneath the facility, with the quarantine function starting up that could eliminate anyone stuck inside. Adrian wants a full-on crack at Viper, so to get things ready for what you'd assume would be a duel, they each just start taking their shirts off to flex how muscular they are at one another. Then they just start legitimately fighting one another and tossing each other around the room. And I'm not gonna lie, it was the last thing I was expecting from their encounter. Every conflict in Yu-Gi-Oh! Outside of like Season 0 is resolved with playing a card game, so it subverts your expectations here. Just, you know, not like how Star Wars The Last Jedi tried to do that. Wow, was that a Last Jedi joke in the Big 25? Yeah, it was. I'm sorry. Not really. Axel ends up joining the others who are trying to get out of the facility before they are locked in and terminated, helping them continue their escape as Axel and Jaden have a nice guy standoff about who is helping who, but Axel ends up being the one to stay behind when he can't hold the door from closing anymore, but making sure that Jaden and the others are through, and claiming that he'll be right behind them as if he'll be okay from this. Adrian and Viper's fight continues to get more and more ridiculous as the energy from the pod starts boosting up Viper, changing parts of him while the force of the power holds Adrian against the wall. Viper explains that it's not just the card that Adrian's after, it's the power it holds, regardless if he knows that or not. Viper heads out to go and duel Jaden, while he tells Adrian that his weird eyeball friend will be keeping an eye on him once Viper leaves. And hey, you know, I like a good pun like that. Plus 1 point to Viper. Jaden and the others then see Viper going up an elevator to somewhere, baiting them all to follow as we see this mysterious orange figure that looks like a kid making appearances around Viper before cutting back to the pod itself, where the eyeball appears to Adrian, telling him that it's glad he's here to play, claiming that they'll be best friends, and bringing him into the shadows and offering to play some games. It starts to claim that it won't harm Adrian, and also that they've known each other forever, which naturally confuses Adrian even more as to what the heck is even happening. It claims to be able to read minds, showcasing that it does know Adrian very well, bringing up his childhood, saying that he just wanted to be seen, be loved, but then switches to saying we, including itself into the memories before diving deeper into them to give us a flashback, where Adrian, right after being adopted by the very wealthy Gecko family, who, as a reminder, found him in the desert they were randomly driving their luxury car through, gets introduced to a girl named Echo, who he is told will be his new friend. Adrian at this point thought he finally had it all, a family that loved him, a place to live, and a new friend. As he would grow up here, he would start putting his all into the things that he believed would live up to what his parents would want to see from him and continue on the legacy of the family name Gecko. But this would never be enough for him to be seen as their real son, especially when they would get pregnant with a child of their own, with the father claiming that this will finally be his real son. The creature speaking to him continues to play therapist here, but also starts gaslighting his biggest insecurities about only living to be the best to win his father's approval, which it makes it seems like that will never happen. As for Jaden and the others, they catch up to Viper, who then opens up the building and raises up the platform that they're all on to bring them up above the ground and way up into the air outside, with the the only way out of this being a duel between Jaden and him. This is exactly what Viper wanted though, getting Jaden to really exert that energy with the rage inside of him to accomplish his mission here. The duel starts off not too exciting, but of course, Viper's deck is filled with snake monsters and snake-related cards, and you just gotta love Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. They always know how to really theme a character, huh? Anyway, Viper gets things going to put Jaden in a bad spot as early as he can, but will this push Jaden in the right ways for Viper to get what he wants out of this? Who knows? That's how the episode ends, but good news, we will know shortly, and specifically how shortly you may ask. Well, right now, of course, you're watching a multi-hour long video on Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. You don't need to worry about cliffhangers. The weird eye creature continues its conversation with Adrian, trying to push him into doing something, forcing him to watch the duel between Viper and Jaden, as it asks him about wanting to see Jaden pay for what he did, whatever that means, telling Adrian that he knows what to do, and afterwards, he will get his reward. Again, whatever that means. I feel like I just keep joining a conversation that has happened mostly without me. For the duel, Jaden ends up bringing out a new Elemental Hero monster that is the fusion of Elemental Hero Sparkman and Elemental Hero Blade Edge, that being Elemental Hero Plasma Vice. And you know it's a new, big, and exciting monster because everyone reacts to it by dropping their jaws and saying stuff like, wow, that must be the new recruit. Woohoo, go Jaden, and they all get hyped. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be cheesy and predictable sometimes, but it's a nice comfort and it's allowed to be like this, okay? I won't hear anything else about that. Sorry, not sorry. As Viper continues on his venomous path of snake creatures, he ends up bringing out Venomenon, the king of poisonous snakes, a monster that has no attack points but holds some real power under its sleeve, or fang, or whatever it's got going on here. So Jesse, thanks to the help of his Crystal Beast Ruby Carbuncle spirit, tries learning more about the creature or just kind of what's going on with Viper here in general, but it's all good. Viper does some of the work here and starts explaining anyway, mentioning that for every serpent in the grave, he gets 500 attack points, bringing him up to 1500, which makes him strong enough to defeat Elemental Hero Plasma Vice, who was severely weakened in attack points thanks to his other snake monsters and tactics. Jesse interrupts things after Viper's turn, claiming that thanks to Ruby Carbuncle, he can see something is up with Viper, something different, claiming to want to know the truth about who he's working with or for, with Viper giving in to this request, showing his newly mutated hand before going into a flashback. Yes, this wouldn't be a true Yu-Gi-Oh! Series without a proper flashback sequence nearly every episode, or heck, multiple ones in an episode. Here we see him on a helicopter a few years back, where he was the leader of an elite special forces team being sent out to investigate and clean up something that had crash landed on Earth, mentioning that they weren't told too much about what the object or thing was, and to not ask questions, just go and do your job. But his helicopter was hit and pulled down by something, crashing it and leaving everyone else inside too injured to move, as he was okay enough to explore the area, with him not wanting to fail a mission for the first time in his elite special forces career. When he arrived at the location of the mysterious object, what he found was more confusing to him than anything he's ever seen before, as he found what looked like a charred hand of something that was now crawling towards him and somehow speaking to him, knowing his name was Viper and asking for help to be saved, and in return, it will give Viper anything he wanted. And yeah, it mentions it can be anything, even the one he misses, that being his son Pierce, who then appears behind him in an orange glowing state, similar to the color of the energy in the pod. This is the same person we got a quick look at before when Viper was going up the elevator, and after this big reveal, we get another flashback from when Viper originally found Pierce, showing that during some operation that he was on in a war-torn city filled with rubble everywhere, a baby was left alone. But in this distraction of going and saving the baby, the rest of his team were captured and held hostage. Did they die? If we don't know, I would say that's a mission failed. So for him saying, oh, I don't want to not finish a mission for the first time ever, is kind of a lie. So again, did they die? We don't know. But based on how Viper at this point promises to always protect and care for this baby, we can assume there is some guilt there, potentially for the rest of his squad being killed, or I mean taken captive, right. But whatever, he's a dad now, I guess. And we get to see that as the kid was now growing up, that Viper seemed to be a pretty decent dad, being invested in Pierce's interests, like when he wants to play duel monsters, and Viper seems excited to do so with him when he gets back from work. Side note, why does Pierce look like an early concept design for the main protagonist of the Yu-Gi-Oh! 7 series, Yuga? I don't know, just saying. All we then see are the cards blow out of Pierce's hands, as Viper explains that things changed quick. Pierce got very sick and ended up passing away, which is very sad and completely awful to hear, but that's not what really happened, no. The real story from the Japanese version of the episode continues from when the cards are blown away from Pierce's hand and into the street, causing him to jump out in the road after them, only to then be hit by a truck and, you know, die. Yeah, and neither option here is happy. It's like a Goosebumps book. But you can easily see why Viper would jump at the opportunity to get his son back, back, and this mysterious entity would have Viper doing his bidding. While they can't break through to Viper about the choices he's made here, Hasselberry and Cyrus try to come up with a plan to help out, but the eye creature watching catches them and tells them that there is no cheating, as it holds all of them back, making sure they are stuck on this platform surrounded by snakes, vines, and I guess tentacle things. Who's really to say? Not me, I'm not an expert, I'm just a YouTuber. As the eye creature seems to fully be growing more powerful than ever, it wants Viper to make sure that Jaden pays for what he did to it. To what it is, we don't know yet. The eyeball thing seems to know everyone and also has this personal grudge towards Jaden the most. As the duel continues back and forth, Jaden ends up bringing out a new elemental hero again, this time having elemental hero Neos combined with Neospatian Marine Dolphin to create elemental hero Marine Neos, causing the same reactions from others watching the duel. Wow, you go Jaden, that's awesome. While its special ability lets him destroy a monster in Viper's hand, it ends up being another snake, so with that in the graveyard, it only makes Viper's Phenomenon, the king of poisonous snakes, more powerful, as it now sits at 2500 attack points, only being 300 attack points away from matching elemental hero Marine Neos's. Jaden then has him go in for an attack to take him out, to which it does, and Viper takes a bit of life point damage and things seem to be okay, but by Viper sacrificing another snake monster from his deck to the graveyard, Phenomenon comes back with 2000 attack points, ready to power it up by having more snake monsters in his graveyard and more use of his attack draining powers thanks to Viper's Venom Swamp. Plus, now, thanks to Viper using Venom Shot, more Venom counters are placed on Marine Neos, draining his attack all the way down to 1300, while Phenomenon continues to get more powered up, having 2500 attack points once more, being able to then defeat Marine Neos, leaving Jaden with 1200 life points left. For Adrian, he's just kind of confused with any of this having to do with the card he's after, and he alludes in his own head to the submarine that's offshore being filled with backup waiting for orders to be given to come help, showing an old friend of his leading the charge. As we come to a close on the second part of what is actually a 3-part series of episodes, Viper alludes to someone very eager to see Jaden after the duel is over, and Viper's mission is complete, as Jaden contemplates who Viper could be talking about, as we then hear the mysterious eye creature explain that Jaden is going to pay for what he did, the scarring that he has left this creature with, as it claims his suffering has only just begun. Wow, lots of mystery and tension going on here, right? You know what, I think I need a quick pick-me-up to keep going. All this Yu-Gi-Oh talk has me so thirsty. If only there was a YouTuber with a 10% off code to gamer subs around here or something. But you know, where am I gonna find one of those? Oh, wait. I am one of those. That's right, you already know the deal. Using my code FRINGE, on GamerSupps gets you 10% off your order every time you order. How do you think I have all the energy to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh for this many hours, huh? Well, the answer is GamerSupps. By using my code FRINGE, not only do you save some money, you're also directly supporting this channel. So a big thank you to everyone who does use my code FRINGE. You're awesome. I'm gonna drink some of this now and get back to yapping for way too long. I think I'm gonna need this. As the duel continues, things don't go so well for Jaden, being put into a bit of a pickle with how to get around Viper's slithery tactics. Jaden doesn't let any of this get to him though. His friends have his back and believe in him, and he believes in his deck and his own abilities to overcome any obstacle in his way. He ends up bringing out elemental hero Wild Edge, which has 2600 attack points, making him slightly stronger than Phenomenon. Just when Jaden thinks he has a planned loop by using Wild Edge's special ability to constantly attack Phenomenon every time it were to come back, Viper had a different strategy ready, letting Phenomenon just be destroyed once, and then playing the trap card Rise of the Sacred Deity, which allows him to now special summon Phenomenaga, the deity of poisonous snakes, his most powerful creature. Just like Phenomenon's ability, Phenomenaga gets 500 attack points per serpent in the graveyard, bringing her up to an even more powerful 3000 attack points, which yes, makes her stronger than Jaden's Wild Edge. After the swamp's effects drain some attack points from Wild Edge, Phenomenaga attacks, leaving Jaden with just 300 life points left. And to make things worse, there was a secret special ability that somehow this creature can directly affect Jaden, as the monster then pierces right through him, causing Jaden to feel disoriented as he has now been poisoned, and apparently in 3 turns, the ability will be fully showcased, draining the rest of Jaden's life points, making Viper the victor of the duel. With the eye monster seemingly too distracted on the duel to worry about Adrian, he takes a moment to push through the force holding him in place to activate another card explosive he set up that short circuits the electricity electricity, turning off more power throughout the facility as he then makes a break for it. And even if we just saw the TV screens that this creature is watching on turn off, somehow there are still screens there that are on because the eye monster is clearly watching Adrian on some of them as he makes his way through the darkness of the halls in the facility. And the eye monster isn't playing around anymore either, making vague threats of playtime getting more serious now. Jaden uses what strength he has left to bring out another new elemental hero, and like, that's 3 new heroes over the course of these 3 episodes. Like, holy moly, we're being spoiled here. But anyway, he fuses Sparkman and Necroshade to create elemental hero Darkbright, with Viper just being happy that Jaden is using more energy in general. But that smile on his face is quickly wiped away when Jaden uses a spell card called Necroshot, which allows him to remove 3 cards from play from Viper's graveyard, choosing 3 serpents to weaken Venamanaga down to 1500 attack points, making her weaker than Darkbright's 2000 attack points. Jaden uses its ability afterward to switch Darkbright into defense mode, and Viper shows off the same abilities for his snake creatures like we saw with Venamenon, being able to bring back Venamanaga, then using the spell card Snake Rain to get a bunch more snakes in his graveyard to power Venamanaga all the way back up to 3000 attack points. Now when she destroys Darkbright, his special ability activates, destroying her as well, or so Jaden thought, as this ability is stopped before it could work. Viper explains that effects from another creature don't work on Venamanaga, leaving Jaden in the worst possible position yet, regardless of the countdown of turns until he is forced to lose. Adrian ends up making his way deeper into the facility and finding the controls for the biobands, and as he goes in to try and shut them off, he is stopped by the eye monster who tries to guilt him and gaslight him into not doing so, saying that they are basically the same and how they both have been wronged and deserve better, asking Adrian to join them and help, and in exchange it'll share with him the power it possesses. Before making a decision on anything, Adrian's team awaiting his orders reach out asking for his coordinates, with him not responding to them either as the submarine emerges from the waters below with all of the men inside getting ready for a search and rescue mission to get Adrian out of there. Back to the duel, Viper then starts going off on Jaden for being selfish, which confuses him a bit as Viper explains that all Jaden does is duel for himself, to fulfill his selfish desire to be the best, to be number one, putting his own interests above others, only living for himself and not caring about anyone else, claiming that Jaden's self-centeredness has led to his own downfall and eventual defeat in this duel. And like, can we just, pump the brakes here for a second? That is textbook gaslighting, just wanting to get Jaden angrier and more emotional because Jaden is caring about his friends. And there's nothing wrong with having a dream of being great at playing a card game, and if anyone is selfish here, it's Viper, who is willing to risk the lives of every student at the school and possible worse consequences over the potential promise of getting his son back, who is one person brought back from the dead. Jaden's friends boost him up and tell him the opposite is true, with Jesse explaining that Jaden's the most selfless person that he knows, putting his life on the line for all of them. All of this encouragement from his friends, and this being down to the final turn, Jaden pulls off a string of moves that leads him to having a triple fusion between Elemental Hero Neos, Neospatian Flare Scarab, and Neospatian Grand Mole to create the 4th new Elemental Hero in 3 episodes, Elemental Hero Magma Neos, who has 3000 attack points, but thanks to its ability to gain 400 attack points for each card on the field, his attack points go up to 4600. Jaden goes in to attack, destroying Venamanaga and defeating Viper, who cries out for his son as their biobands light up, draining them both of energy, as the power of it is sent down the platform that they are on, which turns out to just be a giant conductor, to push that power into the pod, as I guess Adrian didn't shut things down. So that's suspicious. With the eye monster now claiming to have enough power to be reborn, but with Viper failing on his side of things to defeat Jaden and make him pay, the creature uses the energy to take over the vessel of what looks like a glowing version of Pierce, and combining its claw to it to go and do the job itself. What happens next is so messed up that I just wanted to pause and give us all a small moment to breathe, because the creature appears as Pierce in front of Viper, making him say, "Hey, it's me, your son," before then making him say, "Too bad you failed me," as the monster uses its claw to grab onto Viper's face as the strange power starts glowing around everyone. Not just Jaden and the others, but the school and everyone in it as well, as the creature says Jaden will now feel its full wrath, telling them all they are going on a little trip as the screen turns to white before revealing that Jaden and the others are now in the world of the future vision Jaden was shown from last season, with the school and the surrounding area completely covered in an endless desert of sand, and also no Viper to be seen. What a way to go out if that's the last we see of him. But from the context clues of the area, like seeing the 3 suns in the sky, this may just be a full-on different dimension, rather than some sort of apocalyptic disaster that has destroyed their real world. Maybe it's connected to the dimension Jaden and his friends went to in the first season because of the 3 suns thing, but regardless, a whole new mystery begins as things get a whole lot weirder.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Now things get pretty crazy for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, if they already haven't been pretty crazy in previous seasons. But now all of Duel Academy has been transported to another dimension. All of the characters take time to have their reaction to what is going on, with Jim putting together that this surely isn't their world, and I'm not talking about his crocodile. From them escaping from atop of the platform they were on, and not being crushed by it when it falls over, they end up also finding Axel, who is alive and somewhat well, so you know that's good. Hey, and Winged Kuriboh is here too, but you can't slightly see through him, so this must be him in the flesh and not just a dual spirit. And to confirm the monsters are real here, we see a random harpy lady swoop in and take Dr. Crowler and Bone apart, as the others besides just Jaden and Jesse can see the monsters. Jesse then gets the idea that if they are real, then they can summon their monsters and they'll be real too, and can help out here, as he has his Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus come out to defeat the harpy lady and save them. For now, as they head inside and into the school infirmary for safety and to recover a bit, Chaz finally returns to the show and gets freaked out having to deal with the Ojama trio, as they are all real now too. Jesse takes charge here though, making sure that everyone remembers to keep their head on a swivel, making the gym their base of operations while they split up to learn more about the world that they are in, so that they can find out any answers here. We then cut to the library where Adrian reveals that he did make a deal with the mysterious eye, as he places a Hey Arnold football head shaped pod containing the arm of the creature surrounded in liquid, as we see him confirming that he will get some of this creature's power in exchange for not stopping the energy flowing in from the biobands. Very ominously, the creature tells him that he will get what he deserves in due time. But the rule of thumb is that if some creepy entity that you can't confirm is good or bad, but you have a great suspicion that it could be evil, tries to make a deal with you, it most certainly will never turn out good. I thought this guy was supposed to be smart, because it seems he really worked out too much of his body rather than truly working out his brain. When in the gym, after a head count of the students, there are still missing students unaccounted for. To make matters worse, while yes, they do have some food and water thanks to the cafeteria, it's only enough for about a week to feed everyone accounted for now, meaning that they have a week to figure things out and get out of here before things get really bad.
Know what this place is, Outback?
Hey, only I can make the Outback jokes around here, bucko. Ain't that right, Wood?
If I was Kath and you were Kim, that's the way round it would be, by the way. And I don't even want to say why, but any Australian listening will know exactly what I mean by that.
Adrian ends up joining the others, showing that he's here as well and blending back into it for now. But he does tell everyone that someone is coming their way outside, as they rush out to see someone who clearly has been stranded here for a while, not doing too well, but is excited to see Duel Academy. But before they fully reveal who it is outside of the voice giving it away, he is attacked by the harpy lady from earlier, as Adrian jumps in to save him, with Jesse and Jim jumping into the action to fight the harpy lady off. The harpy lady, however, ends up showcasing that other things like spells and traps work in this world as well. And also, you know, she brought backup with her this time, showing off the harpy lady's sisters trio, with Cyber Shield equipped onto them so they can be stronger than and defeat Sapphire Pegasus. So to help, Jesse plays Crystal Beast Topaz Tiger to take out one of the sisters, making it then a 2v2 matchup, as Jesse realizes the biobands are still being activated, pulling in and eventually draining the person wearing its energy. Now, back in the infirmary, Jaden wakes up after feeling the strange presence of the eye monster as Jesse and Jim bring in a wounded Adrian and the long-awaited return of Bastion. Like, oh my god, it really felt like the show just got rid of him out of nowhere and then moved on. But the homie Bastion is back, and clearly they came up with an in-show reason for his absence. We flash back to the previous season where Bastion was so into Professor Eisenstein's work that he ended up working on a project with him sometime after that episode happened. This project explored the professor's unified duel theory, an idea based on the presumption that there exist 12 different dimensions, with one of them containing a world where dual spirits live. But when they were digging deeper into this, something went wrong, as Bastion claims they pierced an interdimensional vortex that triggered a great force of cosmic energy, where the lab was then engulfed in light and somehow transported Bastion to this desert landscape where he was now alone and had to figure out how to survive. And yeah, okay, nice job, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I do believe your reasonings for not having Bastion in the show for a while now. That still doesn't excuse how he was treated in the previous season, but you know, you get a pass for this season. You're welcome. Bastion warns Jaden and the others of the dangers that are out there with the duel monsters being real, as he seems completely terrified from all that he has seen and been through for however long he's been trapped here. We cut back to the real world here, where Shepard comes back to the island from whatever new secret trip that he was on, only to find the school completely missing, and instead in its place is a giant crater. Before having a proper second to figure out what to even do, the lady G from Adrian's submarine squad surprise attacks him, flipping him onto the ground as then Pegasus shows up out of nowhere as well, subduing the woman and saying that he got word from Kaibacorp about something going on with the school, and you know it's serious when Pegasus has to, once again, make a cameo appearance on the island. All of them are absolutely clueless as to what is really going on with the school and all of the missing students, but now they're on the case to start figuring that out from their side. Back in the other dimension, we see all of the different main and side characters worrying about what's going on, where they even are, and what they're gonna do about it.
What do we do about it?
And I just love that Jesse still finds time to ask the real questions, like asking Jim if carrying around Shirley on his back is heavy. And you know what? The average weight of a female Australian crocodile is about 330 pounds. And I know Jim's no weakling, but geez, I bet he moves around like Rock Lee when he drops the weights when Shirley isn't on his back. For Adrian, he ends up noticing that the claw is gone from the pot it was in, causing him to frantically go and look for it so he can still get what he wanted out of the deal with this creature. The creature, still using the orange glowing resemblance of Viper's dead son, is just skipping through the hallways of the school, looking for some dark presence or dark soul that it can sense and know that it will serve it well. At the same time, we see that Blair is with some of the other students, but most notably Marcel, aka Bonaparte's son, as Blair asks him to come with her into the halls for a moment, as the creature then follows them. Jaden ends up waking up as well, as he then wakes up Axel, thanking him for what he did back in the facility to help everyone safely get out of there, as Jaden feels that this was such a heroic deed, with Axel just saying, "You're welcome," and kind of playing it off and wanting to head back to bed, but a scream from the hallways gets them right out of bed and wanting to investigate what just happened. And can I just say that I think it's funny that between the shots of them running out of the room and then entering into the halls, Jaden goes from only having socks on to then having his sneakers all nice and laced up in the hallway. Like after they bolted up, did he take a moment and tell Axel, "Hey, one sec," so he can sing himself the loop-de-loop then pull "Now Your Shoes Are Looking Cool" song from SpongeBob before they resume their running out into the halls? Anyway, they end up running into Jesse and Jim, who heard the scream as well, as they then find Blair on the ground with a glowing scratch mark carved into her arm, as she says something took Marcel, and then used its claw hand to leave her with this marking. As everything is coming to a head and all the mysteries are only getting worse and freakier to handle, we do get a glimpse of the entity now having taken over Marcel's body, with Marcel's hand being replaced by the claw completely. It feels like we have finally reached a point in the season that has no slowdown or time to relax, just a constant beat-by-beat set of escalating conflicts and issues that give Jaden and the others a whole lot more to deal with than they could have ever imagined. We now follow Adrian for a moment as he ends up meeting with the entity that is now inside of Marcel, at first seeming mad and thinking that the deal they made was broken, but the entity promises that he'll still get all that power he wanted. He just has to continue to serve this creature and do its bidding. But who cares about all this? Pharaoh the cat is here, and he's in this other dimension as well, as we follow him waking up and seeing that food is being dispersed out to everyone, with the rations only being some bread and some water. Like, they are so limited on food that the Ojamas aren't able to eat unless Chaz shares with them, and poor Pharaoh isn't getting any rations. I'd starve if it meant the kitty gets to eat. In the infirmary, Jaden ends up talking with Bastion regarding Blair's condition, as she isn't doing good at all, and it seems that the only way to get her the help that she needs is to go back to their own dimension. But you know, that's just not an option at this exact moment. Also, we see you there, Adrian. Don't try and act like you've been in the bed this whole time. You already did this whole act earlier in the season. You're not slick. In fact, he's listening in because there may be some potential medical supplies on this stranded submarine that's out in the desert, aka Adrian's submarine, which was also transported here. Jaden and everyone else ask for the go-ahead on embarking on this dangerous mission in the efforts of getting whatever first aid could be on board. But Dr. Crowler, trying to be responsible here over the safety of his students, tries to deny them from doing this, but Jaden steps up, demanding to be given the green light to go and explaining how important this is, as Axel and Jim seem confident that nothing bad will befall any of them as long as they are there to help. Plus, Axel plans on reworking the students' PDAs into homing beacons to help guide them back to the school so they don't get lost out there. Then Bonaparte, in the middle of all this, comes running in crying over not being able to find Marcel, clearly unaware of what happened to him, but poorly tries to play off that he's totally not worried about him because he's his son or anything, and no one's really the wiser. But with all of the chaos going on, the sake of hurt and missing students as well as what could happen to all of the others if they don't start figuring some stuff out, Dr. Crowler allows the crew to go to the submarine and retrieve what they can. Jaden, Jesse, Jim, and Axel end up being the team to head out into the desert, while the others stay back at the school to protect it just in case, with Adrian magically all better and well enough to join the crew heading out to the submarine, as he insists on coming along. Adrian is only going though to cover his own tracks with information on his secret agent spy mission he's been on, and to do the entity's bidding a bit. From now on, for transparency, I'll refer to the creature or entity as just Marcel, and you better believe that he's keeping an eye on things, having his arm mutate mutate into a demonic flesh duel disc for him to summon monsters for Jaden and the others to deal with. Jesse ends up noting that by summoning and using their monsters in general, the bio band does end up draining energy from them, meaning they need to conserve their use of playing monsters, and only doing so if they absolutely need to. They then nearly all get attacked by the creature Sandstone, showing off that at any moment, monsters are lurking and ready to throw hands on sight. As they continue on, they eventually spot the submarine in the distance, with Jaden running towards it only to start falling into a pit that forms in the sand. Axel ties a rope around himself, handing it to Adrian to hold onto as he jumps in to rescue Jaden, catching up to him and grabbing his hand, but Adrian receives a special message in his mind from Marcel, telling him to let go of the rope and let him fall in, but before he does, Jim comes in to help grab it, saying to Adrian that he almost lost his grip, but kind of saying it in a suspicious way, as if he was onto something being off with Adrian, or in a way where Adrian may be perceiving it in a way where he thinks that Jim is onto him. Either way, you could definitely feel the tension here. But to cut that tension, a challenger that Marcel summoned has appeared from the sand, claiming to be the Rock Spirit, demanding a duel as Jesse steps up to face him while the others deal with Jaden and Axel's predicament. With Jesse not starting off the duel too well and taking some damage, Jim notes that if the monsters are real, then the life points must be as well. So now the duels are a lot more consequential when your literal life may be on the line. But once Jesse gets his game on, he ends up using the strength of his crystal beasts to best the Rock Spirit, defeating him rather quickly, but still at the cost of the bioband draining some energy from him. Now, once the group gets inside of the submarine, Jesse takes the list and begins to look for the first aid supplies, while the others look for food and any other supplies that they could possibly need that they can take from here. While everyone is ending up finding a few things that they could use, Axel takes note of the submarine being equipped with torpedoes, saying that this sub wasn't messing around. All the while, Adrian is secretly trying to get into the computer systems of the vessel to scrub it clean of anything that links back to him, his family, or the card he's after. During this, Marcel ends up summoning another rock spirit who appears atop of the submarine, summoning his monsters inside of it to mess with and fight everyone else inside. So after they all come together to confirm what they found or didn't find, they plan on heading back, but an army of fiend scorpions that the rock spirit summoned pour down into the submarine, blocking their exit as Jaden sends out elemental hero Clayman to hold them at bay as they run back into another room to lock the door. But the rock spirit ends up sending in a more powerful monster, having 8 Claws Scorpion come out as he uses the spell card Book of Moon to break through Clayman's menacing blockade, as the 8 Claws Scorpion grows in power and is able to destroy Clayman, with the attack breaking open the locked door that they were all hiding behind. As they all try and scramble for a plan, Jesse jumps out to be the hero here, knowing that fighting back is going to cost him energy or possibly more, but he's making a stand here with his crystal beasts to help let the others get out of this situation safely. The rock spirit didn't like his army of scorpions being taken out, so he ends up summoning Sand Doodlebug, the least threatening sounding card he could have played, but don't let that name fool you, because he is threatening, with his summon causing another hole in the sand to form, pulling in the submarine as it begins flooding with sand, causing them all to run the other way inside and hoping to find some sort of secondary exit. Thanks to the mention of the torpedoes from earlier, Jaden and Axel come up with a plan, as Jaden then sends out elemental hero Grand Neos and has him go through the torpedo slot like he's Tom Cruise from the last Mission Impossible movie, as he then lifts the submarine out of the sand to then drop it on top of the rock spirit and his monster to defeat them. Jaden and the others were still in it though, so they were jumbled around a bit, but hey, they survived and that's what counts, right? From this defeat, Marcel clearly feels the pain from it, but also is thanking Jaden for the energy he's expelling at the same time. So this weirdo is having a field day here. With everything acquired that they could from the submarine, they begin their trek back to the school. Back at the school, Blair isn't doing too well, as the glowing infected gash on her arm seems to be growing and only causing more pain as Miss Fontaine worries about the others coming back with some medicine to help. The other students at the school ended up creating a barrier around the entrance to make sure everyone at the school is protected. Bastion, instead of being on the front lines ready to fight, is going all Reed Richards, trying to run equations on how he could possibly get everyone back to their dimension. Tensions between the whole background cast of duelists here is rising as well, with students getting into fights over food, with Chaz even having to officially guard the food from anyone getting any funny ideas of wanting to steal extra for themselves. As for some of the authority figures in the school, Bonaparte is having a hard time dealing with where Marcel is and what happened to him, as we see that the real Marcel is still inside of himself, feeling lonely, scared, and claiming to have no friends, with the entity speaking back, claiming that they are friends, best friends even, as it then claims it wants to get more friends now. Somewhere within the school, 2 students end up nearly getting into a duel over some chocolate that one of them had on them from before they came to this dimension, as Marcel then interrupts and challenges both of them to a duel, with the winner getting this whole bag of bread that he has. In a matter of seconds, that's all over. Marcel clearly won and is now turning these 2 into the first recruits of his duel soldiers, basically turning them into zombies to do his bidding and all that Chaz. Or should I say, Chaz. because he becomes the first target, as one of them gets into a duel with him in front of the food storage. And like, this poor zombie dude just does like nothing, and Chaz pulls off this fast and ridiculous string of moves that lets him get his infernal incinerator out with it powered up to 5,600 attack points, defeating the random zombie fella in one turn. Yeah, sure, he Chaz'd it up, but like, why did he go all out like that? But of course, thanks to the bioband, it drains energy from Chaz, as he then looks up to see a horde of student zombies pouring in, and sure, he could beat them all, but they are just fodder for him to run through on purpose for the sake of draining Chaz's energy, and he does hold on for as long as he can, getting lower and lower on energy as the horde gets larger and continues to swarm him. While all of that happens inside of the school, outside of the school, Jaden and the others are almost back, trying to make it in as they all have to deal with some more monster attacks that Axel jumps in to help fend off. As they get to the school, all of those who were standing guard are no longer there, confusing Jaden as he thought that they would have people on patrol looking out for any danger and ready to protect those inside. And on the inside, once they get in, they instantly start getting swarmed by the student zombies, with Alexis and Bastion coming in to rescue them and stop them from trying to duel them so they can all get out of there. As they are running to find somewhere safe to hold up for a moment, it's heartwarming that Jaden notices that Cyrus isn't with them and is worried about him, asking where he is, and that's nice. While we don't get that answer right away, we do get an explanation for how the zombies, or as Jaden calls them, duel ghouls, I like that one a lot, come to be, with the duelists fighting back, running out of energy, and getting back up as a zombie now, and even if you do defeat them, they just get back up and keep coming after you. As far as where Cyrus is, they aren't too sure. They believe or hope that he's still out there somewhere in the school, either avoiding or hiding from the duel ghouls, but for now, the mission is to get the medicine to the infirmary to help Blair and Miss Fontaine, as she is doing her best to hold off the horde from breaking in and getting to them. Jaden and the others start trying to figure out how to navigate the situation, but then a zombie version of Chaz arrives, calling out Jaden to a duel, claiming that he must pay for what he has done. What has he done? How should I know? We haven't got there yet. They end up booking it away from the horde and end up coming across Cyrus, who at first sounds okay, but of course, he surprises them all by actually being a duel ghoul already as the horde catches back up to them. As they are backed into a corner, Jaden feels like he has no choice but to duel his way out of this, bringing out Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, but not to attack the others, to literally blow a hole in the wall behind them, giving them an exit to escape. With limited time to think of what to do, Jaden takes charge here by grabbing the medicine box and telling the others that he is going to run through the school to make it to the nurse's office, despite what may be in his way, while telling the others to get to the gym. But when they question if Blair and Miss Fontaine are even okay, they end up getting a static-filled signal from Miss Fontaine on Jaden's PDA, letting them know that they are okay for now. But with her cutting in and out of the call, and the duel ghouls nearly breaking in, time is of the essence for Jaden to make it over there to help them out of this situation.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Before Jaden runs off to do this mission alone, all of the others step up to offer their help in the matter, with them coming up with a plan of action of how to handle things, sending some others with the supplies to the gym because that's still important to do so, and a larger group heading to go help Miss Fontaine and Blair. Plus, Axel says he knows someone who can help keep the duel ghouls distracted while they accomplish all of this. Who is that someone, you may ask? Well, it's Winged Karibo, who just starts floating around the hallways and getting the duel ghouls' attention to follow him while the group makes their way through the school. Then Axel takes a page out of Adrian's sneaking abilities, breaking into a vent shaft under the school to help them cross all the way over to where the infirmary is. They do end up running into one of them down there as well, but Adrian, in an attempt to look good and heroic to Jaden, so he and the others think nothing suspicious of him, says he'll stay behind and deal with the duel ghoul while they continue on. And as the rest of them do continue on, it looks like they will have to sacrifice a group member more and more to make it to the infirmary, this time having Jim be the one to deal with the duel ghoul as the others continue on. While Miss Fontaine is dealing with fending off some of the duel ghouls who are breaking in, she realizes something funny is going on with their decks, as she then starts analyzing them while also still having to fend off more of the students that come after her. As Axel, Jesse, and Jaden approach the infirmary, Axel this time becomes the diversion, trying to lead the horde in front of the door away so that Jesse and Jaden can sneak in no problem. But once inside, they are greeted by a zombified version of Miss Fontaine, who is now wanting to duel, of course, as the few zombies that broke in already are with her and, you know, want the same thing. Jaden hands the medicine for Blair to Jesse so that he can sneak around and start trying to help her, while Jaden ends up facing the duel ghouls to keep them busy. And as his battle with Miss Fontaine starts, the monsters they each summon start hurting the structural integrity of the building, making things more dire and complicated. Jesse jumps in to try and make sure that Blair is safe from all of this, and I find it funny that the duel ghoul version of Miss Fontaine tries to literally deck him in the face like, okay, geez. With the duel still going on though, Jesse starts giving Blair the first aid, but it seems that Jaden may be the one who needs some, as the duel isn't going too well for him with Miss Fontaine draining his life life points pretty rapidly, all with her tactics that have done this without her once attacking with her monster. After a bit, when she does send in a monster to attack, Jaden is able to negate it, but her more powerful nurse Reficule the Fallen One finally goes in for an attack, destroying Jaden's elemental hero Flame Wingman, leaving him with only 650 life points. But this is Jaden Yugi we're talking about though, so of course he does get his game on, having elemental hero Wildheart come out to get rid of Miss Fontaine's nurse and stop its effects from holding Jaden back in the duel, as he then brings Wildheart together with elemental hero Blade Edge to have elemental hero Wild Edge come out, with all of this using the power of her Dark Cure trap card to really backfire and only be a help to Jaden by increasing his life points and keeping them, rather than being a setup for his life points to only go up, just to have them come back down through being siphoned thanks to her nurse Reficule's effects. So thanks to Wild Edge coming out, Jaden's life points are now all the way back up and then some, sitting at 4,250. Jaden ends up winning at the cost of the room exploding from the destruction and power of the monsters being real, and you know, all of this pent-up energy flowing about. Classic side effects, really. But Jaden and Jessie have made it out of the infirmary with Blair, as the duel ghouls seem to be okay when they climb out of the wreckage and want to duel some more. Jessie ends up summoning his Crystal Beast Topaz Tiger, placing Blair on the back of him and having him help bring her to the gym with them, as they all make a break for it away from Miss Fontaine and the others. Now, in the gym, the remaining number of students that aren't hurt or haven't become a duel ghoul yet are really low, but all is not bleak. The medicine is helping Blair, as our main group here believe that they can help every individual person and do it one by one if they have to, and then, you know, figure out some sort of way of getting back home. Adrian ominously thinks to himself that they won't do that if Marcel has anything to say about it, showing us Marcel getting ready for his next move. Things aren't looking so good for those in the gym, with the duel ghouls trying their best to break in and overrun those who remain. Blair ends up waking up seemingly better thanks to the medicine that Jaden and Jessie helped her take, but she is filled with an extreme guilt, claiming this to be her fault all over what happened with Marcel. Speaking of him, he's ominously plotting his next move and claiming that Jaden will somehow be helping him. He just doesn't know it yet. For the remaining students, food is even more scarce thanks to the duel ghouls taking over the food pantry that Chaz originally guarded, so Miss Dorothy has been doing the best she can to provide for everyone as they become more ravenous. Before things get too out of hand here and fighting breaks out, Axel uses his presence to warn anyone who wants to get physical or throw down in a card game that he's ready to humble them real quick. It's funny, Axel feels like he has become such a good and well-moraled character since leaving the shadow of Viper and what he was using him for, really emphasizing the character he truly is and who his father taught him to be, while someone like Adrian has been going more from a character that you'd assume has these good intentions, but now has seemingly flipped and been persuaded to be on the bad side of things. I mean, sure, I can see how Adrian could be persuaded to be on the evil side for his own sake and what he could get out of it. However, him all of a sudden having these inner monologues about Jaden and the others not being ready to deal with this evil creature or not knowing what's truly coming seems a bit too far for him. Maybe the evil creature has corrupted him fully or something, I don't know, it's just an observation that I've been noticing throughout the last several episodes. It just feels like he's way too evil, way too fast. Anyway, with food being scarce, the main vocal students who are pushing back for more food figure that they should make an attempt to get back into the food storage pantry that had been overrun, and things don't go so well. They are confronted by the duel ghouls, and during their escape from them, they end up in the library, which wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for the fact that this is where Marcel has been doing his bidding from. He's just in there eating a big juicy steak in front of them, knowing they are desperate for food. So he then offers them each some of the steak, and in return, they will all owe him a favor. That favor, though, may be something they will soon regret, as a polymerization card comes out of the ground with Marcel telling them to walk towards it and that they won't feel a thing, which is probably a lie. It's never a good idea to listen to someone who is speaking like that, but the three of them enter into the card, instantly being engulfed by monsters, for them to only individually emerge as something different, having these monstrous silhouettes clue us into things not being good for what Marcel has planned. Back in the gym, the others find out that the three students snuck out in search of food, but they don't want to risk going out themselves to look for them. But before they can talk about this anymore, Marcel ends up speaking to them over the intercom in the gym. Obviously, everyone is concerned to the fact that the voice they are hearing is Marcel, with Bonaparte worrying about his kid, Blair worrying about her friend, and Jaden worrying about why Marcel no longer has his accent. You know, the real important matter at hand. In response to Blair, Marcel, or rather the evil entity inside, responds saying that Marcel is just a vessel, and they, the evil entity, are the ruler of this world now. Bonaparte responds in shock by saying, "A shell?" But I swear, the first time I heard this, I thought he was being silly and combining Marcel and shell together to say Marshall. Look, I know I'm cringy, but you can't sit here and say that the English dub of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX wouldn't say something like that, right? And also, all I'm thinking of during this is that A24 movie, Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. Marcel ends up offering a deal to everyone, saying that if he gets access to the power generator complex, then he'll grant grant the remaining students access to the food pantry, which sounds like a decent deal for all the starving students, but Jaden notes that the power generator complex, or the PGC, isn't working, showing us a clip of them all taking a look at it earlier, with it not operating correctly because of the sand inside of it. Hasselberry tries to stop Jaden and Jesse from saying it doesn't work because maybe Marcel doesn't know this, and they could just say yes and get access to the food while they can, but Jim stops this way of thinking, claiming it could be a trap and they shouldn't agree to any deals. As Jaden calls out Marcel for why everyone should be forced to play by his rules, Marcel offers another option specifically for Jaden, with that being his favorite meal of all time, dueling, telling him to step outside for something he's already prepared for him. Outside are the 3 students from earlier that Marcel made a deal with, as he explains their appearance to Jaden and the others, saying that they are now fused with duel spirits to become the ultimate duelist, or something like that. I don't know if that math truly maths, but I guess we'll find out just how good they are. Jesse stops Jaden from going and dueling these 3, claiming that he'll need all of his strength for Marcel himself, as Jim and Axel back up Jesse in going 3v3 with the transformed duelists. The duels here are pretty weird. Jesse's opponent doesn't do anything or say anything for that matter and just eats an attack from Jesse. Axel's opponent is just clowning around and hurting Axel's life points a bit, and Jim's opponent is a lot more serious, doing some decent damage to his life points. Jesse's opponent finally starts responding and fighting back thanks to his spell cards directly affecting Jesse's crystal beasts after he summons them, as well as then drains life points away, really putting Jesse in a bad situation with life points like the others. But also, when Topaz Tiger is out for a second, the way he says Jesse just sounds like how Walter White would say it. Jesse. While the duel itself isn't all that special aside from Jim, Axel, and Jesse facing a tough time with a lot on the line, I just want to say that I really dig how weird and creepy the fusion looks of the students mixed with the creatures is, having their human heads in different spots on their body, all having unique personalities and making whatever the evil creature is doing while pulling the strings a lot more of a threat. During the duel, however, Marcel is roaming the halls, claiming that since everyone is now outside and distracted over this duel, he can begin his real plan. But now it's time for some potential daddy issues as Bonaparte sneaks away from watching the duel outside so he can find and save Marcel. But Bonaparte can't just leave and try and be heroic without things going wrong, as he instantly is noticed by Pharaoh, who alerts the others before following Bonaparte in, as he just tells them that he's going to use the restroom. Blair tells Jaden about this as they both decide to run in after Bonaparte to really see what this is all about, while the others continue their duel outside. Axel, being one of the smartest characters, realizes that by having them battle outside, it must mean there was an ulterior motive from Marcel on the inside going on, so he wants to try and get through his duel quickly now. And literally, before his opponent does anything, Axel's already walking away from the duel, claiming he just won with his trap card, finishing off his opponent as Axel doesn't even look at the explosion, which means he must be a cool guy, taking the energy drain like it did nothing to him, as we even see the fused student that he beat turned back into a regular student again. I hope it was fun being a side villain for like 2 episodes, because you'll be going right back to being a background character that might randomly get a line here or there again. Axel tells the others that he thinks that this is all a diversion from what Marcel is really doing, but Jesse and Jim are trapped into finishing their duels, with Jim dealing with the angry, hungry students harassing him to win in case Marcel is telling the truth and that they will get food again, while Jesse is forced into more of the duel thanks to this beam that shoots out from his opponent's duel disc and into his, as he says that he'll set this to more than just stun if the duel doesn't continue. So that's neat. Axel and a handful of students he's been training all decide to go in and get some answers. Jim ends up paying a lot of what little life points he has left, bringing him down to only 75, in order to get out his Fossil Warrior Skull King with 2800 attack points, using him to finish off his opponent, with Jesse's duel the last one to wrap up, as he ends up using his Crystal Beast strategies to defeat him, as they need to figure out what to do next. Now, out of the school and into the desert, it seems Marcel may have reached the power generator complex, as we see Axel maybe not far behind, spying on what could be going on. But also, Adrian's here following him too, and he's clearly trying to be sneaky, but he's just like standing there out in the open, only trying to avoid being seen when Bonaparte comes running in to try and speak to Marcel. When Bonaparte catches up to him, the creature can understand more of what Marcel is feeling, claiming that this must be where Marcel's loneliness stems from, his father. Jaden, Blair, and Pharaoh, can't forget the kitty, catch up to them too, demanding answers, but the creature in Marcel is shocked to see Jaden, excited over this because it has been waiting for Jaden for so long, and now Jaden's right here in front of them. Jaden then makes a note that he thought Marcel wanted the power facility, and while we were made to believe that that's where he was about to get to, it was really only Axel and his team of students who got there to investigate and look for Marcel, while he is actually not there. And I like how they set this up to misdirect you as the viewer. Bonaparte then steps in front of Marcel to protect him from Jaden threatening him over some answers, letting it out that Marcel is his son, explaining that he kept this a secret in order to show no favoritism over any other student, claiming alienating him was the hardest thing he ever had to do. But the sentiments are interrupted by Marcel grabbing grabbing onto him and threatening to hurt him with his weird demonic arm, as he then explains that he's happy Jaden is here because this has all been for him. Behind them, Blair points out that the dual ghouls are closing in, with them getting stuck in the middle between them and Marcel. Jaden just wants some answers, but Marcel is about to show Jaden what happens next, leading to him releasing Bonaparte as his claw hand glows orange again as he slams it into the ground. A giant fissure begins opening up as these spires come out of the ground, similar to that one time in season 1 with the, no, it can't be that. Anyway, the spirit of Professor Banner comes back outside of Pharaoh to say hello, shocking Blair and Bonaparte, of course, as he explains that this is where the sacred beasts were sealed away, and, yeah, maybe it can be. I think we're bringing them back, especially since the next episode is literally titled Return of the Sacred Beasts. So there's that. Marcel ends up forcing Professor Banner back into the ball of light and into Pharaoh for now, as we get the subtle, or should I say not so subtle, foreshadowing of the sacred beasts. With the ground now having an opening to where the sacred beasts were locked away, Marcel ends up jumping in and going after them, doing the whole cliche thing of saying, hey, don't follow me. But Professor Banner comes back out to tell Jaden that he has to stop Marcel from getting his hands on those powerful cards. Now with the dual ghouls closing in, Jaden tells Blair and Bonaparte to get back to the others while he goes after Marcel, as Bonaparte begs Jaden to help save his son, with Jaden promising that no harm will come to him and that'll all be good, hey, nothing to worry about. As Jaden begins his descent into the fissure, Blair and Bonaparte are getting cornered by the dual ghouls, but to the rescue is Pharaoh, who starts cat scratching them out of the way and helping them get out of there. Randomly though, Chaz comes out of a secret underground tunnel and ends up right in Jaden's way from continuing to chase after Marcel, with more dual ghouls closing in behind him to make him trapped. Jaden is forced into a duel with Chaz if he wants to be able to pass him and continue towards Marcel, so in a way, we are getting another duel between Jaden and Chaz, and that's cool and all, but also in the underground tunnels is Adrian, who somehow, despite watching things from the dunes of the sand earlier, is now further underground than Marcel and watching from the shadows. He inner monologues to retell you, the audience, about the sacred beasts, saying that the rumors about the power of these cards is that the person who can control them will have the power to destroy the world or rule it. Just some quick reiteration from what happened in season 1 of the series. Blair and Bonaparte make it back to the others, explaining what is going on and where Jaden is, as Dr. Crowler knows just how deadly things can get when it involves the sacred beasts, causing the others to want to figure out what to do and stop this. The other background students who just want the food they thought they were promised but clearly were lied to about try their luck at rushing into the school and towards the food storage room, but immediately are swarmed and converted into dual ghouls, despite our main characters trying to warn them. Axel figures out from his location at the power facility that it was a diversion and they need to get back, but then the power starts going crazy as a hologram message from Professor Eisenstein comes through to this world, who tells Axel that they need to figure out truly rescuing everyone from this other dimension. Jaden's duel with Chaz just ends up being annoying for Jaden to deal with because of all the pressure going on for him, but in the meantime, Axel brings all of the others over to the power facility, with Bastion being brought in to help figure things out. But the more Professor Eisenstein tries to speak, the worse the connection is, with Bastion saying that they need more power and begins trying to work on the power box there, with the others helping him break it open so that he can fix the connection for now, stabilizing it as the professor tells them that they are working on a plan to rescue them. Back in the real world, we can see the site of the missing school now being surrounded by a whole operation being put into place, and with the professor is Aster Phoenix, who we haven't seen for a good long while. Also, I do find it funny that the professor makes it this big shocking reveal that they all have been transported to an alternate dimension or whatever, and it's all like, yeah buddy, we figured that one out within the first episode of being here. But it's just funny that it came off like this big dramatic reveal and no one even reacts because they know, and they are more interested in Aster once he says hello. Now they are planning to make a connection from this point between both worlds so it can somehow save them, but the professor says they need one special card in order to do so, with that being the Rainbow Dragon. And oh wow, that sounds great. Just one problem though, and I'm gonna let Jesse explain that one real quick.
That card's never been made!
But apparently Pegasus and Shepard have located where it may be and are heading to it now. They mention that once they have the tablet of the Rainbow Dragon, Pegasus is going to design the card himself to make it a reality. To get the card to them, they would need to create a power spike with their dual energy in order to expand the portal, but they need to do this at the exact right time and place or face being stuck in this other dimension forever. The professor shows off this special dual energy siphoning device on their end that lines up with where the school's tennis courts are in this other dimension, as it is the ideal place for this all to happen. happen apparently. Before they all go and start figuring out the rest of the plan, Aster takes a moment to ask about Jaden and if he's okay, which is honestly really sweet. We love to see that. As Jesse chimes in by saying that Jaden is Jaden, and he always knows what to do. He's all good. But when we cut back to Jaden, he's claiming he has no idea what to do and things aren't looking so good for him. But this only looks bad for like a moment, as Jaden then brings out elemental hero Grand Neos to finish things off and defeat Chaz, as well as having Grand Neos catch Chaz before he would fall into the fissure from passing out after the duel. It's those extra little details I like. Jaden continues on after Marcel for now, with the others back above ground ready to deal with the dual ghouls and make it to where they need to be. Marcel ends up making it to where the sacred beasts are, as Adrian enters into the room saying that Marcel better be prepared to share, to which of course he isn't, and is ready to put up a fight. Adrian just wants what he deserves and is equally ready to put up a fight, as Jaden is closing in fast to where they both are, racing against the clock to get there before anything involving the sacred beasts happens.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
Pegasus and Shepard talk about the plan to get the Rainbow Dragonstone tablet and turn it into a card, with Pegasus excited over finally learning the whereabouts of the tablet, as they then enter into the dig site where we see a piece of the Rainbow Dragon tablet peeking out a bit from the buried state that it's in, as Pegasus notes that the tablet being so visibly seen like this wasn't how they found it, as we see someone got back there before they did, with that being Echo, Adrian's friend and main person, leading the whole operation from the submarine for him, as Pegasus then calls out to her, and can we just hold up for a second? Logically, logistically, mathematically, how did she get here already? Or how would she even have known? Last we saw her, she was stopped by Shepard and Pegasus when she surprise attacked Shepard on the island. How could she have possibly gotten out of that and over to this place before Pegasus and Shepard arrive here? Who even knows, honestly? Pegasus calls her out for how they were beat here, and beat to start uncovering it as Echo comes out to lay claim to the stone tablet as the property of the Gecko Financial Group. But Pegasus claims that they both want to bring everyone back from the other dimension. Well, for Echo, it's mainly just Adrian she wants back, but working together is what is going to help them accomplish that. She didn't bite, and then does the same thing that Adrian did with his cards in Viper's hideout, as she has rigged the whole place with card explosives that she can trigger to go off. Even worse, she claims that she is not here to uncover the tablet, but here to destroy it. Back in the other dimension with Marcel and Adrian, Marcel explains that the power that he can get from the cards will be enough for him to officially make Jaden pay for all of the pain that he has caused. Marcel gives Adrian a chance at getting all the power he wants, saying that they should duel, and if Adrian wins, he gets all the cards to himself. Jaden's trying to make his way to Marcel, but gets cornered by more of the dual ghouls, with one of them being Cyrus, who just ends up tightly hugging him while mindlessly asking for a duel. Kind of cute, kind of creepy. But back in the school, the others are working on making it to the tennis courts, as they then get cornered by a horde of dual ghouls, with Dr. Crowler stepping up to be a responsible teacher, claiming that as the adults, himself and Bonaparte need to do what they must to help protect the kids, telling Bonaparte not to stay, but instead to go with the kids to make sure that there is still one adult left with them, as they all thank Dr. Crowler, who gets ready to face all of the zombified students. It's a really cool moment for him, kind of like when he tried to be heroic against the vampire lady back in season 1. It's just cool for his character to be maturing and stepping up when the situations actually do get this dire. We get a bit of a twist back with Pegasus and Echo, where when Pegasus mentions that destroying the tablet means Adrian won't be able to come back, she claims that she doesn't want him to, making things a bit more interesting. But as the duel between Marcel and Adrian gets pretty heated and it seems that Adrian is going all out to try and win, Marcel, well, the entity, whatever, tries to play therapist again, asking him why he seeks this great power, and maybe it's really to replace something for him, giving us a flashback to Adrian seeing his adoptive parents' newborn son, claiming that he just lost being the heir to the company, and that he's nothing now, as Echo tries to say that that isn't true. Despite these feelings, he was still there acting as an older brother to the kid as he would then grow up, hiding his real feelings, with Marcel saying that Adrian's always been second best, never seen as good enough, always having to live in the shadow of someone else, and perhaps having this ultimate power can change that. But back with the whole Echo thing, she elaborates that this isn't about her being against Adrian, it's the opposite actually. She's seen how he's never been happy his entire life, and that he would be better staying in this other world, a world where his true potential can be shown, claiming that if he comes back, he'll just go back to being normal and nothing will change. Adrian was born to be a leader, not to serve, with her claiming that he's he's this perfect person on every metric and deserves to be running the Gecko Financial Group, or even better, one day rule the entire world. Yeah, guys, I think Echo likes Adrian, but not in like a cute way, more in like a brainwashed believer type of way. She just wants him to become a leader, live up to this potential that he always hides, and for him to stop swallowing his pride and listening to everything that his family tells him without asking for anything in return. He's just followed orders with her believing that he should be the one giving them. We see more flashbacks from Echo's perspective, showing us that Adrian, even when having the chance to let life just play out when the little brother was sick, and thus getting back into the position of being the heir to the company, he went out of his way to seek out the medicine necessary to save his brother's life. While she continues on about Adrian being in his own way and all that jazz, Pegasus jumps at the opportunity to send his men in to subdue her once again, stopping her from pressing the button to spring the explosives as tears flow from her eyes, crying out in an apology to Adrian. Speaking of him, his duel with Marcel is getting very interesting, as Marcel seemingly teases that he's trying to summon Exodia, but as the shadows engulf the room, we see the sacred beasts, or at least the PNGs of the sacred beasts, have escaped from their containment, causing both Adrian and Marcel to panic that they have just been released, but it's okay. It was just a bit of a tease to get you before the commercial break back in the day, with Marcel just saying that their seal isn't quite broken yet, and this was just kind of like a show of force, and also to show that he has this power over them as their new master, holding them at bay with his orange powers that he has. Now that they are put back away, Adrian wants to finish the duel, but this makes Marcel drop some cards, exposing that he basically was truly about to summon Exodia, and that would have won him the duel, as Marcel says this wasn't about winning the duel. It was about seeing what Adrian was truly made of. He offers Adrian another chance at getting this power and being on Marcel's good side if he stays on his side to work with him rather than against him, as Marcel begins trying to break the seal, doing so and having the 3 sacred beast cards fly into his duel disc, as the shining light from this only draws Adrian in more to Marcel's plans. Jaden is stuck dueling the zombie version of Cyrus, but then Cyrus tells all of the others to attack Jaden at the same time, summoning all these monsters around him, but thankfully, Winged Karibo comes around to help, rescuing Jaden as they then make a break for it. The others in the school make it to the tennis courts, which inside has this interdimensional duel system already set up, with Bonaparte saying that they were just borrowing it from the Kaiba Corporation for reasons he says they can't really talk about. So that's not weird at all, and we're just gonna move past all of that, as Bastion goes in to get the controls up and running, with the others trying to help get things set up. Jesse is gonna be the one who is dueling for this to work properly, as his opponent on the other side isn't going to be Aster like they thought, as they needed someone whose only focus is dueling, someone who duels at a different level than all of the others, with that being none other than Zayn, making his return to the series. With the power needed to properly generate anything here, they need to duel at a level that makes it seem like they are mortal enemies, giving it all they've got and not holding back. And also, is Zayn like a good guy again, or did he just get convinced to help out because his brother is trapped in this other dimension, or what? Does he still not care about the younger brother anymore? Is he still evil? Because like the last time we saw him, he was a no-nonsense changed individual with a pretty scary deck of the underworld at his disposal. So like, I don't know, what happened here? With the Rainbow Dragon tablet now basically excavated, Pegasus gears up in some AR VR-like headset and wearing some card creating equipment to start the process of turning the beast into a card. Jaden ends up reaching the main room where Marcel and Adrian just were, but it's now empty, as he sees that the sacred beasts are gone too, then finding an exit point that ends up leading him to come out the other side in the Chancellor's office, where he is then greeted by Dr. Crowler, who is shown to now be a dual ghoul himself after his brave stand to help the others get away. Professor Banner ends up coming back to Jaden in his spirit ball form, telling him to get to the tennis courts where his friends are at, as Pharaoh ends up eating him again, cat scratching Dr. Crowler and helping Jaden book it out of there. As he makes his way there, we can see Marcel sitting on some stairs in the school and thinking that Jaden may think he's going to save the world, but it will be him who needs saving. Pegasus ends up completing the card, transmitting the data for it to send over to Professor Eisenstein, which causes him to make sure that Zayn and Jesse now have a duel against each other like they've never dueled before, giving it everything they've got in order for this whole operation to work. In Zayn's first turn, he ends up pulling off a combo that gets him his Chimera Tech Over Dragon out with 2400 attack points, but that's not even all. It's already overkill with what that card can do, but then he plays Future Fusion so that he can send some Cyber End Dragons to the graveyard and summon Cyber End Dragon in a couple more turns. Zayn's just too cracked at this card game, but Jesse has that Jaden spirit, nearly replying with eagerness and an upbeat spirit in the same way Jaden would, as Zayn is already getting tired of it, like, oh boy, not another Jaden. I can't believe I came back to the series and I still have to deal with another Jaden. But as the duel does get more heated, Zayn gets out his Cyber Dark Dragon with 3600 attack points, ready to overdo whatever he can here at this point, as the scientists all around have everything prepped to get this Rainbow Dragon dragon card into the other dimension, but still, more dueling power is needed. From Zayn's huge attack against Jesse, a surge started to pick up from the energy needed, with a dark vortex beginning to form in the sky to represent the portal widening. Also, can we take a moment to think about what's happening right here? We are watching a duel being played by two extremely great players through two different dimensions. I just think that's neat. Also, even if at some points here we see that Zayn still has that bad boy attitude going on, once he sends in a really devastating blow that could really do damage to Jesse, he makes note to remember that this attack and all of this force are really for his own good of actually getting out of there. So again, what happened to Zayn? Did he go resolve all of his issues off camera or something? Jaden is still running around the halls as he is following Pharaoh, who ends up getting tricked to be trapped by Dr. Crowler as he and the other dual ghouls end up cornering him. But the locked door behind Jaden opens up as it was Bonaparte inside of it, telling Jaden to take the tunnel network under the school to get to the others at the tennis court, while Bonaparte stays here to help make sure the dual ghouls don't come after him. Axel and Hasselberry end up protecting the doors of the tennis courts as the dual ghouls are trying to break in there, making sure that this important duel here isn't interrupted in any way. For Jesse, he ends up getting his whole line of crystal beasts out on the field, while Zayn gets to now have his Cyber End Dragon make its debut into the battle after Future Fusion held him at bay for a little bit to fully come out at 4,000 attack points. Jesse tries to use Crystal Fortress to defend himself from what Zayn has coming, but thanks to Zayn using Power Load, his Cyber End Dragon is now powered all the way up to 5,600 attack points. And at the last second before Zayn's attack lands, Jesse plays Amber Crystal Circle, directing the attack to only Amber Mammoth as the other crystal beasts go inside of the Amber itself to bring his attack points all the way up to match Cyber End Dragons at 5,600. As the attack is about to collide with Amber Mammoth, we see in the gem itself the silhouette of the Rainbow Dragon form, as a barrier protects Amber Mammoth with a bright shining light taking over the area. This power then shoots through between both dimensions, causing the portal to fully widen as they use a missile to then shoot the Rainbow Dragon card through the portal before it would close. But the power from this duel ends up short-circuiting the electronics, closing off the duel and communications between both sides, as Zayn tells Jesse he did a nice job before it completely disconnects. The missile came through though, but then so do all of the dual ghouls surrounding all of them, but also arriving is Jaden, who has his elemental hero Neos burst through the grounds below to get through to the others in there. But before they could escape through the tunnels that Jaden just opened access for them all, Marcel is outside, playing the spell card House of Sand, as he says now it's time to get even, showing us a flashback to a card being sealed away at Kaibacorp, where we hear Marcel saying that he knows it was Jaden's decision to seal up this entity and send it away, as it says that they were destined to reunite. The card was sent into space, but we see it coming back down and burning up in the atmosphere as the full silhouette of the creature breaks free and braces itself for impact. It then claims that when they fully get to reunite, it will get its revenge. In the tunnels under the school now, Jesse and the others catch Jaden up to speed about what's been going on and how Pegasus was making the Rainbow Dragon card, and that they succeeded in getting the card over into this dimension, but they just need to go find where the missile landed, as Bastion worries about all that's to come thanks to the connection between dimensions being severed now. As Jaden tries to pump everyone up for going to find the card and getting out of there, Marcel speaks over the school speaker systems, saying to Jaden to meet him in front of Duel Academy for a bit of a duel, where if Jaden wins, Marcel will release all of the students he's turned into dual ghouls, but if Marcel wins, Jaden and his friends will end up having to serve him, or well, the entity, forever. He gives Jaden 30 minutes to be there for the duel or face losing all those turned into dual ghouls forever. Jaden angrily exclaims that if he wants a duel, he's got one. Marcel continues talking about what happened in the past as we see the crashed object getting buried into the earth, as the arm of the beast would end up laying at the crash site where Viper would eventually find it at. As for Jaden and the others, they are all going back and forth trying to think of a plan, with Jaden claiming that he has to go and face him alone, feeling worried and responsible for not getting to him in time to stop him from getting the sacred beasts. But his friends don't put blame on him and only want to help. Bastion ends up understanding and putting together what Professor Eisenstein was saying before the transmission cut off, claiming that their ticket out of this dimension and to unlock the power of the Rainbow Dragon is to have it go up against the sacred beasts in a duel. Jaden's just worried that the last time he faced the beasts, he only won because of the card that Professor Banner gave him. But Jesse says he's going to find the Rainbow Dragon card and come join Jaden in facing down Marcel so that the Rainbow Dragon can help save the day. With the dual ghouls closing in, they all use monsters to help them make a break for it, turning the whole area into a war zone of massive monsters attacking each other so that Jaden can make it to Marcel while Jesse heads towards the dragon with Axel as his backup. And Axel just has his dual disc gun set up shooting actual cards at the monsters to destroy them, and I'm pretty sold. Axel may be the best character, at least for this season, no doubt. Jaden ends up making it to Marcel with Blair being there as well, as Marcel tells tells Jaden, all of the answers will soon start to make a lot more sense and come to light as Marcel's voice changes to the voice of the entity itself, making Jaden remember the voice from his weird dreams, with Jaden just kind of being confused at all of this cryptic talk, but rather than explain itself, the creature says Jaden was just a dumb kid back then who made the decision to get rid of them, abandoning them, but now says it'll make Jaden remember everything. And if the entity is smart enough to understand that Jaden was just a little kid for whatever happened here between them, why is the entity not smart enough to understand that Jaden's more grown up now and there should be some sort of understanding because, again, he was just a little kid? But I don't know, I'm just saying. As for Jesse and Axel, they end up finding the capsule, but in their way, and making it sink into the sand pit, is a sand doodle bug. I just knew this creature would be back, as Jesse rushes in to grab the capsule and protect it with the monster closing in for a direct attack. That is until a giant rainbow light emerges from it, saving Jesse as the silhouette of the rainbow dragon is summoned, defeating the sand doodle bug before fully putting its spirit back into the card that Jesse has now awakened. The rainbow dragon has chosen Jesse as he celebrates completing the full Crystal Beast deck. So things seem to be going good over on this side of the episode for them, but as for Jaden back at the school, he's just trying to stall for time as the duel gets going, waiting for Jesse to return with the card while Marcel ends up having his Chaos Core activate its ability, sending all 3 of the sacred beasts to his graveyard, saving it from Jaden's attack. Jaden is trying to contemplate what Marcel is planning by having all of the sacred beasts in the graveyard, thinking that he'll have them all come out at some point back from the grave as a surprise, but he's banking on his face down card that negates all effects that affect the graveyard to really come in handy here. When Jaden goes in to attack the Chaos Core again, Marcel explains that he has 3 times protection on the creature thanks to sending the sacred beasts to the graveyard, with both of Jaden's attacks here taking out the 2nd and the 3rd level of protection, meaning he should be vulnerable when the next attack comes in, right? Jaden then gets out elemental hero Darkbright, sending in an attack to finally do something here, but Marcel claims that Jaden still plays the same, never thinking things through, as he then activates his trap card Chaos Burst, destroying both monsters on the field but dealing Jaden damage to his life points equal to Darkbright's attack points, cutting them in half from 4,000 to 2,000. Marcel ends up playing Phantom of Chaos and using its effect once a turn to take the powers and force of a monster that's in the grave, targeting his Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder. But Jaden claims he was ready for this, playing his trap card Hero's Rule 2, making the play off limits, but Marcel was expecting that, activating the trap card Dark Shrine Bribery, effectively getting rid of Jaden's trap card. Hamon is fully mimicked here as it sends in an attack Jaden's way, getting rid of Jaden's elemental hero Sparkman, but since this sacred beast is not the real monster, it can't do any real damage to Jaden, outside of the copied special effect, which is inflicting 1,000 points of damage to Jaden's life points, with Jaden down to 1,000 life points left. Marcel teases that more of the sacred beasts will be making an appearance as the entity slips back into its real voice, asking Jaden if he remembers yet. But before Jaden can even think, Jesse comes running in, and I just think it's funny that they run past all of these bodies of students that are just sprawled out across the sand, but there's no time to worry about all the students right now. The entity is getting jealous of Jaden and Jesse's friendship, hating the fact that ever since Jesse came around, all Jaden does is smile now and have way more fun with him than he does playing with it. Jesse makes a deal with it to allow him to fight alongside Jaden in the duel, making it a 2v1, with Marcel getting upped in life points to make it all fair here, to which the entity accepts because it sees a chance at hurting someone that Jaden cares about. Now it's all up to Jaden and Jesse to make sure the power of the Rainbow Dragon is used so they can stop all of this from happening and then get back home. In the meantime, Adrian appears outside of the school, barely remembering what had just happened or how he even got to where he was, showing us a flashback of what happened back when Marcel got the Sacred Beast cards and the light took over the room, with his mind being blank from there. But as he gets himself grounded, he sees the big duel taking place. And with Jesse now in the duel as well and getting his strategies ready, Marcel has his Phantom of Chaos mimic Raviel, Lord of Phantasms, with Jesse just barely being able to have a defense ready to save himself from the attack. Jaden ends up bringing out Elemental Hero Mariner, using its effects to attack directly, hurting Marcel's life points a bit, but not by too much in the grand scheme of things. Blair is clearly worried about Marcel, not the entity obviously, but Marcel, the one who is just a shell at the moment, as we have seen that she cares greatly for him. Marcel ends up sacrificing Phantom of Chaos in order to bring out Dark Summoning Beast, discarding him as a red, yellow, and blue light all shoot up out of the ground, with Marcel saying that he is activating its special effect, tossing it to the side with the entity saying just like Jaden did to them, as the ability lets Marcel now summon all 3 of the sacred beasts at once to the field. While they are all menacing, Jaden is able to negate Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames' special ability to attack upon being summoned. But even better for both Jaden and Jesse is that on the turn Dark Summoning Beast is used to bring back these creatures, they can't regularly attack, sparing both of them for now. Jesse starts laughing and thinking that this is so so cool to go up against this, as Jaden agrees, and for real, they're just twins. They are way too alike. And not only is the entity annoyed at stuff like this, but even the friends watching are like, come on guys, is now really the time? Axel is so not in the mood to see the ones dueling to save them, both being gigantic goofballs in this moment. Jesse keeps building up his Crystal Beast strategy to get them all ready so he can surprise the entity with the new game-changing card in his deck, the Rainbow Dragon, having 4,000 attack power as everyone is in awe over the cool summoning it just had, with the entity even seeming freaked out, only thinking that the Rainbow Dragon was just a legend. But when the Rainbow Dragon goes in for an attack against Uriah, Hamon's defense mode redirects it to him to make it so nothing happens from it for now. For Jaden to help turn up the heat of the duel, he ends up triple contact fusing Elemental Hero Neos with Neospatian Dark Panther and Neospatian Glowmoss to bring out the newest Elemental Hero Chaos Neos. And I like that its name is being kept on brand to match the cards Marcel has been playing with the name Chaos in them. Originally, it was summoned with 3,000 attack points, but Jaden plays Neospace, giving it a boost to 3,500, and I mean, just take a moment to look at the spread of the field. Jaden and Jesse have such a crazy powerful lineup, but equally on Marcel's side, he's got a crazy powerful lineup too with all of these sacred beasts here, and it's honestly just a really insane duel. Elemental Hero Chaos Neos uses its ability to negate the effect of Uriah, allowing it to be attacked now, defeating it and bringing Marcel's life points down to 4,100 as he is stunned that one of his sacred beasts has now been destroyed, but like, come on, Jaden's already been through this isn't shocking. Anyway, Marcel just uses Immortal Class, sacrificing some sacred beast tokens in order to bring back Uriah. Oh boy, not this again. Come on, do something different here already. We've seen this before in the first season. And to that point, Marcel does something different, playing Dimension Fusion Destruction, removing all the sacred beasts from play in order to summon Chaos Phantasm Armitile, a crazy fused together monster made up of the 3 sacred beasts, with Marcel saying that it has the ability to once a turn deal 10,000 points of damage to a monster, which seems completely unbeatable for Jaden and Jesse now. Blair ends up trying to reason with the entity, worried about Marcel and not wanting her friend to truly get hurt or to be controlled by this entity anymore, as the entity then thinks about it and agrees that it shouldn't be in there anymore. It has way more than enough power to become its true self and can shed this skin. Jaden questions who this creature truly is as Marcel's body is released and dropped to the ground, as standing before all of them is the full physical manifestation of a creature that then tosses aside Marcel's body at Blair, with the creature now talking to Jaden, wondering why he's looking at her in confusion, as she tells him to look into her eyes to remember, flashing us back to Jaden's childhood, saying that when Jaden felt hurt, so did she, but she would then do something about it, showing us a flash of the eye for the creature, and it somehow being able to physically hurt the opponent that Jaden was up against during this duel. As Jaden then goes to the hospital to visit that person, this creature says it did everything for him, saying it would never let anyone or anything between them, as we see the card being dropped onto the ground that features this creature as it inflicts more pain onto this other duelist. She continues to say that she was Jaden's friend, his guardian, and is mad at Jaden for giving the card to these Kaiba Corp people, as it would then be sent away into space. As the flashback ends, Jaden starts to remember, saying the name Yubel, as she is glad that he finally remembers her and what happened. But before they do some well-needed catching up, Yubel has her ultimate monster go in for an attack, and with the power that is coming their way, Jesse tells Jaden that this is it, buddy, telling him to get back safe, as Jesse then plays Prism Wall, redirecting the attack towards Rainbow Dragon, who then uses its effect to send the other in-play Crystal Beast to the graveyard to then boost up the attack of the Rainbow Dragon, powering him all the way up to 10,000, with Prism Wall then inflicting damage equal to Rainbow Dragon's attack points to both Yubel and himself, causing them both to lose the duel. But before the power of this hits, he tells Jaden that he has to stay behind to hold up the power of the attack so that everyone can get back safely through the portal opening in the skies, sending back to their original dimension all of the students, faculty, and of course the school. Probably not Viper though, I'm pretty sure he died in the process of coming to this dimension in the first place, but this kind of does end on a cliffhanger though, not giving you a result of what really happened. We see the school and the students seemingly get sent back, as well as seeing both Yubel and Jesse turn into colorful dust from the power of the Rainbow Dragon, and then credits. So with everything that just happened, what does happen next?
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Starting off from this moment, we do enter into a new technical arc as the quest for the Rainbow Dragon has come to an end, with us now starting the Into the Shadows arc. We get to see from their regular dimension that the Rainbow Dragon leads everything back through before disappearing, as the school and all of the students, faculty, and of course Pharaoh, can never forget the kitty, all return safely, and better yet, anyone who was a dual ghoul has now returned to normal. The only problem is that Jessie is nowhere to be found, with Jaden now truly understanding what Jessie meant in the final moments of the duel. And things are seemingly getting back to normal, everyone's biobands disintegrate and fall off into dust. But as Pegasus and Shepard discuss the events that happened, Pegasus seems keen on figuring out a way to study this other dimension as Shepard brings up some missing people, mentioning Jessie of course, but he also mentions both Professor Viper and, funny enough, Adrian. Bastion and Professor Eisenstein end up finding some strange signals from their monitoring of the systems, leading to the hint of more possibly going on from that other dimension. Bonaparte ends up getting his emotional breakdown moment when visiting Marcel while he's recovering, giving us a flashback to him leaving home in Paris to take this job to be a provider, and staying so tunnel visioned on that he feels it turned into this neglect of his family and of being a father. During this, Marcel ends up waking up, telling his father that what matters is that he's here now, and if it took all that they had just went through for them to be closer, then it was all worth it. And it's just so touching, man. I love it. Back at the Slifer Red dorms, all of the gang minus Jaden are discussing some of the events that just happened in the final moments of being in this other dimension, with Axel bringing up overhearing about Jaden and this Yubel character having some sort of connection, with Alexis saying that Jaden is now in this unbreakable funk since they got back, constantly saying that it is all his fault and mentioning the name Yubel. Chancellor Shepard walks in on the conversation claiming to overhear what they are saying, and brings up that this whole time he has had this interest in Jaden, but it's always been for different reasons outside of his dueling abilities. It was based on something Jaden's parents told him, saying that when Jaden was young he had this deep connection with a duel spirit, with that of course being Yubel, as Shepard starts telling us more about Jaden's past, with us going into another flashback of him from when he was younger. With his parents constantly being out of the house and busy, Jaden would always be inviting others over to duel against, giving us more time to see what was happening between this character that we saw in the flashback earlier, and how Jaden is always trying to find a way to summon Yubel, but this other character he's dueling against ends up still winning, making it impossible for Jaden to really ever play Yubel properly. This other character is genuinely nice though, as Jaden sees him as this older brother figure to look up to, and who gives him advice when it comes to dueling. The Japanese version of this does dive deeper into the connection between the two characters, with Jaden seeing this character as an actual older brother type figure, so it just makes everything with the whole flashback and this character getting hurt and then being in the hospital become a lot deeper and more emotional. And even in this moment he was telling Jaden to try summoning lower leveled monsters before trying to just bring out Yubel, as Jaden admits that Yubel means a lot to him, saying his father is who got him this card, and it's almost as if he can hear the card speaking to him, telling him to summon it. Yubel was feeling some type of way over these comments, causing this character to end up in the hospital as we saw, and a lot of this really reminds me of what the manga was going for, having slight, and I mean very slight, similarities to Jaden's origins told in the manga, but the lore here expands to Yubel potentially being the cause of bad things happening to anyone Jaden faced in a duel with that card in his deck, leading to no one wanting to duel against Jaden anymore, alienating him from having people around him when his parents weren't around, and no longer having friends to play his favorite card game with. As Shepard continues to lore dump all of Jaden's information to the others, we connect the dots of the story all the way to the events from the last season, where we saw Jaden winning the chance to send cards that he was designing into space through the Kaiba Corporation's contest. But aside from Neos being one of the results of this, Jaden's Yubel card was also in a capsule as well. But not for Jaden to get rid of the card like Yubel believes to be true, but because Jaden believed that being sent into space and mixing it with the cosmic infusion or whatever is going on here would somehow make the card safe to use, and maybe not, you know, put people in the hospital. Neos' capsule turned out to be a success in the end, as we all know, but for Yubel's, well, something else happened, and the result was the crash landing we've already seen. Outside of the dorms, we can see Aster listening in, who just finds it interesting that aside from Jaden's Neospatian cards and his Destiny Hero cards, Yubel was also touched by the cosmos. As Zayn then walks up to Aster, questioning him on having any interest regarding the Yubel card, as Aster plays it off as him not having the slightest care about it. Zayn then has a pain in his chest come out of nowhere, which causes concern for Aster for about 1 second before he tries to play it cool again and says that he doesn't care. So something's still going on with Zayn. He has this new pain going on, but his inner monologue is telling us that he clearly wants to face off against Yubel in a duel based on how high level of an opponent she would be. Jaden still not doing well, crying and yelling over things being his fault, but Winged Karibo comes to interrupt him for some reason, with his response being, "Are you sure?" before we cut away from what was going going on there, to now go and see that the others are trying to make sense of Shepard's story, with Bastion then bursting in to let them know about some sort of portal being opened on the island that links the dimensions, but just on a much smaller scale, putting everyone here on high alert. Their first thought is if Jaden hears about this, they know what he'll do, causing them to go check in on him, but to no one's surprise, he's already gone, as they come to the conclusion that he found out about the portal not through Bastion, but through Winged Karibo coming to him earlier. They understand that Jaden is going because of the guilt he feels over Jesse, but as good friends, they claim that of course they will go and back him up, so he wouldn't have to go and face this whole thing alone, despite him thinking that he has to because he blames himself over it all. Offshore, we see that submarine lurking about with Echo on top claiming that she knows Adrian is destined to become this ruler, this leader, this person who finally lives up to their potential thanks to being in this other world, and she wants to help make sure that this is where things are going for Adrian. Everyone seems to be out or on alert of the portal because before Jaden even gets to it, we see that Dr. Crowler notices Jaden going off to it while he's preoccupied doing stuff with chickens and eggs or whatever. I don't know what's going on there. As Zayn and Aster end up seeing Jaden as well, as they go back and forth discussing why he would be doing this, as Aster thinks it's solely the guilt of what happened to Jesse, while Zayn explains it's because Jaden always looks after and cares for his friends, saying that their whole friend group does, with the rest of the friend group trying to catch up to Jaden. And once they do catch up, Bastion tries to warn him that this portal may not be bringing him to the same dimension they were once in, but Jaden is willing to take that risk if there is even a small percentage of a chance to help Jesse. They all end up stepping up to go along with Jaden, regardless of what he tells them, or having more time to contemplate the outcome, just doing this for friendship and leaving no man behind, and backing each other up as Zayn and Aster still watch everything that's going on here. Oh, also Alexis's brother Attekus has been back in the group now, and I nearly forgot to mention it because it's just like, boom, here, he's in the group again, and no questioning anything about it, he's just here now. Okay. We get some commentary from Zayn and Aster about Jaden really being this figure that brings all of his friends together, with Zayn making note that let's just hope that it doesn't cost him dearly in the end. I mean, it's not like Zayn seems to care about what happens to his little brother much anymore, I guess, but that could be a bridge to cross in the future. Who knows with a character like Zayn and how he's being used right now based on where he was at last season. The portal begins to start closing, so to keep the energy flowing, they each summon their strongest cards to stabilize the portal so they can make their way through it no problem. And with the power of all their monsters, the portal not only opens fully, but it seems to break open and then begins to engulf the area in light once more, pulling our main group in and then some maybe, as we see that Echo also gets sucked into the portal as they all fall into it like it's the opening credits of Digimon, with the episode coming to an end right there. And could you imagine if this is how like the series ended, or if it was like the final episode or got canceled after this point? Just them all falling into the abyss and we have no clue if they lived or not or what really happened. And man, I wouldn't put it past this show. So many episodes this season alone just kind of end so abruptly or in such a bleak way. We enter into the next episode with the crew in a mysterious looking area as they are sure that this isn't the same dimension they were in last time, with Jaden already having run off in search for Jesse despite this not being the same area. How would he know where to go? He then accidentally breaks open the rock or dirt or sand wall that he was leaning on, causing him to fall into a lit up cavern below, complete with a minecart track system and more to explore, but luckily Axel ends up tracking Jaden and catching up to him to make sure that he doesn't get himself into trouble or hurt. Back with the rest of the group, Bastion continues working on his calculations to try and understand what happened and how they are in this seemingly different place, but as he gets his aha moment, he ends up falling down into the caverns below, unbeknownst to the others in the group. Bastion though ends up meeting someone down there, only giving us a view of a familiar foot in frame, as Bastion exclaims in shock, "It's you," before we cut to checking back in on Jaden and Axel, as Jaden wants to keep trotting ahead to find Jesse. Axel stops him, telling him that they need to do this as a group and that all of his friends are here to help. This isn't a one-man mission, it's a mission for all of them, and they must go back to regroup first because sticking together will increase their chances of survival. But then in the caves, they are greeted by a familiar face we haven't seen since season 1, Tanya, back in her human form, as behind her is Bastion, showing that's who he ran into, as they all travel together now and catch up. She explains that a portal opened in her world and brought her into this dimension, claiming that it's happened to others as well, and that when they all arrived, they were forced down here as they all entered into an underground city. She continues to explain that whatever this place is, it's a world that seems to be run by duel monsters, where some of them seem to be in control over other monsters. Jaden, being the good fella he is, wants to know what they can do to help stop this, as Tanya claims that she has her soldiers ready for an assault on the controlling winged beasts, but they just need a distraction. Axel takes a look at the lights above the area, using his background to know that it would be better to pull this off under the cover of darkness, and wants to go after what is powering those lights. As they start trying to make their way through the city in secret to start their plan, Jaden sees the atrocities occurring with these more powerful winged beasts, forcing these smaller creatures to work for them as well as hurting them for for any little reason, causing him to nearly run in and stand up for them, but their best shot at truly helping them would be to follow through with their plan and not getting caught right away. Axel and Tanya were starting to build their full plan, but Jaden rushes in to want to distract this high-level guard watching over the city, while he wants Axel and Tanya to go and deal with the lights and power in general. Tanya didn't even have the chance to explain that duels are a lot different in this dimension, with the creature Jaden challenges being a representation of the card Sky Scout. Sky Scout finds it pretty interesting that a human is here, telling Jaden that humans are low on the pecking order, as Jaden keeps egging the creature on, trying to get him to duel. Tanya tells Bastion and Axel that they need to stop Jaden from dueling, as there is now way more at stake when you duel in this dimension. But once Jaden starts getting into a duel with Sky Scout, Tanya yells to him that here in this dimension, the damage that you take is for real. You will feel it, and if your life points hit 0, it's truly game over. And as she puts it, he'll be sent to the stars. It's all about duel energy, putting it all on the line for the duels, with the loser of the duel fueling more of that energy directly up into the stars, or something. But Jaden can't back out even if he wanted to. Sky Scout's already locked in and has set the stakes for the match. Jaden isn't scared though, he's ready to play with whatever stakes are on the line. The duel is serving as a good distraction though, allowing Axel to sneak up to the controls that are powering the lights. For Jaden, he's taking time thinking of a strategy here because Sky Scout has used level tax, making it so he can't summon a level 5 or stronger monster to the field without paying life points equal to the attack points of the summoned monster, making things pretty difficult for him to start things off. And you gotta love that Yu-Gi-Oh!, at least for the English dubs, always has these continuously cheesy cornball bits of dialogue in reaction to what's going on that are filled with relevant puns. But I just want to take a moment to recite a string of dialogue here, all based on the wind attacks from Sky Scout's monsters. This is an actual conversation between Tanya and Bastion. Bastion, something in the air is telling me this isn't going to be a breeze. You're right, but Jaden won't just blow over. Like, how much more could you pack in there, honestly? Sky Scout isn't playing easy here either. I mean, the duelists are now playing for their lives on the line, but seriously, no matter what Jaden tries to do, Sky Scout not only counters it, but is crushing Jaden's life points, leaving him at only 400 left. To do what he can left, Jaden plays a Hero Emerges, having Sky Scout pick the card Jaden can play from his hand. And luckily for Jaden, he chooses the middle card, which was Winged Karibo, making Sky Scout laugh at first, but Jaden seems fairly confident in this choice, and for good reason. Jaden activates Transcendent Wings, turning Winged Karibo into Winged Karibo level 10, but thanks to it only having 300 attack points off rip, Jaden can survive the level tax, as it brings him down to 100 life points left. Jaden then activates the special ability for Winged Karibo level 10, destroying all of Sky Scout's monsters, with Sky Scout taking damage based on their attack points, draining him completely to 0 life points left, making Jaden the victor of the duel. Axel then cuts the power, causing everything to go dark as the little monsters take their chance to rebel against the winged beasts, but during this, Sky Scout calls out to Jaden, giving him some last few words before he turns into energy for the stars, saying that he begs of Jaden to do whatever he can to defeat him. All of this is his doing. He must be stopped before he does any more harm, as Sky Scout grabs a hold of Jaden's hand, saying that he needs to stop the Supreme King, and that he should be the one to rule the world, telling Jaden he must be king. At this point, Sky Scout fully evaporates into energy particles, telling Jaden, do not rest. What did any of that mean? All we can do is guess and assume at this point, but what we do know for a fact is that there is some supreme evil dictator of this world, of this dimension, of these realms, and the creatures in it are either a mix of just wanting to be free or from other dimensions, while some directly worked for the evil beings. So there's a lot to explore here going forward, I'm sure. In the end, with the whole group back together now, Tanya ends up opening a special door in the cavern, saying that this way will lead them to a different realm, as she hopes that they do end up finding Jessie, as she has to stay back and worry about her own people, but Bastion ends up wanting to stay with her, claiming this to be for scientific reasons of helping figure out how to truly get everyone home, but blushes at the thought of it being for other reasons when the past is brought up between them and about the whole love spell thing, as well as Hasselberry calling her his girlfriend. Either way, once he figures stuff out, he says that he will continue on and find them. Jaden, no matter what, is determined to find Jessie, ready to experience what will come next on the other side of this gigantic door. As Jaden and the others approach this massive massive door. Opening it does reveal a new realm within this world, bringing them to what looks like an old rundown village, but in the sky is this glowing blue comet that only Jim has this weird and bad reaction to, envisioning it turning red and coming towards him as he screams, but he just tells the others that it was nothing and he just felt wobbly for a second from looking up too fast, hiding whatever just happened to him from the rest of them, as he claims to himself that he didn't know that it was nearly time, or that it would happen this quick. But we don't even know what it is yet. But, you know, I'm sure we're gonna find out at some point. You know how it goes. When they turn back behind them, the door that brought them into this realm is no longer there, but Jaden isn't worried. He's convinced that Jesse is in this world and there is no going back. But what about Bastion? Is the door still there on his side? How is he supposed to meet back up with you all? Or is he just kind of written out of the show again for a while? It's probably that. There are a lot of characters here, I understand. Anyway, Jim says that Shirley senses someone nearby, causing them to look around the area a bit, as inside one of the buildings there is a photograph of what looks like a guy wearing some sort of armor that we then see some kid grab and run off with, as this catches Jaden's eye, with him now running after him. As they catch up to the kid, we see that the kid actually gets cornered by a giant monster, the embodiment of the card Scar, Scout of Dark World, trying to challenge the kid to a duel to defeat him and send him up to the stars, but the kid doesn't want this. He's not ready to duel, so Jaden, being Jaden, ends up running in and stepping up to the creature, asking for the challenge to be against him and to leave the kid alone. Scar here ends up finding it fascinating that there are all these humans here, but claiming that he'll deal with them and send them all to the stars, all except for Axel, who he sees as this tough warrior that he would rather bring back to some sort of camp, presumably filled with other powerful monsters that are working for the Supreme King or something. I don't know, they could just have a good use for Axel here. When Hasselberry tries to offer to Jaden that he can duel and take this creature on, Jaden won't let him, not wanting any others to be putting their lives on the line in these duels for the reason of this all feeling like his responsibility to handle, regardless of how many times they tell him that he isn't alone on this. They know what they signed up for by coming here, and they understand the risks that come with something like a duel in this dimension, and whatever happens because of all this isn't put on Jaden. But clearly Jaden is going to take it that way anyway it's brought up to him. While Scar is menacing here, he talks by saying stuff like, "Me do this," and "me do that," so it can be a bit annoying to hear that the entire duel, but whatever, you know. Similar to the last duel, Jaden is put into another situation that heavily limits what cards can be played, but Jaden quickly uses a strategy thanks to the heart of the cards coming in clutch here, with him pulling Elemental Hero Neos, which he can bring out to the field thanks to Elemental Hero Necroshade being in his graveyard and activating its ability. Then by playing his Neos Force spell card, Neos gets powered up to 3,300 attack points, as he then goes in for an attack and defeats Scar in the duel, and not gonna lie, rather quickly too. It doesn't feel like Jaden is playing around anymore, and you know what? It was good that he didn't have anyone else duel instead of him. He handled this with ease. Scar does the whole turning into energy thing too, but in a way more violent manner, it seems, as it looks way more painful, as well as this blue light shoots out of him and up into the stars above as well, with the others who weren't around for the last duel getting explained that this is what happens when you lose a duel in this dimension. As Jaden wants to make sure the kid's okay, we hear a voice call out to him, calling the kid Kyle, as at first the kid lights up seeing a character walk over to everyone that he refers to as Sir Freed, who was another card turned into a character here, with that being Freed the Brave Wanderer, and luckily he doesn't seem hostile, evil, or to be working for the Supreme King. He does start scolding the kid a bit, saying that he needs to come up with some sort of just punishment for him running around here alone, but Jaden and the others want some answers, but Sir Freed is pretty cold to them, knowing that they need to get out of here because the Dark World army will be looking for them, as he then tells the group that if you try and duel them, it will only bring doom upon them all, speaking in regards to more than just the people in this group, but the others that live here. As Sir Freed and Kyle run off to safety, he tells the group not to wait around for them, as the Dark World army could be very hungry, scaring them into what that could look like or mean, so they all start running in the same direction. From a distance, they all watch as part of the Dark World army make it to where the duel took place, with this creature who sounds like a weird Yoda saying they must track down who defeated Scar.
We must track down?
Sir Freed explains to the group that those creatures are fiends of Dark World, and great, the most recent time I was dealing with anything related to a Dark World was watching Thor: The Dark World, and that wasn't good, but well, I guess it could have been worse though. At least it wasn't Love and Thunder. Am I right? Okay, what am I doing here? Sorry. Sir Freed ends up opening a special hidden doorway that leads into the mountain, with the group following them into their living quarters where the boy's sister is there, worried about him, as Kyle explains that he went back for the photo, which is a photo of their father that was in their old house, letting us us know that at one point, people like those hiding out in the mountain here used to live in that village before it was attacked, destroyed, and taken over. The sister explains that it's much more complicated than just understanding what happened to the village, saying that randomly one day, their whole village was now suddenly in this dimension, with the dark fiends causing nothing but death and destruction for them, as Sir Fried and his Steel Knight army came to their aid to help fight them off, but it wasn't enough. Most of them were defeated and the rest were captured, with one of the ones being captured being Kyle's dad. Other women and children were then sent to the stars, giving it a bit of a less gruesome way of saying what happened to a lot of them, with the remaining survivors of this all being in this mountain hideout. With Jaden trying to get some information about what he is here for, no one knows anything about Jesse, but before they try to head back out there, Sir Fried, who couldn't care less about what problems they have, only being concerned for what his people are going through, stops them from leaving, saying it will put everyone hiding in there at risk thanks to the dark fiends. He explains that they only patrol under the light of the comet, so they must wait for this to fade away before they go back out, so in the meantime, they just have to chill out, giving Alexis some time to speak to Jaden about if he truly knew what was on the line for that duel with Scar, to which he did, as Alexis starts getting protective of him, wanting him to be more careful and less reckless, and when he starts trying to push back like it was no big deal, Alexis shows Jaden that she's not being funny or anything else here. She means this. She means what she is saying, shouting at him out of the care that she has for him and wanting him to truly be careful here, as he then starts to get it, taking a moment to agree with what she's saying and trying to tell him. Outside in the Dark World, or wherever we're at, we see the embodiment of the card Azure, Knight of Dark World, to which all the others are listening to as their commander and leader here, where we hear about some prisoner who has escaped one of their camps, as we then get to see Kyle's dad fighting his way through members of the Dark Army to make it back to his family. Then we cut back to the hideout, where they say a Steel Knight has come as they bring in an injured man who turns out to be Kyle's dad. And wow, he kind of made it there quick. That was really fast. His children get a moment to say hello as he then tells Sir Fried about the others being held captive and where to find them, with Jaden asking about Jesse, with the man saying that there was someone there that clearly was not from their village, meaning there is a possibility it could be Jesse. And while there is a lead here that is possibly going to connect what Jaden and the others are after and what Sir Fried might need some help with, there first has to be some time for some trauma, right? Kyle's father tells him to look out for his sister and to follow in Sir Fried's footsteps to become a great and strong warrior, before he then turns into energy particles and drifts away into the stars. So yeah, oh great, dad's home. This is awesome. Oh wait, never mind kid. Your dad is dead and here's all this responsibility. It's all good, I guess. No one's really saying anything about it. The kids aren't crying. Jaden just says he wants to raid the prison camp and wants to know if Sir Fried does as well. But that's really about it. But again, it's all good though, because now Kyle does grieve a bit at the start of this next episode. But other than that, Sir Fried seems hesitant to really do anything, especially with the comet still burning so brightly. But Jaden doesn't want to wait, claiming a stand needs to be taken here. A rescue mission should be set up now, with Jaden leaving to go and do this himself. But Alexis and Axel end up going after him to talk some sense into him, feeling like they need to truly listen to Sir Fried so that they can have a good strategy set up and make sure that the remaining survivors in the mountain here will also be safe. Sir Fried claims to Axel that when the comet passes, they will retreat further into the mountain range and come up with a better plan from there, but Alexis and Attekus come running in saying that Jaden has snuck away and went off on his own, because of course he did. All of his friends prove how great of friends they are by knowing that they must leave now as well and go help him, and it seemingly looked like Axel convinced Sir Fried to join them in the fight, but it turns out that he is just going to gather his people here and leave to go retreat somewhere else because of this, causing Axel to get furious at him and call him a coward. Jaden ends up making it to the prison camp, being surprised that there are no guards on patrol and the front gate is open, allowing him to waltz right in, and wouldn't you know it, it seems like Jesse actually was here. Great, we can wrap everything up, because here's Jesse perfectly gift wrapped up, waiting for Jaden to find him. But it turns out though that this is just someone who kind of looks like Jesse, as Jaden still tries to help them out of this situation. This person tries explaining to Jaden where everyone is, claiming that they are at some fortress that he couldn't fully say the name of because of the state he's in, saying that since he's not a warrior, he wasn't worthy of going there. But as Jaden tries to help him out, he's then greeted by the Dark Fiends and their commander, Zur. He tells Jaden that this was a trap, clear as day one too if you ask me, with Zur showing off how evil he is by zapping the prisoner and sending him to the stars, and from his screams of pain, Jaden gets a bit of a PTSD flashback to Jesse, making things more heated for him as for some reason, he begins to glow orange for a second, kinda like he's going Super Saiyan or something. This catches Zur off guard, claiming that Jaden must be different, only ever sensing energy power like this from someone else, who he doesn't particularly mention now, but you can kind of guess who he's alluding to, as Jaden just gets ready to duel, and he right away gets out his elemental Elemental Hero Neos and Neospatian Glowmoss to have them fuse into Elemental Hero Glow Neos, giving Zur another shock when seeing the Neospatian summoned for some reason, as Jaden then plays Neospace to boost up Glow Neos even more to now have 3,000 attack points, causing Zur to be surprised again at how powerful Jaden's monster is. And it's really funny that this menacing warlord here is just shocked or freaked out a bit by whatever Jaden ends up doing, and I kind of love it. In the meantime, while the others start making it to where Jaden is, Axel and Jim depart from the mountain hideout as Sir Fried is leading his people out of there, with Axel telling him thanks for nothing as they run off to go catch up with the others. Back in the duel, Zur changes up the field spell, playing Power Zone, and thanks to this, Glow Neos is back down to 2,500 attack points. He then brings out Power Annihilator, which gains 1,000 attack points thanks to its effect, making it now have 2,800. So not only can it defeat Glow Neos, the power of Power Zone makes it so that Jaden will lose additional life points based on the attack power of the destroyed monster, bringing him quickly down to 1,200 life points. Then, thanks to his strategies, Zur makes it pretty impossible for Jaden to get the upper hand again, basically making it so the only way out is somehow getting a monster with at least 3,800 attack points to stand a chance. Also, during this duel, the original group of friends who went after Jaden are brought in, now being captured by the Dark Fiend Army, or the Dark World Army. Some sort of dark army, I don't know. Doesn't matter. With Jaden more stressed and mad about them having followed him. But hey, at least he'll get that Jaden motivation to not lose here, right? Axel and Jim arrive to the duel as well, and from a distance can see the rest of the friend group is captured now, not sure about what to do yet. We then cut to see Kyle stopping to talk to Sir Fried as they flee into the mountains, telling him that Jaden needs him, regardless of what Sir Fried is trying to say about whatever path Jaden has chosen for himself. But maybe Kyle's pushback here can help Sir Fried change his mind about giving Jaden, or the others, any attention or focus over just the remaining survivors he is looking out for. For the duel, things aren't looking too good for Jaden, as Zur is not letting up on him, putting him in a situation where he'll surely lose. But once he threatens what he'll do to his friends after defeating Jaden, as well as Alexis saying that she's so scared, Jaden gets really angry. But before he blows a gasket, Sir Fried appears, saying that together they will rescue his friends, as he jumps down to them, saying that Jaden has shown him true courage, as he begins turning into energy particles, sprinkling over top of Jaden as he says to allow his warrior spirit to join with his deck, as Jaden then pulls the card form for him, which kind of feels like cheating, but given the circumstances of everything going on here, yeah, I guess it's cool. So Jaden not only summons him to the field, he also plays Common Soul, with him summoning Neospatian Flare Scarab, which uses its effect to gain attack points based on the spell and trap cards on Zur's side of the field, powering him up to 2,100 attack points, as Common Soul then takes those attack points and gives them to Fried, making him now have exactly 3,800 attack points. Convenient. Using Fried's effect, Jaden is able to get past the setup that Zur had, making it a one-shot victory for Fried to come in and defeat him. Zur then turns into Stardust while then dropping these weird marbles with different markings on them as the rest of the army runs away after seeing Jaden defeat their leader. Sir Fried tells Jaden that now that Zur is gone, it has given his people the strength to go on and be safe without him, as he then tells Jaden he must defeat the darkness before he too becomes dust for the stars. Jaden is all about doing whatever it takes to find Jesse. No matter who or how many stand in his way, he will take them on, as the others, like Alexis, are worried about Jaden and his own safety in all of this. Also, those marbles, yeah, they all start getting beamed away for some reason, and I'm sure that's no biggie, right? Right?
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
With the urgency of everything going on at the moment in this realm, the whole crew minus Jaden end up discussing Jaden's actions and behaviors, feeling like he is losing sight of truly caring about all of them and solely being hyper-focused on finding Jesse. Jaden ends up finding a map that will lead everyone to more fortresses to comb through across the land here, bringing everyone these sonic ducks to ride like chocobos that he somehow found, as he doesn't give anything the group is saying to him any attention. Instead, he charges off telling them all that there is no time to waste, as the others do try and continue on with him. Up on the cliffs though are some new fiends planning something where they see Jaden going by and mentioning that he is for the Mad King to deal with, while they are sent to direct their attention to the rest of the group, saying their mission is to worry about these fellas. A whole mess of crashes then happen here, with Chaz causing a chain reaction that leads to himself, Hasselberry, Alexis, and Attekus falling off and being left behind, with them only starting to get angrier and more rage-filled towards Jaden as we get to see the glowing markings appear on them, the same markings on those weird marbles that appeared and disappeared last last episode. All their moods seem affected in different ways now, pushing out and exaggerating what they may individually be feeling. The two fiends we saw moments ago make themselves known to this group of 4 here, with them being Gold, Wu Lord of Dark World, and Silva, Warlord of Dark World, mentioning that they are going to take this group specifically to Braun, Mad King of Dark World, not to be confused with Supreme King, because that's the guy on the top. Mad King is a lower level dude, as these two then knock out the whole group to capture them fully. As they are collecting the bodies, they make remarks of there being 5 people that they needed to collect, but they think 4 is fine for now, and they can come find the 5th one later, thinking it has to be some highly skilled warrior that has somehow avoided them for the time being. But in reality, it's Cyrus, and I don't mean any disrespect by that. Obviously, the group with Jaden is larger than 5 people, but for this whole marble thing going on, there were 5 of those marbles, and now 5 people have been marked and asked specifically to be collected. As for Jaden, when he pulls up to this first fortress on the map, Jim and Axel note that the rest of the group is missing, as they are going to go and look for them, but make Jaden promise that he won't go into the fortress without them, as they need to do things as a team, to which he promises, but the second they leave, he breaks it, beginning to walk into the fortress as he knows that he's not listening to what his friends are saying and only going off of his instinct, something that he's always done and that has never failed him before, believing that Jesse truly needs him right now, and that every second that passes is another moment Jesse could be out there desperately needing help. He believes he's doing the right thing, but of course, this was yet another trap, with Jaden getting surrounded by the Dark World army as Braun, the Mad King, appears to him, being cryptic about if he's seen or even knows Jesse and what may or may not have happened to him, making Jaden scared and unsure of what happened to his friend. But for now, to truly find some answers or at least get past all of this, Braun wants a direct duel with Jaden, claiming that Jaden's already taken out some of his best men and now he wants a piece of him. As the duel starts off, Braun ends up revealing Chaz, Alexis, Hasselberry, and Attekus to Jaden, showing them all unconscious and tied up, with Braun not explaining what's really going on yet and waiting to really show what stakes are at play to Jaden at this moment. Jaden, of course, has his concerns over his friends, regardless of their points from earlier and how he's been acting, because he does care, and now things in the duel should get more interesting with what Jaden is playing for. With Chaz waking up first before the others start to in a moment, the rage inside of wanting to tell Jaden off comes out, putting all this blame on him for why they're all in this mess in the first place, and it's because of him. It's not just Jesse who's in trouble in this world, it's all of his friends who came in here with him, believed in him, blindly followed him in with nothing but genuine trust and care, and it seems like Jaden's really about to start caring, because thanks to Jaden sending in an attack, the power of Braun's Wicked Cannon, a book that needs to be filled in with wicked runes, showing us the markings on his friends are those runes, as after Chaz finishes going off on Jaden, we see him being turned into energy particles as the wicked rune Anger that's glowing on his neck is now ripped off and placed into the book, with a sketch forming of Chaz into it to express him being trapped and sealed away in it. Chaz can never catch a break, huh? Corrupted by a cult society? Check. Turned into a dual ghoul? Check. Having his whole essence trapped within a cursed book in another dimension? Check. But at least now we all know what is going to happen to the rest of Jaden's friends thanks to Braun's tactics here. Almost as if he knew Zur was going to fall to Jaden so that these runes can be distributed to make this duel happen in the first place. Maybe as some good foresight, maybe as a contingency plan, but either way, it's working so far. The different runes express the different emotions they each feel, letting them be emphasized and exaggerated all so that they can be drawn out and poured into the wicked cannon, with Braun saying the more emotion they give, the stronger the summoning shall be, with Jaden falling to his knees and feeling the guilt of being responsible for all of this, as Braun wants to know what Jaden will do, give up or let his friends become pages in his book. While Jaden is trying to figure his stuff out, Braun worries about his goons actually hurrying up here and finding the 5th person with the rune, as we then cut to Cyrus being out there somewhere lost and feeling big emotions thanks to his rune, with him crying over thinking he's forgettable and that his friends probably don't even know he's not with them anymore and that they're not gonna come looking for him. Hey Cyrus, buddy, pal, that's not the problem. You're not forgettable. You're just part of this now massive ensemble cast of characters, and the show hasn't really figured out what to do with you much this season. I mean, first, with Jesse in the picture, you really did become Chop Liver and not shown as buddy-buddy with Jaden. Then you were a dual ghoul for a while, and there's been nothing for you to really do, at least so far. I mean, you did hold water for like 3 episodes, and that's all they could really do with you, and it didn't even matter in the end. But the first and second seasons of the series had you involved and important to the story in multiple ways, and now it feels like you just haven't had a true chance to shine here. It's not the worst thing. At least you're still involved a good bit, but the problem comes from there just being too many characters that the show wants to focus on, and the majority of the legacy characters just aren't being used or are barely being used, or heck, look at your brother Cyrus. Zayn was brought back in out of nowhere, and no one knows what's going on with him or why he's different from how he was when we last saw him. And what I'm trying trying to say here, buddy, is that it will be okay. I am sure you'll be important again soon. Heck, maybe even in this predicament going on, you may be the one who's important. Sorry, didn't mean to give Cyrus here some unasked for therapy. Maybe the show just needs to give him his own episode. Maybe that's foreshadowing. Interrupting his crying are of course Gold and Silva, who seemingly capture him as we cut back to the duel for now, as Jaden isn't sure of what to do to protect his friends. Braun is having a great time here, you know, being evil and a mad king and all, saying that no matter what, in some form or another, Jaden will be deciding the fate of all of his friends. Just to make things more messed up, since, if you forgot, these characters that Jaden has been dealing with and dueling with are technically monsters and creatures from the actual card game, Braun ends up playing Zur, Knight of Dark World, giving Jaden a faster reunion than ever expected with the commander he just faced. So that's a cool angle to play with things for someone who is a mad king, you know? Jaden is still in his head about what to do, gripping on tight to the sand in the ground like he's about to perform Bet on It like he's Troy Bolton. But what you can bet on is that this whole duel will be resolved in the next episode, because that's how this one ends. We start things off here with Cyrus on the run from Gold and Silva, and I haven't seen someone try to avoid Gold and Silver this much since Pokemon had to write the GS ball out of the main anime storyline because their original plans of having Celebi inside of it were halted thanks to Pokemon Forever featuring Celebi in that movie. At one point, Cyrus's Sonic Duck jumps off of a high cliff with Gold and Silva looking down in disgust as if things didn't go well for Cyrus, saying they should just tell the boss what happened and alluding to Cyrus being dead. But once we get to see the aftermath, we can see that Sonic Duck is okay. Phew, I was worried. But more importantly, this wasn't even Cyrus. It was Axel's spell card Copy Doll being used to help trick the two fiends into believing Cyrus died so that they would give up the hunt for him, which reveals to us that Cyrus, in his escape from the fiends, ran into Jim and Axel, who came in clutch to help him out. Cyrus expresses his worries about Jaden, saying that he thinks he'll stop at nothing to find Jesse, no matter the cost, even if that cost could be more of his friends ending up hurt or worse. Jaden is trying to figure out a way to play without directly attacking so his friends won't get hurt, so when he plays Elemental Hero Avion, he plays him in defense mode, causing the Dark Army crowd watching to boo in response as they want to see some action here, not some defense. Braun ends up using Darkness Half to sacrifice half of the attack from Zur in order to summon 2 dark tokens on Jaden's side of the field with 1,000 attack points each. And regardless if Jaden states that he doesn't want to use them to attack, Braun tells him that he has no choice in the matter, playing Dark Tournament, forcing Avion into attack position, as well as it forces all 3 of these monsters now to attack no matter what. At this moment, Cyrus, Axel, and Jim start walking in on the duel, noticing the rest of the group being chained up and knowing that if they get spotted, they'll end up in the same position as well. Now, with all of the attacks going through, the Wicked Runes for Hatred, Anguish, and Sadness are all triggered to be collected into the Wicked Canon book. Before his friends all turn to dust though, the strength of the rune pushes out more emotions, causing them to say horrible things to Jaden to make him really feel responsible for all of this, with Alexis getting in the last few words saying to Jaden that she thought they were friends, but it seems that they don't matter to Jaden, as he tries to plead that this isn't true. As they get added to the book, Cyrus seems in shock, believing that Jaden is the cause of this and intentionally just sacrificed the well-being of all of his friends here. Braun is a bit mad that the 5th rune isn't available for him at the moment, as everyone is ignorant to the fact that Cyrus and 2 more friends of Jaden are just standing right there in the entrance, but whatever. Braun claims this to be enough power for now anyway, activating it to try and have super polymerization come out and be used, but it fails, meaning he for sure needs the 5th rune to activate it, as Jaden is all like, bruh, really? A 5th rune? You want another one of my friends dead? I only have like 3 of them left, come on man. All Braun needs left is the Wicked Rune Doubt for Wicked Canon to work, informing Jaden that it's Cyrus who was inflicted with the last rune needed. So his backup is to just use this other effect that it has by removing it in all of the Wicked Runes from play in order to summon Rainbow, Overlord of Dark World. So like, he just took several of Jaden's friends' lives, potentially all for him to throw away the plan? What a Mad King thing to do. Jaden continues on in the duel, getting out his Elemental Hero Neos and Neospatian Air Hummingbird, and fusing them to bring out Elemental Hero Air Neos, powering him up from 2,500 attack points to 3,700 based on its effect to add the difference between Jaden's lower life points than Bronze. He's able to then go in for an attack and destroy Bronze Rainbow, then playing Contact out to separate Air Hummingbird and Neos so he can send in more attacks, having Neos take out Zur with Air Hummingbird attacking directly, bringing Braun down to 1,500 life points. Since there is no more threat of his friends being at stake since they are all seemingly doomed now, Jaden finally had the chance to do some real damage here for a comeback. Air Hummingbird's effect as well helps Jaden restore his own life points too, raising him back up to 3,300. Braun admits that Jaden is a skilled duelist, but needs to be way better to be on his level, pulling off a combo of moves that ultimately lets him get his Rainbow Overlord of Dark World back onto the field, using its effects to destroy all of Jaden's monsters on his his side of the field, leaving him wide open for an attack from the fiend, bringing him all the way back down to only 800 life points left as he screams in pain from how intense of an attack he just had to eat. Jaden gets more intense and into the duel after this, with his eyes going from the natural brown they usually are to now being near golden, as if something has taken over him or awakened inside of him. With this new level of intensity, he plays O Oversoul to get elemental hero Neos back out onto the field, boosting him up to 2800 attack points thanks to assault armor, making him strong enough to defeat Rainbow again, bringing Braun down to 1200 life points left. But by then removing the assault armor from Neos, he is able to go in for another attack, which could win Jaden the duel, as all of this genuinely surprises Braun, as Jaden is no longer kidding around. He's angry and intense, and Braun wants this side of Jaden to come out, claiming that Jaden needs to keep feeding into this anger as it will only further lead to his downfall. With the second attack coming in, Braun activates Corridor to Dark World, bringing back for his third appearance Rainbow, Overlord of Dark World, with Jaden's attack leading to a double knockout between monsters for having the same attack points as one another. Braun just thinks that Jaden is making less calculated choices because of the anger, fully preparing his plan of attack now that Jaden is wide open, but in the middle of his whole gassing up session of his plan, Jaden interrupts him, playing Battle of Sleeping Spirits, allowing both of them to summon a monster that was just destroyed. Jaden doesn't leave any room for any comments to be made, or even room to breathe for that matter, as he goes off about knowing the cycle of bringing back these two monsters over and over again, and saying that every single time he'll just keep taking him down. He says that he knows what he's doing in the duel now won't bring back his friends, but watching Braun squirm sure makes him feel better, which is never a way Jaden would talk. Even if he did hate the person he was up against, he has never come off evil or violent, I guess, until now. Luckily for the duel, Braun couldn't do anything at the moment thanks to his Corridor to Dark World, so the resurrection of Rainbow couldn't happen, leaving Jaden with elemental hero Neos back out and directly being able to attack Braun to officially win the duel against him. Braun claims that Jaden may have won, but that he also has nothing to show for it, just a bunch of loss, anger, and pain. Jaden tells him to shut his mouth and demands to know what he's done with Jesse, with Braun claiming that he won't like the answer, saying that he's up in the stars with the rest of his friends already and that he'll never see him again. Jaden doesn't believe this, calling him a liar and wanting to know the truth, but Braun just laughs like the mad king he is, or was, as he then turns into energy particles as well, with the rest of the Dark Army just in disbelief over Braun losing. In these moments after, Jaden calms back down and returns to his regular state, and we know this because his eyes are brown again, as Cyrus makes himself known, with Jaden happy to see him, but Cyrus's rune activates further, causing more emotions to flood out as he tells Jaden that he doesn't think he cares at all, and claims that he's changed from the Jaden he used to be, telling him that it's all his fault. He let everyone here, all because of going after Jesse, as he then says that Jesse's gone anyway, just like everyone else, as he then runs off into the darkness crying, as Jim chases after him, with Axel telling Jaden that he's on his own now, as he runs after Cyrus as well, leaving Jaden there by himself. Jaden has a bit of a breakdown in front of the remaining Dark Army members, which is a bit awkward and embarrassing for them as they silently watch this human kid scream and cry about why all of this is happening to him. It's a fun time all around, as Jaden doesn't know what he's doing right or doing wrong, as all he wanted to do was help, and all that his actions have led to so far have done the opposite, only putting more of his friends in jeopardy and ruining the tight bonds that they all had. The blank super polymerization card ends up landing in front of him, causing him to wonder how could Braun take all of his friends from him just for some card here, as then a voice calls out to Jaden, with this new entity appearing and saying that he wants Jaden to be who he was meant to be, a great warrior. But for that to become true, he needs power. The entity tells Jaden that he needs to unlock the use of super polymerization, which will mean he needs to defeat those who stand in his way and absorb their energy. As the figure starts morphing, it's looked to be the silhouette of Jaden, as well as the Supreme King, foreshadowing what this could mean for Jaden and who the Supreme King is, alluding to them maybe being one and the same, as the shock shows Jaden's eyes once again changing as they now go back to the yellow coloring from earlier. So that's fun and totally not a Chris Angel mind freak of a thing to happen for him as a character as we end this episode. We start the next episode with some sort of flashback to Jaden and Cyrus dueling back at the academy, with Jaden for some reason telling elemental hero Avion to attack when it was elemental hero Tempest doing so, but whatever, who's even gonna notice that, right? But something feels off from all of this, as it turns out, like Biggie Smalls once said, it was all a dream, as Cyrus wakes up and starts remembering the stuff that is going on versus life not being as easygoing as it once was back when they were just some school students and not interdimensional search and rescuers. Also, since it was a dream, I'll forgive the Avion Tempest mix-up that happened. I won't bring it up again. Cyrus kind of recaps all that happened since they got there, showing how Jaden has made more and more reckless decisions that have put all of his friends in danger, as he can't understand what has changed and why Jaden would do anything like this. Out of nowhere comes Ojama Yellow, who has survived what happened, as it originally seemed like all the Ojamas turned into dust as well with Chaz, but once Cyrus links up with Ojama Yellow, we see how in that moment that he didn't grab onto Chaz like the other two did, seemingly sparing him from the same fate. Cyrus only gets mad when Ojama Yellow talks about Jaden, as the little fella can understand that something's not right here with Cyrus either, based on these reactions he's having and claiming that he and Jaden are no longer friends. Cyrus ends up ditching Ojama Yellow, which they make you feel really bad for him because he's just left there sat crying, while Cyrus goes off to be alone and make his own way in the world, telling himself that this is the start of the Cyrus spin-off show, and yay, look at that. Here's our only Cyrus episode basically. It's all him, all Cyrus, all the time, except for when it's not. He figures that to truly drop Jaden from his mind and from his life is to give up dueling, tossing his duel disc off of a cliff, and not long after this, he ends up seeing a doomed dozer going crazy throughout the forest, later on noticing that it's chasing Ojama Yellow, as he steps in to want to help him out now, and then moments later not wanting to do so, and then moments later now wanting to again, and he's just all over the place, and this rune is throwing his thoughts and emotions into pure flip-flop and chaos in his head. Cyrus does get this moment to truly feel heroic for once, helping get the monster's attention away from Ojama Yellow and towards him as he runs away, and naturally, because it is Cyrus, trips and nearly is then killed by the beast, to which I find it funny that Ojama Yellow, after crying out for Cyrus to come save him, and he did, that he now just sees Cyrus about to die and is all like, nah, oh well, that's unfortunate, I guess. These Ojamas, man, I swear. Anyway, Cyrus ends up being saved thanks to a strange man in a cloak who they instantly show to us through the close-up of his cards and face that it is none other than Cyrus's older brother, Zayn. Zayn is able to defeat the monster, but afterwards, when Cyrus collapses over, Zayn has that heart issue happening again, as we see him split into colors as he calls out Cyrus's name, with us getting a closer look at his heart now, as it seemingly stopped but then starts kicking back into gear for him to be okay. As Cyrus gets back up, he's just curious as to why Zayn's even here, but after Ojama Yellow comes to thank Cyrus, he just passes out again. Zayn comes over to him now, claiming that he'll be okay, as Ojama Yellow starts filling Zayn in on what's been happening here, and thank goodness we don't have to sit through the 10th recap of the previous events that just took place. But from all of this information, Zayn just says that Jaden really needs to grow up and mature. Cyrus, however, well, he's back to being in dreamland, looking back on more memories with Jaden that were good, bringing us back to a specific moment where Cyrus couldn't help change his brother back to being who he used to be, as he asked Jaden what if someone he cared about turned all mean and nothing you did could change that. Jaden responds by saying he'd still have their back. Everyone goes through different things and people change, but despite all of that, you still look out for one another. The only thing you can control is whether you stop caring or not. You can't directly change the person to fit back into a certain mold that you had believed them to be at some point or another. He continues on to tell Cyrus that if it were him who goes all dark or starts acting differently, that no matter what, he'd always have his back and show that he cares for him, ending the dream sequence by asking Cyrus if he would do the same for him in that kind of situation. Cyrus responds out loud in the real world by saying, of course, as he wakes up with tears already flowing from his eyes, as Zayn explains to him that dreams are a way for us to talk to ourselves, have these more uncomfortable conversations that we need to confront, telling Cyrus that he knows what he has to do, so he must go and make things right with Jaden. He tells him that he needs to have the guts to speak to Jaden properly, mentioning their previous duel where Cyrus had the guts to confront Zayn. He says that if you were willing to do that for me, why aren't you willing to go and do that for your best friend? But then Zayn drops another option, saying maybe he'd be better off without him, and continuing on to say, just like he's better off without his brother, as he puts his cloak hood up and prepares to leave. Cyrus still wants guidance, answers, and most importantly, for his brother not to leave again, but Zayn says that he has the guts and strength to do this all on his own, so it's something that he needs to figure out properly to get through all of this. Both of them unaware about Cyrus's feelings being a bit more out of control thanks to the rune cursed upon him. After Zayn leaves and Cyrus has enough strength to start getting up, he sees his duel disc is now back, as if Zayn found it and made sure that he had it back. In the meantime, we see somewhere else in the woods is Aster, who has a cool color matching cloak as well, who was waiting for Zayn to come back from speaking to his brother, asking if there was any success with his heart-to-heart, as Zayn responds, we'll see. As Zayn wants to continue forward on whatever quest him and Aster have been on, Aster questions leaving Cyrus alone, but for Zayn, there seems to be no time to wait. His heart is having problems and he claims that he's running out of time, as there is something that he still needs to do, as Aster continues following along. As Cyrus begins his journeying again, he's remembering everything Jaden ever did for him and all of the times he's been there for him or saved him from trouble, and now he's determined to be there for Jaden no matter what and save him too, not letting him down. Claiming that just like Jaden stopping at nothing to find Jesse, he'll be stopping at nothing to find his friend again and help him. I like that this episode was titled The State of Cyrus, because it really gave us this more personal time with him to see the emotions he's going through and how dealing with them on a more extreme and intense level thanks to the rune affect him, while also having these good memories of Jaden from the past subconsciously try and push back against the Jaden is bad narrative that's taking over. By the end of it all, and through the big brother coaching from Zayn, we do get to see a big growth point for Cyrus happen, seeing him both push out his fears of being alone with no help, and doubly so in a scary different dimension, as well as breaking through this mental barrier about how he truly feels about his friend. Also, I guess Zayn seems to have changed in some regards, showing that from their previous duel that what Cyrus was saying did stay with him, and on top of this, understanding that something is causing his heart to stop, layering back in more of that mystery. Jim and Axel are on their own, and are not only asking around to the others that they come across about if they've seen Jaden, they also have cloaks now too. Was there like a cloak shop that everyone just got to shop at but was never mentioned? Because like, it's cool and fashionable, and I kind of like it. Anyway, those who are trying to survive on the land are scared of the wrath of the Supreme King, who we can see aura farming from the top of his spire castle, dripped out in the latest Supreme drops. And okay, be real with me, chat, is Supreme like even around anymore, or did the whole era of paying hundreds of dollars for a brick that says Supreme on it come to an end? But yeah, the Supreme King is overlooking the land, as his underlings inform him that only one small village remains in his way for him to have complete control over the land itself. The survivors living off the land inform Axel and Jim about the Supreme King and what he is doing, as he gathers up all of the duelists in the land and one by one forces them to duel with him, as we see grim depictions of chained up people being funneled into the spire while many duel discs slowly sink into the lava surrounding the area. Axel and Jim then assumed that based on everything that happened, that Jaden probably went off to go and face the Supreme King in a duel to avenge his friends. Before they rush towards the spire, Jim ends up having that weird vision of the comet turning red and coming towards them again, but takes a moment to realize that might not be reality, saying that ever since he hurt his eye, sometimes his vision plays tricks on him. We then get a little bit of a flashback to a younger Jim, showing how he hurt his eye after saving Shirley from getting hurt in a trap. But enough of that mystery for now, for why he keeps seeing the comet do this. They have to book it, as they take the survivors with them so they can stop by their village, seeing it now under attack from some monsters, with Total Defense Shogun taking some of them out and also accidentally killing Jim. R.I.P. You know, that sucks. RIP. Okay, well, he's not dead, thankfully. He's just knocked out and dreaming about the first day that he had at Duel Academy, where he relives seeing how fast Shirley gave her trust to Jaden, which made Jim understand that he and his friends are good people, which is why he probably started hanging out with them and was so quick to helping them all in the first place. This could be huge in him still seeing Jaden in such a light. If Shirley can give her trust and friendship to Jaden, then surely Jim can too. When he wakes up, aside from getting his apology from Total Defense Shogun, who goes by the name Burgundy, Axel informs Jim that Jaden hasn't been seen by anyone here, as they all realize that this most likely means he's now the Supreme King's prisoner. They are warned that if this is true, that there is nothing that they can do. Axel and Jim, though, head off anyway, regardless of how impossible any of this may seem, as Jim mentions that Jaden did everything to save them, and now they must do the same for him. On their journey, they knowingly walk into what they believe could be a trap, finding the head researcher of the Supreme King ready to duel, as we see more pits of lava filled with duel discs from those already been defeated. He explains that the Supreme King is collecting this energy from all of the duelists in order to have the power to summon the greatest duel monsters card ever created, because you know, we're back on that whole thing, the greatest, the most powerful. He then tells them that all the other duelists have already been defeated, there's no one left, making them worried about Jaden actually making it here and somehow losing. But Jim breaks through this thought process, saying that he refuses to believe that, as Jaden is just way too good of a duelist to lose. While they just want to get through to the Supreme King, they are informed that he is currently away dealing with the remaining surviving village to finish his conquest of the land, aka the village that they were just at, as they want to go back there now and help them out. But with this fiend wanting a duel, Jim steps up to face him, as he gets a good moment in the series here to showcase his dueling abilities again, making pretty quick work of this dude as he seemingly starts walking away before it's even over. But he took a note out of Axel's book here, doing the whole turning around and not looking, as the strategy he had set up ends up finishing the duel and defeating this guy. Jim must be one of those cool guys too. For real though, both Jim and Axel are such great characters and awesome additions to this season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Back outside, they bear witness to the Supreme King and his army heading back from the village, as Jim can only picture the brutal images of what took place there, getting him more angry over all of the innocent people who may have been just slaughtered, as we then see Burgundy in the open, barely clinging to life, saying to fight the fight before turning into stardust, making it the last straw for Jim as he runs after the Supreme King saying it's time for revenge, as he then ends up getting the Supreme King's attention before he was entering into the gates. He yells out to him saying he challenges him to a duel, as the Supreme King accepts. Lifting up his helmet, and from the voice to then the shocking reveal of his face, Jim and Axel are stunned to see that it is Jaden, once again with the yellow eyes, who is the Supreme King, ending the episode on that shocking reveal. Well, maybe that would have hit a bit harder if that other episode didn't foreshadow every detail of this reveal. How much cooler would it have been if we never got a tease beyond just some mysterious figure speaking to Jaden, to then get to this moment and go, wait, how could this even be possible? What's going on here? Meh, it's a missed opportunity, I guess. Axel and Jim end up getting surrounded by the top henchman monsters, nearly getting captured until Axel helps set themselves free to make an escape, with Supreme King Jaden telling his guys not to go after them because they are insignificant, claiming to only want strong warriors looking for battle, not cowards who run away. After getting away, they discuss about how could that even be Jaden, with Axel not believing it's the real Jaden, but Jim brings up his whole eye thing, saying he knows it's the real Jaden because of his true eye, basically explaining to Axel that he can kind of see people's inner spirits, giving us that same flashback of Shirley being friendly with Jaden, adding more context to how Jim saw and understood Jaden's true character from the get-go, which kind of recontextualizes some moments with Jim in the series for how you can read into it, like with him grabbing the rope from Adrian in the desert when Adrian was about to let it go, giving off this weird vibe of one of the two of them knowing something more or feeling something more, which I did kind of bring up back then, but now I feel that it truly could be read both ways based on Adrian's character at the time, and now with Jim's eye in context to what it can do, it makes sense for him to have felt something and knowing to grab onto the rope before Adrian let go of it. Speaking of Adrian, where's he been? Anyway, we continue on from the flashback of Jim as a kid with him saving Shirley and getting hurt, only to wake up in the presence of a mysterious old man, who tells him that the bandage over his eye must stay on until the time is right. This old man saw the type of person Jim was, putting his own life on the line for Shirley's, telling him that's why he's worthy of the sacred eye, the Eye of Orichalcum. Not to be confused with the Seal of Orichalcos, as the old man explains that the eye helps the worthy one sense the good and bad in someone. He mentions that he's been looking for the perfect successor to pass it down to, with that now being Jim, as he reiterates that this will need to wait to be unbandaged at the right moment, mentioning that it would be of use in a moment of helping a friend, and hey, that's kind of like what's going on right now, it makes sense. The clue of knowing it's the right time is due to this comet that can be seen traveling through many different worlds apparently, and once it's all red and suddenly heading towards you, that's when he'll know what needs to be done. In the end, the old man says, a comet turns, a friend walks lost, a bandage falls, the eye sees the truth, a friend shows us the way, as this guy then turns into space dust too, and he's not even in a different dimension, so that's interesting. For a quick moment, he takes off his bandage to show his eye to Axel, but not reveal it to us so we could see what it looks like yet. But he knows what all of this kind of means now for what he has to go do. He knows that who we saw was for sure Jaden, and right now he's lost, so they need to help him so then Jaden, their real friend Jaden in there, can show them the way. He ties back up his bandages and makes his intentions to go and duel Jaden to try and help, telling Axel that if anything happens to him, to go and take care of Shirley. I honestly love the friendship that these two characters have built. I think their dynamic is great, and I would watch a spin-off series that just followed them on their tag team adventures, and come to think of it, that's kind of what the show feels like right now at this moment anyway, so that's kind of a win. It's also fun that like the majority of characters we meet in this dimension are all monsters or creatures that can now speak and have their own personalities, as it feels like we're getting to celebrate some cool monsters from the card game in general. All of the guys here who stand in front of Jim and Axel now are all representations of monsters from the cards themselves, like Chaos Sorcerer or Skull Knight. I don't know, I just think it's cool. It's my video anyway, I can point out and discuss what I want to, okay? Jaden comes out and says this duel is all his, showing off one of the craziest duel discs yet. Like, what a fun transformation that had. As Jim gets ready to now face Jaden to save Jaden, Jim starts things off by getting to land some direct damage, but it's pretty cool that Jaden doesn't even flinch when taking it, seemingly cutting through all of the smoke with his vision locked in on Jim, and it's kind of menacing. Jaden starts things off by playing a spell card called Dark Fusion, which made both Jim and Axel worried over what this card could do. They don't like the sound of the name and have never seen Jaden use this card. Well, what this does do is introduce us to a new type of hero line of creatures. It's no longer just elemental heroes or destiny heroes. Get ready to meet something way more evil, as Jaden fuses both Avian and Bursinetrix to create evil hero Inferno Wing, with 2100 attack points. Axel puts it kinda simple here. Jaden took two good guys and made one evil guy. But also they still have hero in their name, so it's a little bit confusing, like you can't consider them anti-heroes either, because anti-heroes aren't really evil, even if they have a morally gray area in what they do. So with the name evil in there, it's more like being a hero, but for the evil side. Like the bad guys see these creatures as their heroes and not the good guys. I'm already lost in my own logic. Jim tries to stop the incoming attacks from Inferno Wing with his face down trap card, Sakuretsu Armor, to destroy the attacking monster, but Inferno Wing can't be destroyed by spells or traps, allowing the attack to not go through, as Jim has to really figure out what he's going up against here. Thanks to Inferno Wing's special abilities, not only did Jim take some initial damage regardless of his monster being in defense mode, Inferno Wing has the ability to then deal damage directly to Jim's life points based on the defeated monster's attack or defense points, depending on which is higher, causing Jim to lose an additional 2,000 life points, as this shows off that Jaden, aka the Supreme King here, is not messing around and is using some pretty aggressive strategies. After the attack, Jim slowly starts to stand back up, calling out Jaden's name as his bandages fall back off his eye, causing what feels like the real Jaden that's somewhere inside of the Supreme King to react to Jim. But here we finally get to see what the eye looks like, and yeah, it looks like it hurts, but Jim says he can see the real Jaden in there, as he then looks up, seeing the vision of the comet turning red again, falling directly towards him as he gets engulfed in the red light, having his eye glow even brighter red than the light on his duel disc, as he claims that he will set Jaden free from being trapped, with the light blinding the whole area now, as we end up in a shadowy realm, one that looks like the place Jaden went to when we saw him last before becoming the Supreme King. In this realm, Jim and Axel see the real Jaden, on the floor freaking out over everything being his fault, but his eyes are still bright yellow, with all of these blank cards or mirrors that are surrounding him, with them being used for someone from the series to talk down to or berate Jaden over everything being his fault, or to just show him the friends that he has hurt, with us first seeing Viper, and hey, that doesn't mean he's alive, but at least he has an appearance here. This version of Jaden is fully starting to believe all of the bad stuff about him that the others have been saying, as he is plagued with these visions of what happened to his friends over and over again. But this line of thinking starts to get taken over, as all around him we see the Supreme King telling him, so what if all that happened? It's all in the past now, you must look towards the future, as he goes on about all this power being his for the taking, and in order to get it, he needs to be merciless. As we then see the Super Polymerization card form in his hand, with the Supreme King saying that by using this card, he can defeat anyone or anything in his way. Jim tries to yell out to Jaden, saying that this is all a trick and that's not who he is, but the Supreme King stops this conversation, bringing us back into the duel itself. From this experience, Jim can confirm that the real Jaden is in there, struggling with everything going on in his head, and the only way to get him back will be by having to defeat Jaden's dark half, aka the Supreme King. Jim tells Jaden to keep up the fight because he is going to as well, continuing the duel and getting out Fossil Warrior Skull Knight with 2400 attack points, destroying evil hero Inferno Wing. But Jim's not finished. He then plays Half-Life, and after he's done taking a break playing that game, he comes back to the duel and plays the card Half-Life, bringing back Jaden's Inferno Wing, but now with half of the attack points, making it have 1050. This triggers Fossil Warrior Skull Knight's ability to attack again because there is a monster on Jaden's side of the field, defeating it and bringing Jaden down to 1850 life points, causing him to have a reaction of pain for the first time in the duel from losing life points. With Jim trying to get the real Jaden to take back over, there is a short moment where Jaden's brown eyes are shown, but before Jim can really talk to him, the yellow eyes come back, with the Supreme King taking back over, claiming that the eyes don't matter and that Jaden and the Supreme King are just one spirit. With the duel raging on, Jaden is clearly playing with a lot more anger, getting out another evil hero, with this one being evil hero Malicious Edge, having 2600 attack points. He ends up quickly defeating Jim's monster and bringing his life points all the way down to 750. In the meantime, somewhere else in the world that they're in, we see some survivors that are on the run end up getting saved by Cyrus, who is kind of being this cool one-man hero of the land with his newfound personal growth and also having his own cloak now. Okay, seriously, how are people here just getting cloaks? Phew. Anyway, from this, he then overhears some bad guys discussing what's going on with the Supreme King duel that gives him the information he needs to hopefully find Jaden. The two people he helped thank him and appreciate him being brave to save their lives, as he tells them to stick to the shadows before putting his hood up and continuing on. Is that why this arc is called Into the Shadows? Probably not, but I'd like to believe that it is the reason, and yeah, I know I'm wrong, but that's okay. Let me live in my ignorance here, please. Jaden is only getting more powerful and more aggressive in the duel, with his eyes turning more and more yellow to the point where they are practically glowing, as Axel fears for the worst a bit, unsure if Jim can handle a level of power this strong that Axel claims he's never felt before. Axel tells himself to get a grip grip and stop shaking, preparing himself for the fact that if Jim does lose here, it will be him who has to step up next and try and face him. Jim, while still taking a beating from Jaden, is holding in there, keeping his spirits up and still trying to speak to the real Jaden. But with that not working or really doing much at the moment, Jaden brings out another evil hero Infernal Gainer with 1600 attack points. Now with only 150 life points left for Jim, he ends up playing the trap Uluru the Guardian Spirit to bring his Uluru's Guardian back out into the field from the grave in defense position with 2500 defense points to save him from losing the duel right then and there. Jaden then activates some special effects here, having Infernal Gainer get sent into the future by a couple of turns, with Malicious Edge getting a chance to attack again, being strong enough to defeat Jim's monster, with the piercing effect hurting Jim further as well, leaving him at only 50 life points left. Nearly on the edge of defeat, Jim still tries speaking to Jaden, only this time saying that he is sorry and that he really tried here. Axel is really having to fight with himself to stay calm and not be intimidated by the Supreme King and his power, trying to find a way to make sure his head is in the game if he truly needs to be the one to duel next. With Jim still on the ground from this attack, he has a flashback for a moment, showing him finding fossils as Jaden comes over to see what he's doing, with Jim saying that when he uncovers a fossil, he can see the spirit of what it once used to be, seeing how they once lived before whatever happened to them, which is why he's the guy to go and find them, because this way they aren't technically lost forever. With Jaden understanding that a bit and calling it similar to a rescue mission, as Jim notes that they've been asleep for a long time and they might not like him waking them up. Jaden replies by saying, "No way that's true. They'd probably love it," saying it's like dueling. You're always busting through obstacles, looking for a way to break open the game, with his final line waking Jim up completely, using all of the analogies of the fossils being trapped in the rocks to describe what has happened to Jaden and what Jim must do about it. He then calls up to the comet as he asks for the power of the eye to be granted to him, as it works and really just makes Jim look more menacing in the moment. Not sure what's really changing other than that, but let's see. When Jim demands his friend back, we kind of see whatever darkness this is surrounding Jaden potentially slip here, because he has originally been saying that him and Jaden are one and the same. It's been trying to establish that this dark half is something actually a part of him, but the Supreme King responds to Jim by saying that his friend is mine, making it seem like it could be all some evil entity or have nothing to do with Jaden specifically, aside from drawing out these feelings of being the reason why everything bad happened, and now it's all bleak and hopeless and you should just be evil, man. You know, what I'm trying to say is, something ain't right here. Maybe. Jim does his best to make a pretty decent comeback, but Jaden is still on his Supreme King type beat, dark fusioning Elemental Hero Sparkman and Elemental Hero Clayman to create Evil Hero Lightning Golem with 2400 attack points, being able to destroy Jim's monster, leaving him wide open for now. So with limited time in the duel for Jim to figure out how to properly defeat the Supreme King, we see the power of the eye continuing to course through Jim, giving him his own special red glow around his body so you can see how intense he's playing too. He continues on and sends out Gaia Plate the Earth Giant with 2800 attack points, being able to have Lightning Golem's attack points thanks to its special ability, and from there attacks and destroys him, leaving Jaden at 50 life points as well, meaning it could really go either way at this point. As Jim tries to get through to Jaden, and it seems like there is a chance, the Supreme King refuses to give up or let Jim's tactics work, continuing the duel. Now that it's been a couple turns, Jaden's Infernal Gainer comes back to the field, but Jim continues to plead for Jaden to break free and stop this, only causing the Supreme King to yell back at Jim, saying to quit calling him Jaden, and that what he truly is fear. He is going to be Jim's and everyone else's undoing. He is the timeless curse, the end of all things, telling Jim that this was brought upon himself, and now he will learn the way of darkness. In this moment, we finally get to see the use of super polymerization, allowing him to fuse his monster with any monster that is out on the field, taking away Jim's Earth Giant, with the Supreme King taunting Jim over what he's feeling now with nothing to help him out. And now from the fusion, Evil Hero Dark Gaia is summoned with 4400 attack points. So even though Jim only has 50 life points left, the Supreme King is really going for some overkill here, sending in the full force of the attack. But in these moments, Shirley comes running in, trying to shield Jim from the attack, and it just nearly breaks your heart at how sweet this is. I can't believe this show is going to make me emotional over a crocodile, but here we are. Jim then stops Shirley from just shielding him, placing her on the ground next to him while he hovers over her for protection as he spends the final moments before the attack lands taking a look at Shirley and smiling, as he then gets defeated, screaming out in pain as the real Jaden nearly hears it, but it then fades away from him. Shirley ends up then turning to Stardust before Jim, which doesn't seem fair. Shirley really wasn't even in the battle, but it definitely would have been sadder if Shirley just defended him and then he got dusted and then we just see a really sad crocodile. But now this gives Jim a moment to tell Axel that whatever he has to do, he has to find a way to save Jaden, with Jim fully turning into Stardust as well, only leaving part of the eye of Orichalcum that rolls over to Axel to pick up and hold on to for now. The Supreme King looks to Axel, asking if he's next, as Axel is still trembling from the fear he's feeling. The eye in his hand glows red as we hear Jim speaking, telling Axel to stay strong and to not be afraid, but he can't overcome what he is feeling, as he then opts to run away in fear. As the Supreme King turns to head back into the castle, we see Cyrus watching over all that just took place, giving us some hope that between the limited options of help left, maybe they can get through to Jaden and save him.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
We enter back into what's going on in this dimension by seeing the Supreme King's army going around looking for any other duelists that are hiding out somewhere in the world as they approach a random building that ends up having Aster inside, who pleads to them that he isn't a duelist and that there is someone else with him in the house, but of course they aren't a duelist either. This clearly turns out to be a trick, trapping the goblin here in a room with Zayn, as we can also see the same tapestry on the wall that relates back to all the cyber dragon stuff from Zayn's journey in the previous season. Zayn starts taking care of this goblin while Aster deals with the other goblin. But of course, not long into dueling Zayn, Zayn is completely destroying him, causing the goblin to beg for mercy as he doesn't want to be sent to the stars. Zayn then asks for information instead of finishing him off, asking if the Supreme King duels with elemental hero cards, as we see a flashback for the goblin. Yes, even this random goblin gets a flashback, showing that he saw elemental hero Neos fall out of the Supreme King's duel disc, but it had this weird curse of darkness over it. Aster in the other room is using the strength of all of his Destiny heroes to make this goblin speak too, getting the information that the king is planning an attack on some remaining village out there with the rest of the survivors, as they are apparently building up a rebel army of duelists there. The Supreme King plans on sending most of them to the stars, with the remaining strong enough duelists being forced to be the servants to the king himself. The goblin tells Aster about the location of this prison camp nearby, but as far as information goes, he says that's truly all that he knows for now, as he just fears for his life in this situation. Both Zayn and Aster do end up sending both of these goblins to the stars, as Zayn tells him that their worst fears about their friend Jaden seem to be true. But first, can we take a moment to say that Zayn called Jaden a friend? That's kind of nice. They both know that they will need more forces with them in order to even face the Supreme King and his army, deciding to head over to the prison camp to find others. As for Axel right now, he's having nightmares about being chased and killed off by Jaden, waking up in a panic over his fears from seeing what Jaden did to Jim. Axel feels pretty distraught over how he sees himself now, claiming not to be worthy of the eye from Jim and placing down his duel disc and walking away, leaving it behind, as he says he is no longer a duelist. In the shadows as he walks away is Cyrus, seeing what happened but not saying a word. Cyrus continues to walk around throughout the area, finding more and more abandoned duel discs, as someone ends up running in a hurry in his direction, with this being Maiden of the Aqua, who Cyrus helps out by having her hide from being out in the open with more goblin forces that are searching the area looking for her. She appreciates the help and realizes that Cyrus here may be a duelist, mentioning the rumors of warriors making a stand to fight the Supreme King. Cyrus tries to downplay what he's doing, saying he is just looking for his friend and wants to save him, and mentioning that he's not a hero, despite her calling him one for saving her just there, as he lets her know that if she's looking for real heroes, he may know where she can find one. We cut back to Axel, who is who Cyrus was talking about, as Maiden of the Aqua finds him, but Axel claims to not be this hero that she needs, clearly feeling this pain and guilt over losing Jim, calling him his best friend before getting choked up and wanting to leave. Not long after this, he ends up having to hide, seeing the goblin forces getting stronger and sending out flaming wolves to search the area, giving him a moment to think about the chances that maiden out there that he just met is going to have going up against them. But as he nearly leaves to continue on his own, the real and heroic side of Axel breaks back into the picture, knowing that what he needs to go do is to go back and help this maiden, rather than living in this misery and despair. Axel catches back up to the maiden, jumping into the the fight with the wolves with nothing because he doesn't have his duel disc anymore. And side note, can duelists in this series just stop getting rid of their duel discs when they get too sad or something? Like, you always end up needing it right away after this. Might as well keep it. Anyway, the maiden actually brought it to him as Cyrus picked it up and gave it to her to bring to him, hoping that this would all help snap Axel back into being the hero he truly is. Even though he ends up helping and she is now safe, he gets angered at being called a hero, recapping why he feels like a coward now with what happened. The maiden tells him that being afraid doesn't make you weak, it's the path you take while you're scared that determines who you truly are, what genuinely defines you, as she points out to him that he saved her, because even while he's scared and feeling this way, he still came back, put his life on the line to help her out, all like Cyrus told her he would do to a T. She tries to explain to Axel that doing that proved that he had this courage inside of him, and that he has beaten the darkness because it hadn't bested him, but he can't believe this, just breaking down further while telling her to go away, as she tells him that she hopes he finds the hero inside of himself that she knows is there. Cyrus then approaches Axel, telling him that if he wants to give up being a duelist, then whatever, so be it, but he still sees the brave hero inside of Axel and believes in him, which we can clearly see these words starting to break through to Axel. Zayn and Aster make their way to the entrance of the prison camp, seeing nothing but duel discs lining the path from all the duelists Jaden has clearly defeated, making things feel pretty grim. At the camp, they prepare to break into it with the force of their monsters, while over at the remaining village, Axel seems like he's there to help, flashing back to speaking with Cyrus where right before he takes Cyrus's hand to be helped back up, Jim's eye starts glowing again, with Axel calling it a reminder that he can't give up and the duelist within him still exists, as he then thanks Cyrus for his help and heads out to the village. Something does seem off with the ones in charge of having the others do what they can to fortify and protect the village, with the main guard giving orders being ruthless to those helping out, and then these other creatures there that talk to Axel about his help in the matter seem a bit suspicious as well. Well, in the very next scene, when those monsters are speaking privately, they make it clear that they are evil and not truly shown in their real forms, at least for one of them, as they want to see the world covered in darkness, poorly leading the villagers on what to do so that the Supreme King can come through and destroy the place with ease, with these monsters just hoping that means they'll get some sort of reward or recognition from him. Axel overhears everything, with the one in disguise now showing their real form, as he was actually one of the top henchmen of the Supreme King, Skull Knight, who's now making fun of how Axel ran away afraid from the Supreme King, unsure how he thinks he can help these people when he can't even stand up to help his own friend. So Axel and the Skull Knight end up getting into a duel. In the meantime, Cyrus is continuing on wherever he's going as Ojama Yellow notices that they are being followed by someone who he thinks looks familiar, but before we can even think about it, there's no time for Cyrus to even listen to this or care about it, so they just continue on for now and leave that little plot thread up in the air. The duel between Skull Knight and Axel has them going back and forth pretty heavily for a while, leaving Axel with only 100 life points at one point. But even in these moments, the real Axel is shining through, having his head in the game and getting out his volcanic Doomfire with 3,000 attack points, using it in combination with the card Volcanic Mind to completely destroy Skull Knight in the duel, as he tells Axel that he may have beaten him, but he shall fall to the Supreme King, and also telling him that he shall see him amongst the stars, as he then satisfyingly turns into dust in front of all the people in the village, exposing the big ruse that was going on here with them tricking the villagers to just have them ready for their demise. The villagers look to Axel as their new leader now, but before he rejects based on him not fully having faith that he could, the maiden has faith in him, with Jim's voice speaking out from the eye, having faith in him as well. From this, he claims to be in, coming up with a plan to prepare for when the Supreme King arrives, putting everyone to work to make sure that the plans actually mean something here now. And I love that he takes a moment to speak to this little kid who is clearly looking up to Axel and wanting to be a warrior himself, saying that his job is to gather the other kids and lead them safely into the mountain as to not be in harm's way of the Supreme King or to have to bear witness to what awful things no kid should ever have to see. Cyrus arrives in the village as well, overlooking what Axel is doing as if he's some sort of like prophet now or something, but time is running out for planning as apparently the Supreme King and his army are approaching, or so they thought. It just turns out to be Zayn and Aster, and along with them, reinforcements. Axel, Zayn, and Aster take some time to catch each other up to speed from their sides of things. Zayn and Aster ended up raiding the prison camp and freeing the duelists and the others inside, and made it here based on knowing this assault from the king was going to take place. Axel asked Zayn and Aster to stay here and help defend the village and the people in it who can't defend themselves, as he can then go bring the fight himself to the Supreme King, only wanting to do it this way with the knowledge of these two incredible duelists leading the charge to protect this place if he's not there. Aster thinks about this differently, saying that both of them will go with him too, as going after the Supreme Supreme King could be what ends up stopping his full wrath and army from coming here in the first place, and to even make it to the Supreme King, Aster claims that Axel will need backup and help from him and Zayn, as it won't be as simple as last time, where they just kind of walked up to the Supreme King after Jim called him out. They start coming up with a plan to disguise themselves and infiltrate the Supreme King's lair, so that a duel for the sake of the real Jaden being saved can happen. Something that could help in getting Jaden to snap out of this would be knowing that Jesse is okay, as Axel starts getting help and trying to find out information on this to truly confirm that Jesse's fine, as well as kind of make it a last resort to lie about it and just say he is through word of mouth. At the Supreme King's lair, he looks out to his massive army of monsters that are ready to fight for his conquest when the orders would be given. In the middle of all the monster chaos here though, Zayn, Axel, and Aster, all in armored disguise now, sneak into the area thanks to flying in on the back of Zayn's Cyberdark Dragon, which is definitely a great choice in trying to fit in without standing out. They are forcing the Guardian shield they took to guide them at the palace, as it promises to be cool and do what they say, and immediately this goes bad when they come across Chaos Sorcerer, who figures out that something is off with this group. The shield then ends up telling him what's going on, but before the group could get mad at it, Chaos Sorcerer just destroys it, as the three of them then take off their disguises. Zayn steps up and tells the others to keep going. He is going to handle dueling Chaos Sorcerer, as he says he's been itching for a duel with a strong and powerful fiend since he's got here. Aster and Axel end up getting confronted by more of the Supreme King's top-ranking followers, with Aster jumping in to handle them, telling Axel to continue on to Jaden. Axel then does make it to the top floor, calling out the Supreme King and telling him that he isn't afraid anymore, and that there is more to dueling than just power, explaining that he has something to fight for, people who look up to him, people who trust him, and with all that trust, it makes him strong. Axel says that they will duel, and he will defeat this evil half of Jaden, to which the Supreme King yells back about that not happening, wanting Axel to beg for forgiveness for the chance at getting spared, but Axel doesn't break. He says he's not going to spare his dark side here, and he's not backing down either. They start getting into their duel, with Jaden showing off another new evil hero by having Elemental Hero Avion and Elemental Hero Wildheart come together to create Evil Hero Wild Cyclone, with 1900 attack points, as it stops Axel from using any traps to stop the attack, bringing him down to 2100 life points right away in the duel, then using the effects of the creature further to destroy Axel's face down cards. With everyone's duel going a mix between alright and not so alright, the Supreme King is only getting more heated and evil, and the dead giveaway is the glowing purple aura behind him. He then fuses the elemental heroes Clayman and Burstinatrix to bring out Evil Hero Infernal Sniper, another new evil hero, with the Supreme King mocking Axel for believing in this magical eye, but it begins to glow red again, with Axel looking into it as we see Jaden still in that realm, proving to Axel that the good side of Jaden isn't gone forever, the real Jaden is still there, and there is still a chance to help him. He then gets his Volcanic Doomfire out, showing off why it is such a powerful card, as the Supreme King is now left with only 200 life points. In a little break from the duels, we see that Cyrus, back at the village, is looking around for Axel, unaware of what's happening at the moment, as Ojama Yellow gets spotted by the little fairies that were with the maiden from earlier, as he has a crush on them and responds to them in a deep voice that caught me so off guard, I nearly spit out my gamer subs.
Well, hello there.
They just wanted some information on if he's seen Jesse, but Cyrus interrupts based on needing information on where Axel is, as the fairies tell him what's going on, causing Cyrus to summon his Kiteroid to now go and head over to the castle. As Cyrus and Ojama Yellow leave, the fairies, possibly just believing whatever bullcrap Ojama Yellow was saying about knowing Jesse is alive, or just going off of the plan of also spreading around that he is still alive regardless, tell Ojama Yellow to make sure to tell Axel that Jesse's alive. Yeah, it's a bit all over the place with the plan regarding Jesse being alive or not, but either way, with Axel and Jaden's duel getting down to the wire here, going back and forth with counters to keep them going, Axel is able to bring Jaden down to only 100 life points left now, while Jaden's counters result in Axel being brought down to 500 life points left. Cyrus ends up making it to the castle, running into Zayn as he wins his duel, and I love that Zayn compliments the cloak Cyrus somehow found. And seriously, what is it with this season in cloaks? Do I get a cloak? Can I have a cloak? Then we see that Aster finishes off his opponents and wins, with them all continuing up to the top floor now. The darkness surrounding Jaden is more powerful than ever at this moment, making it hard for even the eye to truly see that there is hope, as Axel chooses to have faith in the eye still working. The others make it to the top floor and see the duel happening now, witnessing Jaden in the state he's in up close, seeing how bad it truly is. They also made it right on time for what will be the final round of the duel, as Jaden has placed an evil token onto Axel's side of the field that he then played Evil Blast to equip to it. And while it means Axel has this monster on this side of the field with 3000 attack points now, Evil Blast will inflict a guaranteed 500 points of damage damage to his life points on his next turn, which would bring him to 0. So it's either he figures out this whole thing right now or just loses. Luckily, Ojama Yellow remembers to tell Axel about seeing Jesse alive, saying he saw him with his very own eyes, and it almost seems like he's not lying here, you know? Maybe he did see something. And thanks to this information, Jaden kind of has a reaction to it, but the Supreme King side of him is still clearly in control. But now it looks as if Axel has his own Yami Yugi here, or like his own Fujiwara no Sai taking over Hikaru and playing Go. And if you get what I just said there, we can be friends. But it's here in this moment that we see the spirit of Jim help draw Axel's next card as he thanks Jim for everything. He then plays Volcanic Cyclone, being able to stop the guarantee of 500 life points being lost, making things seem really good here, but Jaden uses Super Polymerization again like in the last duel, fusing Evil Hero Malicious Edge and the Evil Token together to create Evil Hero Malicious Fiend with 3,500 attack points, making him 500 points stronger than Axel's Volcanic Doomfire. With the attack going in to defeat Axel, he charges through the battlefield, surprising Jaden in grabbing onto him, holding up the eye as it glows red. Jaden believes that Axel had just lost and shouldn't be able to do any of this, but Axel says that thanks to his volcanic counter being in the graveyard, its effect is triggered, dealing the same amount of damage right to Jaden, meaning that he loses the duel as well. Axel, making this sacrifice in order to hopefully defeat this evil, says goodbye to the Supreme King as the glowing red light from the eye expands around them, blinding the others in the room from seeing what's going on. In the realm where Jaden is stuck, we see the glowing red eye there as well, breaking all of these remaining mirrors as we hear Jim's voice say to Jaden that it's time for him to go home. The darkness in him has been defeated, as it looks like Jaden kind of snaps out of it, collapsing into Jim's arms. On the outside, an explosion from all of this knocks them to the ground, with Axel turning to the others and saying that the eye helped bring Jaden back, and telling them to now look after Jaden as he then turns to dust, hopefully making this sacrifice worth it in the end. Jaden's body seems to stay there, so that's a good sign at least. The comet outside begins to turn red, casting a red glow over the land as the eye itself shatters. Zayn walks out on the balcony overlooking the Supreme King's army, holding the King's helmet up and saying that he has been defeated, tossing it down as the army then scatters and runs away, with the red light over the land fading away as well. As they leave on the back of Zayn's Cyberdark Dragon, we see a beautiful sunrise begin to form, covering the land with light and color not been seen yet, as this other top henchman runs to the balcony, just missing them, being all like, hey, what just happened? Can someone fill me in? No. Sorry you missed the party, Ted. You're too late. Better luck next time. As our group here waits for Jaden to rest and recover, Aster questions Ojama Yellow about really seeing Jesse, and he starts fully remembering everything, saying, yeah, he did. He just had to put 2 and 2 together. You remember that random person he mentioned following him and Cyrus a little bit ago? Well, he claims that this was him, as we get a close-up of this to see that it was none other than Jesse, who now has one big difference about him. Yup, he's wearing a cloak. Like, come on, how did everyone get cloaks? Ojama Yellow was talking about the other main difference here. That's right, his eyes, because for some reason, they're now orange. And also, maybe this whole time, we never found Jesse, because it was Jesse that was just following all of them around, or something. I don't know, I guess we'll find out. As we get into the next episode here, things start off with some flashbacks showing all that the Supreme King has done, with Jaden commentating over all of it as he now sees what the other dark side of himself, or whatever was controlling that to happen, has done. Seeing his friends get defeated and turned into dust as he expresses how sorry he is, leading to him waking up from this as if it were a nightmare and not reality. Once Jaden realizes that what he just saw was actually what happened, he starts on another pity party about it all being his fault and that he did this, despite Aster trying to explain that this wasn't him, it was this darkness. But now it's gone and they need to focus on finding Jesse together. Jaden's still not fully okay though, needing some more rest and recovery time. But enough of Jaden, right? Time to see what Adrian's up to, as we catch back up to him approaching this big chained up door, and in his hand are all 5 pieces of Exodia. Wait a minute, why are they the actual Japanese versions of the cards? Like, what you're seeing is the English dub footage, so that's weird. But anyway, Adrian gives us some exposition to catch up on his story, providing flashbacks to when Yubel, as Marcel, dropped the Exodia cards in front of Adrian, and how his desire for power became strictly based on Exodia, being able to prove his worthiness to be given them, as the power now behind this door he is at has that connection to Exodia. So now to unlock the power of Exodia and become the ruthless ruler, or whatever he's trying to do, because we just need him to be evil now and fully corrupted compared to the Adrian we met at the start of the season, he needs to do do something pretty messed up. And to really show how evil he may be, he talks about needing someone who can give up their dueling energy for him as a sacrifice for Exodia, showing off his own special new demon hand as he knows the perfect person who would do anything for Adrian, especially for wanting to see his conquest of power come to fruition, and that's his best pal, Echo. Yeah, that's kind of messed up, man. As Zayn and Aster are having a little tiff over Aster more worried about Jaden and finding Jesse and figuring out how to get home based on how serious everything is in this world, with Zayn really only caring about finding some good or tough opponents to duel, while having little worry over the serious nature of what can happen in this dimension, they end up getting interrupted as we see both Echo and Dr. Crowler running away from some creatures as Zayn and Aster come to their rescue. Dr. Crowler explains what we already know: they were both sucked into the dimension when everyone else was, and for the love of anything that is holy, what was Dr. Crowler doing in the middle of the night, in the middle of the woods, dealing with chickens and their eggs? Man, it's all I have been thinking about since we first saw that moment. And I don't want to hear in the comments, oh, maybe he was just getting some eggs from the chicken coop. Yeah, my name's Wood from Beat 'em Ups and I talk about video games and stuff.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. Get stuffed. Get double stuffed.
As they take time to catch Dr. Crowler and Echo up to speed, Aster notices a locket that Echo dropped, and upon picking it up, he sees Adrian's photo in it, confusing him as to why she would have a picture of him. But Aster is too smart or something, because in the literal next scene, when it's nighttime now, he gives her the locket back, saying he looked inside and saw Adrian and put two and two together to realize that just like how Jesse didn't come back and that's why Jaden is here, Adrian didn't come back and now she's here. And for the most part, that is correct, but it's not under the guise of a search and rescue mission, more like a support mission based on what she wanted for Adrian in his life. Echo gets pretty closed off, but after Aster pokes at her about being into Adrian as more than friends, she explains that it's something that Adrian can't know. It'll just be another distraction for him, as she puts it, claiming that he's got enough to worry about and do, holding her feelings back in order to help him in his life. I like how right after Aster gets her to talk about her feelings, she then opens up fully. And I'm not just talking about the feelings here, she straight up just explains what she'd be a distraction to him over, saying that he's meant to be this king or ruler of this world, which, like, I don't know, we just dealt with the whole king stuff already and that didn't go over so well, but whatever. She mentions how Adrian puts everyone else first and himself last, and she knows that needs to stop so he can become what he's destined to be. So if hiding her true feelings is what must be done, then she's gonna do just that. At least for now, who knows? Just enjoy the ride, okay? We're getting close to the end of the season and there's a lot to wrap up here. Echo is really Adrian-pilled, as she's all like, Adrian is the best dude ever. He's better than you, he deserves what's his, he's 6'5", he owns the world's first 24-karat Labubu, and can do the Dougie. And what do you have, Aster? Silver hair, stock investments, daddy issues? Psh, all hail King Adrian, am I right? No, you're wrong. It's all hail King Julian, and that's final.
Mauricio, I can't move it anymore. Mauricio.
This all gets interrupted when a thick fog ends up rolling in through their campsite, and while everyone freaks out over it, the whole place literally warps everyone away, like full-on distortion pulling everyone else somewhere, with them all being teleported right to where Adrian was. Jaden starts waking up from this only to see right away Adrian coming up to greet them all, but the smirk on his face tells you that this isn't a friendly reunion. Zayn seems to already have some suspicious feelings about him, catching a bad vibe before he even starts saying anything. Dr. Crowler tries to express the relief of him being okay after being stuck in this other dimension, but he explains that he didn't get stuck, he chose to stay on purpose, which shocks everyone. Jaden asks about him seeing Jesse at all, to which he says he hasn't, but then Jaden notices Adrian's arm, claiming it to be that creepy arm from before, with Jaden sadly pointing out that it means that he's teamed up with Yubel. And rather than say anything to not look guilty or to keep things chill for the time being, he just ignores what Jaden said, immediately switching his focus over to Echo, putting a nice guy act on since he knows he has this charm over her, saying that he's been waiting for this moment, telling her it's really good to see you, oh, I missed you, you're here, that's incredible. This time, however, the charm didn't work, something's a bit off, because she's feeling that his looks towards her are making her uncomfortable, as all the others know that this is for sure bad vibes up in this cave. When he tells her to come with him, she resists, claiming that he's scaring her, as he then grabs her with his gross arm, pulling her in and saying that it wasn't a request, trying to force her to go with him. As the others make a stand about what Adrian is doing, he says that this is only between him and Echo, and like, man, you're the one who teleported the whole crew here. That's your fault. If you want to just Echo, maybe do a better job at using your abilities to teleport people, man. I don't know, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Aster ends up telling Adrian off, saying she said she didn't want to go with you, and she's scared of you, and I really love that Aster speaks up about this since he's the one who just had a way more personal talk with her, knowing that she likes him, supports him, and ultimately has wanted to see him become this authoritarian Saiyan king, but in these last few moments, Aster could see that this view of him that she had has gotten shattered a bit because Adrian was coming off completely different. And it was never the nicer side of him that she wanted to see him change. It was just his mentality of putting himself last and going for what he has worked hard for, or believes that he deserves. As if he were on a switch, Adrian turns to Echo, back to sounding like his usual self, making his tone sound like he needs some sympathy and help, kindly explaining to Echo that she always wanted to help him become the king, and the way to do that is for her to offer up her dual energy for his benefit, while she is more clueless than not to what that truly means. Like, she knows about all the bioband stuff and energy draining that way because of working with Adrian when she was on the submarine, but we're just now meeting her in this world where she hasn't been around for all the people just digitizing. I thought this was Yu-Gi-Oh! Nah, this is Digimon now. They all warn Adrian not to do anything further, with Aster stepping up to protect Echo from him, challenging him to a duel as he accepts and brings them to a better area to have this match. With the duel going on now, the others kind of watch and wonder what this is all about, with Zayn wanting to understand why he needs some dual energy. What is he planning? What does he need? And I'm sure you're gonna get these answers here very soon, my man. Adrian is playing a strategy with his deck that lets him swap cards around or get other cards from his deck and into his hand, as Zayn starts figuring out that he must be doing so with intent to load his hand up with certain cards specifically, as Aster starts to understand this strategy as well. Luckily for Aster, he ends up having a good card for this situation, the Force of 4 spell card, making it to where you can only have 4 cards in your hand. Any new 5th card added to your hand will force it right to the graveyard. And if you know, based on what Adrian is trying to do here and what we saw earlier, having a certain group of 5 cards is what he would need, but yeah, it's Exodia, I already know you know, I can't hide it from you. Aster calls out Adrian, knowing that he was going to try and have all the pieces of Exodia in his hand, so now with this spell card, it would stop him from having all 5 at once to win the duel. When we see his hand and the 4 cards he has left, you can see that they are the both arms and both legs of Exodia. And hey, they aren't the Japanese versions of the card like we saw earlier, so there's that. The 5th card he ends up having to get rid of was not Exodia's head, but instead was the spell card called Ritual of the Ultimate Forbidden Lord. As if he had the headpiece in his hand already, technically he would have just won the duel right then and there. Aster feels pretty happy about all this, rubbing it in Adrian's face about ruining his Exodia plan, and even more so on Adrian's next turn when he draws the headpiece of Exodia. But even if all the pieces are in his hand, one of them immediately needs to be discarded thanks to the spell card, so like literally, Aster would have lost on this turn if he didn't think to play that spell card. But Adrian doesn't seem too worried. In fact, it seems he knew that this was something that could happen, and that he knows what he's doing here, possibly having another strategy to summon Exodia, as he then activates the spell card he discarded, Ritual of the Ultimate Forbidden Lord, as the appearance of Exodia now lingers behind him in the shadows, shocking everyone who's watching. Even me, that's terrifying. As Adrian explains, in order to achieve his destiny and rule the world, he must control Exodia's power, and in order to do that and to release Exodia from his chains, he must offer up the dual energy of someone close to him, with Adrian explaining to Echo that it's why he needs her, so he can finally reach that level of great power, as she then falls for Adrian's plea, saying she'll do it as the others try and stop her from listening. Zayn takes a moment to boast that he's technically a better person here, saying that he'd do anything to win a duel, but he'd never cross this line. Yeah, okay bud. Go ask your little brother, who, by the way, has just been standing around in the back of this episode saying not one word, just saying, how he feels about what you just said. There was totally a percentage chance you could have killed him in your duel with him last season, but no, Zayn, you're right, you're so much better than Adrian, and we all should be clapping for you.
Please clap.
With a light opened in the ground now, Echo ends up walking towards it, clutching her locket of Adrian and having tears roll down her face as everyone is yelling at her not to do it. But you can see her mind's already made up. She knows the cost of this now, and if it can bring everything she's ever wanted to see for Adrian come true, she's willing to sacrifice herself, knowing that in the end, she helped the one she cares for the most achieve what he was destined for.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
As Echo continues walking towards the light, the others plead with Adrian to not make her do this, with Aster calling him out for what this will mean. It will send her to the stars and he'll never see her again. All he'll have left are his memories of her and then Exodia, questioning him about is she worth losing over having Exodia. He doesn't make a response to that. This sacrifice gets a lot scarier when, after stepping into the light, the left arm of the Forbidden One reaches out and grabs her like he's King Kong, making everyone react in panic as Adrian says there is no stopping it. The ritual has been activated activated, and there's no going back. Aster tries to stop the duel from happening any further, but Adrian isn't going to let that happen. This duel is to the death. One person between them will be sent to the stars, no ifs, ands, or buts. Thanks to the ritual card, he can send all the pieces of Exodia that go to the graveyard back to his deck, meaning he can get the head of Exodia back from the grave now. In the meantime of Aster's Force of 4 card, which puts a stop to Exodia fully being summoned at the moment, Adrian sends some more pieces of Exodia to the graveyard and summons Exodios, the ultimate forbidden lord, telling Aster to think of this monster as a distant cousin of Exodia. Adrian explains that Exodios can't be destroyed. He's also immune to traps, spells, and special abilities, and for his attack points, they are the sum total of attack points for every card in the grave with Forbidden One in its name and then multiplied by 1000, putting him at 2000 attack points right now. For another effect of the creature here, if he's about to attack and you happen to have a card with the Forbidden One in the name in your hand, you can send it to the graveyard to power him up some more, as he puts another piece of Exodia in the grave to have Exodios at 3000 attack points. They then go all out Yu-Gi-Oh here, and what I mean by that is they re-explain what the Force of 4 spell card does, again, but this time they go back and forth emphasizing what it does and what it's stopping Adrian from doing. Like, thanks guys, I really needed that. But from this, Adrian reveals yet another special effect from Exodios. That being, if there are 5 cards in the graveyard with Forbidden One in the name, then it will allow the seal to be broken open for Exodia, and he can come out and the duel will be instantly won, and Echo's duel energy will be completely drained and finish her off as well. With things not looking so great for Aster, he needs to come up with some sort of strategy, or he will fall to the strategy that Adrian has built here, as he is then able to get out his Destiny Hero Dogma with 3400 attack points, making it stronger than Exodios. But I guess Aster forgot that Exodios can't be destroyed in battle, with Adrian being like, duh bro, didn't you know that? When he really could have said, yeah, I literally told you that when I summoned him. Luckily, the attack still takes life point damage away from Adrian, and then due to Dogma's ability, more get taken away as well, leaving Adrian with very little left, as Aster is trying to just go for the life points however he can before Adrian completes his Exodia business he's got going on here. But when Adrian's turn happens, he just puts another piece of Exodia in the grave in order to power up Exodius to 4000 attack points now, making it stronger than Dogma, taking it out and leaving Aster with not so many life points as well. Behind Adrian, we can see the chains on the door that seal Exodia are now only down to 1, with the piercing red eye of the beast glaring through, as there is only one last stand that Aster can take to try and win, or in this next round, he most likely will lose to Exodia being released. Jaden starts realizing what Adrian is going through, trying to have the strength to yell at him to stop this and warning him of the corruption that happens from this darkness. But he doesn't care. He claims that he isn't corrupted. This is just who he's always been, as Aster yells at him saying, did Echo know who he really was? Or did she do all of this for the person she thought he was? In his last stand against Adrian, Aster gets out his Destiny Hero Plasma, as well as plays the spell card Drain Time in order for Adrian to not have a battle phase next turn, hopefully stalling Adrian's plan for a little bit longer. Aster doesn't get a battle phase either because of this, playing a face down card and ending his turn, but right as Adrian draws a card, Aster activates his trap card Plasma Roar, building up plasma counters for his next strategy. All Adrian can do for now is play a face down card and end his turn. Aster now has Destiny Hero Departed from his graveyard activate its ability to come back onto the field, but on Adrian's side of the field, so that Plasma can send in an attack and it would take the rest of Adrian's life points. But he activates his trap card Defense Seal Wall, which works if Exodios is on the field, which, yep, there it is, check, very nice. And now it negates the incoming attack as well as ends the current battle phase to stop Aster's whole flow going on here. All he does now is use Plasma's ability to take in Destiny Hero Departed and increase its attack points to 2400, as well as he throws down a face down. Aster tells himself that he just has to somehow last one more round and he can do this, as Adrian then tells him that his efforts were good, but worthless. With Adrian's turn starting, Aster gets another Plasma counter, as his plan is to use the counters to send Plasma Roar to the graveyard in order to destroy a monster on the field, where Adrian would lose life points based on whatever half of the monster's attack points were. But in knowing that it won't work on Exodius, Aster is thinking that he can sacrifice his Plasma instead and it will work. But again, he still needs to somehow survive one last round. Adrian, instead of just getting rid of another piece of the Forbidden One and powering up Exodius, as well as then at that point unleashing Exodia and winning, decides to go in for an attack with Exodius right away, thinking that he'd win the duel just from that, but Aster plays the trap card Plasma Discharger, destroying Destiny Hero Departed from inside of Plasma, weakening Plasma's attack points back down to 1900, but this makes it so that Adrian's battle phase has ended. But Adrian's turn isn't over yet, no matter how bad Aster wants it to be. Exodia squeezes more duel energy out of Echo, causing her to scream in pain and seemingly pass out as her locket drops to the ground. A spirit version of her speaks to Aster, saying that she's sorry that he was caught in the middle of all of this. She just wanted to show Adrian that she meant what she said about doing anything for him. And despite the cost of everything in order for Adrian's destiny to be fulfilled, it was all for the best. Adrian then plays Rage of the Forbidden One, canceling any effects that Aster has activated this turn, making it so Exodius can attack now, as well as he can send the 5th and final piece of Exodia to the graveyard in order to fully unleash him, with Aster mostly silent in knowing what fate is now to come. From here, Exodia is set free, breaking out of his chains and seals, turning Echo into dust, and the power of Exodia is not only seen by everyone here, it's felt. I really appreciate how menacing and scary Yu-Gi-Oh! Has made Exodia seem in the anime, as here, he comes off so completely terrifying. Adrian now has control of Exodia, raising up his hand as the demonic parts of it disappear as he says that the bond he had with Yubel is now no more, with him claiming himself to be king. He then commands Exodia to destroy not only Aster, but everyone in there aside from himself. Aster then looks down at his duel disc, seeing the numbers count down as he thinks to himself about how he can buy some time for the others in the room to get out of there and escape successfully. And his plan was to stand in front of them just like this and then just tell them, hey, leave. Wow, that's a great plan there, man. Anyway, Jaden doesn't want to let Aster stay here and do this, but Zayn and Dr. Crowler hold Jaden from trying to stay, with Zayn explaining that Aster can't really leave based on the duel and all that, with Aster telling Jaden it's all good here, he promises, then yelling at him to get out of there as he tries putting up a fight to stay. Aster says it's too late for him, and this is the only way, as we see Exodia charging up his obliteration. With the others now making their way out of there, Aster goes out fighting, having Plasma just send in attacks that will do nothing to stop the attack, and we see his duel disc countdown hitting 0, with the attack fully landing, and us seeing those escaping nearly get hit by the effects of it as well. After the bright light consumes the area, Jaden wakes up by himself on top of a mountain range, only woken up by the stomping of Exodia casually strolling by with Adrian riding on its shoulder. Jaden yells to him, "How could you?" as Adrian responds by saying it's no different than what Jaden did to his own friends as the Supreme King, which, ouch, man, yeah, no, he kind of got you right there. I mean, sorry, Jaden. Not to kick you while you're down, but he's frying you. Adrian then says he has a score to go settle and pieces out from talking with Jaden any longer. The others find Jaden as they are all in awe of Exodia and what Adrian is doing, as Jaden just gets angry, exclaiming that he's got to pay, as our last shot of the episode has Adrian looking down at the locket, telling Echo that it will all be worth it as Exodia charges forward into the shadows. Oh, like the name of the arc that we're in. I get it now. Maybe that's what it's referring to. Or not, I don't know. As we enter in on the next episode, we follow Jaden on his path to still look for Jesse as the others follow him as well, with Cyrus just hoping that in following Jaden this time with everything going on, that it doesn't result in what happened last time with all the Supreme King business, Jaden's still haunted by what he's done to his friends, hearing their screams as he tries making it through a strong windstorm, only to then find another massive door just out in the open, in the middle of nowhere, as he believes Jesse has got to be in there. And I don't know why every time he sees a door, he's like, it's gotta be in, he's in there for sure, it's this door, it's this one. But the others try and stop him from being reckless again. And of course, he's not listening, so Zayn throws one of his shock collars in front of Jaden to stop him and shock him a bit, as he tells Jaden that when he says stop, you stop. I'm like, okay, chill. Zayn goes over the events that led to him getting taken over by the darkness in the first place, being reckless, dueling unprepared, telling him he's not ready now, which leads Jaden to tell Zayn that he can't stop him. So Zayn gets ready to teach him a lesson, challenging Jaden to a duel, as Cyrus even backs Zayn up by saying this duel will show Jaden he's not ready to duel. And hopefully, no one tries to fully win in this duel, because that will still result in someone turning into dust, and that would just be dumb of everyone here to allow that to happen. But Zayn tells Jaden that he needs to beat Zayn in this duel in order to prove that he's ready to go through that door, to prove that he's not haunted by what he's done as the Supreme King, with Jaden timidly accepting this challenge, as Zayn says he's holding nothing back as a warning for Jaden to understand the realness of this. Playtime is over, and by that, it means that playtime is on, because we're all just playing a card game here, except in a different dimension and not in the schoolyard. Man, back at class, they never taught us this, am I right? And not even 5 seconds into the duel, and he's already seeing stuff messing with his mind when he notices the regular polymerization card in his hand, getting terrifying visions as a silhouette tells him that he must use its power. And he's now claiming to himself that he can't use that card. He used it to hurt too many people, and hey, maybe he did. The only one I would worry about is the super polymerization card, as that's the one he really used to do his evil stuff there in the end. So don't get all scared to use this one now. From his scrambling to do something, he summons elemental hero Clayman, but Zayn calls him out for summoning him in attack mode, knowing him very well that he's better in defense mode. And he knows Jaden knows that, proving Zayn right about Jaden not being ready to duel. And Zayn just says screw it. He uses Power Bond to get Cyber End Dragon out on the field with 8,000 attack points, leaving Jaden frozen as Zayn eggs him on to just do something, anything, to try and duel properly here. But nothing's working. So he continues on, equipping his armored Cybern to Cyber End Dragon so that he can pay 1,000 attack points from Cyber End Dragon for each card he wants to destroy from Jaden's side of the field, waiting for Jaden to try anything here to stop this, but he clearly isn't going to. So Zayn tells him that he should have done the usual thing of using Sparkman and his Spark Blaster to counter the attack, with Jaden just going, yeah, alright, yeah, probably. Zayn continues destroying the cards on Jaden's side of the field to see what else he had to play, but, didn't. Seeing the next card was Hero Barrier, meaning he could have stopped Zayn's attack. Through going through all of the cards, Zayn literally sees the full play that could have worked to not only stop the attacks, but also have taken care of his Cyber End Dragon, wanting to truly know where the Jaden he used to duel with went, because clearly that Jaden isn't here, calling him a shadow of the duelist he once was. Jaden finally breaks down, admitting to Zayn that he's right, giving us some flashbacks to what he did as the Supreme King, while mentioning how he used polymerization to cause so much destruction in his way. He admits that he is too afraid to even use the card, dropping the cards from his hand as Zayn tries to explain that all of that was in the past, and that the card can still be used to do just as much, if not more, good. Zayn worries that now it seems that he'll have to be the one to go through that door and look for Jesse himself if Jaden's really this bad right now. He then tells Jaden to move out of the way as he's gonna go through that door, but then his heart does that quirky little thing again, completely stops, causing him to drop in severe pain, as he tells Jaden to promise him, no matter what, that going forward, he'll conquer his fear and his past before he starts searching through that door. Jaden, without saying one word, picks up the polymerization card and walks away from the door and off into the desert alone, as Dr. Crowler and Cyrus try comforting Zayn however they can. Zayn's heart starts up again, as he then goes into a flashback so he can fill them in on why his heart is so weak, explaining that all those underground duels that he was a part of have taken their toll, showing him being shocked by those collars, and then for some reason when we cut out of that, he's smiling about it, I guess, I don't know. Then he tells Cyrus to go keep an eye on Jaden, having him go out into the desert after him, as Zayn tells Cyrus Jaden's going to need him more than ever. Dr. Crowler tells Zayn that it was noble of him to risk his health for Jaden like that, as he replies about Jaden potentially being their only hope. Watching all of this from a distance is the last of the top henchmen of the Supreme King, who we saw running up to the crew as they left the castle once the Supreme King was defeated, as he is now ready to make some sort of move here. Jaden's journey has him coming across some rubble of a destroyed village, coming face to face with the actions the Supreme King side of him has done. His guilt only grows stronger as Cyrus, following and watching from a distance, tells Ojama Yellow that they are there to help remind Jaden that this wasn't his direct fault, and that no matter what, his friends are going to be there for him. His walk down memory lane brings him back to the arena where he lost all of his friends at, and his mind for that matter, once again triggering a bit of a breakdown into it all being his fault. In this moment, the top henchman we saw earlier appears, challenging Jaden to a duel over the fact that if he does defeat him in a duel, it will help accelerate his own rise to power, with Jaden, who clearly isn't ready to duel, willing to participate in it, with him saying that maybe his punishment is to join the rest of his friends as dust. Maybe he is meant to lose here and accept that fate, and you could just hear it in the tone of how he speaks that Jaden has lost his spark here. He's all like, yeah, I summon elemental hero Bersenatrix. Okay, your move. Like, this dude is so broken right now. Throughout the duel, he keeps drawing fusion-related cards and he's too scared to use any of them, saying he will never use them again. He can't risk hurting anyone else ever again. But you know what right now, at this very moment needs? The return of some other characters, because out of nowhere, behind Cyrus is Bastion and Tanya, as Bastion wants to know what's up with Jaden these days, hearing about all this him becoming an evil ruler business that happened. And my question is, where did you guys come from? The door's gone. How'd you know they'd be out over here? It's kind of weird you're back all of a sudden and you kind of know things, but whatever, who cares? Jaden, while not fully confident, starts building momentum for another strategy that doesn't directly involve using polymerization based on him not being ready to. But as his strategy plays out, and funny enough, it focuses on using revoke fusion, Jaden is able to make quick work of the henchman, beating him completely in that turn. So that's a good sign for Jaden overall. That goober henchman also tries to say some sort of cool last words before he goes, but completely botches it, and it's a nice diversion from the standard cool, emotional, or menacing final words that you'd expect based on what everyone else has said or done throughout this season for the most part. With this all resolved for the time being, Bastion and Tanya catch up with Jaden and Cyrus properly, with Tanya talking about her realm being all good now, but whoever is really behind all of this is still at large and needing to be defeated before true peace across all the dimensions or worlds or realms or whatever is going on can happen. Now it's time for Bastion to start explaining this all a bit more, mentioning that the universe used to be composed of 12 different dimensions, all of them representing a place, informing the circumference of the space-time circle, but now all of the dimensions are starting to overlap, and if this continues to happen, all 12 of them will fully merge with one another, as they don't know what consequences this could all lead to once they do. But I am sure it could be something similar to the stuff that you'd see in the comics from DC or Marvel, with stuff like incursions, the trouble that comes from those worlds colliding. Somehow all of the dimensions will have some big battle to save their world by going up against the people from those other worlds, and maybe they'll all fight in a mutual world or space like a battle world or void type area, and for some reason it'll all be Dr. Doom's fault. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. Bastion points out the obvious, that the one behind all of this is clearly Yubel, with Jaden going, "See, it was my fault, man." But Bastion gives him a reality check, saying to him, "Are you the one that made Yubel evil? Are you directly controlling her actions to what she's done? No, you big dummy, so snap out of it already. We have bigger things to deal with than you constantly wasting time beating yourself up, when we really need to be beating Yubel up." He tells him that Jaden's role in all of this is having these special powers that can take down Yubel, to which he's like, "Bruh, I don't have any powers. What are you talking about?" As Tanya says that even if he's not aware of it, Yubel is after wanting something from Jaden, and the force, the entity within Jaden that resulted in the Supreme King taking over, well, those didn't come from nowhere, with Bastion explaining that, like it or not, Jaden and the Supreme King are two sides of the same coin, saying that somewhere inside of him is the Supreme King, and when Jaden tries to reject that even being a possibility, Bastion grabs Jaden, holding his arm tight so he can't pull away, saying that what he can do, if he still feels this guilt, is to try and use it for good now, and make things right. If Jaden is able to find that power within him and harness it, while still being his regular good and non-tyrant self, then he will have full control over what that power could do without the worry of the darkness coming back around for evil. Jaden doesn't want to become the Supreme King again, but in a way, he must in order to truly conquer it. And if he can't face that which causes him fear, he'll never become the great duelist that he was meant to be. And yeah, I know that this will always boil down to being about a card game, but for me, him being able to control the dark side of himself hopefully means that he won't go on a village-to-village slaughtering spree for the heck of it, whether it's in this dimension or back in their own dimension. But yeah, card game, more important, my bad. It's for the sake of the card game, not for the sake of the people. Bastion then lets go of Jaden and is all like, "Yeah, I'm sorry for grabbing onto you like that and yelling a bunch. I'm sorry." And Cyrus is worried though, over the fact that if Jaden can't control the Supreme King, then they all might not be able to stop him again. We check back over with Zayn and Dr. Crowler as Zayn isn't doing too well because of his heart, telling Dr. Crowler that it's over for him. He can't really do much more of this. His heart is about to give, and it's only getting worse with each duel. Dr. Crowler, starting to feel a bit helpless, talks about his regrets in life, the stuff that he's always wanted to do but never made the time for. Looking back on how he should have cherished more moments, with Zayn making little comment here. But with him asking Dr. Crowler about if he has any regrets, you can tell that underneath his hard Zayn exterior that he has plenty, but holds those in while Dr. Crowler is venting about his. Something also catches Zayn's attention though, or should I say someone, as the massive door that they are at finally is opened, and out from it comes none other than Jesse Anderson. Wow, I guess he really was behind that door the whole time. Jaden was right. Also, Jesse has a completely new look to him. One, he's dripped out in some interesting new threads that include a bunch of pointless belts all over, including his arms and his ankles. Finally, the standard Yu-Gi-Oh fit. Two, his orange eyes, of course, that's still weird, and three, where's his cloak? I swear this show went through all this trouble to give people cool or fun cloaks, only to have them all randomly ditch them at some point. Am I going crazy here? Anyway, Zayn senses something off with Jesse, stopping Dr. Crowler from getting too excited in this moment as Jesse immediately asks the whereabouts of Jaden. But Zayn clocks him even further, dismissing the question by saying, "I don't know, around here somewhere, who's really to say?" But Zayn has some questions of his own, asking for some explanations about where Jesse has been this whole time, what he's been up to, and what Zayn Zayn noticed from the few words Jesse has said, where is his usual southern drawl? Jesse's just like, don't worry about it, dude. A new day dawns. Before long, the fabric of all things will be undone and rewoven so that all dimensions will become one, blah, blah, blah. And then saying the great eye will see all before hitting an evil belly laugh. Zayn's just like, yeah, bud, that didn't answer the question. It explained nothing outside of the usual cryptic mumbo-jumbo leading to the death and rebirth of these dimensions, which is kind of funny when you think about the whole death and rebirth thing being a huge plot point for the previous season, but you know, you have to raise the stakes a little bit. It's no longer just vaguely the universe that needs saving. It's all these different dimensions and the whole space-time continuum, and it's all a lot more personal now to the main characters involved. Without hesitation, Zayn stands up to Jesse, getting ready to challenge him to a duel right then and there, with Dr. Crowler trying to stop him because of the condition he's in, but Zayn cuts him off, saying that he doesn't want to live a life filled with regrets anymore. If his time is truly limited because of his condition, then so be it. He's going to do what he can. Dr. Crowler mentions that they might be able to help him or save him from this condition, but Zayn says there is no guarantee of that being true, and he's not trying to wait things out and do nothing. He knows that this duel might result in him being sent to the stars, but saying better that than fading away lying down. After all, Zayn lives for dueling, so while he's alive, that's what he's gonna do. As he mentally prepares for this, he thinks to himself that Jesse was one of the greatest challenges that he has had when it comes to dueling, referring back to the duel they had to get the Rainbow Dragon to Jesse in the first half of the season, saying that he only ever felt that level of excitement in a duel a couple of times and it had come from Jaden and then Jesse. And to be honest, while yeah, that duel was fun and all, I don't know, I feel like you've had moments of greater challenges before, I'm sure of it, regardless of how intense you both needed to go in for that duel for that plan to work at the time. Anyway, Zayn knows that he's not talking to Jesse here, but knowing that Yubel has this control over Jesse's strengths and abilities. He wants to finish what was started in his previous duel with Jesse though, wanting to make sure that Yubel gives him this great and challenging duel that he's been craving, and then give us a real result in the end of who would win in a duel between Zayn and Jesse. Even though Yubel is clearly Jesse here, I'm still going to refer to the character we are seeing now as Jesse for the most part, and then also Yubel for the sake of when that matters, more to reference them by, just so we can all follow along easily enough here with wording. Jesse says that part of this mission to reshape the dimensions is also about saving the lonely spirits that are out there, claiming that just like him, again Yubel, Zayn seems like a lonely spirit too, but to be fair, Zayn's was more self-inflicted. He chose his path to be that way throughout last season, and even before that, just the way his attitude has been towards anyone, only really being close to like Attekus and Alexis, and even having distance from his own brother. Yubel wants to unite all of the lonely spirits that are out there, making sure they never feel the same pain that Jaden made her feel. With the duel getting going, Jesse wastes no time showing off some newer things, like playing the Advanced Dark Field spell card, then following that up by showing a new type of Crystal Beast card that just really puts the emphasis on things being evil now, as we see the introduction of Advanced Crystal Beasts, which are like regular Crystal Beasts, but just advanced, I guess. Jaden and the others end up making their way back, noticing Zayn dueling in the distance, just not knowing against who, as they quickly run towards it as fast as they can, getting shocked at realizing it's Jesse as they fully arrive. Zayn also drops the hardest line about Jesse not scaring him because his fate's already written. Like, Zayn knows that one way or another this might be it for him, so he's not flinching for any intimidation coming his way. Jaden and the others are trying to stop the duel, especially after Dr. Crowler explains the heart condition Zayn is going through. But Zayn's like, I'm a goner either way you look at it. Man, why are they making him so cool in this moment? I need a resolution to all the stuff from last season. I need explanations. You can't just make him good now. Jesse is happy that Jaden is here, being glad that he can witness the pain that he gave him, as Jaden realizes that this isn't Jesse, it's Yubel Jesse, and Jaden tries to get into the duel to stop Zayn from being the one here doing so, but Zayn stops him, saying, imagine your time is up, energy is fading fast, would you just wait for the end or would you duel? So with that dramatic line reading about playing a card game, Zayn uses the polymerization card so that he can get Cyber Twin Dragon out on the field, which is just kind of funny that Zayn uses the card that Jaden is having a shocked reaction to. Like, hey man, it's all good, you just started getting over this whole polymerization problem thing, no need to worry here, you're not the one playing it. Zayn, you can tell, isn't doing too good, or rather his heart isn't, because he is visibly struggling in the duel with beads of sweat dripping from his face as he tries to keep himself standing up. The duel becomes Zayn sending attack after attack while Jesse deflects them from hurting his life points by sacrificing Crystal Beast after Crystal Beast, to the point that you realize the special bond Jesse has with them isn't there thanks to Yubel taking over. He's just sacrificing them left and right in order for them to just become their gem forms to be used for something else a bit more wicked. It just feels wrong and it's sad. But we see that Zayn may have finally found the chance to break through this defense with Jesse running out of Crystal Beasts to use, hitting his life points once as Zayn sends in another attack to be his final one to hopefully win the duel, saying that this has got to be done as Jaden worries for Jesse, and the result of the duel ending in losing him too this way. But of course, this is a cliffhanger ending, and I need to breathe from all that has just happened this past episode and to prepare for what happens next.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Entering in from where we were at the end of the last episode, with Zayn's attack coming in for the kill shot against Jesse, Jesse wasn't planning on going down that easily, as he wasn't affected by the attack, revealing his trap card Rainbow Path. And now with it being his turn, he reveals the whole wicked plan you could feel him setting up, as he uses the power of the advanced crystal beasts from the field and the graveyard in order to summon Rainbow Dark Dragon, and uh-oh, that doesn't sound too good. With a menacing 4,000 attack points, Zayn doesn't even seem phased. In fact, he never thought he would properly see this card in a duel before, as he looks forward to slaying it, or, you know, at least trying to. When Jesse sends in an attack, Zayn's Cyber Barrier Dragon uses its abilities to try and negate it, but thanks to Advanced Dark, this is cancelled out and Rainbow Dark Dragon can attack, leaving Zayn with only 200 life points left. And wait a second, did you see that? What's going on with the life points right there? I don't know what's having more glitches for Zayn. His life point counter or his heart? Sorry, that's my bad. Jesse made a heart attack joke that parodies the "now that's what I call music CDs." You know, be mad at him instead. His was way worse. Zayn ends up getting his Cyber Laser Dragon out with 2,400 attack points, using its ability to get rid of a monster stronger than 2,400 from the field, with Jesse being like, what? There's no way! But then when the ability tries to take effect, all he had to do was use Rainbow Dark Dragon's effect to sacrifice an advanced crystal beast to the grave to save it from being destroyed. So what was he so surprised about? And also, that stinks for Zayn. With Jesse going in for an attack now, Zayn plays the trap card Cybernetic Hidden Technology, allowing him to sacrifice his monster on the field in order to have this happen to Rainbow Dark Dragon too, with Jesse doing the same thing as the last time, getting rid of an advanced crystal beast in order to save himself. But Zayn then reveals that he banked on that, telling Jesse that he has no more advanced crystal beasts left to sacrifice to the grave, but then Zayn has nothing on the field for him. No monsters, no defense setup, he's just standing there smirking as Jesse thinks he's playing stupid because he's left wide open. But here's where you know Zayn messes up, because he started giving that final last stand type of speech, you know, the type of speech that you'd give when you're on your way out and most likely not going to be around anymore. He mentions that he's battled in the big leagues and stadiums and in the scummy underground with the real danger, and in all this time, he knows he had all the glory, but now he realizes that he missed out on all of the fun that comes from dueling. And if this is his last match, he says he's going to enjoy every last minute of it, whether he wins or loses. Zayn plays Cyber Valley, using its special ability to remove both it and Cybernetic Hidden Technology from play in order to draw 2 cards, then using one of them, Overload Fusion, to then remove from play a bunch of his cyber-related dragons in order to summon Chimeratech Fortress Dragon with 0 attack points. But that's nothing to laugh at like Jesse would assume, as Zayn uses its ability to inflict 400 points of damage directly to Jesse's life points for every card that was sacrificed to make its summon possible, which should technically have won Zayn the duel. But when Jesse gets down to 300 life points left before the 5th and final attack comes in, Jesse plays the trap card Rainbow Life, giving back all of the life points that he had lost from the 4 other attacks, and only takes in damage from the final of the 5 attacks that came in, leaving him at 3,100 life points now. And that's like, not fair, man, I swear. Zayn just did everything in the world right there to try and win, but Jesse has proved to be just as good at having counters ready to be activated in order to stay in the game, or even get the upper hand completely. With Jesse sending in an attack to finish things off, Zayn then plays Dimension Explosion, allowing him to remove Chimeratech Fortress Dragon and get back out on the field some removed from play monsters that helped bring it out, having 3 Cyber Dragons and his Cyber Valley come to the field now. Then, thanks to his Cyber Valley, he uses another special effect from it that allows it to be removed from play again, in order for Zayn to draw a card from his deck and have the battle phase for Jesse's turn now be over. Jesse is thinking to himself that he might be done, but the one advantage that he has over Zayn is time, with Zayn not looking too great from all that he's been going through. But for Zayn's turn now, he draws and immediately plays Power Bond, giving us a flashback to some of the times he's played Power Bond in the past, causing Cyrus to get excited over this as he uses it to bring out his Cyber End Dragon with 8,000 attack points, with the caveat of losing if he doesn't win it all here and now. Jaden is so impressed and happy to see this move that he then gets a flashback to when Zayn originally told him that he's passing down the torch to him for Jaden to officially be the best duelist at Duel Academy. And he's watching the duel in more excitement than Zayn's own brother here, calling Zayn the best then and the best now, and like, yeah, I like that Zayn Zayn is good again, but like seriously, what was up with all of the business from the last season? And some from this season? Will we ever get the answers we're looking for? Is it just resolved just like that? He's good old Zayn again, but just, has a slightly edgy twist? Whatever, at least in the end, he's using his Cyber End Dragon as his big finisher, which does feel like he went back to being himself after we saw how trash he treated that card in the duels, as he became a super bad boy kind of evil, but we don't fully know what's happening Zayn. And he thinks to himself that even if he's gonna go out after this duel, he's taking that evil spirit with him, then yelling to Yubel directly that this duel will end with her destruction. Jaden can sense that Yubel is kind of scared right now, with Zayn fully ready to take Yubel with him in the end, sacrificing himself in order to vanquish the darkness. Yubel then baits Zayn in by saying the only way to get to her is by hurting their friend Jesse. As Zayn says, we'll see about that. But once he goes in for an attack, Jesse activates the trap card Counter Gem, bringing back the advanced crystal beasts in his graveyard to come back as gems in his spell and trap card zones, then using Rainbow Dark Dragon's ability to gain 1,000 attack points per advanced crystal beast sent to the graveyard, and doing that here with the 5 of them in order to make his Rainbow Dark Dragon have 9,000 attack points, making it slightly stronger than Cyber End Dragon. Zayn just laughs in the face of this, with Yubel laughing back at the fact that there is nothing else Zayn could possibly do here, asking how does it feel to know that he won't defeat Yubel or save Jesse. But Zayn says whatever really happens doesn't matter, he's gonna go out on his own terms, playing the spell card Cybernetic Zone, removing his own Cyber End Dragon from play, causing confusion to Jesse about Zayn taking away his only chances of trying to win, with Zayn then collapsing to his knees. But then behind him, Cyber End Dragon comes back, this time having a massive, ridiculous amount of attack points, with that being 16,000. Zayn knows that he must still take the damage from Power Bond's effects to inflict Cyber End Dragon's original 4,000 attack points to his own life points. Knowing that not only can he not survive the duel because of this, he knows that his heart can't either, as we see it stop, ending the duel as Jesse claims victory, walking away towards the door as everyone runs over to Zayn as he is completely collapsed in the sand. Jaden tries calling out Yubel directly for a duel right now, but you can see that Jaden is shaking. But you know who else is? Yubel, as Jesse then walks into the door, saying that they will duel, but just not right now. It's not the time or the place. Clearly hurt and freaked out a bit from the duel with Zayn, as Yubel tells Jaden to not keep her waiting too long. She laughs and disappears for now into the void of darkness behind the door, as Zayn has a few more final words, telling Jaden to promise to be careful, saying that he gave it all he got and knows that if anyone has the power to defeat Yubel, it's Jaden, warning him to be careful of the darkness inside of himself, but fully believes that he can do it, saying he is once again passing the torch to Jaden. And get ready for the waterworks, because it does get more emotional here, with them all trying to beg Zayn to stay, and all will be good, but it's not something that he can control. Jaden starts pouring out tears, crying about Cyrus needing his older brother, as Zayn says that he has Jaden, and the two of them need to look out for each other, telling them to stay out of trouble as he begins to start glowing, using his last second to look at Cyrus and really tell him that he's proud of him, and he always will be, before he completely turns to stardust, leaving Cyrus erect too, as he sees all the versions of his brother that he's known in his life, as everyone is left bawling their eyes out, with Jaden proclaiming to Yubel that he is coming after her. Whew, what an emotional roller coaster that was. Sorry everything's so sad around here, it's not my fault. At least Zayn got to go out with a show of force that if he could have, he would have been able to always one-up the tactics being used against him, and that's pretty cool. Jaden tells everyone to wait there as he starts walking towards the door after Yubel, but Cyrus tries stopping him, saying that the last time he went off running alone, he came back as the Supreme King, and he doesn't want that to happen again, with Cyrus saying he's going to go with him to be there by his side. Dr. Crowler ends up saying that it wouldn't be right if, as a teacher, he let them both go there without supervision, and even Ojama Yellow wants to come too. All of them feel the pain, they feel the emotions going around, knowing they need to stick together and see this thing through as a unit minus Bastion and Tanya, as they end up staying back to help the others in this dimension that still need help. And I don't think Bastion's coming home at all at the end of this, is he? I don't think he's gonna want to leave his tiger woman here. Bastion does offer something though that will help keep everyone's spirit up and focused. He tells them that all of their friends, family, whoever, are all not fully gone, even if it looks and feels that way, claiming that they are just in another dimension since all of them are colliding, saying the rules of the spirit world and the physical world are overlapping too, and causing a mess of reality and of what is and isn't possible. He tells Jaden that stopping Yubel will be the way to bring everyone back, and then being all like, hey, no pressure though, champ, you got this. But I guess we're all just gonna believe him what he said is true, because he's the science guy. I mean, he's not Bill Nye the science guy, but he is a science guy. So alright, we're just gonna believe believe him and believe in that, which is fine. That gives me hope. Jaden and the others now enter through the door, starting their journey to go and find, duel, and hopefully defeat Yubel once and for all. We see Jesse struggling to keep their energy up after giving out more of it than they originally thought they would have to in their duel with Zayn, but once Jesse makes it to this metallic structure in the middle of the darkness that Yubel calls home, we can hear Yubel claim that she is going to get things prepared for the arrival of her good old friend Jaden, to finally get her proper revenge after all this time. We can also see that underground beneath this structure is Yubel's original capsule that she crash landed in, but in her distraction of thinking about Jaden and all of this revenge stuff, waiting for her at the top of the structure is Adrian, sitting in Yubel's throne as he reaches out to Jesse as the hand of Exodia forces Jesse to fly back a bit and definitely understand the power that Adrian has acquired. We get some flashbacks to catch us back up to speed on the relationship Yubel and Adrian have had, giving us a new one for the context of how Yubel gave Adrian the weird demonic arm in this realm, saying he earned it and it's a symbol of their friendship and bond, but clearly, that's no longer a thing it seems. Adrian calls Yubel out for just using everyone for their own benefit, but before Adrian can even talk about his own new powers, Yubel already knows all about Exodia and the power Adrian has now, egging him on about what he's going to do about that now.
What do we do about it?
Does he want to take down his former mentor, wanting to take the throne for himself? And yeah, that's exactly what he's here for actually, as he then uses the power of Exodia to sense that Yubel is currently in a weaker state at the moment, but she claims that she is not scared of Adrian, sending back a more powerful force and telling Adrian to not underestimate her power. So yeah, it's duel time for them too. Yubel kind of sees this as a win to get to duel Adrian as she can feed off of his darkness as a way to heal herself up and restore her energy before Jaden makes it to her for their big duel. Immediately in Jesse's first turn, he is able to summon Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder, with Adrian not being too worried as he already has 4 pieces of Exodia in his hand and that ritual card to bring out Exodios, which like, come on man, how can that keep happening? That's not fair. Can we get a ref in here please or something? Please? Thank you.
You're out of here!
It's all good, it's alright. Jesse counters it with hand destruction in order for Adrian to have to get rid of 4 cards in his hand and send them to the graveyard as a way to try and stop him from getting all 5 pieces of Exodia in his hand. Continuing from there to try and get into his head over what he has done to Echo, his closest friend, someone who felt more for him than he ever knew. Adrian just does the whole Exodios strat again, powering it up to 2,000 attack points, as he then uses the spell card Burden of the Mighty to drain Hamon's attack points down to 3,000, with Exodios getting powered up to 3,000 attack power as well thanks to sending another card with Forbidden One in the name to the grave. And even if they are matched in attack points, which should result in a draw, Exodios can't be destroyed in battle, causing Jesse to be shocked. Luckily for Jesse, he finds a way to negate the attack, but Adrian is just gloating about his strategy of using Exodios and getting together the 5 pieces of Exodia, as Jesse tries to get to him about his only strategy and only worry always coming down to Exodia now, and like, yeah, why would he want to worry about anything else? We're talking about Exodia here after all. Jesse continues on his strategies of bringing out the Sacred Beast, having Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames, come out as they go back and forth, with counters affecting the attack points of the Sacred Beasts, and while sometimes they can be dynamic and fun, other times it just gets a bit too repetitive, because they both are just undoing and redoing the same thing for a bit, instead of just advancing the duel further, for the sake of the show's pacing. But whatever, Exodios gets more powered up, having 4,000 attack points with Adrian only needing 1 more piece of Exodia to win, with Jesse sweating a little bit knowing that he has to stop this from happening, and do so rather quickly. With Adrian feeling confident about winning soon, Yubel is using more tactics to make him get inside of his own head, like talking about what happens if he does win. Then what? No one will be there to support or be happy for Adrian. His biggest supporter and only real friend is gone now, thanks to his quest for power. So what was it all for then? To be the ruler of a clashing together of dimensions that are in complete disarray? Adrian claims that Echo is still with him, as Yubel says that she too lived on somewhere in Jaden's memory, and that from personal experience, she knows that Echo would rather want to stand by his side instead. Jesse then continues playing, getting out the 3rd and final Sacred Beast, Raphael, Lord of Phantasms, immediately after doing so playing Dimension Fusion Destruction to fuse them all together to bring out Chaos Phantasm Armatile, which, if you remember from the last time we saw this creature, has the ability to inflict 10,000 points of attack power towards a monster on Adrian's side of the field once every turn. But to get around Exodios' ability abilities to seemingly be invincible in battle, he uses Armatile's ability to be sent to Adrian's side of the field and breaking through Exodios' defense, being able to remove it from play, as Echo appears in front of the Exodios as it's disappearing, with nothing but a look of sadness and disappointment, as Adrian cries out her name as they both vanish. Armatile heads back into Jesse's control, with Adrian getting angrier over Yubel's evilness that has taken over Jesse, but when he gets ready to draw, the spirit hand of Echo appears over his, almost as if she were holding his hand to help him stay calm and to make him feel that everything will be okay. She still will always have care for him, as he shakes a bit, asking for forgiveness as he continues on. Jaden and the others have now just made it to the metallic structure, knowing that Jesse and Yubel are inside, unaware of the duel taking place with Adrian as they get ready to head in. Adrian certainly does have another strategy here, playing the field spell card Fog Castle as he summons Fog King, equipping it with the spell card Royal Sword, with it beginning a whole chain of events. Firstly, making it so that both Fog King and Armatile have exactly one attack point, but the result of their clash won't end in a draw. In fact, Fog King is not only able to be okay from this thanks to the Fog Castle's effect, Fog King has the abilities to stop the abilities of another creature, stopping Armatile's invincibility as it is now gone from the battle, earning Fog King's Royal Sword a crest counter, giving Fog King 800 points of attack power. This whole chain of moves really impressed Jesse, claiming that he wasn't expecting so much of a challenge before waiting for Jaden, but he guesses that he's got to really get his game on now too. Once Jesse goes in to attack on his turn, the Fog King is able to avoid it, with Adrian still taking life point damage, but worth it for him to have his Fog King get another crest, making it more powerful at 1600 attack points, claiming that when he has all 4 crests and sends it to the graveyard, Jesse will lose 4000 life points. Jesse says that from the look of it, guess you never needed Exodia in the first place, so was it all worth it? Saying that Adrian has all this darkness in his heart and thanks to that, it will help Jesse win the duel. To take a break from the dueling for a moment, we see Jaden and the others making it inside, only for something weird to happen to Jaden because, of course, why not? As he all of a sudden is somewhere else from the others, as these bubbles filled with old memories go through Jaden, giving him flashbacks to his own past, helping him understand the whole picture of what happened to Yubel a bit to remind him of this technically being his fault. But then in an instant, Jaden's back. He never left, and then he realizes that they must find a way to go up and hopefully find Jesse and Yubel. Speaking of Yubel, she's slipping more and more out of Jesse, trying to get Adrian to feel the awful pain of what he has done to Echo, as Yubel then focuses back on her whole relationship with Jaden, to which Adrian is all like, okay already, spit it out. What did Jaden do to you? Explain it fully already. Yubel's laughter quickly turns to crying, opening up by saying Jaden left her all alone, and now he's going to suffer for that after the darkness inside of Adrian helps restore her power. As the duel continues, Adrian's Fog King continues to get crests, having 3 of them now with 2400 attack points, as Yubel, as Jesse, who for now I'll go back to just calling Yubel completely, is clearly weakened, dropping down for a moment as she tells Adrian that he's the key to her revenge, giving her the strength needed for it, as Adrian says he'll give her nothing. She ends up going for a strategy in the duel that really makes it an all or nothing thing, claiming that's the only way she knows how to and likes to duel, as she then wants to mess with Adrian more, trying to feed off of his emotions that can help pour the darkness out for her, as she wants to know if Adrian could feel the last bit of energy coming out of Echo when she was sacrificed, which, dang, Yu-Gi-Oh, we're getting a little dark here. Yubel then tries to use and open her third eye, taking a peek into the mind of Adrian, wanting to find that darkness to feed from it, but she is shocked to find that there is no darkness in there, as Adrian says he never allowed the darkness to fully grab a hold of him, as he explains that his real goal was to create a world without pain and suffering, a safe world where darkness can't exist, as Yubel just gets angry over all of this, saying that's impossible, as she then sends in another attack, and knowing what will be the result for Adrian and his strategy, lets her monster basically die, resulting in her taking life point damage, as she is now only at 100 left, and then activating the ability from the destroyed monster from the graveyard in order to get around Fog King's ability to stop special effects from monsters on the field. Yubel uses the effect to get rid of Adrian's Royal Sword, trying to stop the power it will have with the crests, but Adrian plays the trap card Crest Burn, effectively taking all of the crests and the soul of the Fog King and fills up each spot on the castle, filling up his field completely with this whole setup. He then sacrifices the Fog Castle and the cards in his hand in order to get 4 cards from the graveyard, cheekily saying, Exodia, anyone? And with 4 pieces of Exodia in his hand, he claims that with the power of Exodia and the spirit of Echo by his side, which to me just feels like the equivalent of saying I have the power of God and anime on my side, he will correct the wrongs of his past, as he then plays the trap card Break the Seal, saying that if he sends it and his other face down, which is another copy of Break the Seal, to the graveyard, then he can find another Forbidden One card from his deck and add it to his hand to then win at that point. Yubel then plays hand destruction again, forcing Adrian to have to discard the pieces of Exodia back into his grave, as we see Exodia behind him seemingly screaming, "No!" like that added in line that Darth Vader says in Return of the Jedi. But Adrian isn't too worried about this, getting his strategy ready to still draw Exodia next turn thanks to his plan of using a Feather of the Phoenix to get the head of Exodia to the top of his deck from the graveyard, and planning on using Backup Soldier in order to get the remaining pieces of Exodia back. But in this moment, Yubel realizes that the darkness wasn't in Adrian because it was in Echo. When she was sacrificed, her spirit fused with Adrian's deck, and since Yubel has threatened Adrian's destiny and all that Echo did to help support him, it's Echo's anger and darkness that will now be what Yubel needs to restore her power. Then Yubel plays herself. No, like, I mean, she literally plays herself, using this force to pull the darkness from Adrian's cards as it forms to Echo's look, shocking him, as Echo is then pulled towards Yubel, with her forcing the darkness to attack from Adrian's side to make sure Adrian has no say in the matter, making Echo strike Yubel directly, which backfires and causes her to disintegrate from this, as Adrian cries out her name in horror of having to witness that. And I mean, it kind of looked like that one scene from Terminator 2. And then Adrian's scream for her kind of ruined things because it sounded like this. Yeah, I don't know what that was either. But anyway, Yubel siphoned all of the darkness within Echo, telling Adrian that now he and Echo can be together again forever, as Adrian falls down to his knees, saying, "I'm sorry," as he loses the duel and disappears.
So sorry!
Okay, Adrian, please, what are these screams, man? Like, you're ruining the tension here. It's not even sad anymore. I'm laughing now. Now, with Yubel fully powered back up, she takes her spot on the throne, waiting for Jaden to make it to her, which is kind of wild because how long is that elevator ride? They should have been there by now. What is this, Mass Effect 1? As Jaden and the others make it to the throne room, Yubel greets them all by replaying the defeat of Adrian to show what she has planned for Jaden next. Yubel also is making this more difficult than it needs to be, rejecting the idea from the others to duel in her real form instead of inside of Jesse's body, as she is using it as both a shield and a tactic to mess with Jaden and the others. She is also taunting Jaden about him getting angry and how that led to the darkness taking over and how he became the Supreme King, as she says that's basically what happened to her as well. And sure, I bet you are way more evil now based on what happened to you, but like, you seem to be evil in the first place, maybe? That's why everything else that happened afterwards happened? Jaden doesn't know how to get around Yubel and her plans here, but knows that he must duel, as Yubel makes it clear that the only way out of this whole mess, the only way to fix the dimensions from colliding and to go back to how things were, are through her. That's it. As he gets into his own head about what to do, thinking back on how both Axel and Jim worked to get through to Jaden while he was the Supreme King, all the cards in his deck start talking to him. They all give him a pep talk, wanting him to go into this duel without doubting himself, saying that it was his unyielding spirit that resulted in him saving Neospace in the previous season, and before that, dealing with the sacred beasts in the first season. Elemental hero Neos tells him that his best quality is to see the good in people, and that his best weapon is believing that no one is beyond saving. Thanks to having these conversations with his cards, he feels better than ever, knowing the truth about how Yubel has been trying to make him doubt himself, feel low, lose his mind, but not anymore. He's ready to get his game on, defeat Yubel, and save Jesse. The duel starts off with Jesse doing the same strategy of playing the Advanced Dark Field spell card and using his Advanced Crystal Beasts, while Jaden starts off by pulling the one card that can apparently ruin him. Yep, polymerization. But after getting over his fear in his head about it, wanting to be strong like Zayn and not hold back anything, he uses it, to which Cyrus is all cheering, "You did it!" like it was the craziest thing ever. And look, in context, I get it, but it's still pretty funny. Like, here, let me give you a reenactment. My turn. Oh no, not this card. I don't think I can, but I must. I play Mermail King, Nept Abyss.
Wow. You're incredible.
Thank you. Oh, stop. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Oh, you don't have to.
Like
That's so kind. You don't have to. Thank you. I just always look at this play card. I don't even know if the move is legal. It's hard. Thank you. I know this is a really stupid bit. I know.
This is amazing.
Jaden ends up bringing out his Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, as Elemental Hero Neos tells Jaden to combine an attack with his own inner strength in order to have a momentary distraction for Yubel, so Jaden could go into Jesse's mind and look look for his spirit to help get Yubel out of there. But when Neos told Jaden to combine his inner strength with the attack, I didn't think that would literally mean that Jaden would charge forward and jump into the attack itself. Like, oh my goodness, what is happening here? Somehow, as Yubel is stunned by what Jaden is doing, this allows Jaden to enter into Jesse's mind space, calling out his name and looking for where he really is. Neos also is there too, telling Jaden that it seems somehow Yubel has transferred where Jesse's spirit truly is, because inside of here, there is nothing. Once back out as he's trying to figure everything out, he somehow instantly knows to look at Yubel's deck and wonders if Jesse is trapped within his own deck. Like, sure, the previous episode helped us understand that a spirit like Echo could be infused into a deck, and heck, even way earlier we saw Miss Fontaine even notice something weird going on with some cards and was trying to analyze them to see what happened. But all of this groundwork was just to give us something to notice and think about with no clear answer outside of getting the reveal that Yubel was actually a dual monster card herself, and for now, when seeing how human spirits can infuse themselves with decks aside from creatures, but like, how would Jaden know? He wasn't there for either of those things. All we have seen for him in regards to this is that one flashback where when he was the Supreme King, he drops elemental hero Neos, but he's not even the one who notices the darkness on it. And then the only other thing was right before heading into this realm, Bastion explained that the physical world and spirit world are combining and the rules of both are mixing. So if he figured it out based on that, good job, Jaden. That's pretty crazy, and maybe one day you really will get good grades. Like, Yubel is just taunting him about his choices in the duel here, telling him to focus on her and not trying to save Jesse or he'll just lose. But he's all like, can Rainbow Dark Dragon be the key? And sure, it's a great theory, possibly, but like, where is that coming from? How are you just putting numbers together from equations that don't relate? He says he can just feel it, so you know what? What the heck? Why not? I believe in you, Jaden. Maybe our boy here is so lost in thought that he's not even paying attention to the duel, as Yubel is just taunting him, trying to get under his skin, mentioning how she was tossed aside, and Jaden's just not responding at all. So it's either he's not paying any attention, or like, it's just so overhearing Yubel say the same stuff over and over again. Yubel ends up using the power of the advanced crystal beast to take the lead here, defeating elemental hero Flame Wingman and directly attacking Jaden a couple of times. Yubel wants Jaden to feel the same pain that she was made to feel, but Jaden's no longer scared. He's ready, just like Zayn was, to risk everything in order to save Jesse. Jaden ends up getting Neospatian Grand Mole and elemental hero Neos out, but rather than contact fusing them, Grand Mole is used to help clear more of Yubel's side of the field so Neos can go in for an attack. But right as he does, Yubel does something, I guess, that makes it seem like Jesse looks like Jesse again, distracting Jaden as he is surprised to see him, but of course, we all know this is just a stupid little trick, as Neos then talks to Jaden to make sure that he knows this too, saying that Yubel just wants to make it seem like he'd be hurting Jesse by doing this, and thankfully this gets through to Jaden so we don't have to deal with any regressing for Jaden in the duel, as he then sends in Neos for a direct attack, taking Yubel down to 1500 life points. Yubel turns up the heat by getting all of the advanced crystal beasts set up so she can bring out Rainbow Dark Dragon with 4000 attack points. But Jaden kind of wanted this to happen based off of his hunch of Jesse's spirit being infused with the card and creature itself, as he then starts yelling out to Jesse, seeing if there is any truth to it, and if so, can he get through to him? Yubel takes the opportunity to attack, having Rainbow Dark Dragon destroy Neos, leaving Jaden with only 300 life points left. But as Jaden picks himself back up, the spark he may need to keep pushing through happens. He hears Jesse's voice crying out to him, asking for help, as inside the Rainbow Dark Dragon seems to be Jesse's spirit trapped inside, meaning Jaden was right. That's like 2 times that he was right recently. First with Yubel/Jesse being behind the door to this realm, and now this? Man, he's really learning things out here, because back at class they never taught him this. Either way, Jaden vows that somehow, someway, he is going to help save Jesse, as he stares down Yubel and her powerful setup that is ready to defeat Jaden on the next turn if he doesn't have a way around it. Yubel tells Jaden that she has Jesse locked away just like Jaden did to her, and he's only involved in this because if Jesse is hurting, then Jaden is hurting, and she wants that. Luckily for Jaden, when Yubel does send in attacks, Jaden activates his trap card Neo Space Road, allowing the battle phase to be over and for him to draw a card. I do like that in this moment we get to see Jaden look at the cards in his hand and really think of a strategy that he could go for right now, testing out the different possibilities in his head before realizing his best strategy here would be to face the Rainbow Dark Dragon head on as much as possible in order to also help Jesse. He ends up playing the spell card Convert Contact, sending some Neospatians to the graveyard, and then draw 2 cards as he summons Elemental Hero Bubbleman in defense mode, using its effect to draw 2 more cards. Okay, I'm seeing lots of draw 2 card strategies this season, but like, where are the Pot of Greed's at? You couldn't go an episode last season without it, and now they are nowhere to be found. What the heck is going on? Anyway, Yubel destroys Bubble Man, but when going in for another attack, Jaden activates the spell card, the Flute of Summoning Karibo, bringing out Winged Karibo in defense mode to take in the attack, but it's almost like spirits collide here as Jaden is blinded by the rainbow light, bringing him into this angelic-looking area where he is greeted by Jesse's regular crystal beasts. They explain that this is a temporary timeout that they were able to make happen thanks to Winged Karibo's light, so that the crystal beasts can be in their real regular forms to speak with Jaden, confirming that yes, Jesse is stuck in the Rainbow Dark Dragon, but more importantly, they tell Jaden that they can't do anything about it personally because of the Advanced Dark Field spell card, forcing them to all do her bidding, telling him first to take out that field spell, then take out the dragon, as they say that they're all counting on him. But when Jaden comes back into the reality of the duel, Yubel is furious about whatever conversation she knows he just had, and claims that whatever Jaden is planning, she will make sure that it doesn't happen. With the light of Winged Karibo still protecting Jaden, Yubel chooses to punish the crystal beasts, showing Jaden that she will send them in to still attack even if they can't, which, you know, is cruel and evil because they're the only ones that get hurt. But that's fitting, I guess. She is kinda evil, and this is only to teach them a lesson. Jaden ends up bringing out Neospatian Aqua Dolphin and Neospatian Air Hummingbird, restoring his life points a bit thanks to Air Hummingbird's special ability. Then he ends up playing the spell card O Oversoul in order to get an elemental hero from his grave, choosing to bring back elemental hero Neos, claiming he will be fusing them all together to create the ultimate elemental hero, which Cyrus repeats out of shock, but it also sounds like we're emphasizing a point like Josh when talking about the game sphere because, you know, it's spherical.
It's spherical!
Spherical! Sorry. Jaden starts fusing Neos with Air Hummingbird and Aqua Dolphin to, as he puts it, summon the most powerful hero from the depths of space, revealing the brand new elemental hero known as Elemental Hero Storm Neos, with it having 3,000 attack points. Once a turn, its ability allows it to destroy any traps and spells on the field, getting rid of the Advanced Dark Field spell card, thus freeing all of the crystal beasts from the darkness, removing them from the field as well. All of the crystal beasts now appear beside Jaden, saying that maybe now Jesse might be able to hear them, telling Jaden that they should give it a try. And from their voices, Jesse, in the crystal prison that he is in, wakes up, hearing everyone reach out to him as he can see through to them all, noticing all of his crystal beasts and Jaden, and calling back out to them as they know that having this contact may be the demise of Yubel in this duel now, and what will set Jesse free in the end, with all of the crystal beasts telling Jaden good luck as they disappear. As Jaden knows that he must face the Rainbow Dark Dragon now, he thinks he has a way for all of this to work, with him then playing the spell card Instant Neospace, allowing Elemental Hero Storm Neos to stay out on the field after using its effect, which would have usually sent him back into the deck upon using it. Jaden needs to figure out how to get the darkness off of the Rainbow Dark Dragon card, just like he was able to by getting rid of the Advanced Dark Field spell card, trying to formulate some plan of attack here. Yubel wastes no time in sending in an attack, destroying Storm Neos and bringing Jaden back down to 300 life points. Because of Storm Neos being destroyed and Jaden using Instant Neospace, the regular Elemental Hero Neos can get summoned to the field again. Yubel is plotting something on her side of things as well, wanting to get Jaden to be angrier and more confident so that he'll play his best card while she will still have some tricks up her sleeves. But she's not wearing any sleeves. But she does have this card that is glowing to let us know that it probably isn't something good. She claims it will turn the tables permanently. On Jaden's turn, he ends up pulling Super Polymerization, which of course is like the more evil version of Polymerization based on how he used it as the Supreme King. So this definitely trips him up for a moment when seeing this card, going through all of the bad stuff that happened from it, but after looking to Cyrus and Dr. Crowler, he looks back at the card, knowing that he must be brave, he must overcome that fear, and use this card for good now. No matter what the risk is, he needs to use this card in order to save Jesse. He just can't let the darkness take over him again, and he won't let it. He plays Super Polymerization, fusing together Elemental Hero Neos and Rainbow Dark Dragon in the efforts of creating a new creature that gets rid of the darkness surrounding the Rainbow Dark Dragon, so hopefully Jesse can be set free. Yubel's just standing there, smiling, not really saying anything as all this is happening, which can't mean anything good really. But as the power of the fusion is trying to happen, we see the Rainbow Dragon break out of being this dark version of itself as Jesse's body collapses to the ground as Yubel appears, fully in the flesh, separated from Jesse. The fusion is fully complete as Jaden brings out Rainbow Neos with 4,500 attack points. Jesse starts waking up, not sure what's really happening crying at this moment as Yubel talks to Jaden, telling him she always knew that Jaden would rescue Jessie. It was never him she was after, but it was the card that she was after, showing off the super polymerization card, and revealing that her secret weapon card was the trap Last Trick, being able to take the card from Jaden, as whatever she has planned for the use of this card is something she says Jaden will find out soon enough. And man, the tables sure have turned, haven't they, huh? Yubel says the fun now begins, playing the trap card 1000 Buster, paying 1000 life points in order to damage both Jaden and Jessie to result in them both losing the duel, as she then says a new duel will begin in Oblivion. And I don't think we're talking Elder Scrolls here, are we?
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
We're in the end game now, literally, with these next 3 episodes being the big main finale to all of Season 3 in general, at least outside of Japan, but you know, we'll get to that, okay? We continue things right from where we left off at the end of the big duel to save Jessie, and even though they both lost the duel, I guess they both don't turn into dust, and everything's just okay? Sure, why not? Yubel tells Jaden to follow her if he dares, baiting the Supreme King to come back out of Jaden as she flies up into the dark clouds above, as Jaden takes a moment to make sure Jessie rests up, as Jessie knows Jaden wouldn't let him come even if he tried. So instead, he gives him his deck, telling him to give Yubel a piece of his mind, as Jaden then follows her up into Oblivion. As he goes up through the darkness, more of those memory bubbles come around and hit Jaden, giving him flashbacks to his childhood again. As Jaden goes in and out of the memory bubbles, he is going back and forth with Yubel about the events that took place back then and how they both saw and understood things, with Jaden saying that he wasn't trying to abandon her or send her away, he was trying to help her so that the cosmic matter in space could fix things and make it so Jaden can continue to use the card. Yubel explains that in space there are different types of energy out there, talking about how for one path it led to how the Neospatians came to be, while for her, the energy that coursed through her was something way darker, allowing her power to increase, but with it, more and more pain is all that she felt. She expressed that throughout all of this, she tried reaching out to Jaden, but couldn't because of some barrier stopping it, with this triggering Jaden to remember him getting these nightmares as a kid, seeing in these purple flames Yubel just standing there burning and screaming in pain, and from that pain, it caused Jaden to be in pain. The nightmares to him as a kid became such a problem for him that he had to undergo special treatments in order for them to stop happening. This is how Jaden would end up forgetting about Yubel, not remembering the nightmares, all of it being blocked off as time went on. Yubel then thought that this was all on purpose, some sort of series of trials and tribulations that she must go through to become stronger, to become something more powerful, with it being something that will somehow bring their bond closer in the end. She explains that the only way to repay Jaden in the same way is to help him grow stronger, become more powerful, and go through a lot of awful stuff in order to truly evolve, and in the end, they can come together again with no one being between them, so they can be best friends once more. She recaps all that she set up, all that she did to his friends, all the power he got when becoming the Supreme King, with all of it leading to him being here with her right now. Back with the others, Cyrus hands Dr. Crowler his duel disc, saying that he's supposed to look out for Jaden, feeling that he needs to go up there too, with Jessie stopping Dr. Crowler from going as well, telling him to let everything play out as it's supposed to. As Dr. Crowler is all like, oh, is this one of those Destiny type of thing? In that case, yeah, let's just watch things play out from here. You gotta love him. As Cyrus goes through the memory bubbles, he gets visions of other things, like Chaz specifically, who speaks to him and tells him to help him, giving more credence to what Bastion was saying earlier with all of their friends technically all still being alive. Jaden and Yubel reach the top of these dark clouds and get ready to duel one another, and while there is this serious demeanor for the most part between them, I can't help but notice that it feels like Yubel is happy to be here with Jaden, and not happy in the evil way like we've been seeing, happy in the you're hanging out with your buddy type of way. With the duel starting, Yubel plays Spell Chronicle, allowing her to remove from play 5 cards, with one of the 5 of them ending up being Super Polymerization, which is interesting to you, to me, and to Jaden, with her saying that Jaden will understand the strategy soon enough. Jaden gets out Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, but thanks to him using a spell, Yubel's Spell Chronicle gains a unit of spell power, giving Jaden something to worry about. Also, after Jaden destroys her monster, Yubel plays the trap card Sinister Seed, which only thrives on the damage that she takes, so the seeds that are planted grow in strength the more damage she takes in. With every 1,000 points of damage she takes, a flower token grows, and the leftover points of damage are are all that she ends up taking. Then she sacrifices the tokens in order to summon Regenerating Rose, which mimics the monster it's attacking's attack points, essentially making it so that when they clash, they both get defeated, but from this, Regenerating Rose will summon new Rose tokens out onto the field. Jaden then uses Diffusion, separating Flame Wingman back into Avian and Bracinatrix and putting them in defense mode, but in doing so, that was another spell card used, meaning her Spell Chronicle gets another unit of spell power. Now, as Yubel puts it, a new chapter unfolds of the story being told on the Spell Chronicle. With Jaden's help of unlocking more of the story, it's up to him to choose one of the 5 discarded cards from earlier to bring back into play for her to get into her hand, trying to get Jaden to choose Super Polymerization, with her explaining that the power of the card itself is going to help her unite the dimensions. He ends up choosing the card Zero Spite, with her calling him stubborn for not playing along into her wants and desires, with Jaden now playing Elemental Hero Sparkman, equipping him with Spark Blaster, which ends up giving Spell Chronicle the next bit of power as Jaden zaps Regenerating Rose into defense mode, allowing Jaden to defeat it without having to lose a creature of his own. However, the Rose tokens still spawn in its place afterwards. Then Yubel does the whole thing where she summons herself again, which must be a crazy feeling because we see her split into a second version of herself here, kind of like Sartorius' sister in the last season. And even Jaden's all like, did you just summon yourself? She tells him that any damage done to her Yubel is damage that will be inflicted back onto himself, forcing his Sparkman to attack, with the power of that attack getting dealt to Jaden as Yubel wants him to feel the pain and suffering that she has felt. All Jaden does for his turn is switch Sparkman into defense mode while also playing a face down card, as Yubel is bored with how Jaden is playing. He tries apologizing for how he made her feel and being sorry that she was left all alone, swearing he would go back and undo it all if he could, but she doesn't want him to feel sorry. She got way more powerful from all that had happened, and she just wants him to feel pain now. As Jaden contemplates everything in his head, he starts going over all of the terrible things Yubel has done, with him going from wanting to help her to thinking that for everything that she has done, he needs to get angry, as we see his eyes turn yellow again, like they did before when he was the Supreme King. Yubel then continues to show how powerful she is, proving to be one of, if not the toughest opponent he's ever had to face, constantly stopping his strategies and ultimately making him take some form of damage, as he now only has 1,000 life points left. Cyrus then pops up to where the duel is happening, saying that he saw Chaz in those cosmic balloons, which in my headcanon are now technically different from the memory bubbles because those are for memories only, while the cosmic balloons are for speaking with the spirits. We get a flashback to see the conversation Cyrus had with Chaz, showing that the other 2 Ojamas are with him and that, according to Chaz, the dimension they are in is constantly changing on purpose to be confusing, never knowing where they truly are and only making things more difficult, but the way to set them free is to defeat Yubel. Cyrus tells Jaden that this is his chance to save everyone. They are all still alive and just need Yubel to be defeated. But that's not all that Bastion was right about. Cyrus also mentions all of the stuff about controlling the power and strength of the Supreme King, as it's something that Jaden can do, and that might just be the one way to defeat Yubel and save everyone, giving Jaden both a bit of hope and also a bit of fright, with Yubel waiting for Jaden to finally step up to the plate and do something here. He says that's what he's going to do. He's going to step up and he's going to end her. And for too long, he's been scared of his anger, but not anymore, as he then opens his eyes, revealing them to be yellow again, with his voice slightly having an alteration to it, claiming that she is going down once and for all, as we see the glow of his yellow eyes pierce at Yubel like daggers. Cyrus is a bit worried at first, but Jaden replies by saying he is all good and knows what must be done, having control over the power and strength of the Supreme King as he plays the spell card Neo Space Wave to bring out some Neospatians, explaining to Yubel that these are the creatures with the powers that he wanted her to get too, as his elemental heroes are sacrificed in order to bring out Neospatian Aqua Dolphin, Neospatian Air Hummingbird, and Neospatian Glowmoss. Yubel is just happy to get the chance to destroy the creatures that she believes replaced her, and the Spell Chronicle has received more power because of Jaden, but can't take effect for the chapter to unlock until the next turn. So until then, Jaden can play more spells without technical consequences because it's already full. Jaden plays Neospatian Extent, turning Glowmoss into Neospatian Twinkle Moss. Then Air Hummingbird uses his special ability to give Jaden some life points based on the amount of cards in Yubel's hand, bringing him back up to 2,500 life points. He then switches Air Hummingbird into defense mode, as he then uses Twinkle Moss to attack first, activating its ability to draw a card, allowing Twinkle Moss to function differently depending on what card Jaden gets, as he pulls a spell card, letting Twinkle Moss now attack directly, causing at least some damage to her life points. Immediately, Jaden then uses the spell card he pulled, Space Gift, allowing him to draw 3 more cards from his deck based on having 3 Neospatians out on the field, ending his turn after playing a face down card. Yubel can sense the darkness in Jaden growing as Jaden says he's letting it. The only difference is that he's in control of it now, telling Yubel that it's a power that she awoke in him, and now he's going to use it to win. She just, well, laughs, thinking it's funny that Jaden thinks he can control it, but he's ready to take that risk in order to find out who is going to be the victor of this duel. With it being her turn now, Jaden has to pick a card for her to get back thanks to Spell Chronicle, this time choosing Fiend Rose, not giving Yubel the satisfaction of choosing what she wants the most. She then has her own Yubel force Aqua Dolphin to strike her, causing all that damage to go back to Jaden, and he's all like, hey, my bad boss, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, I wasn't in control, it won't happen again, probably. But after Yubel talks about this all being Jaden's fault again, for the 9,574th time, her Zero Spike card lets the attack happen again, so thus Aqua Dolphin is used once more to hurt Jaden. Yubel tries to get into Jaden's head about what his friends would think about Jaden letting the Supreme King come back out a little bit, with Jaden worried that they all wouldn't understand it, but Cyrus tells him to quit worrying about that kind of stuff. It's the doubt that she's making him feel that will be his demise. And while he's shouting this, we see the marking on his cheek come back, and you know what? I have been waiting to mention whatever happened to that plot point, but hey, here we are. It's still there. That's right there on his cheek, out here looking like a stamp rally. Jaden is all like, heck yeah, you're right, Cyrus. I need to make sure that my head's in the game here. I need to make sure that I am in control, and that I use this power and strength for good to save everyone. Air Hummingbird offers to get some more life points for Jaden, going over to Yubel and siphoning some of them, bringing Jaden back up to 2,800 life points. But when Jaden tries to go in and use Card Ejector to remove from play a card from Yubel, she uses the trap card Zero Hole to negate the attack and destroy Card Ejector. But this was a good setup to get her to use that trap card, because Jaden can then play his other card, which was a face down card, revealing it to be Neo Signal, bringing out Neospatian Grand Mole, giving him another way to get Yubel's Yubel off of the field. And the back and forth continues, with Yubel then playing Hate Buster to destroy both attacking monsters, with Jaden taking damage equal to Grand Mole's attack points. Jaden's just happy that Yubel would be destroyed too. But then she says, think again, revealing this new, scarier, more demonic form of Yubel, as she then appears on top of it, explaining what happened. Since Yubel was destroyed from Hate Buster's effect, she was able to evolve it into this new form, as Yubel says that she is now ready to get her final revenge. And this is Yubel Terror Incarnate, as Yubel explains that she was behind everything this whole season, bringing them into the first dimension at the start, coming back to this dimension now, having all of his friends fall to her plans in order for Jaden to suffer and hopefully in the end reunite with Yubel, and that they could be together again. But he now fights against her, wanting to send her away, again, saying she's not going to be the one who vanishes this time though. It will be Jaden who will, for all of eternity. Jaden says that's not going to happen with Twinkle Moss on his side, and come on man, Jaden, listen, you can't have this serious back and forth moment here and then respond to her by being like, well, I got Twinkle Moss. And it's not that it's even a problem to use that card, but a hard comeback to what she was saying is to not say the words Twinkle Moss as seriously as you could. Since Jaden draws a monster card, Twinkle Moss can't even do anything right now, so all of that was just a waste of time, man. Well, at least right now, I guess. Yubel then forces Aqua Dolphin to attack again, bringing Jaden's life points down to 1,300, as she also ends up getting rid of his Air Hummingbird, so he can't get those life points back up for now. Jaden then draws Polymerization, stumbling for a minute seeing that card again, but Aqua Dolphin is all like, Jaden, we've been through this, get over it, use that card properly, come on man, this is an amateur hour over here. And Jaden quickly snaps out of it, sacrificing Aqua Dolphin in order to summon Elemental Hero Prisma in defense mode, then pulling the spell card Fake Hero for Twinkle Moss's effect, as Twinkle Moss can now attack directly again, hurting Yubel just a little bit more, but you know, nothing significant. After that, Yubel tells Jaden that on this turn now, she is going to defeat him, and he will pay for all of the choices he's made, all of the betrayals, saying that his end is not with the stars, his fate lies elsewhere. Banishment to a void much worse than he could ever imagine, with no friends, no card games, no Xbox 360, just somewhere that he will be alone for eternity. She wants him to experience what she went through, saying it's only fair and that afterwards she will take care of his friends, but not in a feed them, tuck them into bed, have a good night sweetie type of way, more in the she is going to end them type of way, choosing Cyrus to go after first. And he's all like, man, why me? What did I do? She then forces Prisma to attack, hurting Jaden and bringing him down to 200 life points left, as well as taking out his Twinkle Moss. Cyrus has faith in Jaden that he can overcome this and use the power of the Supreme King to win, but then he starts getting doubtful, thinking about what if things don't work out, with Yubel feeling this doubt, calling it out, and is trying to be manipulative by saying he can't trust Jaden because look at what he has done to her, and then did to all of their friends. But Jaden puts a smirk on his face, saying that was then, and he's a different person now who isn't afraid to use all of his powers against her, threatening threatening the full extent of his power towards her and also telling Cyrus that he won't let him down. He takes a moment to think of everyone who he have lost so far, telling them he won't let them down either and that they will all be making it out of here together. Jaden then plays fake hero in order to get elemental hero Neos out onto the field. And boy, elemental hero Neos really been putting in the work the last few episodes. I don't think he's done anytime soon. Jaden then sacrifices elemental hero Prisma by using its effect to summon out a card that can directly offer some payback from Jessie, with Rainbow Dragon coming out onto the field now, using polymerization then to fuse it with Neos to bring out Rainbow Neos, with Yubel claiming that this can't be, and Jaden says that this fusion of friendship is going to conquer you once and for all, ending things here so that the third part of the series of episodes and technical last English episode can wrap things up for season 3 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. With Jaden having Rainbow Neos out now with 4,500 attack points, he starts talking about the different abilities that it has, like sending a card from his deck to the grave so that every card in her graveyard goes right back into her deck as he sends his elemental hero Necroshade to the grave. This negates the effects of her strategy of having Samsara Lotus in the grave destroying monsters on Jaden's side of the field with its effect, making it so that his ultimate beast here is safe from her tactics for now. Yubel starts crying, saying that it seems like after all this time, Jaden can't see what she's done for him, with her saying that for this, she cannot forgive him and soon he'll see the error of his ways. Jaden's all like, samesies, as he then plays Rainbow Veil, giving Rainbow Neos protection to go ahead and attack now because it negates Yubel's abilities, so Jaden won't take any damage. When the attack comes in, she activates the trap card Fiend Rose, which protects her Yubel, saving it from being attacked and destroyed. However, if that Rose is off the field, then her Yubel goes with it as a catch. For her turn, it's time for Jaden to pick another card for her to get thanks to Spell Chronicle, and with only 3 choices left, and none of them being too great to let her have, Jaden chooses Mystical Space Typhoon, as she then uses it right away, getting rid of Rainbow Neos' Rainbow Veil, as she then tells Jaden that she never wanted any of this to happen. She only wanted the two of them to be together. She wanted to protect him for eternity, not banishing him for it. Now that the effects of Rainbow Neos have worn off to stop her Yubel's effects, she has Rainbow Neos attack now, but to save himself here from all the damage, he removes from play his Necro Gardna from the graveyard to negate the attack. Jaden now plays Fifth Hope, getting all of the elemental heroes in his graveyard back into his deck, then drawing 2 cards as he summons Elemental Hero Clayman in defense mode as he activates another ability of Rainbow Neos, where by sending Clayman to the grave, it sends her monsters on the field back into her deck, getting Yubel Terror Incarnate out of the way for Jaden, but things might just get a whole lot worse because of that. Jaden takes a moment to offer Yubel a way out of all of this, offering to stop the fight before he ends up hurting her again, but she seems happy, because by getting rid of that version of Yubel, a stronger form of the Yubel gets to appear now, as she brings out Yubel the Ultimate Nightmare, as she appears fused to the top of it, telling Jaden that if he attacks her, all damage is deflected, the attacking monster will be consumed, and then the attacking monster's attack point amount is dealt to Jaden's life points. She then threatens to send Jaden to the darkest corner of the darkest dimension, and the only person who will be able to hear his cries of agony will be her. She then forces Rainbow Neos to attack, but Jaden activates the trap card Alchemy Cycle, allowing Rainbow Neos' attack points to become 0, saving Jaden from taking any damage, but at the cost of Rainbow Neos being removed from play, which makes it seem like Jaden is pinned into a corner to barely save himself for one more turn. Even Cyrus is all like, what just happened? But Jaden gets more intense, telling Yubel that he sent her away, hoping to help her. But that was then, and now for his next move, thanks to Alchemy Cycle, he draws a card from his deck. And also a thanks to Elemental Hero Necroshade being in the graveyard, he can summon directly to the field Elemental Hero Neos, then playing 2 cards face down to complete his turn for now. When Yubel goes into attack, she tells Jaden to give up now so it could save him a considerable amount of pain, as he flips that against her and ends up playing Mirage Tube, making it so that Neos absorbs the oncoming attack and can fire it right back at her life points, bringing her down to 400 life points left. Jaden goes off on her about all that he has been through and pushed past, and with the only thing being left is to defeat her, as she then asks who will be there to protect him, confusing him naturally as she continues on to say that she's always strived to shelter Jaden from harm, even if it meant hurting those closest to him, and she isn't going to stop, not until he's safe from all the evil, wanting to create a world just for them to make sure Jaden is completely safe until the time comes where he must use the power of the Supreme King to fight the great evil, as a dark smoke covers the area, with Yubel saying that there is more to the story that hasn't been said yet. Jaden is then brought into a flashback of some sort, seeing a man of power speaking to a young version of Yubel, and for those wondering, Yubel is a character that is shown throughout the various forms we see of them as both both male and female, with the English dub strictly playing out the character as a woman for the most part, while the Japanese dub does more to make the character androgynous, going back and forth between when the character is seen or referred to as a guy or a girl. So if you were confused as to why this flashback into Yubel's past has them portrayed like this, that is the reason. We can see Yubel here being told by the king that at the dawn of the universe was the birth of dark and light energy, with chaos and evil ruling the world under the power of light, and after a long period of time, the dark energy was able to rinse the land of all the evil the light had caused. Now, light waves of evil and chaos surge throughout space, looking to return one day with only one person who will be able to stop it, that being the one born with the power of the Supreme King in his heart. He claims it to be his son, the prince, but he is only a temporary vessel of power, and this power then passes through time, and someone must follow and protect the vessels, as Yubel claims to want to be that protector. We then see how Yubel starts undergoing a forced procedure to receive a dragon heart in order to take on this responsibility, but the prince bursts open the doors, begging them not to do this as the prince slightly looks like Jaden. From this, Jaden starts remembering all of this past stuff that he doesn't personally really remember because he didn't really experience it, because he's from the modern day, and possibly a different dimension. I don't know where this is taking place. But we see Yubel now in the form that we know her in from the duels, being there as a protector of this prince, but more than that, a best friend to him. And I do think it's kind of crazy how they did tie all of this back into the light stuff from the end of last season. It's why we ended up getting the tease for Yubel in that season, the tease of the whole dimension stuff happening, helping make things make a little bit more sense, as it also feels a little disconnected overall. Back at the spot of the duel, Jaden starts talking to Cyrus, telling him to tell the others that he's sorry, as he isn't coming back because he has some things that he has to take care of, with Cyrus of course trying to stop him from staying behind, but Jaden says that he gets what Cyrus is saying, and as much as he would love to go back and chill with everyone at Duel Academy, he can't. Not now at least. He's got to help an old friend. He has to help Yubel. Cyrus is just like, what are you talking about? What happened? As Jaden then does his signature point and tells Cyrus, later bro. As the battle area begins to be engulfed in light, Cyrus drops to his knees, crying, yelling to Jaden that he won't leave him here. He just can't. Inside of this now rainbow tube of light, both Jaden and Yubel are back to being in the middle of their duel, with Jaden asking if she's okay, but what we can see from her is not the same nice tone when Yubel is trying to actually speak to Jaden. Plus, she has all these face veins that you get in Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're evil, but like really, really evil specifically. Thanks to Spell Chronicle forcing Jaden to pick again, he calmly selects Super Polymerization, as she thinks that this is some form of mockery that he's trying to make of her, when he could have selected the other card instead to prolong her from getting that card, as she then activates Chain Material, allowing her to use monsters from her side of the field, her hand, her deck, and her graveyard, all to be used as monsters to fuse together, having a total of 12 monsters to be a part of this, including one of the Sacred Beasts and the ultimate nightmare form of Yubel, as she then activates Super Polymerization to fuse all 12 dimensions together in order for the resulting explosion to create a whole new world, a world where only her and Jaden exist. Across all of the dimensions, we can see the blasts having its effects, as Yubel then laughs with the fire burning behind her, saying Jaden's reality is no more, she has won, and that they will finally be together forever. But Jaden then says, not quite, as then it looks like all of that didn't just happen, as Jaden starts explaining that Super Polymerization is going to do something different. Instead of fusing the dimensions, it's going to be fusing Yubel and Jaden together. He reveals that he played Spiritual Fusion, targeting her chain material so that he's the one who gets to pick what the fusion monsters are. As things calm for a moment, Jaden tells her that he understands that she started things off with good intentions, but she lost her way and he's going to help her find it. He says that she's been alone, as he then starts looking like the prince Yubel was originally friends with, telling her that she won't be alone anymore. He says that she's been on the wrong path, but together they will walk the right path and fight together as one, thanking Yubel for working hard to protect him, then looking like the regular Jaden again, saying that the Supreme King and the Guardian will be together as one spirit, as he isn't sure what that means for him in the end, as he is willing to risk everything to find out, as Yubel then starts crying. Jaden activates Super Polymerization's effects, thinking about everyone he's ever known, at least from the series that we know, having a smile on his face knowing that whatever the outcome is, he did what he had to do to save all of his friends, and on top of that, hopefully all of the dimensions, and of course, save Yubel, as he then says to fuse himself with Yubel as we can see them come together. And geez, Jaden, that's a lot of effort to try and capture Yubel here. I did it too, and it was only like $10. Jaden passes out as Yubel then catches him, holding him tight, claiming that their spirits are united as one, and that the Guardian, aka Yubel, will stand by the Supreme King's side for eternity. And then when they are needed, when the evil chaos is there, so too will they, making sure that they will fight it off to save the world. Possibly any world for that matter, who really knows? They then blast off together, with the result of this pulling all of the collided worlds apart and fixing them, saving all of the dimensions, as we see all of Jaden's friends return to the island, with the whole school running out to see what happened, as Cyrus stands there, crying, asking Jaden why. Hasselberry asks Cyrus where Jaden is at, as he then looks up to the sky, saying that he's up there, among the stars, as the show then cuts to the credits, and that's it. That's it. This is the end of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, at least outside of Japan. Now, what the actual heck, right? You know? Like, that's a whole lot to handle. Everything that just happened is just so sudden here, leaving us with everyone just being back, I guess, like it's normal for now. Everyone can just go back to school. Jaden's not here, though. He could be dead. He could be alive. Who knows? The show's over, and it's time to move on to Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds in the US. Come on, everyone. Don't be sad. We have duelists on motorcycles now. What could be better than that, right? Now, in Japan, not only was there one more episode to season 3 to finish things off, there was also a season 4. Yeah, I've been saying that I'll cover it, and I'm going to here, but just fathom only getting this ending, and that's it. Congrats, kid. Jaden's dead. Here's a sad scene. 2 months later, here, have some motorcycles and some synchro summons. So then, if there was another final episode to the season and a whole 4th season of the series, why did we never see them being brought outside of Japan and dubbed by 4Kids Entertainment? And if not them, by anyone for that matter. Before we talk about what happens in those episodes and see how the show really comes to an end, let's briefly understand why we, and by that I mean myself and any other kid outside of Japan at the time who was either left in confusion or had no idea, never got to see these episodes get dubbed and released.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
So why didn't we get that final season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX dubbed? Well, to put it easy enough, there isn't a real exact reason. There is nothing on paper that explains why. There is no quote or lead from anyone who worked on the series, from 4Kids Entertainment, from Konami, from Shonen Jump, from anyone, leaving it this weird mystery that to this day is still discussed by fans of Yu-Gi-Oh! All around the world. There are of course speculations and guesses as to what happened, with some citing that season 4 was getting a lot darker, to which I feel can't really be the answer, because I think the series does have its darker moments already, with season 1 and 2 offering a pretty big handful of those type of moments. And for season 3, I mean, come on. If you've made it this far into the video, you really know how dark season 3 could get at times, and honestly, I'd say for the majority of it, it leaned a lot darker than what the previous seasons had. The other problem was the next generation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was right around the corner, and by that I mean it was already there, with Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds getting ready to take over the spot from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX to be the next thing the rest of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Brand was pushing. So in needing to get that series of the anime out, 4Kids Entertainment most likely needed to pass on worrying about season 4 of GX, with Konami I'm sure wanting this to happen anyway, so that all aspects of the brand were focusing on 5Ds. You wouldn't want to have the new 5Ds cards on store shelves with no anime series to go along with it and promote it, right? And it was only 2 months after the end of season 3 premiered in the US that 5Ds would start. Should we have seen the 4th season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX along with the final episode of season 3 dubbed and brought elsewhere in the world for all of the fans of GX to see? Well, of course, because in this context, season 3 ends the GX series off in a pretty messed up place. We don't get time to stick around the school, see how life goes on for everyone, get some goodbyes or resolutions, understand some answers that were never fully given about certain characters and their storylines. Nothing. Just a pretty quick ending that makes you assume that Jaden is just possibly dead, or on some special world made just for him and Yubel to live on together until the day the Supreme King is needed to save the universe. Obviously, we do have more of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX that does give us these answers, these moments, and a whole lot more. It's just that for someone like me in the US, all we were left with was a whole bunch of questions and a whole lot to just infer and make up for ourselves. And sure, that's fun and all, but it doesn't feel satisfying, especially more so that there was actually more story to tell. It wasn't supposed to end like it did. So for the fun of it, why don't we take a bit of a look into what we never got dubbed, the real final episode of season 3, and all of what season 4 for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX was all about. When it comes to this final episode of the 3rd season, I don't see why we didn't get it dubbed as a nicer, more chill and open end to the series. One, it's technically a clip show, but to me, that means that a lot of the flashbacks and moments we revisit already have been dubbed. So I feel the work on it would only have to be minimal to bring this over as at least the ending for the dubbed version of the series. And how is it a clip show? Well, all of the main characters are now back at the school as they are adjusting to life once more, spending their time sharing stories with one another about Jaden as we get some fun look-backs from the series. Also, did I say everyone returns? Well, that's my bad, because right at the start of the episode, when we see Dr. Crowler crying over reporting to Chancellor Shepard about those who didn't make it back, we see that aside from Jaden, it was also Zayn, Adrian, and Bastion who all didn't come back, which makes things even sadder, honestly. I know Bastion wasn't going to come back, of course. He found a way to stay with that tiger woman, probably, right? But anyway, we see that Shepard has Dr. Crowler put those missing case files with the other ones in regards to the missing students from the abandoned dorm, to which once Shepard is alone says that someday this mystery will be solved, and that the school in general was originally created in order to solve it. And maybe he's referring to a larger mystery, because why would the dorm mystery be the reason that the school exists if the dorm only became abandoned after the school's existence? Who knows what that's all about, but I am sure that for any focus on these abandoned dorms throughout season 4 is where we're going to get some answers to the mysteries regarding it that we saw the groundwork laid for all the way back in season 1. But like I said, this episode to end the season just gives us that downtime with the remaining cast to see them grieve and share in their stories and memories, while giving us some hope and enjoyment at the very end. Cyrus, while sitting alone, still thinking over everything that happened, losing his best friend, losing his brother, is feeling pretty down about it all, understandably. But once he sees a shooting star, he ends up making a wish, asking for the chance to see Jaden again. But that's when the shooting star turns towards him, shooting right past Cyrus and on into the woods, as he rushes to see what that was all about, as standing there in the middle of the woods is none other than Jaden himself, making his grand return as he turns to Cyrus and says, "Wasn't today fried shrimp day?" while having a big goofy smile on his face, ending off the season in not such a bleak way that the version I grew up with did, leaving us with a tease for more to come. And even if there wasn't, how was this not the ending that the dubbed version got? I seriously don't get it. It gives you so much more from all the events that happened that we should have had it. We needed this time, regardless of the clip show aspect of it, just to let the other characters digest and process what happened so that the audience, aka me, aka all of you, can process and digest as well, while we can then let some other mysteries linger and have this hopeful reveal at the end with Jaden coming back. But that's just my opinion on the matter. For now, let's jump into season 4 and see where the shorter final season takes us in the real ending to Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Bringing us into season 4, we get this pretty ominous introduction, showcasing this weird lightning storm that seemingly cracks open the sky, revealing this terrifying face in the night sky until a final strike of lightning shows what looks like an angel descending down from above, setting the stage for a new mystery for everyone. After this, the real start of the season shows us Cyrus writing a letter to Zayn as if he were still here, providing a way for Cyrus to cope with the events that have happened that ultimately led to his brother essentially passing away, as we are led to believe. But maybe, he should go look for another shooting star and ask Zayn to come back this time. In all seriousness though, this letter serves as a way to catch us up to speed as well, letting us know that the new characters from last season like Jim, Axel, and even Jesse are all gone from the school now, and have returned back to their original academies. Even Bonaparte is leaving along with his son Marcel so that they can continue to fix things in their relationship. Cyrus ends up getting to go back to Obelisk Blue along with Chaz and even Blair, while Hasselberry didn't accept his promotion into that dorm, opting to stay in Raw Yellow for now. And as for Jaden, well, of course he's still in Slifer Red because he's all about it. He's ride or die red, Luckily, he isn't alone as he is joined by the spirit of Professor Banner, as they can still share in a nice friendship slash mentorship slash roommate-ship. And because Professor Banner is there, that means Pharaoh the cat is still there, and that's what's really important, am I right? He even brings Jaden a cell phone, to which upon turning it on, he gets on a call and is informed about something going on that definitely catches his concern. Right after this, we end up seeing duelists at the school having issues with their duel discs, with them not being able to bring to life cards anymore through this technology in the system. A weird occurrence for sure, but it's only some of the cards that are having issues working on the duel discs, as Shepard has already been in contact with both Kaiba Corp and Industrial Illusions to have people from both companies eventually coming in to start taking a look. But in the meantime, Shepard brings in members of his own personal squad of helpers, and by that I mean some of the main character students from the school, with Chaz and Alexis being told to start gathering the cards that aren't working, leading them to meet with the others that we all know, like Cyrus, Hasselberry, and of course, Fujiwara. Don't act like you don't know him. He's been in the friend group the whole time, every year, right next to them as they have dealt with all of the big major events. Cyrus and Hasselberry end up going to the Raw Yellow dorm to collect the cards that are quote-unquote defective, while Alexis will deal with gathering them from the Obelisk Blue dorm. No one's worried about the Slifer Red dorm dorm because, well, again, Jaden's the only person there. When walking together to the raw yellow dorm, Cyrus feels like something is off though, asking Hasselberry who Fujiwara was, as Hasselberry is surprised by him even asking this, saying back to him that they've been best friends for years. And yeah, he's always been there, guys. Don't you remember? Like when Fujiwara also tried to stop the sacred beasts? No, that's not it. Oh, yo, like when he was there trying to help to stop the Society of no, you know what? That wasn't him either. But for sure, he was there when trying to stop the Supreme King, right? No, anyway, Chaz and Fujiwara later end up heading to the school's main computer system, but once they are there, Fujiwara's eyes glow red, telling Chaz that they have been friends for years as well, as he then tells him to go and help Alexis while he handles the computer stuff. Ah, you know what? That's right. That's why we don't remember him, because he's manipulating that into people's minds clearly, making it seem to the others that he's always been there. On the computer, he ends up looking into stuff regarding the abandoned dorm specifically, mentioning that this could be something that leads him to finding someone that is important to him, someone he refers to as his master. After this, he ends up with the others, but notices that there is something off with all of the cards that they've collected, being the only one able to see this dark glow glowing around them. Similar to some instances we've seen previously, like with Miss Fontaine looking into last season, and then beyond that a few times in the different dimension. And he's all like, hey, let's burn these cards, guys, am I right? And then they're all like, no, dude, are you crazy? Well, that answer is yes, because in the night he ends up burning the cards, and by the time the fire is put out, only some still remain, and the darkness attached to them manifests into some sort of specter that Winged Karibo ends up being able to take notice of, and of course immediately goes to tell Jaden about. As Fujiwara is looking into some abandoned dorm stuff, being at the location of it now, the dark specter ends up messing with him as Jaden arrives to call out the specter like he's a ghost-busting superhero, with this cloud of darkness now manifesting into a dude, I guess? I don't know, but the way that the darkness and the cards form into a person is pretty cool, and this guy looks like he belongs in a mix of Tron and the Matrix, and that's cool too. While the duel isn't anything too crazy for the first real duel of the season, we do see Jaden getting to be at the top of his game at the moment, still using the same trusty cards that you would expect, as this other person uses cards that Jaden has never seen or heard of, like the first monster he plays called a Dark Archetype. I also do think it's interesting that the cards that this guy has are also Dark World specific cards that we saw in the other dimension last season, like Zur and Rainbow. In the end, when Jaden wins, this character disappears, saying that this is only the start, with the promise of meeting again. So there's one mystery there, but the other one has to be, who the heck is Fujiwara and what's going on with him? As Jaden wants to know who he is as well, but when Fujiwara tries to use his Jedi mind tricks on Jaden, his eyes change to the same orange and blue design that Yubel has, showing that Jaden is protected from whatever Fujiwara was trying to do, and telling him that it won't work on him. Jaden comes off pretty menacing here, having a way more serious demeanor in how he speaks and handles things, ending the first episode with some pretty interesting things set up for the rest of the season. Entering into the next episode, we start off in the middle of this duel between Jaden and the same character he just dueled in the previous episode, showing that Jaden is in a bad spot in the duel, and no, I don't mean that he's dueling over the volcano again, I mean that we see this guy's Meteor Bee dragon ready to attack, as we then take things back to how this all happened. Continuing now from his confrontation with Fujiwara, we see that Fujiwara is surprised at Jaden's ability to not be Chris Angel mind-freaked by him, as he then vanishes into a bright light, only leaving a unique feather behind that Jaden picks up. He ends up then making a call back to whoever he was on the phone with last episode, telling them to look into Fujiwara's background. Back at the school with the aftermath of the burnt cards, the main group who was collecting them all have a dilemma on their hands. They can vaguely remember something about someone who could have been the person to cause the fire, but they can't come up with the name. It's almost like he erased himself from their memories already. So Cyrus thinks that Jaden could help here, and like, yeah, he's Jaden after all, go and get him. And as Fujiwara now investigates the abandoned dorm later on, he knows that something truly awful took place here at some point. He can feel it, as the mysteries of what we looked into in the first season start coming back into play. Plus, we get to go over and check in on Attekus, who was involved in being one of the students who disappeared, coming back as Night Shroud before being saved by everyone. We see that he ends up remembering some of the events that took place at the dorm, showing him being in the same area that Fujiwara was in, as he is there in this memory too, wearing the Night Shroud mask before he would have it, claiming to have found the power power of darkness, cutting his hand open to offer his own blood to the strange floor that he's standing on, letting him then disappear, causing Attekus to jolt awake from being asleep, confusing him if any of that really happened in the past or if that was just some sort of weird dream, rushing over to where he hid the card featuring Night Shroud's mask on it. All of the others end up heading over to the now very lonely Slifer Red dorms, which by the way just makes me feel sad. Like, so far this season everyone is just not hanging out with Jaden and you just kind of feel bad for him, but honestly, it may not be their fault. It could be all the other way around, where it's Jaden not wanting to put himself around the others. But either way, by the time that they get there, he's already gone. All that's left on the bed is the feather that he found. Jaden actually ended up going to Chancellor Shepard, telling him that he wants to drop out of the school, which of course is odd to Shepard because he only has a short handful of months before he would be graduating. Clearly feeling like there's something going on, Jaden explains that it's because he doesn't want to bring the school more problems or put anyone in jeopardy for whatever reason. In that moment, a call comes in with Shepard telling Jaden it's for him and that he should go meet some people who want to speak with him. And Jaden only agrees to this as Shepard says he won't accept the request to leave the school if he doesn't. The people that want to meet with Jaden end up technically being the villains of the first and second season. And if you think about it, with Jaden now being fused with the villain of the third season, it's really just a big villain reunion. Sartorius, who is pushing the wheelchair of Kagemaru, both want to talk to Jaden about needing his help, but you know, he's not interested, he just wants to leave. But Sartorius explains that he had this weird feeling about something going on, feeling like something that his old powers could have told him, but he doesn't, or at least shouldn't, have them anymore thanks to the end of that second season, immediately then calling Kagemaru as his research has led him to believing that some powerful release of energy could soon be expelled from the island. Sartorius continues to talk about all of the previous major events that have happened at the school over the years, saying that he believes that there is all this pent-up pressure, which will at some point and in some form be released, causing a new big problem. Jaden is told that him leaving the island now for the sake of not wanting any more trouble here won't do anything if the problem itself is going to happen here anyway. There is a clear sadness and regret from these former villains, saying that this could be their punishment for having misused the duel monsters. But then, like, the coolest thing I've ever seen happens, the guy Jaden dueled in the previous episode rips open a tear in the middle of this dimension, pulling himself out of it as Jaden wants to know who he is and what's even happening, with this guy telling him that he doesn't have a name, but he can be called Truman. And my guy, that's a name! Despite the three of them meeting in private to avoid eavesdropping, Truman was interdimensionally eavesdropping, telling them that they are close to understanding things, but for now, he must take them out, cutting out a slice of the volcano as Jaden tells the others to get in the helicopter and go. Truman then has fireballs shoot out from the volcano and attack the helicopter, but Jaden then summons elemental hero Neos, turning his eyes yellow like the Supreme King as they briefly fade into Yubel's eye colors, making it turn the power of Neos into a real thing, being able to have Neos now help save the helicopter. Then Neos sneaks up behind Truman, sending in a blast to take him out as well, but Truman's dark card-shifting powers move him out of the way as he gets behind Jaden now. And this is now where the two of them get into another duel, as the ground around Jaden falls apart, making this a duel where he's kinda stuck with nowhere to go as underneath him is just lava. Through this, we end up back at the moment we saw at the start of the episode, with Jaden eventually getting the upper hand thanks to elemental hero Neos being able to defeat Truman in the end as he turns into a pile of shadow cards and fades away. As Jaden catches his breath from all of that, we can see that through this portal that lets whoever is on this other side of it see Jaden as if they were specifically watching him. We then see that it is not one, but seemingly two Trumans, true men, if you will, as they talk about Jaden and how much stronger and powerful he is than they had thought. Back with Jaden, he ends up back on a phone call again, with us finally getting the answer as to who was on the other side, with that being Axel, which I think is really cool. And on this call, he is giving Jaden some information regarding what he found looking into Fujiwara, telling him that originally he was a student at the school, but was one of the students that went missing with all of that abandoned dorm business. As we then cut to Attekus now, who is at the abandoned dorm with Fujiwara greeting him. This meeting is very weird as Fujiwara asks Attekus about what he's done with Fujiwara, but like, isn't that you? Shouldn't you know yourself? Or at the very least, make some things more clear so we're not all confused here? Fujiwara ends up hurting Attekus a bit, but before anything worse could happen, Axel jumps in, grabbing Attekus and getting him out of there, leading to Attekus now being in the infirmary, as Axel then speaks to Alexis and Jaden to explain his role in all of this. As once it was reported that there was an issue going on with the cards, Pegasus hired him to privately investigate the matter, with Axel believing that the island is the problem and that Fujiwara has some main connection to why it's all happening. Going further into the lore, talking about the abandoned dorm being for the honor students of the school, with Kagemaru using them to help research the sacred beasts, with Axel saying that after all the Shadow Rider business from the first season was dealt with, Kagemaru set free those he was experimenting on, with the only person that never returned being Fujiwara. We get to learn that Fujiwara was a top-tier student at the school, being one of the best duelists that was up there with both Zayn and Attekus, as the three of them were all in the same year at the school. But with Fujiwara looking into his own thing too, separate from all the stuff Kagemaru was doing, it turns out that that was related to the Night Shroud stuff after he would find this dark power. Jaden wants to know more, trying to wake Attekus up in a panic over needing some answers, as Alexis stops him from doing this by slapping him in the face. From this, Alexis says that it seems that what the others have been feeling and talking about with one another are true. Jaden has changed, as he then says that there are times where you cannot turn back, even if you want to, as he then leaves the room. Later on, when Alexis is going to check in on her brother and bring him flowers, she is panicked over the fact that Attekus is now gone. For Jaden's journey of answers, he ends up trapping the spirit ball form of Professor Banner in a little bag, threatening to flush him down the toilet, knowing that he may know something more since he was part of the evil plans of Kagemaru in the first season. All he is able to provide is that Attekus already had these Night Shroud powers before any of that stuff happened. They didn't have anything to directly do with that. Jaden then ends up finding Attekus outside waiting for him, as he is in a rough state, asking to be brought to the abandoned dorm. After they arrive there and Attekus is having trouble remembering what really happened, the others end up finding where they went, wanting to know what's happening, as Jaden explains that Attekus potentially has some answers that he can give from being here, as Jaden tells them that some new threat is soon to arrive. So this is important in understanding it and hopefully stopping it. Then Attekus does something that I can't believe we are going to experience again, but his idea is to put on his Night Shroud mask, and that by dueling Jaden, it will somehow trigger the full memories and answers that they are looking for. So just like his duel with Zayn in season 2, this idea is either going to help out somewhat or just turn into him fully going back into Night Shroud mode. So that's fun. In this duel, we do see that the plan works a bit, jogging his memory to come back, recalling Fujiwara telling him that he found this ultimate power. Throughout the duel and trying to remember everything, Attekus is struggling to stay in control over Night Shroud, wanting to take over. But what is awesome about the duel is getting to see the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh monster of all time used again, Red Eye's Black Dragon, with Hasselberry being just like me for real, as he gets excited to see the Red Eyes as well. We also get to see more Red Eye's support cards, as well as Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon, an extremely powerful card that Attekus makes even stronger, but Jaden is able to overcome this, defeating Attekus in the duel, with the mask being trapped back into the card while Attekus returns to normal. Chaz, Cyrus, Alexis, and Hasselberry end up checking in on him, but when Jaden comes over, Alexis yells at him, telling him to stay away, putting the responsibility on him for putting Attekus through this, but Attekus stops her and admits that it was him who asked Jaden to do this. Attekus begins to talk about Fujiwara, saying that he was a better duelist than both him and Zayn, but his passion for dueling somehow led to weirder and odder research that he wanted to do, eventually discovering the world of darkness and the powers from it, as he then sacrificed his own soul to gain the powers of this dark world, as well as trying to gain eternal life. As he made this deal for the sacrifice he wanted to make, the blood he dripped onto the ground activated the darkness, bringing both him and Attekus into it, as Fujiwara expressed his apologies for getting Attekus involved here, handing him the Night Shroud mask that he was using and passing it on to him before he disappeared, leaving Attekus back in that room and safe for now. Attekus then wouldn't even have to use the mask until later on, when he was being used for tests that made him a missing student, as he would then be in another dimension, only donning the mask to use the powers of it in order to survive there. Attekus then claims that Fujiwara was consumed by Night Shroud's power of darkness, and in the end had then died from it. But now, interrupting all of this, we hear someone say that's not true, with Fujiwara appearing behind them all, which would have been the coolest magic trick of all time, because everyone here is completely shocked, but Jaden can sense something is up, as this Fujiwara claims that Attekus essentially abandoned his master, referring to the Fujiwara we saw in the flashbacks, and making it seem like this isn't Fujiwara, similar to how the episode started when he spoke to Attekus then. And Jaden then tells Fujiwara to show his real form, flipping around the card Honest, claiming that this Fujiwara is really the real Fujiwara's old spirit partner. This Fujiwara reveals himself to be Honest, and yes, he is the real Fujiwara's old spirit partner. We can see that the feather that he dropped earlier was a dead giveaway that helped Jaden put things together, but for the honor of his master and thinking bad about all of them, Honest starts attacking them as Jaden has everyone escape while he tries dealing with Honest. But as the whole abandoned dorm is exploded and comes collapsing in on Jaden, Axel is able to provide some sort of backup and then ultimately save him from being squished. As Honest comes back out from the rubble to deal with Jaden and the others, Truman, still watching through his little portal thingy, ends up thinking it could be nice if Honest just defeats Jaden for him. Honest is ride or die for Fujiwara, and since he didn't do the dying part of that, like Fujiwara did, he's still going to ride for him, thinking little of these humans and knowing that Fujiwara could have figured out and solved the problem that's happening now. To protect everyone, Jaden ends up bringing out elemental hero Neos physically again as his eyes change, which is now the moment where he reveals to everyone that he and Yubel are fused into one, which definitely would sound like a cause for concern without some more context of knowing what really happened in the end, but, you know, to be fair, we don't really even know what happened in the end. They fused together and disappeared. Boom, the end. Credits. Honest starts talking about how the world of darkness has come to one of the duel monsters' dimensions, taking over and ultimately consuming it. There once was a pocket of space between dimensions that this world of darkness used to reside, but now it expands into them, feeding on them and thus destroying them. All of this starts bringing back in all of the duel monsters coming from other dimensions, and that the cards themselves in this dimension are gateways for all of them to connect with duelists having the abilities to become more connected with the monsters themselves, forming a pretty tight bond. But with the cards that get neglected or not shown enough care, well, they can become engulfed in this darkness, giving us the reason why the cards that don't work right now don't work. And I guess this is a good lesson for you to sleeve your cards, everyone. You know, take better care of them, okay? I know it's just a Griggle, but do you want that Griggle to be evil and sad? No, because that sounds terrifying. I mean, he already looks like an evil Oddish. If these tainted cards are just left in the state that they're in, then the darkness that is infecting all of these other dimensions now have a way to get through to this one. Hence why this dude was trying to burn them in the first place. Ah, it all makes sense now. From viewing all this, Truman is like, oh man, guess I have to intervene since Honest isn't gonna do anything now. As he then fuses back together all these clone versions of himself, with him coming down to deal with Jaden, but firstly hurting Honest to a point where he won't survive that attack, leading to Jaden offering Honest to be a part of his deck and bring him back physically into the world when needed, and it's a pretty touching moment. Honest talks, no pun intended, honestly now, explaining that Fujiwara took him out of his deck long ago, with Jaden explaining how he had this card in the first place, claiming that he found it while investigating what's going on with Fujiwara, and believing that Fujiwara held this card in high regards as something special to him, only ever taking him out of the deck when he was deep into that Night Shroud research. But now Jaden needs to deal with Truman for a third time in 4 episodes. This time it feels even more unfair because Truman instantly gets out the extremely powerful 5-headed dragon, but also uses Future Fusion to have another 5-headed dragon come out in just a couple of turns, which is like, freaking overkill, man, relax. Jaden ends up playing this duel way more defensive because of this, barely scraping by until he once again relies on elemental hero Neos to come out, combining the effects of Honest as he sends it to the graveyard in order to boost up Neos with some Red Bull because it gives him wings, and also now 7,500 attack points, as Jaden can now officially defeat Truman and however many 5-headed dragons he has. Truman once again says see you soon and heads out of there for now, as the rest of the group finally understands why Jaden feels like he's changed, and why he's been avoiding being around them as much as possible. But regardless of if there is a threat to their safety or something awful happens to the school again, they of course, like always, have his back, promising to always be there for him. How nice.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
For a little bit of downtime in the series from all of the serious stuff happening, we get ready for all of the third-year students to have a graduation party soon, and then there's also yearbook photos that need to be taken. And Alexis specifically wants Jaden to have a nice time during all of this going on, based on him not really smiling or having too much fun these days. But with a special tag team tournament being set up, maybe Jaden would be interested in that at least, right? Well, for him, he's just preoccupied, thinking and worrying about everything else, kind of left being stuck right now, not being able to do much until there is more that comes from Axel on his side of the investigation. But nothing really is making him happy, or at least be close to how Jaden used to be. After there's an invitation for him to show up to the tournament, he walks away from it, saying that if he feels like it, he might show up. And he does end up showing up though, but he's still pretty out of it, not really being present as he gets accidentally selected to be paired with Alexis for the tournament just by walking in at the right moment and being near her. And the rules of the tournament are that 2 duelists have to share their side of the field, and whatever each other plays, they need to try and work together properly and develop strategies in order to be the victors. And at first they end up having to face Chancellor Shepard and Dorothy, with Jaden making quick work of the duel here based on Dorothy not being too well versed in any of the arts of dueling, just kind of having a good time, you know, and that's nice for her. But something beyond all this is how Jaden is playing and acting towards Alexis, not listening to her or trying to really be a cooperative partner in this tournament. Sure, they won the duel, but that's not the point here. There's no fun or growth in learning strategies if Jaden's just going to do whatever and disregard Alexis Alexis, who is supposed to be his partner in these duels. This continues throughout the next duel, where Jaden goes a little too hard, where one of his opponents gets knocked over from Jaden's last attack that defeated them, and he just goes, hey, you know what, that's my bad, might be, sorry about that. As Alexis then confronts him, confusing Jaden as to why she's even mad, but she is upset at how he's not even caring about her, or her strategies, or what she's playing, or in this matter, even saying, as Jaden's just like, we're winning, aren't we? Just trust me and we'll be all good for the tournament since I'll 100% win. But that's not the point, and Jaden just doesn't get it. But it is now time for the final duel of this tournament, as it will be Jaden and Alexis going up against Hasselberry and Blair, as this duel really helps fix things for Jaden in general, and then for his relationship with Alexis, as Jaden realizes he can still have fun dueling, as he fell into a slump of only having to duel for all of these serious reasons, which to be fair, kind of makes sense. It would drain you. It would make you not really want to do that for fun when all you've been doing it for is the fate of all these dimensions or the lives of all the people that you care about. But from finding this fun again, his relationship with Alexis is back to being as tight as it used to be, as they now work together in the end to win the duel. Also, throughout this tournament, Alexis has had a lot on her mind regarding what she is going to do after school, thinking she might stay at Duel Academy as a research student, but also got an offer thanks to Shepard from an American duel college to have her go and study there. From seeing and learning that everyone has all of these plans after graduating that take them all in these different directions outside of Duel Academy, she feels it may be time for her to take the leap of faith and find her own path, thinking that staying here is taking the easy and safe path for her future. So then she decides that she will take up the offer to go to this American duel college. Later on in the evening, Jaden and Alexis get a chance to speak again, with Alexis offering her feelings of being glad that they met here at Duel Academy, as he then thanks her for the duel, as he then heads back to his dorm alone, with Alexis smiling, shedding a tear as she seems to be holding back more unexpressed feelings that she may have for him, thinking about their time together and not being truly sure of what her future holds. Now we get to focus on some pretty interesting other events that happen, with Shepard being on a helicopter that crash lands on this little island not terribly far out from Duel Academy, as some random duelist who's there ends up dueling Shepard and defeating him. This guy though is looking specifically for someone else, someone that Shepard specifically taught. Yep, he wants a duel with Zayn. But you know, I don't know if you've heard, but you know, he didn't die. Yep, no, you heard me right. He's all good. Well, okay, he's kind of good. He washed ashore on the Duel Academy island a little while back apparently, and he's been in recovery, but still very weak right now, so he shouldn't be doing all that much, but he's Zayn, so he will be doing all that much, especially because after spending time catching up with Cyrus about a few things, Miss Fontaine gets a call from Shepard, getting the phone to Zayn as he warns him about this duelist that is after him, with Cyrus promising not to let him duel because of his condition. And side note, if Zayn is somehow now okay, what does that mean for Adrian? What does that mean for our boy Bastion? What does that mean for Viper? No, he's probably really dead. And also, does this mean that Echo can come back? These are the real questions. But later in the night, that duelist ends up getting to the island and getting Zayn a note that tells him to meet him on the beach at midnight for a duel, to which of course he's going to sneak off and do. When Cyrus goes to check on him, he's gone, so he grabs Jaden and heads out to find Zayn. Now this duelist that Zayn is going to duel has ties to a different legacy relating to Jinzo, and that type of dueling art specifically has been seen as this joke or imposter of a dueling art style, as he holds this grudge against the cyber art style duelists, which is why he took care of Shepard and wants to go after Zayn here. His goal is to abolish the cyber art dojo and destroy that legacy. So hey, I guess we are at least getting more into this story that felt unfinished from the second season. With the duel going on and Cyrus getting there but not being able to stop Zayn at this moment, we see Zayn getting ready to possibly win the duel already, but then what does actually happen is that Zayn's heart still has a problem, with it now stopping as he collapses to the ground. Before his opponent claims this as Zayn's defeat, Cyrus initially was going to pull Zayn out of the duel for sure by placing Zayn's hand on top of his deck to declare a surrender, but when he was getting close to the deck, it ends up sending a shockwave through him, and from that he ends up changing his mind to where he says he will fill in to replace Zayn in the duel and use Zayn's deck. But out of respect for Cyrus stepping up like this, he gives Cyrus a few days to train and learn how to properly use Zayn's deck before they have a new duel to determine the fate of the cyber arts legacy. Now with Zayn getting out of surgery and recovering, Cyrus tells him that he didn't want to see his brother die in the duel. Zayn gets a moment to reflect on his dueling, claiming that he had the greatest duel he could have ever wanted when it comes to his duel against Yubel when she was taking over Jessie, and giving it everything he had, but the deck didn't want him to stop regardless if his heart could take it or not. It didn't care. That was part of what was being warned to him about when it comes to this deck of the underground, and it's also why we saw that even in the end end of his duel with Yubel that he still was playing moves even if it would result in his defeat, both serving as the deck forcing the need to duel, and Zayn using that as a chance to end things on his own terms, feeling fulfilled from the duel and thinking he found the one loophole to end it for good that he could. And Cyrus is like, whatever man, I don't believe in any of that stuff, it's just a deck of cards, and I'm still gonna go train with it because, you know, I have a duel coming up. And throughout his training with the deck, Cyrus does begin to understand the true heavy toll that this deck takes out of the duelist using it. As he also can't get the deck to work properly to his playstyle and his strategies, he thinks it's because it's Zayn's deck at the end of the day, not his, so Jaden suggests that he makes it his own. What does the deck want from him? As he then thinks on some ideas that he does have. When it is time to duel, he ends up holding his own for the most part, playing basically how Zayn would with his own cards. Zayn even says this himself basically once Jaden wheels him out in a wheelchair to see Cyrus in action, but Jaden tells Zayn that it's not Zayn's deck here, as we see Cyrus now also using his Roid monsters infused in there as well, changing the way the whole deck works so that he can make it his own. With the duel getting pretty intense with all of these Jinzo and Jinzo related cards, and strategies really taking a toll on Cyrus, he takes a moment to understand that this is bigger than dueling for Zayn. This is about getting the chance to finally surpass him, no longer being in his shadow, no longer feeling like he isn't good enough, and finally understanding what the deck wants from its user, and that's to grow just like him, using Power Bond to help finish things off in the duel by playing it properly, with more confidence than he ever has, coming a long way from how he didn't know how to play it in the first season, and before that when he and his brother were young kids. With Cyrus now standing there as the winner, we see that Jaden leaves to give the brothers a moment here, with Zayn clapping for him. Cyrus tries to hand Zayn his stuff back, but Zayn says that he should keep them. He's earned those cards. But this doesn't mean he's giving up dueling, he'll just simply build a new deck, and maybe build something else too, asking Cyrus if he'll join him in creating a brand new pro league once he graduates, with Cyrus crying, feeling seen and accepted as he now has a future path in life and feels like he has been able to grow up from the version of Cyrus we met at the start of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. And I like that we finally get some resolutions to all of this deck of the underground and why it's been important and how it's affected Zayn, and see Cyrus's involvement with it all in the end. So regardless if we do get more about that later on in the season, I do feel a lot more satisfied about it all now. I feel like it somewhat led somewhere. Now we get to follow around Chaz and see where he's at, with his biggest problem being that he can't get things planned out for his future like the others that we've seen so far have been able to. He wants to go to the Pro League after school, but he is having a hard time finding his own sponsors to do so, choosing not to ask his brothers to sponsor him because he doesn't want to rely on that. He wants to do this all on his own. He wants to earn a sponsor on his own. For no reason whatsoever, I felt this was a good time to actually remind you guys about using my code FRINGE, for 10% off gamer subs. Dr. Crowler does something pretty cool, and that's him believing in Chaz's potential, reaching out to Aster so that he can take Chaz with him to teach him and show him what it's like in the Pro League, with an offer officially coming to Chaz to be Aster's assistant in order to start learning all about the Pro League. Jaden encourages Chaz to take on the job despite having to be an assistant to someone that he is older than, but in doing so, things are a lot more different than he expected, as he instantly becomes swamped in all of this assistant work for Aster, having a literal bag of phones that he's responsible for answering and dealing with everything regarding Aster's Pro League career, constantly having to go around with Aster as he meets with person after person, meeting fans, taking meetings, and it's all a lot to deal with. Chaz struggles to keep up as an assistant, but does give it his best efforts, while Aster is tired from having to do all of this other businessy stuff that isn't dueling that he really doesn't care all that much about. When Chaz kind of doesn't know what he's doing any of this for anymore, since it's not helping him learn about the Pro League in the ways that he was expecting, he eventually finds Aster doing some hardcore duel training at night, pushing himself to the limits that you can physically see that he is hurt from, as his hands are bleeding from all of the business handshakes, meeting fans, and intense training that he's doing, saying that someone like himself with no special dueling potential has to train 10 times harder in order to be performing in a duel as good as he does, showing off that no matter what it takes, if you want to be the best, not just for the glory of it, but for yourself, you have to give it your all in every aspect. Seeing this side of Aster and what he goes through on a day-to-day basis pushes Chaz to want to perform better in all aspects too. Even if it is as an assistant who manages his schedule, he's going to do it all to the best of his ability. From then, we see how on the ball he is, operating better and better. But after being entrusted with a very important briefcase that Aster at first wouldn't even trust him with, Chaz ends up having it go missing after doing so much organizing for Aster, leading to Aster of course being furious about this after he finally put this trust of something so incredibly important in his hands. Aster heads off to meet with the head of the company that sponsors and invests into him so he can tell them what happened, while Chaz has to tell this producer named Mike that this scheduled live duel that was supposed to happen with Aster and Jaden at Duel Academy can't anymore. But Mike says that it has to, forcing Chaz to be this replacement, and for whatever reason puts Chaz in this ridiculous Ojama yellow costume to face Jaden in. For Aster, he explains to the boss about the briefcase, as the boss is already furious about Chaz working for Aster as an assistant because Chaz's family is a massive business rival to their company. But with how much money they would lose based on the special card that they put so much money into that was inside of the briefcase that is now gone, some sort of penalty is needed. However, he likes to make bets, and seeing as how this live duel is going to happen without Aster and with Chaz now, the boss tells Aster that if Chaz wins, all is forgiven, but if he loses, Aster will be forced into retirement. In the duel with Chaz and Jaden, we do get to see how Chaz starts applying the things he has learned for his dueling skills, having now come from these mundane tasks that he was doing, as doing something like sorting and organizing cards have helped him think of the card's attributes better and understanding how he plays a lot smoother. All of this to the point where he might actually win against Jaden here, but Mike, wanting to make for some good TV, tells Chaz to lose on purpose. It would be really funny and work out great for the ratings. From hearing this, Chaz gives in to the request and then loses in a pretty silly way. Even Jaden's all like, really man, I never thought you'd lose on purpose for some cheap laughs, and that's disappointing. But that's not all that sucks for Chaz, as Aster, thanks to the bet, is forced into retirement and then fires Chaz. Man, poor Chaz, he really can never catch a break, huh? Also, you know, that does suck for Aster too. I know man just lost everything. But Aster and Chaz's story here isn't quite done yet, as it seems that Chaz may be back on top because of the love for his performance as this ridiculous Ojama yellow character, with Mike the producer setting up a duel between Aster and Chaz to really get people interested in watching. The only thing is that they need Aster to be on board, and he's nowhere to be found. But Aster's coach Emeralda informs Chaz of where to find him, as we see him at this school having a fun time playing with some kids outside, as we learn that Aster ends up donating his earnings from the Pro League to charity, helping out orphans based on what he went through in his own past. On top of this, Emeralda has the footage of what happened when the briefcase went missing, showing us that the producer of the live event stole it, seemingly to make for better television based on Aster not wanting to specifically follow what Mike wanted him to do for the duel. He even went as far as threatening the safety of the school for orphans if Aster doesn't participate in the duel, claiming he'll purchase it and destroy it. And okay man, you know, I'm all for good TV, but that's pure evil for real. With the duel now set to happen, Chaz tells Mike that Aster will comply and he will take a dive to lose the duel, only saying this to make him believe it for now, while Mike believes that there's no way that Chaz could even beat Aster otherwise. Before the duel happens, Chaz takes a private moment to speak to Jaden, as he needs a favor from him, saying it's the most important request he's ever asked in his life, putting into motion some sort of plan. As for the duel now getting going, with Chaz and Aster going pretty heavy at one another to the point where Aster is complimenting Chaz on him being a worthy opponent, Mike however thinks it's time for Aster to start losing here. But then the lights are cut off as Jaden then dumps a bag of Pharaoh's fleas onto Mike, causing him to of course scream, panic, and start scratching himself like crazy, as he then takes most of his clothes off because of this, accidentally revealing that around his neck is the special card that was stolen from the briefcase. Jaden then shows the president of the company that sponsored Aster, as well as the crowd, that this producer here tried orchestrating all of this drama on purpose, making it so Aster was forced into retirement. The president of the company says that the card is safe and there is now no reason for Aster to be retired, which is awesome. But then this producer is all like, it was Chaz's fault too. He was my accomplice. He chose to be weak and funny and do all that stuff in the last duel on purpose. But Jaden stops him right there, telling Chaz then to prove this guy wrong and prove that you're not weak, as Chaz then takes off the silly costume and is rocking his signature style once more. But now there is no holding back in the duel from either side, as Aster gets to show the force of this ultimate expensive secret card, which turns out to be the fusions of Destiny Hero Plasma and Destiny Hero Dogma combining together to create Destiny End Dragon. Chaz also keeps powering up his armed dragon, getting him all the way up to level 10, being able to sacrifice his armed dragon by it going into attack so that both monsters are defeated, with Aster just claiming that he'll bring it back on the next turn anyway. So in the most Chaz way ever, he puts all of his faith faith into his 0 attack points Ojama Yellow to go in for an epic final shot that once Chaz uses Pride Shout, swaps the attack and defense points of Ojama Yellow, making for the most ridiculous win where Aster is slapped across the face by Ojama Yellow and loses. And from this, Chancellor Shepard and Dr. Crowler began to get a bunch of calls regarding Chaz from businesses that do want to sponsor Chaz for the Pro League, finally giving him a real idea of where his future career path lies, while Aster, whose life is back to where it was, tells Chaz that he'll give him that loss back at some point, as he also tells him to go give love back to the crowd who's giving him love right now. As we end on a massive, incredible moment for Chaz. He really Chazzed it up. Hooray. We even get an episode that focused on Dr. Crowler here, which is pretty cool, and to be fair, he really was a big character throughout the entire series. Sometimes just being in the background and dealing with the other things that are going on, but quite often, he was with the main group of characters, or we would even spend time focusing on him and his own shenanigans. He genuinely has this care for his students, and we see that really come out here in the end, where while he's putting together the yearbook, he can't help but start tearing up over all of the memories that he has had with each and every one of them. Unless you're like one of the random background students, you know? Anyway, from these feelings, Dr. Crowler ends up going back to how he acted in the original season, being a lot harsher on students, and going beyond this by not allowing them to earn their final points needed to graduate properly, but instead, Jaden is stepping up to the plate and he is going to duel Dr. Crowler for the first time since the entrance exams at the start of the entire series. With this duel, the fate of everyone being allowed to graduate is on the line, with Jaden ready to show Dr. Crowler how much better at dueling he is now, even though he won back then already. With the duel having some fun similarities to the original duel between the two, Dr. Crowler does have some new tricks up his sleeve, like taking the same menacing presence that his ancient gear golem had back then and ramping it up ×3. And during the duel, Jaden does send compliments his way, calling him a great teacher and appreciating what he has learned from him, with Dr. Crowler now breaking down in tears, explaining that he's like this right now because he doesn't want everyone who is graduating to go, saying he will miss all of them. And all of the students end up cheering him on so that he can finish the duel. He then ends up bringing out something more powerful, that being Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem with 4,400 attack points. Jaden is still happy and having a good time, giving Dr. Crowler the courtesy to see how Jaden can somehow get through this and win. And after a small series of combos, the way that Jaden wins in the end is the same way it basically happened in the original duel, with Elemental Hero Flame Wingman taking down a regular Ancient Gear Golem. And honestly, Dr. Crowler couldn't be more prouder, admitting to his students that he also learned a lot from them, as it's pretty touching and a nice way to give us a somewhat deeper look into the person that Dr. Crowler is. So after all of that downtime from the main conflict of the season, we get back to a whole lot going on. We see in Domino City that a younger kid isn't happy over him not being able to become the stronger duelist that he really wants to be. Then when a breeze comes through his window that sends all of his cards scattering onto the ground, one of the cards turns dark, with Truman appearing from it, forcing the kid into accepting darkness within his heart, tempting him in by saying that it will help him grow stronger as a duelist. Truman ends up surrounding the kid in darkness, as when his parents call up to him to check on if he's okay after overhearing some of the noises, they then are greeted with an evil version of their son, alluding to this kid now causing harm to his parents, with his eyes glowing a bright blue. Outside of that setup for the episode, we head back to Duel Academy, where it is officially time for the start of the graduation duels, where the graduating class needs to get a total of 100 points through dueling in order to officially pass the final test before graduation. There is also a bonus here, where duelists are allowed to continue to earn more than 100 points, with the person having the most at the end getting the cool prize of an exact replica of Yugi Muto's deck. The duelists will earn different amounts of points based on what year the student is that they defeat. For Jaden, with many wanting to have a duel with him, he ends up getting challenged by a second-year student from the Obelisk Blue dorms named Daigo, who has dreamt of getting the chance to duel Jaden. As Jaden and Daigo have a good duel going on against one another, we take a moment to head back to Domino City, where Axel is continuing his investigation, where we can see him looking over a list of people's names that are those who live within the city. But then we start to see the names disappearing, causing him to try and call Kaibacorp, but no one's there to answer, as we then see a clipboard with the names of the employees also starting to have the names on it disappear. On his monitor, Axel notices that after all the names disappear, the only name left that stays is Seto Kaiba. Something clearly sinister is happening here as the city feels completely empty. For Jaden's duel with Daigo, he ends up winning, with Daigo afterwards taking the loss pretty bad, as he is now on his own, trying to understand how he could have lost as his anger continues to grow, just like this darkness starts doing to his cards, with Truman then appearing to him as well, telling Daigo that he has come from the darkness in his heart, as he then copies his look, saying that he now needs to get rid of the original, beating him in a duel that Jaden ends up getting a vision of seeing what's really really going on with the darkness corrupting them, all thanks to his Yubel eyes. All of this right after he just secured another win against another student. Jaden takes off from dueling for now, rushing towards the school's speedboat, calling Shepard to let him know, as well as that he'll be back soon, as he then speeds off into the open waters. Back with Axel, he ends up seeing the kid we saw at the start of the episode, wanting to know why it's only him who's left, but after following him, he led Axel to a trap where he is now surrounded by all of these clones that look just like the kid, as they then come together to form Truman. To find out more answers, Axel is baited into a duel against Truman, offering to learn more about the information he seeks. For safety purposes, Axel activates another special feature of his combat-ready duel disc, having it record the duel that's about to happen in order to make sure that whatever ends up happening, that it will be captured regardless. Knowing how Truman sets up his tactics in the duel thanks to Jaden, Axel is able to know what he's up against and how to try and navigate Truman's strategies, but nothing could have prepared him for what Truman would send his way next, as he starts messing with Axel's mind, making it seem that all of a sudden he is in a duel against his own father, being able to mimic this better thanks to him taking memories from Axel before the duel even happened, giving Truman access to knowing what cards are in his father's deck and playing some of those cards thanks to his powers within the deck. Going further with this by speaking like his father as well, telling Axel to remain calm to make the best decisions possible, then giving an example saying like the time that he left his own mother to die, which is pretty messed up. This only gets worse as the duel goes on, causing moments where he can hear the screams of his mother and the crashing of a car, as Truman continues to act like Axel's father, playing more cards and performing more strategies that are exactly what he'd play that Axel grew up learning. Once Volcanic Queen is played, and this triggers Axel to relive these painful memories of his mother, we see the crash that occurred and how the fire around him and his parents forced him to quickly grab a passed out parent to get to safety, not being able to save both of them as he ends up choosing to save his father. But now that choice gets brought into the duel thanks to Truman playing the unchosen one, having Axel now choose between Volcanic Doomfire or Volcanic Queen to save, with him selecting Doomfire with Truman calling it the same choice as the one he made between his parents, going for saving his father over his mother. The screams of Volcanic Queen cause this similar pain of what happened to his mother, as even he sees her within the card as his mind state seems completely messed up now. So much so that he even thinks that he should have saved no one and perished in the flames along with both of them, rather than having to choose which one to save. Truman is able to defeat Axel in the duel as well, with Axel being sent away like all of the others missing. Truman then steps on Axel's duel disc that was recording before turning into Axel himself, only to show up at his parents' place to show off that they are both alive, as what really happened was Axel's father was able to save them all in the end. But in Axel's head, he still made a decision. He chose which parent to save, essentially in his mind killing his mother without that becoming the reality thanks to what really happened. Truman uses this conversation to tell Axel's mom this information while looking like Axel and making him say that such an awful boy doesn't deserve to be their son, using his powers to then erase Axel from their memory. And yeah, I'll say it, this episode is really messed up. Axel is put through some really traumatic stuff, not only in the moment, but also having to relive what happened in the past. It's a lot and can be pretty intense, so yeah, season 4 is continuing to show just how dark it can truly be. We then see Jaden running through Domino City, looking for Axel, as he can't reach him at the moment, as then he gets surrounded by all of these clones of Axel, stopping him in his tracks with all of their eyes glowing blue. From here, Jaden gets surrounded by a bunch of versions of himself, causing him to be in quite the situation. But to his rescue comes a stranger on a motorcycle, and holy crap, could it be the big Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds crossover to promote the next series? No. It turns out that this is Sartorius, coming through to be a hero, or so you would think based on where his character is at now in the series, but things aren't that simple. We do get to learn that all that has happened to Domino City is happening to Duel Academy as well, and with Jaden not there, the powers of darkness can easily spread through everyone while he gets distracted here. Sartorius looks at Jaden's deck for a moment to make sure none of his cards have been affected before handing them back as they make their way through Kaiba Corp. Sadly, Sartorius isn't able to be a technical good guy here because of Truman forcing Sartorius to duel against Jaden, having his sister held hostage with her fate in the balance. At least you can feel that Sartorius doesn't want to be doing this, but for the sake of his sister, he has to. And to secure that he has the best chance of winning, the real reason he took a look at Jaden's deck was to slip the card Arcana Force 0, the Fool, into it with some of that good old dark energy on it, as Sartorius is able to make the choices for what effects that card can do, putting Jaden in a corner by limiting what he can actually do in the duel himself, stopping him from making summons, chipping away at his life points and sending more and more of his cards into the graveyard. Sartorius takes the blame for everything happening regarding this situation, claiming that since he doesn't have his powers anymore, he couldn't have known that his sister was in danger, or even now, where she's being held. Jaden does try to come up with some other way that together they could stop this and go save his sister, but he says it's too late for that. With his sister being taken and him no longer having the powers he used to, he sought out something more powerful, with darkness grabbing a hold of him. The duel continues on for now, with Jaden getting out of the initial tight spot that he's in by having Wing Karibo level 10 clear the field for him. But Sartorius isn't done either, bringing out a new, more powerful Arcana card, Arcana Force EX, the Dark Ruler, as his sister Serena ends up being able to speak to Jaden for a moment, as he is able to see her thanks to Yubel's powers, while Sartorius can't see any of this. But she begs Jaden to save her brother once more, ironically this time from the dark instead of the light. If Jaden can defeat Sartorius, then she'll be able to speak to her brother again. At the same time, back at Duel Academy, more and more students are disappearing, leaving the duelists who have won duels lacking the memory of exactly who they defeated, as they are erased from existence in everyone else's memory. With Jaden and Sartorius discussing the want for power and how it drags you into wanting more of it, Jaden shows that he's grown past those feelings that led him to become the Supreme King in the first place, claiming that power shouldn't be something that is used to make your wants and desires happen. Thanks to a combination of Elemental Hero Magma Neos and the regular Elemental Hero Neos, Jaden is able to defeat Sartorius as the darkness around him fades, but so shall he, with Serena appearing to him as they appreciate Jaden for helping set them free. Once they are gone and Jaden's by himself, a bunch of explosives that were rigged onto the building end up going off, as Jaden needs to quickly figure out a way to save himself. With Kaiba Corp getting blown up, Jaden has to use his Assassin's Creed skills to try and make his way down the building, having some help from Elemental Hero Neos getting him down as safe as possible to the ground, as Jaden then takes Sartorius' motorcycle to promote 5Ds more, I mean, just to look cool, but I don't think he has a license for this, so I don't think this is gonna end up too well. But back at Duel Academy, Truman is still going around as Daigo as he continues to defeat more duelists. But when Hasselberry runs into one of the Truman Daigo clones, he tries to manipulate Hasselberry, trying to get to the darkness in his heart, but it doesn't work thanks to his trusty Dino DNA, which I swear always just comes in handy when it needs to. For now, the two of them get into a duel while Jaden seems not to be doing too well riding the motorcycle, crashing it right before he drives off into the water, saving himself in time before anything worse could happen. But right after this, he is approached by another Truman, it seems. But something is off with this Truman, as he isn't exactly like the others, but Jaden doesn't care about the nature of this Truman, it's just time to duel, man. As the duel goes on, we start seeing some familiar cards being played, with this Truman using all of these crystal beasts that should only belong to Jesse, making Jaden think that this Truman was able to somehow defeat Jesse. But once Rainbow Dragon comes out to attack, Jaden's Polymerization card comes out from his graveyard, with it having that dark power all around it, as it then fades away, and man, all this time and Polymerization still has that chokehold on this man. Luckily at this point, Jaden can see things for what they are now, with it not being Truman he was dueling, but it actually being Jesse, which is kind of like a friendly bit of payback, helping Jaden here escape from whatever was messing with him. When the Arcana card was put into his deck, it started infecting the Polymerization card, leading to Jaden feeling weird and seeing Jesse as Truman. Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus comes out to tell them that together, they will be able to stop all of this. Back at Duel Academy, Hasselberry is still dealing with this duel with Truman, leading to his mind being messed with over his dino DNA, so much so that he thinks that he's being attacked by dinosaurs, and from this whole mess, Truman is able to defeat Hasselberry, making him disappear as well. At the same time, Jaden and Jesse are now on their way back to Duel Academy, ready to put a stop to all of this once and for all.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
It seems for everyone who's left, at least from the main cast of characters we follow, aren't doing too well on the island either, as we see Cyrus getting defeated in a duel and disappearing. Chaz and Attekus end up talking about something being up with their memories, having issues remembering things in general, unaware of what they're actually forgetting. But Attekus shows Chaz his book of every girl from the school that he's written a love letter to, only for it now to be completely empty. So yeah, something's weird here. Truman and all of the clones end up going back to just looking like they originally would, because they don't need to blend in anymore with less than half of the duelists remaining, showing that they are making quick work of everyone here. With this getting worse and the number of duelists dwindling, Chaz and Attekus end up coming across and getting away from some Truman clones, as they now meet back up with Alexis and her friends, with all of them kind of feeling trapped as they need to escape somehow. Chaz and Attekus tell the girls that they will put themselves on the line here so that they can go escape, as they say that someone needs to go and get the word out to Jaden about what's happening. Before the boys could be heroic and step in in to save the girls, Truman goes after the girls first, and once Alexis is defeated and disappears, you can feel the rip that happens in Attekus now that his sister, along with the memory of her, is now seemingly gone. Then Chaz also falls to Truman, ultimately leaving Attekus all on his own as even the Truman clones leave. Attekus wanders around aimlessly, not being able to remember people, from his friends to his teachers, no one, leading to him eventually putting on the Night Shroud mask once again, as now he gets a look into what's happening, seeing what his friends are going through after being transported to this world of darkness, with each of them experiencing their worst fears over and over again in regards to where their lives were going. Chaz is stuck constantly losing in the Pro League. Cyrus is stuck trying to run a new cyber-style Pro League due to his brother being too sick to be a part of it or even Duel. And for Alexis, her teaching career isn't going well either, but from all of this, Attekus is able to come back out from wearing the mask, being able to remember them now. All of the Trumans begin taunting Attekus as once he's outside, the real embodiment of Night Shroud appears, getting into a duel with Attekus right away. Now from a mix of cards that can affect Attekus's memory and Night Shroud using his real abilities to mess with Attekus's memory, Night Shroud tells him that despite trying to shut the influence of Night Shroud away and not wanting the power that comes from it or wanting to play the Red Eyes cards he's playing, that's too bad. Night Shroud is forever a part of Attekus. All of this being so heavy on Attekus to the point of him wanting to surrender, but Jaden and Jesse get there just in time, letting Attekus know that the Red Eyes cards aren't where the darkness gets drawn out from. It's the darkness inside of the duelist's heart, as Jaden tells him that he's already overcome the darkness before and has used these cards he plays for good. Night Shroud takes a moment to tell Jaden and Jesse that the reason why they are being left for last to be dealt with is because they, for whatever reason, can't be brought into the world of darkness if they are made to disappear like everyone else, giving them no clue as to why that is, but okay, thanks for telling us, I guess. Attekus is able to break free from the darkness thanks to Jaden and Jesse helping him remember the past, the times that mean something to him, showing us flashbacks of him and his sister as kids again, and with this, he is able to use his Red Eyes Black Dragon again, as Night Shroud knows that Attekus knows who he really is, as he responds claiming that it can only be one person, the only other person that has the powers of Night Shroud, with this supposed Night Shroud removing his mask to reveal that he is Fujiwara. Fujiwara talks about being in the world of darkness, claiming that all is one there, only unity exists in the end with a shared consciousness. With the duel continuing and Attekus getting tired of what he calls nonsense that Fujiwara is saying, Fujiwara then lets Attekus experience what the others are really experiencing within the world of darkness, showing us Chaz, Alexis, and Cyrus all constantly dealing with their loops of failing at their dreams and future goals to the point where they fully accept their fate, as we see these waves of darkness taking over them, crushing their dreams completely, as we see their floating bodies turn black until they fade away, as Fujiwara says that he has accepted their hearts as they have become one with the darkness, as they are now erased from existence. With all of that, of course, being a big point for Attekus to get pretty upset about, the duel continues on. Attekus is able to end up stopping Fujiwara from attempting to win the duel, using the card Red Eyes Burn to hurt them both to bring the duel to a draw, telling Fujiwara that he's basically trying to save him, telling him that he was one of his closest friends and that now he doesn't have to be alone, they can be together, as they seemingly both disappear, leaving Jaden and Jesse back by themselves. But after a quick bit of silence, everything goes back to how it was in the duel, with Fujiwara saying that this is the darkness in Attekus's heart, as Fujiwara then pulls the biggest cheater move I have ever seen, reversing everything that just happened and bringing us back to a moment in the duel where he could basically still win without Attekus pulling off that same move. Fujiwara says that darkness that is in his heart all stems from the torture he inflicts upon himself for not being able to save Fujiwara back then. And now, with the duel happening again, Fujiwara is able to defeat Attekus, sending him to the world of darkness, as he menacingly tells Jaden and Jesse that it's time for the final duel to begin, as we hear the word darkness ring out into the world as an eclipse behind them is starting. Before anything starts happening, Honest appears to Jaden, getting to look over at his master now once again after all this time, as Jaden promises that he will find a way to save Fujiwara from Night Shroud. Jesse steps up with Jaden to go up against Fujiwara, as the challenge is accepted to make this a battle royale. And what's really funny is that Jaden and Jesse are just way too good, really having a good strategy in how they are handling Fujiwara. So in him realizing this, he ends up wanting to turn them against one another, going after Jesse specifically because he knows Yubel is helping protect Jaden. As he looks for what he can find in his heart of darkness to manipulate, ending up finding a shadowy silhouette of Jaden, he believes that the darkness in Jesse's heart is to defeat Jaden, trying to use this now to have Jesse go and attack Jaden in the duel, with Jesse agreeing that it's true. That's what he does ultimately want. He then goes to attack Jaden, with Jaden then countering by playing playing damage interest, while Jesse uses damage capture to power up the attack of his Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus, which all of this kind of pleases Fujiwara, that is, until Jesse has his Sapphire Pegasus attack Fujiwara's monster, shocking him as to why he would do that when he thought he just set Jesse up to go back and forth with Jaden. He's wondering if Jesse was somehow lying about what the darkness in his heart was, but Jesse explains that of course he does want to defeat Jaden, but not because of any form of darkness. It's because it's just what any duelist would want. Who wouldn't want to beat Jaden? He just wants to do so in a non-evil way, you know, for fun, for the sake of the game. Jaden is all like, yeah, same, I want to beat Jesse. And their little show here that they put on was a nice strategy to mess with Fujiwara a bit. With Jesse and Jaden's bond tighter than ever, they continue to try and take down Fujiwara and hopefully set him free from the hold of Night Shroud. With Fujiwara seemingly on the ropes, with him now bringing out Clear Vice Dragon, the monster that ended up defeating Attekus in the previous duel, as Honest now again wants Jaden to make sure that he helps Fujiwara. With the duel raging on, Honest eventually starts giving us some information about Fujiwara's backstory, saying that Fujiwara could never cope with the death of his parents when he was younger, as Honest appears to him at the moment, explaining that he is his duel spirit, his guardian, appearing from his Duel Monsters card in a white light instead of all the darkness we're used to seeing now. But as time went on with Fujiwara growing up, as well as his time at Duel Academy and all of the friends he's made, could never shake away the darkness in his heart from making him see all of them, and even his deceased parents, as nothing more than people who will forget about him. And this led him to looking for more information on some of these darker rituals, growing more and more anger in his heart, wanting to make it so that he'll forget about them all first, and so that way he won't have to suffer and feel all this pain that he has felt for so long. His research got darker and darker, carving markings into the ground, and from all of this, it would lead to that final night where he would use his blood and fall into a world of darkness. Honest tells him that he never forgot him, and clearly seeing how much he's done to try and find the real Fujiwara and save him, yeah, you could say that again. Fujiwara then continues the duel, with Jesse protecting Jaden from an attack, causing Jesse to lose the remaining amount of his life points, telling Jaden that as long as their bond is there, they will always be able to win. Fujiwara takes that moment to tell them that this is the result of having strong bonds or friendships, telling Jesse that he lost because of Jaden, and that's what friendships are only good for in the end, nothing, as Jesse fully collapses onto the ground. Jaden tells Fujiwara that he's wrong. It's because of their friendship and bond that they will win in the end. And yeah, that's what Jesse just said. With Jaden having Honest out on the field, as he then gets out his elemental hero Neos, as well as using Jesse's Rainbow Dragon to have him on the field too. He tells Fujiwara that you can't forget everything like he claims. The people most important to you can never fully be forgotten, mentioning that Fujiwara himself was the one that saved Honest by hiding the card away, showing that there was still care in doing that. With this now starting to break Fujiwara away from the darkness a bit, hurting his brain of who's in control or what he really believes, Jaden then fuses elemental hero Neos and Rainbow Dragon together to get Rainbow Neos out now. And seeing that Night Shroud is slipping from Fujiwara, with Fujiwara starting to notice that he is under some form of control, Jaden goes in to pull off the final move of the match, using Honest's effect to return to his hand as the spirit heads over to Fujiwara, with Jaden sending Honest to the graveyard in order to use its other special effect to power up Rainbow Neos by the attack points of Fujiwara's Clear Vicious Knight, bringing Rainbow Neos to 11,300 attack points, as the darkness inside starts escaping from him. Honest wraps his wings around Fujiwara, just like when he was a younger kid, with the real Fujiwara saying that Honest really didn't forget about him, and that's really wholesome and all, but now the darkness of Night Shroud takes form as Jaden sends in a final attack to defeat the darkness. It seemingly works as the darkness fades away, along with all of the clones of Truman. Jesse then wakes up as they see Fujiwara thank Honest as he gets laid down onto the ground, with Honest now turning into energy to go inside of Fujiwara. But something's still not right here. The eclipse is still in the sky, meaning the darkness itself is still not gone.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Jaden rushes into the school and ends up checking the computer to look into anyone returning from the events that happened, but unfortunately it is radio silent all throughout the world, it seems. When he heads back outside, both Jesse and Fujiwara are gone, with Pharaoh the Cat and Professor Banner's spirit being the only technical ones around, but the scarier part is the eclipse has now grown to an enormous size, as it starts getting closer and closer, calling out to Jaden and letting him know that the real battle hasn't begun, and by defeating Fujiwara, that was only a piece of the darkness that is Night Shroud that was defeated, as he now comes out from the darkness in front of Jaden.
Is that the Grim Reaper?
Behind him in this sphere of darkness is where it seems all of the spirits of everyone now live, as Jaden questions what he wants, with Night Shroud saying there is no desire to take over the world, only wanting to remove people from existence, saying that the world of darkness is a real form of peace for many. Seeing everyone accepting their fates once more, with there being no hope or desire in the world of darkness, with everyone becoming a part of a large consciousness to essentially give them this eternal life. Beyond this, he wants to go all astrophysicist, breaking down the origins of the universe, explaining that there was only one singular card back then, like an actual freaking Duel Monsters card, and okay man, you're already losing me. Once time had passed and Earth gave rise to humans existing, they discovered Duel Monsters, with it acting as this mirror to reflect the human heart. Going back to the whole card at the beginning of time thing, the front of it representing the human world, while the back represents the world of darkness. If the light from the human world remained in the hearts of humans, then peace shall be known. But with duelists that have this darkness in their heart from being corrupted, that darkness went from the human world and into Night Shroud's, giving rise to Night Shroud in the first place. Night Shroud claims to be this savior, and thanks to all that has happened throughout the years here at Duel Academy, that became the real opening for Night Shroud to be here as his power grew the more that humans misused the Duel Monsters. With Jaden now being of two worlds thanks to him capturing the darkness and fusing with Yubel, Night Shroud sees him as this mistake that can't fit among either world and shouldn't exist. The only way to settle this matter of Jaden wanting to put a stop to Night Shroud and Night Shroud wanting to rid every world of Jaden is for them to, of course, duel. Yeah, what else did you expect? Night Shroud here ends up immediately dominating the duel, severely limiting what Jaden can do with a whole blockade of spells, traps, and monsters that Jaden can't really get around, as he quickly gets down to only 500 life points left. And from all of that, it feels like things might be hopeless. So in that case, why not make things more hopeless, right? As Yubel lets Jaden know that he's not alone and that she's there with him, Jaden is able to start having a chance here thanks to Yubel's help in working with him to cut through Night Shroud's strategies, eventually being able to have elemental hero Neos go in and take out his Darkness Destroyer, taking a tiny bit of his life points to have him at 3,800 now. Night Shroud isn't pleased with this, not liking the fact that Yubel is coaching Jaden and helping him out in the duel, so he must end their connection, playing the card Darkness Outsider to literally rip Yubel out of Jaden and force her onto his side of the field as a monster for him to control, leaving Jaden fully alone now. See, now it's more hopeless. But where there's a will, there's a Jaden, as the next card he draws is Super Palmerization, using it to now do good in the world by bringing together elemental hero Neos and Yubel to summon Neos Wiseman with 3,000 attack points. When he uses it to attack Night Shroud's Darkness Slime, the effect of Neos Wiseman activates to take the attack and defense points of the Darkness Slime to not only inflict the attack points as damage onto Night Shroud's life points, but also add the defense points as additional life points to his own, having Night Shroud down to 1,800 life points, with Jaden now at 3,000 life points. With the duel continuing, Night Shroud tells Jaden that the laws of the universe do not bend to one man, saying he will teach him that now, claiming Jaden has no chance at winning in the end. He then summons Darkness Seed with its ability to restore his life points back up to 4,000 at the end of each turn, as he then goes into a whole spiel about taking a look at what Jaden's world has become in general. Terrible weather, devastating wars, and acts of violence against one another, all brought on by the actions of humanity, as it will all just be their downfall in the end and Earth will be nothing more than a desolate wasteland, showing a vision of what humanity's future would look like. Jaden refuses to believe in all of this, nor does he believe in personally being hopeless about the future in general, continuing on in the duel and not being scared of what Night Shroud is saying or showing him. And with Night Shroud putting up a strong plan with all of his darkness creatures and darkness trap cards, Jaden ends up coming back down in life points significantly after being able to get himself all the way up to 5,000 thanks to his Neos Wiseman, as Night Shroud drains 3,000 life points to have him back down at 2,000. Jaden ends up having Neospatian Dark Panther come out, while Night Shroud then brings out the terrifying creature known as Darkness Neosphere with 4,000 attack points, as he has set up his arrangement of trap cards to be ready to essentially win on the next turn. Jaden has his Dark Panther use its effects to mimic Darkness Neosphere, copying its attack, defense, and abilities, then using more of its abilities to flip Night Shroud's Darkness card face down in order to make it so if he activates it, it will destroy all of his spells and traps. So with this stopping that combo for now, Night Shroud just has Darkness Neosphere attack, destroying Neos Wiseman. Jaden then has Yubel use the effect of Neos Wiseman, removing Yubel from play and allowing elemental hero Neos to be special summoned. Night Shroud continues to tell Jaden how hopeless things are for him. He's alone. There is nothing he can do to turn things around. Jaden is also Jaden, and never forget that, as he starts giving this hopeful speech, talking about himself and the rest of his fellow classmates, saying that they are soon to be leaving school, and sure, they will face the reality of what the real world brings as they become adults, but it's just something that they have to face. It's not the end of the world. Aside from this moment where it might be, and all of those other moments where it might have been in the previous seasons. But aside from that, Jaden admits that he isn't strong, looking back at who he was as the Supreme King, saying that his heart was once stained by darkness, and that he did awful things to his friends, but that's why there's one thing that he knows for sure, and it's what he'll continue to believe. And that's as long as we, meaning the humans who play the card game, have faith in their cards, they'll never be alone. The allies they fought with, those who cheered them on, they're connected by a bond that can never be severed, as that's the power hidden inside of just one card. Jaden then yells out into the dark void. And no, I'm not talking about that one video game from 2010 that for some reason I have an action figure of, as he is now calling out to his friends, asking if they can hear him, as they all start to wake up. He yells to them that you only need one card. It must be there. You must remember all those people you fought using that card, as he then looks at his elemental hero Neo's card. He says maybe in the beginning of all of this that it was just an ordinary card, but now it's become infused with memories of both joy and sorrow, both anger and frustration. They can feel all of that from every time they've fought in the duels. It's all just the reminder of how hard they've all worked. That's what it means to have a real bond, telling everyone listening to believe in that card. Remember the faces of those you use that card against. They're your true comrades, and when things get hard, they will support them in the future. As long as you believe in your cards, you'll never be alone. Telling them to not be scared of their futures and don't fall victim to this doubt and become hopeless. They all haven't accomplished anything in life yet, and they must strive to follow their dreams so they can. We see the visions of Chaz, Cyrus, and Alexis again, only now they can hear Jaden, as they pull out the cards that they each have a special bond with. Even more so for Cyrus because it's literally power bond. They now start accepting what their futures hold, knowing that they can face all that life has waiting for them. The ups, the downs, it doesn't matter. Through it all, the rise and fall, they will carry on, as they all now leave this black parade of the dark world as everyone begins returning all around Earth. As the students that return to Duel Academy get to see Jaden dealing with Night Shroud still, and telling him that it wasn't their memories he was trying to steal, he realizes it was their irreplaceable bonds, and for that, he cannot forgive him for, and he's going to make him pay. As he then draws the card, and would you believe this? Polymerization. I know, right? He then thanks his deck for everything, calling it the sum of all the bonds that he's built, as he then activates his trap card Hope for the Future, letting him discard polymerization and pull all of the Neospatians needed into the graveyard in order to fuse them with Elemental Hero Neos, so that he can now become Elemental Hero Divine Neos with 3,000 attack points. From doing this, Divine Neos can take in all of the effects of the Neospatians as well as receive 500 attack points for each of them, bringing Divine Neos up to 6,000 attack points. Then he uses Neospatian Flare Scarab's ability to increase attack points based on the amount of spell and trap cards on Night Shroud's side of the field, bringing the attack points higher now to 8,400, as Jaden now sends in an attack to finish off the duel and defeat Night Shroud, with the result of the attack creating a giant near blinding light that, when it fades away, all it did was remove the dude's hood? Okay, well, it really did defeat him technically, but it's just funny that it made it seem like that, with Night Shroud telling Jaden that even though he has been defeated, one day he will return. It's human nature for the darkness to creep back into their hearts after all. Jaden tries to match that level of cool and ominous final words by saying that as long as I'm here, no, as long as duelists like me believe in their potential, you won't be showing up for a real long time. Then Night Shroud literally explodes, and the dark world disappears, revealing the sun once again as it shines onto a hopeful world. With all of the craziness now behind everyone, the end of the school year can finally happen as the graduation ceremony begins. Dr. Crowler is still feeling extremely sad over everyone who is graduating as Chancellor Shepard announces who won the graduation duel contest with the most points to win Yugi's replica deck, telling Chaz, Alexis, and Cyrus that it's a three-way tie between them. With there only being one deck, all of them deny wanting it, holding on to the decks that they personally have and choosing to cherish them first and foremost. I mean, like, you don't have to use the replica deck, you can just, like, I don't know, put it on a shelf in your room like I do with all the stuff that I don't need. Wow, is that vintage Pokemon cologne? Why do I even have this? During the graduation speeches that are given, we do get a bit of a look back on all the events that have happened over the 4 seasons of the series. Everyone gets to enjoy in some fun celebrations in the end, giving us moments moments to see all of the characters, with Fujiwara even getting a chance to say sorry, with Attekus instantly acting like his good friend again, with all being forgiven, making Fujiwara cry tears of happiness over this. Jaden, however, isn't mingling with everyone. Instead, he's back at his dorm alone, packing up his things, with the spirit of Professor Banner asking why he's in a rush to leave already, as Jaden says that his job here is done. And when asked where is it he is going to go and what he's going to do now, he says that we have the power to bring spirits and humans together, and somewhere in the world there are probably humans who need them, as we see the spirit of Yubel come around as well. Jaden says he's going on a journey to find them, as Professor Banner says that this means that they may never really meet again, knowing this is truly farewell. Or is it? I don't know, foreshadowing's fun. Alexis, Jesse, and Axel take a moment together to think about how Jaden came into their lives, knowing that he's not one for sentimental moments and most likely has left already. They look back on Jaden being in their lives fondly, with Alexis tearing up over being happy for how Jaden has grown and how he has affected hers and everyone else's lives. They are all sure that one day they will see him again. We then see Jaden taking his final long look at Duel Academy before he starts walking away to leave, but Wing Karibo stops him and has him follow him somewhere, leading him into the room where Yugi's replica deck is on display, with no one else around. Well, no one else but Yugi Muto, just like we saw him at the start of the series, with him sounding like he's Yami Yugi and having his face mostly hidden, as he tells Jaden that it's time for them to have Jaden's true graduation duel, a way to test Jaden if after all of this time he was truly worthy or not of having the Winged Karibo card that Yugi gave him in the first episode. Yugi tells Jaden that while he's grown into a more reliable young adult from the slifer slacker he started off being, and he didn't call him that, I did, that there is still something that he lost without realizing it, something that is really important that a certain duelist can help him recover. He has Jaden hold the Winged Karibo card up to the display with Yugi's deck, as it will then take him to the ultimate duelist, confusing Jaden as he believes that to be Yugi, who's like 5 feet away from him. But once he holds up the card, all of the other cards begin to glow, as Jaden is now brought back to Domino City, as he then finds a flyer that announces Yugi as the winner of the Battle City tournament, and just look at Joey's face right there, you gotta love it. Jaden then realizes that this was from many years back, as he wasn't just teleported to another place, he was teleported in time. Right then and there, he ends up bumping into Yugi himself, as they have an exchange where Jaden tells him that he's the one who gave him this card, and it now brought him here to him, as Yugi pulls out his regular Karibo, saying they look similar, but he doesn't remember giving Jaden that card. But as Yugi thinks about something, he asks if Jaden is here to duel him, claiming that he had this dream last night that Karibo was talking to him, saying that a duelist would be coming to him and that they would have to get into a duel. So now Jaden gets to have the chance at dueling Yugi Muto in his prime, fresh off of the Battle City tournament win. Also, this duel is extra special because the time on all the clocks have stopped. No one else is around. This is just a real meaningful moment between these two duelists where Yugi tells him that he senses that they are very similar. And if the King of Games tells you that, you're pretty lucky then. Yubel tells Jaden that she can tell Yugi is aware of her presence within Jaden, as Jaden could also tell that there is this strong energy coming from Yugi's deck, knowing that the 3 Egyptian god cards are inside of it. Both of them begin having a fun duel with one another, with Yugi getting excited to see Jaden's elemental heroes, as Jaden gets excited over seeing Yugi's cards like the Dark Magician, and getting to play against it. As Yugi isn't going to go easy on Jaden, he's still impressed at what he can do, with Jaden getting out his elemental hero Neos as they both set up some pretty good plays, with this legendary duel just getting started.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Now, in the final episode of the entire series, we continue on with this legendary duel between Jaden and Yugi. They end up going back and forth, showing off their iconic monsters as they each take each other's monsters down. There's lots of fan favorites here as Jaden then gets to the moment that he realizes what it was he lost, and that's the joy of dueling, that passion for it that originally drove him to where he is now, what made him want to go to Duel Academy, the overall fun in just playing the card game. Then, at one point, Yami Yugi steps in, wanting a crack at the duel himself after being so impressed by Jaden, as he then calls out this being the soul of the nameless pharaoh, to which I say, well, he does have a name, but I guess in the moment here for the whole time travel thing, they aren't on the Millennium World arc yet, so even he wouldn't know, technically, maybe. The time travel stuff throws that off for me, or maybe there's spirits involved or something. I don't know. This could all just be a Kaiba Corp VR simulation duel for all we really know. And we do get a fun ending to the duel going on, with Yugi summoning Slifer the Sky Dragon, really tying in more of the connections between Yugi and Jaden, as Yugi's first Egyptian god card was Slifer, and we all know that Jaden is the OG Slifer Slacker, so it's pretty cool to see. But you know what we don't see? Aside from Adrian, Echo, and Bastion, who just don't come back, I guess. The ending of the duel itself, as we see that Jaden has his elemental hero Neos going in for an attack, freeze framing before they collide. While we don't know and will never know the real outcome of this duel, very similar to how the manga ends for Jaden, it forever remains something special for Jaden, as we then see him back in his own time, now somewhere in the desert on some travels, as he discovers that he has some friends with him, as Pharaoh, along with the spirit of Professor Banner, decided to come along with Jaden, not wanting to be stuck at the school anymore. And along with them is a note that was left for him, as it is from all of the friends that he made at his time at Duel Academy, with little cute drawings of each of them and little personal messages, as Jaden now runs forward, entering into the next chapter of his life, wherever the wind takes him. A pretty fitting end to the series at the end of the day, as we end our journey with Jaden knowing that he is only going to continue to grow, as well as keep that spark and passion for dueling burning strong. I truly do love how season 4, which already has a shorter amount of episodes, still did some interesting things with what would be considered filler content, as those episodes really feel like a good chance to look into a lot of the main cast of characters that aren't Jaden. Yeah, he is involved in their stories somewhat, but we get more time to end off their stories, or at least give us a glimpse into where their lives will go on from this point for them to figure out what they want to do. There is something to be said about how dark the 4th season does get, where I would understand how much censorship would need to happen, especially at the time this was coming out, from 4Kids Entertainment to have even done it, but I don't think that's an impossible feat at the end of the day. Sure, things were really dark, but a lot of stuff was dark throughout the series, and especially the 3rd season, with all of that coming out well here in the dubbed version anyway. So it's just a shame that this never got to really be known by a large portion of fans all around the world outside of Japan until many years later, and even then, the amount of fans who enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! GX or Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole that don't even know now is still pretty wild. Heck, even if they do know about it, they still may not have even taken the time to go back and watch it, which I think is a must because it really felt like a tight season with nothing dragging on more than what felt natural. Even with the filler, as it gave good reasons to focus on all of these other characters to reward you as a fan for spending time with them for so long, and getting to know where their paths may lead is pretty cool, especially when they tie all of that into the final few duels. Season 4 might overall be the best season, but that's just my opinion as someone who felt part of their childhood was fulfilled once the subtitled versions of these episodes came out, as it feels like closure to something that viewers outside of Japan were deprived of. While the 3rd season had a lot going for it, that really worked with basically every episode being somewhat important to the story. It did feel like it drags on a bit in some aspects of taking too long to get through one duel, or spending too long not getting to this next big thing yet, while honestly at the same time having no breaks. I truly believe that if there was a longer break for the characters at the point where they all return from the other dimension for the first time to when they end up going back in, then we could have had some more time than just part of an episode to really feel the heavy toll that was taken on these students, you know, what they went through, giving us time to see how Jesse staying behind really starts eating away at Jaden day to day, making him sloppy when it comes to his duels, or being even worse at doing school assignments, or even paying attention in class for that matter, all the way to the point where he's practically a shell of who he is. So then when the opportunity comes to go into another dimension again, to right this wrong, to go and save Jesse, his descent into madness and darkness is more impactful with how he becomes the Supreme King. Also, with season 3 introducing so many new characters that now become pretty big staple characters, there's a lot to follow, which on one hand was really cool because of some new characters like Axel and Jim being really awesome, having these unique personalities that both add a whole lot to the show, but on the other hand, this created a character problem, as there was just so many members in the core group that main player characters like Cyrus get kind of sidelined for a large majority of the season, or just more of what we see happen to Bastion, still kind of tossed aside, sometimes brought in, but then also forgotten about. But in going back to Cyrus, yeah, he did get his moments, but how many times was he pushed aside or given nothing to do because Jesse was more important to the plot at that moment, you know? It could just be felt that there were too many people to give each of them the proper amount of attention that they deserve. Overall, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX as a whole is a great sequel series to Yu-Gi-Oh!, really making it feel like the next generation of it. Duel Academy was a fun and cool location to set the series, but I'll admit that the school aspect of it did start to feel like it was abandoned the longer the series went on, especially throughout seasons 3 and 4. And also, can I just say it, throughout all of these seasons, Chancellor Shepard is a terrible chancellor. He does not know how to operate the school. He constantly leaves for these little random missions or trips, and then just comes back to the school when it's convenient for him. If anything, Dr. Crowler did more for all of the students and for the school in general. Heck, even Bonaparte, I would say, has done more. Either way, speaking of more faculty, I guess Mr. Stein is just dead. He fell into that pit earlier. You remember that? I know that was like several hours ago, but, you know, I don't think you survived that. And I guess no one technically won the Duels for Jewels tournament. By the end of it, everyone was just passed out on the floor from their energy drained, and Adrian was busy dueling Chaz. But maybe this is a Fallout New Vegas thing where it was all rigged from the start.
Hope this interaction doesn't lead to any kind of fallout between us. Fallout New Vegas.
I am personally very nostalgic towards Yu-Gi-Oh! GX and have loved giving it a big old revisit, and I implore you to do the same. The characters are great, the story gets more in depth as the seasons go by, and you do feel this difference by the end that follows along the main theme that we see within all of the characters, and especially Jaden, and that's growth. With each season it feels like the series matures, with you as the audience member getting to mature with it. More so if you were the right age at the time when it originally came out, as you then leave the series feeling hopeful about the future and what it holds, feeling inspired that you yourself can face any challenge that gets in your way in life, never giving up on your dreams, never forgetting that things don't need to be so serious all the time, and most importantly, that friendship is magic. No, oh wait, sorry, that's the pony show. Well, that's gonna do it for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. And what a ride it's been. Thank you so much for joining me on this deep dive of exploring the lore of the series. I guess the only thing left to do now is announce this.
So what do you want here, kid?
I'll have some milk. Thanks.
I look forward to seeing all of you there as we take a deep look into Yu-Gi-Oh's 3rd generation. And if I want to go big for the series and I want a real life motorcycle like in the show, if anyone wants to give me $1 million, let's, you know, I'll take it. Nah, but for real, thank you so much for watching this video or the whole video series in general. Make sure to hit like on this video and to subscribe for more videos like this coming soon. But until then, later. Yeah, I guess you can say, we got our game on. No, I don't know if you know this about me, but I kind of got my game on. Alright, so I've literally had this for so long without opening it, and I thought it would be fun to wait until the series was over to finally actually open this. There is a Red Eyes Black Dragon pin, that's the one I want, but there is a Gold Exodia. Alright, here we go. It's nothing. Alright, what can it be? Alright, you get to see it first. What'd I get? Is it good? Oh, it's Blue Eyes. Hey, I'll take it.